crucial day. It's the phase 2 of voting in West Bengal. There was a heavy voter turnout in phase 1, 93%.
Absolutely. And it also suggested that there is a high chance of anti-incumbency, but of course several factors are going to be playing a very crucial role. But viewers, West Bengal is all set for a decisive second and final phase of voting today. Voting has begun. Over 3 crore voters will decide the fate of more than 1,000 candidates across key South Bengal constituencies. Now, the state has seen sharp BJP-TMC exchanges over law and order situation in the state and political violence. Now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has also accused TMC of being in panic mode and promised action on corruption, syndicate rule and voter safety if BJP wins. Meanwhile, TMC has hit back, alleging intimidation and misuse of central agencies. Tensions are also rising in South 24 Parganas after EC-appointed IPS officer Ajay Pal Sharma's visit triggered protests.
All right, we have Pinky joining us live for more details. Pinky, live from Panihati. All right, Pinky, what's the scene on the ground? What's the situation on ground? Have people started lining up? It's already, the voting must have begun by now. Pinky, over to you. पिंकी
देखिए पानीहाटी वो सीट है जिस सीट को लेके जिस सीट के ऊपर सभी का नजर टिका हुआ है। आज इलेक्शन का डे है। आज इलेक्शन में आज जानते हैं कि अभया जो आरजीकर को लेके पूरा देश में जो आंदोलन है, जो एजिटेशन है वो फैल गया था। उस आरजीकर जो विक्टिम लेडी, उसके माँ है हम लोगों के पास, उनके साथ थोड़ा बात करेंगे। उनके साथ वो बांग्ला में ही बात करेंगे। मैं आपको नैरेट करूंगी वो क्या कह रहे हैं।
ठीक है।
কাকিমা আমি একটু হিন্দিতে বলছি, আপনি বুঝে আপনার মতো করে उत्तर देवें। आज इलेक्शन का डे है। आज आपके लिए बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट एक डे है। क्या लगता है कैसे जाएंगे ये दिन और आप ये दिन कैसे शुरुआत कर रहे हैं? क्योंकि अभया जिसको हम लोग सब जानते हैं, जिसके लिए पूरा देश में आवाज उठा था, आज आप उनके लिए लड़ रहे हैं।
আজকে আমি সমস্ত জনসাধারণকে বলবো কোনো মানে নির্বিঘ্নে ভোটটা হোক, কোনো রক্তারক্তি না হোক এবং পানিহাটিবাসী বলবো ইভিএম এর বোতাম টিপে 3 নম্বরে ভোট দিতে। আমি জিতবো মানে সারা পানিহাটিবাসী জিতবে এবং সারা বাংলায় পদ্মফুল ফুটবে।
आएंगे 1 मिनट। वो बता रहे हैं कि आज सुबह को सब वोट देने आए, वोट करने के लिए आए और बिना ब्लड शेड के वोट हो, वो ये चाह रहे हैं। एक बात हम आपसे पूछना चाहेंगे, जो कि आप बार बार बता रहे हैं कि विचार आएगा और हम लोगों ने देखा कि प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने आपके माथा के ऊपर हाथ भी रखा, आपको आशीर्वाद भी किया। आज अभया के लिए, आपके बच्ची के लिए, आपके खुद की बच्ची के लिए, आप उसके के लिए क्या कहना चाहेंगे? और आप
আমি এখনই আমার মেয়েকে এবং মা শারদা দেবীকে পাশে রেখেছি, দুজনকেই প্রণাম করলাম, তারপর ঘর থেকে বেরোলাম।
क्या लगता है कैसा जाएगा ये दिन? अभी तक कोई कंप्लेन आया है?
किसी না, কোনো কমপ্লেন আসেনি, ভালোই যাবে।
देखिए, हम लोगों के साथ अभय का माँ थी और वो बोल रही कि आज अच्छा ही जाएगा दिन। आज वोट देने के लिए आए। उनके पिताजी हम लोगों के साथ जुड़ चुका है। सर, आपसे एक बात पूछना चाहेंगे। ये दिन आपके लिए बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है क्योंकि आप लोगों ने जब मैदान में उतरे थे तब बताए थे कि विचार के लिए कुछ भी करेंगे। आज
क्या बोलूँ, आज ये दिन हमको सामने आ गया लड़ाई के लिए। ये लड़ाई और अलग लड़ाई है, इसको लड़ना पड़ेगा और जीतना भी पड़ेगा हमको।
रो क्यों रहे आप? पाक में पांसू क्यों?
पता नहीं है कि
आज के दिन में शायद लग रहा है कि आज का दिन बहुत ज़्यादा टफ है क्योंकि सिर्फ इलेक्शन नहीं, आज वो दिन है जिसके लिए आप लोगों ने बहुत दिन से तैयारी की थी, अपनी लड़की के लिए, विचार के लिए, अपनी लड़की की जस्टिस के लिए। आज वो दिन लग रहा है कि इंसान, वोटर्स, जो लोग हैं वो आपके साथ खड़े होंगे।
वोटर हमारे साथ है, लेकिन टीएमसी ने गुंडागर्दी नहीं करेगा तो हम लोग और जरूर जीतेगा।
लगता है वो आज भी गुंडागर्दी
करके कुछ नहीं, उसको फायदा होगा, हम लोग जीतेंगे।
आप कॉन्फिडेंस है?
पूरा कॉन्फिडेंस। पब्लिक हमारे साथ है, वोटर हमारा साथ है,
पब्लिक का रेस्पॉन्स तो आपको
हमारा पूरा साथ है। किसी वार्ड में हमको लगता है 100%।
बॉडी को छीन के जलाया गया।
अभी इस इलेक्शन अनाउंस होने के बाद जो भी चल रहा है वो भी बहुत दुखजनक घटना है। जो हमारा वोटर को जब हम रैली में जाता है कोई प्रचार में, उसके बाद जो हमारा वोटर है उसको धमका जा रहा है, जो हमके साथ बात करते हैं उसको धमकाई जा रहा है। किसी को बोलता है, एक हमारा पास एक कॉल रिकॉर्ड भी आया है, वो धमका 4 तारीख के बाद देख लेंगे, ये सब धमकी दे रहा है वो लोग।
देखिए, अभया के जो पिताजी है वो हम लोगों के साथ थे। उनका मानना है कि अगर गुंडागर्दी ना हो, अगर गुंडागर्दी करने का मौका ना मिले टीएमसी को, तो वोट्स जो है, जो पब्लिक है वो उनके साथ होंगे, वो वोट मिलेंगे। और ये जो पानीहाटी जो सीट है, आपको बता रहे थे कि पानीहाटी वो हॉट सीट है जिसके ऊपर सबके नजर टिके हुए थे। इस आरजीकर के केस के बाद बहुत ऐसे इंसिडेंट हुए हैं जिसमें अभया के नाम उभर के बार उभर के आए हैं। और आज वो दोनों जाएंगे, आज फर्स्ट वोट कास्ट करेंगे अपने, उसके बाद सारे जो बूथ्स है वहां पर जाएंगे, जाके देखेंगे सब वोटर्स अपने हक से वो वोट दे पा रहे हैं कि नहीं। और जो बात पहले ही अभया की माँ कह रहे थे, या रत्ना देवनाथ जो कैंडिडेट है, बीजेपी का कैंडिडेट पानीहाटी से, वो कह रहे थे कि आज कोई ब्लडशेड ना हो, आज कोई खून खराबी ना हो, ये चाहेंगे वोटर्स अपने हक से आज वोट दे सके, यही चाहना है उन लोगों का।
Right, Pinky, thank you so much. These are very important voices coming in from the BJP candidate Ratna Debnath.
Yeah.
Stay with us. We are seeing emotional visuals where the parents are essentially looking to bring about a change in the state of West Bengal as far as women's security is concerned. Shivam.
Yeah, definitely. Every now and then the issue of women's safety, one of the major concerns is women's safety, and this time it's one of for many political parties, this is one of the biggest agenda, women's safety, and especially Ratna Debnath, who is the mother of the victim of the RG Kar rape and murder. She has been fielded by the Bharatiya Janata Party, and she is definitely getting a lot of support, because the protest did not just happen in Kolkata, in West Bengal. The protests happened across India. I guess Hina, Harsha is also live with us.
Yes, Harsha is joining us, Shivam, from Diamond Harbour in South 24 Parganas, a very important constituency again. Harsha, would like to come across to you. This is a seat that has seen, time and again law and order situation. Most recently, we saw how 3,000 crude bombs were recovered by the police officials. How do you assess the current law and order situation as people go to voting in the booths?
Shivam, Hina, one thing is for sure today for the second phase of West Bengal elections, that today also the voting in this Diamond Harbour region is going to be immense. That's the pulse I'm getting since morning, right now when we are reporting. I'll show you the visuals because I am reporting from the Falta Assembly constituency, and Hina, Shivam, this particular assembly constituency has been in news from last 2 days, and we very well know what was the reason. The reason was IPS Ajay Pal Sharma. The reason was TMC candidate Jahangir Khan openly threatening to the voters to come out and vote. And keeping all those aside, these are the morning visuals where we see voters coming to the polling booth, huge numbers morning. They're queued up for their number to come so that they can cast their vote. And also, if we talk about South 24 Pargana, in which region this assembly constituency comes under, in 2021, Hina, Shivam, TMC won 30 out of 31 seats in the South 24 Pargana, and this is a very strong hold of TMC as far as the election is concerned and the voting turnout is concerned. But this time, what is going to be different? That will be very interesting to watch and see on May 4th. But right now, we see that women in huge number coming to the polling stations, polling booth to cast their vote this early in the morning. And we see a lot of political parties have spoken about women empowerment, law and order situation. empowering women, giving them benefit, and also the promises which have been made to the women voter. And it's very interesting to watch that early in the morning when we see more and more women voters coming to the polling station. This speaks a lot about the gravity of the election this time in the West Bengal. We'll speak to one or two voters. मैम, आज आप सुबह सुबह आई हैं, आप लोग के लिए चुनाव बहुत बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है. महिलाओं की बात हर कोई करता है. हिंदी आती है? नहीं? So, Hina Shivam, they are the voters who only know Bengali, as we very well know that the most of the advantages where people don't speak Hindi very well. But I can show you the sense and the visuals across this particular area in the Falta Assembly constituency. More and more people are gathering here to queue up for their life, for their turn to go inside and cast the vote. And we see here that how Falta has also become one of the major assembly constituency in this particular election. South 24 Pargana is a region where a lot of promises has been made. HM, Prime Minister Modi, and most of the central ministers from BJP also did campaign here, and the star campaigners in fact went for the door-to-door campaigning also in this particular region also. BJP is expecting that the voter turnout will increase this time in the Dakshin 24 constituency this time in 2026, but that the time will only tell. But before that, what we're expecting that this particular phase 2 election in West Bengal should go without any violence, because in 2 days we have seen the stern warning being issued. We have seen Jahangir Khan coming out and talking about that only the day of election will tell, and also today will be a cinema. That was the word of Jahangir Khan yesterday, that today the polling day will be like a cinema and everyone will watch, and it's the duty of the officers to ensure that there is no violence. Undoubtedly, this is like an open threat, and also which most of the TMC candidate has been given. But this contest here between BJP leader and TMC, because the main parties who are looking in the fray right now is TMC versus BJP. But is it going to be the same this 2026? Because if we talk about the majority of the voters here, the majority is minority. So that also makes a lot of sense exactly what is going to be the voter turnout here. But yes, the promises were made, immense promises were made, and again I'll show the queue, the queue at the polling booth, which tells that this morning from 6 o'clock only the people have queued up at the polling station for their turn to cast the vote. And this is the situation, these are the visuals which we have been getting from West Bengal, and the pulse which we are sensing this phase as well, because it being stated that this phase is not going to be different from the phase 1. If the phase 1 has
I would like to ask you a question in between. We have covered many elections, the previous elections, and you remember how the voting turnout was in the phase 1, Hina? It was a massive voter turnout, 93%. Do we expect the same to happen in the phase 2 elections? Or because there are also urban centers, that the factor of urban centers will be factored in, because people usually do not come in such large numbers when you talk about Kolkata city or places like city in metropolitans. Now, will you see the same voting percentage this time also? We have Mohan also with us, but Harsha, first your response, then we'll go to Mohan also, is joining us from North Chobis Pargana.
So Shivam, if we talk specifically about the phase 2, yes, phase 2 has Kolkata South, Kolkata North, North 24 Pargana, South 24 Pargana. But let me tell you, more than urban, it's the rural voters, Shivam, who every time go out and poll. But this time with the door-to-door campaign and with the kind of what we are sensing, the polarization which has happened on ground, it looks like the voter percentage turnout is not going to be less. The voter percentage turnout is going to be similar or more than phase 1. What the election officers believe is that it's going to be more than phase 1 because of the more rural advantages and sectors and assembly constituency which will be voting in the phase 2. That is 142 constituency, South 24 Pargana, majorly urban, and only few are the majorly rural, and only few are the urban ones. Similarly with North 24 Parganas, the Bhadralok and presidency people also this time are going to come out and vote, Shivam. That at the end of the day, I promise you will get to see those visuals and the voter turnout as well. Back to you.
Yeah. Harsha, of course, the voter turnout is partially attributed to the SIR process, but also to the fact that people are now fearful that they must go and cast their vote because they do not want to be taken away
the names
the
to be cut.
rights
They don't want the
of-
names to be cut. They
Yes,
don't want
of
the
course.
names to be struck off.
There is an innate fear now because of the extensive SIR exercise that we saw happening in the state of West Bengal. But would also like to go across to my colleague Mohan, who is joining us from North 24 Parganas. Mohan, again, we are talking about the second phase, and we do know the numbers tell us the entire story that in the phase 2, the 142 constituencies that we're talking about, these are TMC strongholds, whether you talk about Lok Sabha elections happening in 2019 and 2024, and also the assembly elections in 2021.
एकदम मैडम, जैसे आपने बताया है, मैं बता दूं कि उत्तर 24 परगना के 33 जो विधानसभा केंद्र है उसका जो है वोट प्रक्रिया शुरू हो गई है। काफी लंबा कतार मैं दिखाने बोलूंगा विजय को। देखिए काफी लंबा कतार, खासकर महिलाओं का देखिए लंबा कतार लग चुकी है। 7 बजने वाला है और अभी चुनाव की जो प्रक्रिया है वो शुरू हो चुकी है। मैं दिखाऊंगा कि लोग आगे काफी मतलब खासकर यहाँ देखने वाली बात है कि महिलाओं की जो संख्या है, महिलाओं की काफी तादाद निकली है चुनाव में। कब आए आप लोग? अभी लाइन कितने देर से लाइन में खड़े हैं?
15-20 मिनट
मतलब इससे खड़े हैं। काफी महिलाएं बहुत दिखाई दे रही है यहाँ पर।
आइए हमारे साथ आप बने रहिए, आप बात करिए, बट वी आर ऑल्सो गेटिंग visuals of Ratna Debnath. Now this is Ratna Debnath who has gone to cast her vote, and this is also a much watched seat now because it will become a high profile seat because of the candidate that has been fielded here. From the Trinamool Congress, Tirthankar Ghosh has been fielded in this constituency, that is Pani Hati, and also Ratna Debnath, who's the mother of the victim of Arjikar Medical College, the victim who was raped and murdered in Arjikar. Now, it will be a tough challenge for the Trinamool Congress because people have that emotional support, and women's safety is a big issue. Pinky continues to be with us. Pinky, महिलाओं की सुरक्षा का मुद्दा बहुत बड़ा मुद्दा है इस बार पश्चिम बंगाल में, और भावनात्मक रूप से लोग जुड़ाव महसूस करते हैं और रत्ना देवनाथ जी का दर्द महसूस करते हैं। पिंकी,
All right, we'll try and get back to our reporters on ground, but these are the visuals that we're getting you from Pani Hati, where the BJP candidate Ratna Debnath is casting her vote. Of course, a very important seat, emotional connect with the people, of course, will translate.
देखिए आप देख सकते हैं रत्ना देवनाथ आर्टिकल उनके मदर जो है वो अभी वोट देने जो उसका जो वोट वो कास्ट करने आए हैं, और उसके जो हस्बैंड है शेखर रंजन उसके साथ वो वोट देने आए हैं यहाँ पर। और ये जो स्कूल है जो नाटगर संघीय स्कूल है उस स्कूल में वो वोट देने आए हैं और यहाँ से वोट देंगे वो। आपको पता है कि ये रत्ना देवनाथ है वो कैंडिडेट है जिनके जो आर्जिकर विक्टिम आर्जिकर मेडिकल कॉलेज के विक्टिम उनके माँ है, और आप देख सकते हैं कि वोट देके वो आ रहे हैं और अपने कास्ट वोट को वो उन्होंने दिया, वोट देके वो निकल रहे हैं यहाँ से। जो अपने विधानसभा का जो जितनी भी बूथ्स है वो बूथ विजिट करेंगे वो, और जहाँ पर भी कुछ झमेला वो आएंगे वो।
All right, viewers. Pinky, this is a very important seat and has long been a stronghold for the TMC party. And thus BJP is essentially hoping that it will be able to breach that and will be able to gain stronghold here.
সাউন্ডটা মেশিনটা মনে হচ্ছে ডিস্টার্ব আছে। হ্যাঁ, সাউন্ডটা অনেক দেরিতে আসছে, এটা কেন হচ্ছে আচ্ছা জানিয়েছেন যে মেশিনটা দেরিতে আওয়াজটা দেয়, বিপ দেয়, এটা দেরিতে হচ্ছে।
दीदी हिंदी में की समस्या से आपने वोट कर दिया है, क्या आपका मुद्दा है?
আচ্ছা আপনি যখন সমস্যাটা কি হলো?
কিছু সমস্যা হয়নি, কিন্তু ওই ইভিএম এর ওইটা যে স্টেপার সঙ্গে সঙ্গে আওয়াজটা
दीदी आप ये
জিজ্ঞাসা করেছিলেন ভেতরে কি বললো?
জন্য এরকম হচ্ছে, মেশিনটা বোধহয় খারাপ হয়েছে।
दीदी आपने क्या, आप ये कह रही कि ईवीएम मशीन में कुछ प्रॉब्लम है, बटन आप जब पुश कर रही थी ऐसा कुछ
হ্যাঁ,
है?
আমার তো সমস্যা হয়েছে, কিন্তু আগেও বলছি যে এটা
आपने ऑफिसर को ये बात कही है? ऑफिसर के বলেছেন এই কথাটা?
এটা 52 নম্বর।
অফিসারকে বলেছেন এই কথাটা? ইনফর্ম করেছেন?
আপনাকে জানাবেন
জানাবো মানে যারা আমাদের এখানে বসে আছে তাদের বললাম।
তো ওনারা বললো যে মেশিনটা খারাপ হয়েছে না মনে হয় খারাপ হয়েছে, কি বলছেন? কিছু বলেন। আচ্ছা
দিদি, আপনার কাছে কোনো রিপোর্ট এসেছে আপনাদের?
যদি কোনো সমস্যা থাকে আসলে কথা বলবেন।
হ্যাঁ,
কি কথা বলবেন?
বলবো যে মেশিনটা কি সত্যি ডিস্টার্ব নাকি একটু দেরি করে, মানে অনেক
ঠিক আছে,
দাঁড়িয়ে থাকে।
সকাল দিয়ে অনেক ভোটার্স লাইনে আছে, আপনি কি বলবেন, মানে क्या बोलेंगे आप? लगातार वोटर्स लाइन में यहाँ पर खड़े हुए हैं और वोट देने के लिए सुबह से आए हुए हैं, वोटर्स को क्या मैसेज है दीदी?
সবাইকে অশেষ অশেষ ধন্যবাদ। সবাই ঘর থেকে বেরিয়ে আসছে, সবাই আগে ভোট দিতে এসেছেন, এটা সত্যিই খুব ভালো লাগছে। আর যেন কোনো রক্তারক্তি না হয়, নির্বিঘ্নে ভোট হোক, এটাই আমি চাই।
আপনি কি কোনো রিপোর্ট পেয়েছেন কোথাও আপনার এই কেন্দ্রে?
না না
কোনো কিছু হয় না?
ঠিক আছে,
না, কোথাও কোনো রিপোর্ট।
একটা কথা বলে
All right, so this was Ratna Debnath who just cast her vote. She's the mother of the victim in from Arjikar Medical College, who was brutally raped and murdered. That was a horrific incident, and now BJP has fielded the mother of the victim, that is Ratna Debnath, from Panihati constituency. Now it will be a very tough battle for the Trinamool Congress, because the kind of support that Ratna is getting from the locals, it's also a concern. All right, let's go to Pinky once. Pinky, क्या स्थिति है वहां पर? अभी रत्ना ने जस्ट अपना वोट जो है वो दिया है पिंकी, और उन्होंने अपने बयान में क्या कुछ कहा अभी जो उन्होंने मीडिया को स्टेटमेंट दिया? All right, we have many reporters joining us. Hina, we have Harsha joining us from Diamond Harbour. We also have Mohan, who has joined us from other location, from North 24, and Pinky will be from Panihati. But going back to Harsha, what's the situation on ground right now? People are turning up in large numbers in phase 2 too.
Yes, Shivam, so right now the visuals on our screen which I was showing of the CRPF officials were of the forces taking a round in the narrow lanes of the Falta from where I am reporting right now. And this is a polling booth of Jahangir Khan, where exactly Jahangir Khan, the TMC candidate, would come out and poll. But the major issue in these vantages, Shivam, mostly is that people mobilize and they gather. And that's a bigger task for the CRPF as well, for the para forces, to ensure that there's no mobilization. Because once there's a mobilization and the gathering of the crowd at one place, that means something untoward is going to happen, or something which is being planned, or something intimidating might be happening. So that was a round which CRPF was continuously taking here. This entire booth from outside to inside, its security is immense, heightened, Shivam, because this is a very sensitive area. It has become more sensitive in the last 2 days, since the time the reports were out, since the time the video of IPS Ajaypal Sharma got viral. We saw the TMC supporters also hurling go back slogans, Joy Bangla slogans at IPS Ajaypal Sharma, Jahangir Khan coming out and openly threatening as well. So since then, this place is in news and has grabbed a lot of attention. But right now we see the voters who have queued up here, from women to men to voters of all age, from 18 onwards. They are queued up here to cast their vote, as in this is a very important phase. And also, Shivam and Hina, to all our viewers to know that this phase of West Bengal Phase 2 is a deciding phase. In 2021, TMC won 123 out of 142 seats, and BJP got 18 seats out of 142 in this phase in 2021. But this time, BJP is expecting that they could bag at least 40 to 50 seats, but that's going to be very challenging and difficult depending on the ground reality and looking at the demographic also of this particular phase 2 West Bengal, looking at North 24 Pargana, South 24 Pargana, and after and the last 15 years, how the demography immensely has changed of this particular region, South 24 Pargana, where 31 assembly constituencies are there. Lot of promises has been made, lot of changes has been made. Shivam Hina election machinery has worked has been working 24/7 with the CRPF, CAPF, para forces, transfer postings, and also the flag march which was being conducted in this entire region. In fact, the confidence building mechanism which was adopted by the CRPF 1 month back, going door to door and telling people not to be afraid of, not to be scared of, come out and vote. Voting will surely happen. Shivam, that sense we are getting since morning 6 a.m. Since we have arrived here in Falta, which is in Diamond Harbour. Abhishek Banerjee is the Member of Parliament from Diamond Harbour, and Diamond Harbour Falta Assembly Constituency comes under Diamond Harbour Parliamentary Constituency. So it becomes the lot of issue of prestige as well for Abhishek Banerjee. And we have seen the videos also of coming out of TMC MP Abhishek Banerjee openly threatening. So every move, every plan, every effort has been made by political parties to win this election. The desperation, the pre-planning, the intimidation, the hiding explosives, crude bomb. We have seen all those visuals, the raids happening, flag march, which was underway till yesterday, the Mahindra marksman forces doing rounds in Kolkata, Bhawanipur, Bhadralok area, Presidency area, and South 24 Pargana. So efforts has been made. Now it's the duty of voters to come out and vote, and moreover, the violence should not happen. How the entire day transpires and how the police, the machinery, the forces ensure that there's no violence, that is going to be the deciding parameter of this phase 2 election, Shivam Hina.
And yes,
and
Harsha, the people, the citizens were reassured, Harsha, in this case, Hina, you'll agree with me that the residents were reassured by the police officers there. And there were videos which went viral, Harsha, where the CRPF personnel were addressing to women and telling them, you are like my mother, do not fear. If something happens to you, it will bring shame to me, and do not fear, do not worry about anything, just go out and vote. So the reflection is there. People are voting in large numbers. It doesn't exactly just mean it's just the Muslim vote that is coming in. Muslims have always voted in large numbers. Now this time all other communities have voted in large numbers, Hina.
Yes, in fact, we are treating the Muslim vote as a constant as far as this second phase of 142 constituencies are concerned. So, of course, a lot will depend on whether Hindu votes will be swayed in the favor of BJP. Yep. But would also like to go across to my colleague Mohan, who is joining us live from North 24 Parganas. Mohan, of course, political violence is again a big issue in North 24 Parganas as well. But at the same time, we also know that this is a jute belt that we're talking about. And a lot of economic crisis related to jute industry is time and again been raised by the people of North 24 Parganas. So what do you think will be essentially the agenda for people to vote this time around?
एकदम जैसे आपने बताया, मैं बता दूं कि ये जो उत्तर 24 परगना जो हुगली रिवर है उसके किनारे बसा जो एरिया है, वहां पर काफी संख्या में जो इंडस्ट्री थे, मूल रूप से जूट इंडस्ट्री, जो आज बंद पड़े हैं, यानी कि वामफ्रंट के जो पीरियड था उस टाइम में ही, किंतु बहुत सारे जो ये जो कंपनी फैक्ट्री वगैरह थे वो बंद हो चुकी है। लेकिन अभी भी जो बंगाल के लोग, इस बार मैं सुबह से देख रहा हूँ कि भारी तादाद में, चाहे वो शारीरिक रूप से अस्वस्थ हो या स्वस्थ हो, युवा हो या बुजुर्ग हो, सब ने आज अपना वोट देने का जो है वो बीड़ा उठाया है और सुबह सुबह ही मतदान केंद्र पर कतारें लग चुकी है। बंगाल में कुछ नया होना चाहिए। बंगाल में जो है ये जो बंद पड़े प्रक्रिया है वो चालू हो, कारखाना चालू हो, लोगों को रोजगार मिले। मूल रूप से सभी मुद्दा इस बार चुनाव में देखा जा रहा है। खास करके जो सेंट्रल फोर्स और जो चुनाव आयोग है उनके द्वारा जो किए गए पहल है वो वोटरों में कहीं जो आज के वोटर निकले हैं उसमें उत्साह बढ़ाया है और वो लोग काफी तादाद में सुबह से ही चले आए हैं, मतदान केंद्र पर मतदान कर रहे हैं। और जिसमें एक उत्साह, इस तरह का उत्साह मैं पिछले 30 साल से मैं पत्रकारिता करता हूँ, लेकिन मैंने पहली बार जो लोगों के चेहरे पे खुशी, चुनाव में वोट देने की जो खुशी बंगाल में, वो आज
मोहन जी, एक महत्वपूर्ण सवाल ये है, एक महत्वपूर्ण प्रश्न ये है कि जिस तरीके से ये खबरें आती थीं, आप पत्रकार हैं, काफ़ी लंबे समय से पत्रकारिता कर रहे हैं, आपने ग्राउंड को कवर किया है इतने लंबे समय से, एक भय का माहौल भी हुआ करता था जब कहा जाता था कि तथाकथित पार्टी के जो गुंडे हैं वो आके धमकाते थे कि भाई तुम रहने दो, तुम्हारा वोट हम डाल देंगे, तुम यहीं घर पर बैठो, और वो भय का माहौल बनाया जाता था। और जो सिक्योरिटी डिप्लॉयमेंट हुई है इस बार इतनी बड़ी मात्रा में, और जो हुड़दंगी हैं उनको भगाया जा रहा है मार मार के या फिर ऐसे धमकाया जा रहा है, असर कितना हुआ? लोगों के अंदर कैसा भय मुक्त माहौल है? मतलब दे आर टेंशन फ्री, दे फील रिलैक्स नाउ एंड दैट दे कैन कम आउट एंड वोट। मोहन, उसके बारे में जरा बताइएगा, तभी तो परसेंटेज बढ़ती है, ऐसे परसेंटेज नहीं बढ़ती।
सर, मैं जहाँ खड़ा हूँ, मेरे पीछे जो मतदान केंद्र है, जब निकाय की चुनाव थी, जो स्थानीय चुनाव होते हैं, वहां पर इस केंद्र में भी जो है जो झगड़ा होने की खबर वो आ रही थी। मैं बता दूं कि ये बंगाल में पंचायत चुनाव हो या म्युनिसिपैलिटी चुनाव हो, जो शासक दल है वो हावी रहते हैं चुनाव प्रक्रिया में अपनी तरह से चुनाव करवाने के लिए। जहां लोग जो वोटर है वो घर से वोट देने के लिए भय के माहौल में नहीं निकलते हैं। लेकिन आज जो विधानसभा चुनाव होने जा रही है और चुनाव आयोग द्वारा जो व्यवस्थाएं रखी गई है, इससे काफी हद तक जो आम वोटर है, मैं यहां तक बता रहा हूं, जो बीमार है, अस्वस्थ है, वो भी आज चुनाव में मतदान करने के लिए आ रहे हैं। जो बुजुर्ग है, चल नहीं पा रहे, उसका बेटा उनको पकड़ कर ला रहे मतदान केंद्र में। ये अनोखा नजारा इस बार बंगाल के चुनाव में मुझे दिख रहा है, जो मैंने पिछले 30 सालों में मैंने नहीं देख पाया था। जो जिसको बोलते हैं स्वाभाविक रूप से वोट दान करना, वो आज जो है लोग निकल चुके हैं, या महिला हो या पुरुष हो, युवा समाज हो या बुजुर्ग हो, सभी निकल चुके हैं चुनाव में अपना वोट का अधिकार प्रयोग करने के लिए। ऐसा ही कुछ माहौल उत्तर 24 परगना के जो 33 सीट है, 33 सीट पर नजर आ रहा है। सुबह से अभी तक कोई बड़ी गड़बड़ी की खबर नहीं है, लेकिन एक
मोहन, आप बने रहिए हमारे साथ, एक बहुत बड़ी खबर आ रही है। वी आर गेटिंग अ बिग ब्रेकिंग न्यूज है ना। Violence has been reported once again in West Bengal elections. Now, this is the first reported incident in the phase 2 while the voting is happening. We'll go to the breaking news immediately in a short while, because the complaint has been filed against the TMC workers in this case, and it's about violence and beating an ISF worker in this case. Now, clashes between TMC and polling agent in Chhapra. This is a very big development which we are getting right now. First incident of violence, TMC prevents a polling agent from entering booth, and that is the reason there was violence, and violence occurred. A complaint has been filed against TMC workers in Chhapra. Now, this is the visuals of the person who got injured, the polling agent who got injured, visuals of the polling agent getting injured. Now, ISF agent was prevented from entering booth number 53 of Chhapra Assembly, which is in West Bengal, and he was injured, and he was bleeding profusely. All right, Mohan is with us for more details. Mohan, ये खबर सामने आ रही है कि ISF के एजेंट हैं, उनको बूथ में घुसते टाइम रोक दिया गया था, मारपीट की गई, और देखिए उनकी शर्ट पर खून है, माथे पर पट्टी है। क्या स्थिति है, क्या हो रहा है? शुरुआत हो चुकी है हिंसा की?
देखिए, खासकर मैं बता दूं कि जो भांगर एरिया है, जो राजाघाट के पीछे है, वहां पर, और उसके सटे जो एरिया है केनिंग पूर्व, इन सब जगहों से पिछले कई दिनों से ही जो है वो गंडगोल यानी झमेला की जो तस्वीर सामने आ रही थी, बम बरामद किए जा रहे थे। खास करके आज के जो चुनाव के माहौल है, उसमें भी वंचित नहीं रहा, और चुनाव के दिन भी चुनाव आयोग काफी सक्रिय था कि किसी तरह की ब्लीडिंग ना हो, शांतिपूर्ण चुनाव किया जा सके। लेकिन ISF कार्यकर्ता को मारने की खबर आ रही है, एवं जो है जो खून का जो मतलब जो धब्बा है, वो आज चुनाव में नजर आ रहा है। क्योंकि देखिए, ये जो 7 जिले का चुनाव हो रहा है, खास करके ये तृणमूल का गढ़ माना जाता है, लेकिन उसमें जो कई सेंध लगाने वाले हैं विरोधी पार्टी, इसके लिए कई हद तक जो है उनको प्रतिरोध का सामना करना पड़ रहा है। जो कार्यकर्ता है वो लोग जब जा रहे हैं तो उनको इसका शिकार होना पड़ रहा है। ऐसा ही कुछ दिखा गया है छपना में, अर्थात जहां पे चुनाव के जो कार्यकर्ता थे, ISF के बूथ पोलिंग एजेंट उनको बैठने जा रहे थे, उस टाइम जो है उनको बाधा दिया गया है, मारा पीटा गया है। ऐसी तस्वीर सामने आ रही है एवं प्रशासन द्वारा इस अभी जो व्यवस्था है वो लिया जा रहा है। अभी जहां से भी कोई खबरें आ रही है तो सेंट्रल फोर्स वहां पहुंच रहे हैं और उन तुरंत कार्रवाई इस पर की जा रही है। अब आगे देखना है कि और कहां से इस तरह की तस्वीर आ रही है। फिलहाल सुबह है और सुबह में आम लोग जो घर में बैठे रहते हैं वो आज अभी यहाँ का जो है आबो हवा भी बहुत अच्छी है।
ठीक है मोहन, I would also like to go across to my colleague Harsha, who is joining us from South 24 Parganas. Harsha, an important update that we are getting from Chhapra in Nadia in West Bengal, where violence has broken out. Now, essentially, we do know that ISF was founded in 2021, and it was a main opposition force against TMC. And now we are seeing clashes happening between TMC and ISF agent at a polling booth, and we are getting very gory visuals.
Yes, Hina, they were formed in 2021, and this time Naushad Siddiqui was trying very hard that he could break the foundation of Mamata Banerjee in her stronghold in her stronghold in the 142 constituency. And if we got to know, Nadia comes under Krishnanagar parliamentary constituency, is one of the subdivision. The Chhapra is the assembly constituency which comes under the Nadia district, and also very important to know that Nadia is also stronghold of the TMC, and also Nadia has seen immense violence in 2023 panchayat polls and also in 2021 assembly polls as well. So this time we very well can say that how the Muslim votes are also getting split, or it's getting diverted, because it's largely being stated that not only Congress but ISF and ISF both were immensely trying to enter into the minority vote bank, and also they have largely campaigned also in similar manner. We have seen that happening in the first phase. We have seen happening that in the phase 2 of the West Bengal elections campaign, and how ISF polling agent got thrashed by the TMC, by the TMC supporters gives a lot of sense exactly how the day will transpire. It's early in the morning, and now only we got the first news of the violence which broke out in the Nadia. We have got to know that already 10 para forces were deployed there. There was a CRPF, but now there's a mobilization happening in that particular region as well.
It is also very interesting to note that the ISF party has only one MLA, Naushad Siddiqui, in the assembly. But still TMC seems to be scared with him as well, because he is essentially going to be cutting into the Muslim votes.
Because Hina, this time it's not only the anti-incumbency within the within the general seats or in the general assembly constituencies, largely in minorities as well. There is an anti-incumbency which not only the candidates but also the locals have been speaking about, and that is the reason why it is also being stated that in phase 1 there is an edge to the communists, to the Congress, and to the ISF also in 1 or 2 seats. And it is also being stated why, because this time minorities have not also very much happy with the kind of the developments they were processed in their particular region by the TMC. So they also have an option. Hina, they also have an option, because on one side BJP, which only focuses on the majority vote bank, on the other side there are parties like Congress or ISF, AISF and TMC who largely focus on the minority vote bank, and that is the reason why it is being stated that Naushad Siddiqui this time did all in his campaign what he can do to see that this particular vote bank shifts to his side as well. And that is the reason why he not only had made a complaint regarding the TMC leaders, but also in Malda, in Murshidabad, in phase 2, Nadia, Chhapra, Krishnanagar, all the regions, the candidates, the Karyakartas of ISF have campaigned massively, and it pinched to TMC to some extent, because we very well know that in 2021 the ISF Naushad Siddiqui was not able to enter the fort of TMC, but this 2026 election is way different than what was in 2021. The violence is not working, desperation is not working, election machinery, the CAPF companies all have been largely deployed.
But Harsha,
in
just
the state
imagine,
of West Bengal from phase 1
just
to
imagine
phase 2.
if there was not such a huge security deployment. Now the visuals would not have been just of injury. This could have escalated even further. This could have even proved to be fatal. But keep tracking all the developments. It's time to slip into a short commercial break, but we have a lot more lined up, Hina.
Yes, absolutely. Let's slip into a very short break.
Yeah. Coming up next, ladies and gentlemen, key constituencies go to polls today in Bengal. It's Mamata Banerjee versus Shuvendu Adhikari in Bhawanipur today.
TMC nervous as security intensified in West Bengal ahead of polls. Police complaint filed against UP Singham cop.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा मसाला।
Character, the taste of success.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the missile follows the eyes. This high off-bore sight ability lets the jet attack from strange angles without turning the whole plane first. This upgrade matters a lot because the region stays tense. Pakistan flies.
Taking a short break, coming up, key constituencies go to polls today in West Bengal. It's Mamata Banerjee versus Suvendu Adhikari in Bhabanipur.
TMC nervous as security intensified in Bengal ahead of polls. Police complaint filed against UP Singham cop.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी। प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
और शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV, and this is Shivam Dattmehta. I'm joined by my colleague here.
Absolutely, viewers. We are covering the phase 2 of West Bengal elections, and we are starting to see pictures emerging from ground of violence taking place at a polling booth. And these are the visuals that we're getting you from Nadia, which, in fact, this visual is from Chapra, which is in Nadia in West Bengal, where you can see an ISF agent brutally attacked by TMC workers. Now, what he was trying to do, he was just trying to enter a polling booth, a polling station, and that is when the TMC workers stopped him. He was a polling agent. TMC workers stopped him and attacked him, is what the reports are suggesting as of now. And these are the visuals that we're getting in the morning. Remember, phase 1 also we saw violence taking place in Murshidabad, various other districts, and these are the first pictures of the violence taking place in Nadia this morning. The polling has just started at 7 a.m. and shortly into the polling, we are seeing these visuals coming in. Now, of course, ISF is a very important opposition party to TMC. The sole MLA from this particular party, ISF, is Nastaf Siddiqui, and he is the one who is trying to cut into the Muslim votes against TMC, and the workers of ISF party are now increasingly coming under attack by the TMC workers, and these are the visuals, blood stains on his shirt, a band-aid on his head. You can see the gory visuals emerging in the morning, Shivam.
Yeah, he was bleeding profusely, as you can clearly see from the visuals. He was later taken to the hospital for treatment. Now, this is the first report of violence in the phase 2 elections. Now, this coming from the Chapra constituency, which is in West Bengal in the Nadia district in Krishnanagar Sadar, and he was beaten allegedly by the TMC workers. He is an ISF polling agent who was trying to enter the Chapra assembly constituency, and that time there was a scuffle that broke out between them, and he was beaten, and he was indeed beaten brutally, as you can see from the visuals there on your screens. Now, this is going to be a tough battle for Trinamool Congress also, because this is ISF, and presently the incumbent MLA is Rukbanur Rahman of All India Trinamool Congress, who won in 2011, 2016 and 2021. But this is the first incident of violence in the phase 2 elections, the phase 2 voting in West Bengal.
And our viewers are slipping into a very short break, but don't go anywhere. We have a rolling coverage of West Bengal phase 2 elections.
Key constituencies go to polls today in Bengal. It's Mamata Banerjee versus Shubhendu Adhikari in Bhawanipur.
TMC nervous as security intensified in West Bengal ahead of polls. Police complaint filed against UP Singham cop.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Character, the taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है।
अरे मेरे राजा
सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders.
Taking a short break, coming up, key constituencies go to polls today in West Bengal. It's Mamata Banerjee versus Suvendu Adhikari in Bhabanipur. TMC nervous as security intensified in West Bengal ahead of polls. Police complaint filed against UP Singham cop.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट।
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है। स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान। अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट। यानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the missile follows the eyes. This high off-bore sight ability lets the jet attack from strange angles without turning the whole plane first. This upgrade matters a lot.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good morning and thank you for joining us on Polling Day Live. Abhishek and me are live along with the entire Republic TV team, and we have Republic Bangla, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, Abhishek, before coming into the studio, I just saw the numbers of Republic Bangla. They've shattered all records. ABP tried to make fake claims of being the number one, but they've hammered them so badly on YouTube. They're almost 2x of ABP, so that's the news this morning. So we have the Republic Bangla edge. Very proud to say we have the Republic Bangla edge on Republic today as we get to the final phase of Bengal elections.
Niranjan, are you suggesting that this is also indication of where the wind is blowing electorally?
Perhaps.
What people watching?
Perhaps.
Shows what's on their mind.
They call them min-min channels in Bengal. Min-min channels not very popular this morning.
And I hope you get it right. After all, it's your sasural.
Well, I'm not sticking my neck out.
Right.
We stuck our neck out last election.
This is the Bhadralok phase of Bengal. The people who, and it's very typical of Bengali politics that unlike many other states where the masses really decide, the Bhadralok, the elite of Bengal, really have a say on who rules from Kolkata, and that's why it's a very significant phase. And that's why it's being called the decider. And there would be all day of analysis, Niranjan, right up to the exit polls that are coming in, not just for Bengal, but for all the states. But as of now, let's focus on what's really happening on the ground and how people of Bengal in phase 2 are voting.
Okay, let's look at the headlines first up this morning. After record turnout in Phase 1, 93%, almost 142 seats in Bengal going to elections this morning.
Key constituencies go to polls today in Bengal, and it's Mamata Banerjee versus Shuvendu Adhikari in Bhabanipur.
TMC seeming extremely nervous as Singham went on his rounds even late night before the elections. They've taken him to court, petition filed in the Supreme Court for urgent removal. Not sure it's going to work, of IPS Ajay Pal Sharma.
Clashes being reported between TMC and ISF polling agents in Chhapra Assembly segment. TMC workers booked after preventing polling agent from entering the booth.
Exit poll projections for West Bengal, Tamil Nadu, Assam, Kerala, Puducherry. This evening on Republic, we have at least 10 polls. We're calling it the mega poll of polls.
Well, let's begin with some breaking news developments. What's happening on the ground? A lot of voting, a lot of polling at the same time. As it happens typically in Bengal, some electoral issues. One, we saw the clash between TMC and ISF cadres, and now it seems one EVM is malfunctioning. Voting halted in Rajarhat, Gopalpur constituency, right there in Kolkata, in the commercial hub of Kolkata, a business hub of Kolkata, corporate rather, and voting halted due to malfunctioning of a VVPAT system. Not that, okay. So that's, do we have a reporter there? We can go to, yes, we have a reporter there live. Mohan joining us live, and
talking about Rajarhat Gopalpur, Abhishek, Rajarhat Gopalpur, Trinamool Congress won here by almost 25,000 votes. That was the margin the last time around. And Samik Bhattacharya of the BJP lost. But the SIR, very interestingly, we're looking at the SIR factor as well in each of these states. SIR factor here, 7,000 votes were deleted. So, comfortable win for the Trinamool Congress. Not expecting much of a change here. But interesting election this time. Mohan is joining us live. Anand Mohan from Republic Bangla. Anand Mohan ji, क्या हो रहा है वहाँ पे?
देखिए, सुबह से जो चुनाव की प्रक्रिया है वो शुरू हो चुकी है। राजारहाट गोपालपुर विधानसभा केंद्र में भी वही अवस्था है जो राजारहाट न्यू टाउन में है। लोग काफी तादाद में आज वोट दान के लिए निकल पड़े हैं घर से, एवं जो खबर आ रही है कि कुछ जगह पर ईवीएम में गड़बड़ी हुई है, यानी कि जो चुनाव की प्रक्रिया जब शुरू हो रही थी तो ईवीएम में प्रॉब्लम आई है, इसके लिए मतदान में विलंब हो रही थी। अभी फिलहाल जो है चुनाव आयोग द्वारा राजारहाट गोपालपुर विधानसभा के जो कुछ बूथ है उस पर ईवीएम को बदले गए हैं और वहां पर चुनाव पुनः शुरू कर दी गई है। जो लंबे कतार जो लगे हुए थे सुबह से ही, वो लोग जब ईवीएम खराब आया, जब विषय सामने आया तो लोग थोड़ा नाराज हुए, लेकिन अभी जो है चुनाव आयोग द्वारा जो है उस ईवीएम को बदल दिया गया है और चुनाव प्रक्रिया जो है वो शुरू कर दी गई है राजारहाट गोपालपुर विधानसभा केंद्र में। कुछ जगह पर इस तरह की जो है सुबह में घटनाएं आई है सामने में, लेकिन लोग जो है वो पेशेंस खो रहे थे और उनको लोगों को समझाया बुझाया गया है और जो चुनाव की प्रक्रिया फिलहाल शुरू कर दी गई है और चुनाव जो है अब काफी मात्रा में, काफी तादाद में पिछड़ा एवं एकदम इधर देखिए जो विजुअल वगैरह जो है, जो यहाँ पे जो सेंटर फोर के जो भी है वो लोग जवान लोग वोटर लोगों को समझा रहे हैं। विलम्ब हो रही है चुनाव प्रक्रिया में, लेकिन थोड़ा हौसला रखे ताकि वो लोग
Mohan ji, looking at the security there, yeah, the great security presence there, Abhishek, every almost 50 meters. There is central paramilitary forces deployed, but long lines. Bengal turning up in long lines. Look at that.
They're coming out in big numbers. That I think is indicative of what's really happening. I mean, people have decided either way, this way or that way, that they are going to make themselves heard, and the fact that the security arrangements are such that every one of them are able to vote. Niranjan, when we were growing up, we would hear of India average voting 55%, 52%.
Yes.
And we will hear of developed world countries, recording 80% and 75%. We would think, oh wow, what good democracies they are. They get people to participate. And now look at our numbers, almost on an average of 80%, 93% in phase one. This is going to look.
And I'm seeing 90% of women there, Abhishek.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think women are voting decisively. Is it an Arjikar effect, Sandesh Khali effect, or is it Mamata just managing a swan song?
Well, interesting times, because Abhishek, I've been to Kolkata many times. I mean, I travel at least 3 to 4 times a year. I can tell you that people are fed up. That's my sense, my personal sense. Kolkata has changed in the last 10 years. Some people say you can't even recognize Kolkata anymore, given the influx of infiltrators. But that said, let me go across to Kabir Shankar Bose, YG Madhuvanti, Niladri Bhattacharya, joining us on the live broadcast this morning. Good morning, everyone. And Niladri, very nervous, seeing that Trinamool Congress has been awake overnight, drafting a petition in the Supreme Court against Singham. Singham effect. Why so nervous? One police officer, Niladri. Why is one police officer sending everybody into a tizzy in Trinamool Congress?
See, Niranjan, Ajay Pal Sharma, as we discussed yesterday night also at Arnab show.
Correct.
He is in reason because of he's in limelight because of all the wrong reasons. TMC has filed a petition against him in High Court yesterday. They lost it out. And today morning, that is why they have gone to Supreme Court. Let's see what happens. But it makes no difference to the voting pattern or voting thing. It makes, for me personally, it will make not a difference. Because today is a voting day and yesterday whatever had to be done was done only. He was doing his duty and let's see what happens. Okay. It is only an academic exercise as far as Ajay Pal Sharma is concerned. But
don't you think they're overreacting? Kabir, don't you think that TMC is overreacting to one police officer? Overreacting.
I'm very glad that, Niladri has just admitted that he was just doing his duty. I'm very glad. He was definitely doing his duty. And, he was trying to maintain law and order, which is completely broken down in Bengal. But it is not overreaction. I feel it is the nervousness rushing to Supreme Court on the day of polls. Even TMC knows that, nothing's going to happen. But rushing to Supreme Court and just making this hue and cry over one IPS officer, it shows the nervousness, the breakdown within TMC cadres, the fear that they are in, that this is not going their way. That's what I feel this is happening in these elections.
Like, the security issue has so loomed large on this election. We have these pictures. Can we go again?
Let's go straight to the pictures, yes.
And that really showed some mobilization, some deployment, and the security forces really trying to enforce rule of law and model code of conduct. Ajay Pal Sharma was also doing that in his own style. It's not about Bengal. He does that similarly in Uttar Pradesh. Because remember, Trinamool tried to give a spin that whether he's able to do it because he's come to a non-Hindi speaking state. He's an IPS officer, and IPS, it's Indian police service, not Uttar Pradesh police service.
Not just that, Abhishek, you know what they tried yesterday? They took a fake video. They took a fake video of somebody else dancing, and they said, hey, dekho, this is the state of IPS officer. And this case was settled about, I think, 10 years back. It happened to be some businessman from somewhere. And they passed that off as an IPS officer. And I was shocked that even parliamentarians of the Trinamool Congress were busy tweeting this video, a fake video about an IPS officer. You have to be really...
That according to Niladri's academic exercise. That's what he said, right? Niladri, academic exercise. But let's quickly get in. Also,
we can't put definitely an academic exercise.
Can't we play the pictures, Sharath? I mean,
yeah, we had pictures of ISKCON monks, Abhishek. ISKCON monks were going, were out voting. Let's cut it. Yeah, look at that. Fantastic pictures. Let's put the audio up. Let's put the audio up there. Audio up, audio up. Fantastic pictures.
That's ISKCON, but this is also indicative of the kind of change of narrative that's taken place in Bengal, Niranjan. Well, earlier there was a politics from the time of left to the time of Trinamool, where you could not so openly on the streets make a political statement of your being Hindu, and this seems to be exactly that. So in that sense, the Bengal narrative has changed. Whether it has changed enough to reflect in the election results is something that we will know at 5 p.m. when the exit poll numbers come in. But there is a lot happening other places also. So we'll come back to these ISKCON monks when they have voted. I don't know whether they would speak whom they have voted for. But
you want to hazard a guess on who they voted for?
Why not? I mean, it's about the political choice. And let's not mix religion and politics, Niranjan.
No,
I hope the monks also not do that. Okay.
Harsha is joining us live.
Harsha is joining us live from Falta, and Falta is the constituency which was in the news for all the wrong reasons, with that clash building up between UP-IPS Ajaypal Sharma and Jahangir Khan, the Trinamool candidate there. Harsha, first up, how's the voting going on? Peaceful mobilization? Are people coming out and voting?
Abhishek, Niranjan, you both can see I'm smiling this morning, and it is because this Falta being a very sensitive place, but still we are expecting that no violence happens today in the Falta, because since 2 days there has been a lot of attention which Falta has grabbed because of TMC candidate Jahangir Khan and Ajaypal Sharma as well. But right now, showing you the visuals, you see it's almost 50 to 100 meter queue from the polling booth till outside of the women, of the men from 18 years to 70 years, all the age group are, there at the queue waiting for their polling, waiting for the chance to poll and go inside. And these are the visuals from Falta. One thing is for sure, that Falta has always been a constituency where there has been a heavy voter turnout. In 2021, it was more than 85%. And this time, the election commission and what the pulse we are sensing from ground is that it's going to be more than 90 or 92% here in Falta alone. This is a constituency which comes under Diamond Harbour. And also, it's the parliamentary constituency of the Abhishek Banerjee. So also, this has grabbed a lot of attention. And also, one thing is for sure, I agree with both of you, that this time in West Bengal, it's going to be this way or that way. There's not going to be midway. West Bengal has always believed in sweeping mandate, be it during Jyoti Basu time, be it during Mamata Banerjee movement. And so this time also, there's not going to be any fractured verdict. And at the end of the day, what the sources and what the sense I'm getting from ground is that the polling percentage in this phase is going to be much bigger than phase 1. And I'm saying this because this is a stronghold. Phase 2 is a stronghold of TMC. And also, if we talk about South 24 Pargana, where exactly I'm reporting from, there are 31 assembly constituency, and from out of 30 TMC won in 2021. So this time, most of the things are at stake for them, be it the minority being majority, be it the majority coming out and voting since morning in several constituencies. The general assembly constituencies we are seeing since 6 o'clock in the morning, 5:30 a.m. in the morning, voters queued at the polling center to cast their vote. Women are voting this time huge in number. They're talking first time. They're talking that we don't want government who is giving us freebies. We want a government who empower us. That's a very big statement which is coming from the women voters across West Bengal. Wherever we have been to during phase 1, during phase 2 campaigning, they're speaking about empowerment. They're speaking about law and order. They don't want the promises. They don't want just the amount in their account. They want to be empowered. Youths want to be empowered. So this time the voting is going to happen, and keeping in mind the anti-incumbency, keeping in mind the growth of the state, everything. And that is the reason why voters are turning up huge in number. I'll take you near to the polling booth because we see security is also heightened. Falta has been in news from last 2 days. Therefore, any sort of mobilization, security forces are not letting happen in this area. Since morning, there has been twice the flag march in this area because the lanes are narrow. It's very narrow polling booth in Falta region we are reporting from. Therefore, CRPF officials are ensuring that there's no mobilization of electors or voters anywhere, because the mobilization and gathering of crowd clearly clearly means there is some sort of intimidation which is happening. Jahangir Khan, TMC candidate, who is supposed to come here for the voting, he's expected to come late in the evening. He is not expected to come here, anywhere in the afternoon or in the morning. We have got to know he will come around 5 or 6 p.m. in the evening only. But you see, huge number of women turning up at the polling booth to cast their vote. Abhishek, Niranjan, these are the visuals which make us believe in the democracy, which make us believe that how much important it is for electors to come out and vote without being intimidated, without being in fear, without being scared of anyone. And these are the voters who are turning up to the polling booth to vote today in the Falta Assembly constituency, the constituency where this time we can't say that TMC has an edge, because in these 2 days, one thing is for sure, after Ajay Pa Sharma viral video, the voters are not being intimidated. The voters are coming out. They know that they don't have to be scared because officials, the para forces are heavily deployed here from inside of the booth till outside of the booth. Every vantages are not letting anyone intimidate them.
Right.
So this is what the morning of the Falta Assembly constituency, Abhishek and Niranjan, looks like.
Okay. Yeah, Niranjan, before you go into the conversation, the beauty of English language, it says Diamond Harbour, does not look like diamond, does not look like harbour, but still Diamond Harbour. I mean, I always wonder when you go to, when you think of Elphinstone Road station, you think it's a French suburb or something. When you go to Mumbai, you realize Elphinstone Road is very different. Maybe the name changes are actually good.
Close to a slum.
Exactly.
It's actually a slum.
So, it more looks like Falta actually rather than Diamond. Okay.
Don't do that, Abhishek.
All right. No, I'm just, we have banter, Niranjan, just building up. Early morning. A lot of people might not have had coffee also.
TMC will make this clip viral.
Okay. So, but that's why I got in Elphinstone Road also.
But talking about Falta, let me talk about Falta. Falta, the Trinamool Congress won here by 40,774 seats. That was the victory margin in 2021. And Falta, the BJP lost big time. It was a landslide victory for the Trinamool Congress. SIR, interestingly, removed only 580 names from here. Only 580. I mean, compare the average number of voters deleted in phase 2 is anywhere between 8 and 10,000. In Falta, only 500 were deleted. Wonder why? Okay, should we go across to Madhuvanti? Madhuvanti is joining us live. Madhuvanti, before I come across to you, there's a breaking news.
Let's go to that breaking. Madhuvanti will come to you just in a bit. I had a question, but I think some development there.
Derek O'Brien has tweeted. He said that, Mr. Prime Minister, you had announced that you are the candidate for the 294 seats in Bengal. He's saying accept a challenge, and the challenge they're asking them to accept is on the 4th of May when Mamata Banerjee and Trinamool Congress win Bengal. They've declared victory. They've declared victory. Will you resign from the Prime Minister's post? That is the challenge that has been thrown by the Trinamool Congress. Got the guts? That's what they're asking. It's okay. It's okay to tweet these things. It's another to win elections and then win elections back to back. In fact, since 2024, the BJP has won 4 states, swept 4 states, not one, but swept 4 states. By that logic, a lot of people should have resigned. There is also a soundbite of Derek O'Brien. Let's play that soundbite.
अनाउंस किया था बंगाल की सभी 294 सीट्स पर आप ही कैंडिडेट है। बड़ी बड़ी बात छोड़िए, ये चैलेंज स्वीकार कीजिए। 4 मई को जब ममता बनर्जी और टीएमसी बंगाल जीतेंगे, प्रधानमंत्री पद से रेजिग्नेशन दीजिए। है दम? नरेंद्र, आपने अनाउंस किया था बंगाल की सभी 294।
Okay. All right, Madhuvanti, now let's get you in. Is this going to be Mamata Banerjee's swan song election, or is this, or would she survive and live for another day to tell a tale?
Good morning to both of you, Abhishek and Niranjan. I'm having fun. I'm enjoying watching what's going on in Bengal because I'm so happy to see women safely coming out and voting, which has not been the case for the past 4.5 years anywhere in Bengal. And that's what we've been seeing. It's so nice to see women come out and vote. Having said that, I am sure the women have not come out in large numbers to vote for Mamata Banerjee. I am extremely sure and I'm confident. And when I saw the saffron on those ISKCON monks, I think the stage is set. I don't want to say anything more because, like you rightly said, I don't want to mix religion with politics. But then, what happened in the neighboring state to an ISKCON monk, I think is also going to play a major role in what is happening in Bengal today. It is, you cannot just forget all these things and suddenly say that Mamata Banerjee is going to come back to power. Derek O'Brien, poor man, he needed some publicity. He got it this morning. Good for him. But then I don't think the Prime Minister of Bharat is going to be worried about such threats and such dares, because he knows what he is doing. Everybody in the BJP knows what they are doing. And this is going to be a clean sweep for the BJP, and it's going to be the right kind of rule, right, pun intended, for Bengal come May 4th. And that's my opinion and my gut feel all the way through.
You know, it's a very important issue that you flag, Madhuvanti, because not been discussed much, but the developments that have happened in Bangladesh over a year and a half are going to have some impact or fallout on Bengal also.
Shuvendu Adhikari voting there, Abhishek.
Shuvendu Adhikari already voting. Shuvendu Adhikari early in the morning. No, he's not voting. He's gone to temple. Oh, yeah, that's the narrative of the BJP, the Hindu party, out fully in force and wearing their religion up their sleeve, you know. We have seen that, you know, the whole politics turning on its head. Earlier it was BAM, and then even Trinamool, with the kind of Muslim appeasement politics Mamata Banerjee practiced. The BJP turned it on its head, said, we are the Hindu party, let Mamata Banerjee consolidate the Muslim vote. We'll try to do that with the Hindu vote. Okay, Shuvendu Adhikari there carrying out prayers at a Hanuman temple in his constituency, Bhabanipur. And remember, Niranjan, he defeated Mamata Banerjee in Nandigram last election, 2021. And this time, he's come to challenge the chief minister in her den, so to say. So South Bengal is the bastion of Trinamool, as it is called, and perhaps for a reason, and of course for a reason. Niladri, do you feel challenged that the BJP is confident enough to pit their leader of opposition, effectively their face of the party in the state, against the chief minister right there in her constituency, in her bastion, in her fort?
No, Abhishek, what I think is that Shuvendu, by taking on the CM in her own bastion, has committed harakiri. He will definitely lose here, because even though there has been some SIR deletions, to be fair enough, but then the people of Bhabanipur will definitely vote for Mamata. Shuvendu's problem is he has to show himself as to be repeating what happened in 2021, and that is how he's trying to now take on the CM. But he will definitely lose in Bhabanipur. Bhabanipur he can't win, even though he may win Nandigram because that is his place. But Bhabanipur will be is harakiri for him. He can't win Bhabanipur. Come what may come, however he may try, because the TMC is going to put all its force to make Mamata Banerjee win from Bhabanipur, because that's a prestige fight and she can't lose that seat.
Yeah, but Bhabanipur, I don't think SIR factor is going to play a factor here at all. It's going to be a factor here at all, because looking at the numbers in Bhabanipur, Trinamool Congress won by 28,000 votes.
No, Mamata won by 58,000 votes, and the SIR has knocked off 51,000 votes. So even if assume that all of them, you know, are of one side or that, but I think it's going to be a factor. It's not in the sense that the SIR docking is more than the victory margin, but still substantial.
Okay, so we'll take a short break.
Not forget, can I just make a point?
Yes, okay.
Mamata won a by-election.
Yeah, Mamata won a by-election and Shuvendu was not there. I have to discuss that, because, you know, even otherwise, in between there was one more election, which was the 2024 general election. The dynamics really changed even in Bhabanipur there, and that's worrisome for the Trinamool. We're taking a quick short break, coming back on the other side, and we'll get in all the conversation going.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
RK
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला।
अनीस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the missile follows the eyes. This high off-bore sight ability lets the jet attack from strange angles without turning the whole plane first. This upgrade matters a lot because the region stays tense. Pakistan flies JF-17 jets with modern PL-10 missiles that reach farther and lock on quicker. China
Right, welcome back, friends. Niranjan continues to be with me, and Shivam joins us in the broadcast. Niranjan, we were having this conversation on what this really means for Mamata Banerjee, and we are getting regular updates from the ground. We'll keep breaking them. We just a while back had Shuvendu Adhikari, the leader of opposition of Bengal, effective in the face of the BJP in this election, and of course taking on the Chief Minister in a den of Bhabanipur. Praying at a Hanuman temple a while back. He has come out. I believe he made a soundbite. We can get it. But,
yes.
Before that, can I go to Madhubanti
of course.
to our guests for that one comment? All right. Who will take that question? Bhabanipur is not going to be easy, breezy for Mamata Banerjee. Not just because Shuvendu Adhikari is there, but electoral dynamics have changed for two factors. One, the SIR, that's of course everywhere. By the way, Niranjan, the SIR is having double the impact in phase 2 than phase 1. Yeah. Because the 90 odd lakh votes that got deleted because of SIR Only 30 lakh were in the phase 1.
I have a breakup of that. Very interesting stat. I'll give that to you and then you can take it to Madhuvanti.
Yeah.
South 24 Parganas, where there is a 35% Muslim population and 63% Hindu population, the total deletions here is about 10.5 lakhs, almost 11 lakh deletions. That's 1 million deleted in South 24 Parganas. Nadia, with 26% Muslim population, is seeing 4.8 lakh deletions. Most critical, North 24 Parganas with 25% Muslim population, seeing 12.5 lakh deletions. So you're right, 50 to 60% of the deletions being seen in SIR phase 2.
Kabir, I want to, because we were having a conversation, Kabir, when we took that break, which is that Bhabanipur is not going to be easy. One statistic is, of course, of the SIR. The other is the 2024 general election that I was talking about, Kabir, which is that of the 8 Kolkata Municipal Corporation wards that are there in Bhabanipur, out of that, BJP led in 5. That's worrisome for Trinamool and for Mamata Banerjee.
Totally. So the original election in 21, before Mamata came to Bhabanipur, where she first contested from Nandigram, the margin was about 28,000. And there are about 58,000 deletions in SIR. Now, in a by-election, which what was the margin, the SIR deletions in Bhabanipur? Do you have the exact figure? But when she contested in a by-election, her margin rose to 58,000. Plus, in Lok Sabha, the dynamics changed. Like you said, BJP led in several wards. So it's not at all an easy fight. Yes, there is a perception in public that it's a bastion, but it's nothing like that. Bengal is on a different mood now. Bengal is...
Sorry to be interjecting, but these are pictures of Shubhendu Adhikari now voting. He has just come out of voting. Can we...
He's just cast his vote. Can
he
you
just
audio
cast
there?
his vote, I believe.
Okay, that was him praying, and from there he moved to a polling booth, and he's cast his...
Kabir, coming back. Kabir, yes, you were explaining about the difficulty that Mamata Banerjee is going to face statistically in Bhabanipur.
Right, statistically, and also we've seen, she's walked off the stage. She said BJP is playing loud music, so I cannot give my speech. Telltale signs of her nervousness. We've seen shows and sabhas, stage programs of Trinamool Congress not having the desired turnout. So a lot of visuals we've seen during this entire electoral phase. So putting everything together, the numbers, the ground reality, the lead which BJP, the evolved BJP today, is going to be a tough fight for Mamata Banerjee in Bhabanipur. So we'll just have to see on 4th how it plays out.
Right, and Niladri, this nervousness is something which has been talked about for some time. Mamata Banerjee herself not in her element, so to say, getting distracted by BJP. I think we lost Niladri there. Okay, let's get Madhuvanti there in the conversation. Madhuvanti, and we should also get reporters live from the ground. We have many of them bringing those pictures. Okay, pictures of Abhishek Banerjee voting.
Let's go full frame.
This must be Diamond Harbour. Or no, this is not Diamond Harbour. The voting would be somewhere else, not exactly.
Hearing that these pictures are from Kolkata.
Yeah.
Pictures coming in from Kolkata as Abhishek Banerjee of the Trinamool Congress. A very controversial comment that he made yesterday, Abhishek, that the last time around he let go of the people, referring to BJP. He said, I let go of you the last time around, but this time I will not spare you on the 4th of May. So there's a lot of post-poll violence that they are promising. So Trinamool Congress has outdone itself for this election in terms of the threats that it has issued even while elections continue. Abhishek Banerjee there has cast his vote, and he's just entered the polling booth there. And security forces are also present in large numbers at this booth. We'll go across to Harsha as well. Harsha is joining us live from Diamond Harbour. Diamond Harbour is the stronghold of Abhishek Banerjee. That's where he spent a lot of time the last few days. Yeah, he's gone inside. He's entered the polling booth there. He's entered the polling booth. Those are pictures coming in from another angle, Abhishek. And as we stay on this, we stay on these pictures.
This is Abhishek Banerjee voting. Yeah, and Abhishek Banerjee, in fact, I remember one tic-tac that interview that Union Home Minister Amit Shah had with us, and the question was asked whether the BJP is coming to power. An interesting answer, and with politicians, we have to really read between the lines and read the words and their meaning. He said, nobody wants Abhishek Banerjee to be the Chief Minister of Bengal anymore. Yeah. And I think in many ways, Abhishek Banerjee really has his hands on the levers of power in Bengal, even as Mamata Banerjee has been Chief Minister, and maybe even within Trinamool, his clout is, people don't like it. Some in Trinamool perhaps don't like it, the kind of power he wields over Mamata Banerjee and hence on the government. And so this aspect of Bhaipo. What? Bhaipo, yeah. Bhaipo controlling, power and the party is something which has been one of the campaign pitches of the BJP. He still maintains that Swagardichi. He still believes that, and you can see it in his body language. He's voted, coming out. Is he going to speak? He cannot speak immediately outside the polling booth. He has to walk a bit. That's why perhaps he might just... Oh, a lot of shouting, screaming, excitement, or is that something more than excitement? Waiting for Abhishek Banerjee there. Those are live shots. Media waiting to get a glimpse of Abhishek Banerjee and get a soundbite, of course, from him.
And also the kind of statements that he made a while ago. It's my responsibility, the soil belongs to all equally. And he calling the central leaders as leaders from Delhi and Gujarat are now asking for proof of our citizenship after 79 years of independence. And he goes on to say, Jai Shri Ram since 2014, and they mocked our food habits, and now they are campaigning with fish at various rallies. Now, these are the kind of statements even Abhishek Banerjee is making now. He's about to speak. I believe he's about to speak.
Oh, he's speaking. Can we cut live? Let's stay on this. Let's stay on this, please. Boost the audio. Boost the audio.
অবজারভাররা নির্বাচন কমিশনের চোখ এবং কান হিসেবে কাজ করবে এবং রিপোর্ট দেবে রিপোর্ট দেবে নির্বাচন কমিশন। তারপর নির্বাচন কমিশন সিদ্ধান্ত নেবে কীভাবে কী করা উচিত। তারা বিভিন্নভাবে গিয়ে যে ধমকানো চমকানো, বিশেষ করে তৃণমূলের যাদের বিরুদ্ধে কোনো কেস নেই, করে কোনো লাভ নেই। আগেও হয়েছে, মুখ টুকরে পড়েছে, 4 তারিখ দেখতে খুঁজে পাওয়া যায়। We should wait for another couple of hours. But the way observers have been behaving, the Constitution or the CRPC or the BNSS or any election commission's guideline doesn't give them the mandate or empower them to conduct raids. And despite High Court orders, they are flouting the guidelines that has been laid by the High Court of the Honorable Supreme Court. They are flouting the guidelines that has been laid by the Election Commission's own set of guidelines in the Electoral Observers Handbook and trying to exceed their brief and mandate and acting as a subservient of their political master sitting in Uttar Pradesh and Delhi. However, none of these tricks will work. When the ballots open and the results are out, you will see that Trinamool Congress will come back with a bigger and better majority.
Sir, many outsiders. Sir, allegation of many outsiders into Bengal.
We have given the letter and complaint to the Election Commission, to the CEC, to the Abhishek. Now it is for them to act. আমরা টেক আপ করেছি বিভিন্ন জায়গায় খারাপের যে খবর আমরা পাচ্ছি আমাদের প্রত্যেকটা বুথে কানেক্টেড রয়েছে। আমরা সেক্টর অফিসারের সাথে কথা বলছি, ডিওর সাথে কথা বলছি এবং প্রায় 60% অলরেডি খবর পেয়েছিলাম, অলরেডি ইন্ডিয়ান রিপ্লেস করে দেওয়া হয়েছে। বাকি যেটুকু আছে আমি আশাবাদী আমি মানুষকে বলবো আপনারা নির্ভয়ে মাথা উঁচু করে ভোট দিন। বাংলার মানুষকে ভয় দেখাতে চাইছে বিজেপির গুন্ডা, কিছু গুন্ডা ওরা পাঠিয়েছে উত্তরপ্রদেশ থেকে, যারা এখানে ফুটেজ খেতে এসেছিল তাদের নিজেদের ফুটেজ বেরিয়ে গেছে, আপনারা সেগুলো দেখেছেন। মানুষ যেন মাথা উঁচু করে শান্তিপূর্ণভাবে নির্ভয়ে ভোট দেয় এবং বাংলার প্রতি যে বঞ্চনা হয়েছে, বাংলাকে যেভাবে অপমানিত করা হয়েছে, আমাদের রোহিঙ্গা বলে আখ্যায়িত করা হয়েছে, আমাদের খাদ্যাভ্যাস নিয়ে আমাদের ব্যঙ্গ বিদ্রুপ করা হয়েছে, তার জবাব যেন আজকে বাংলার মানুষ
All right, so this is Abhishek Banerjee. I think he's speaking, but he is clearly mentioning that in Bengali he said they are calling us a Rohingya.
Yeah, I heard that. So basically,
who called him Rohingya?
No, the people from...
So that's the narrative that the Trinamool has built, that this is,
experts at
the BJP's campaign is an attack on Bengali identity, and that if the BJP comes to power, they'll not let you eat much, and that if they come to power, you would be called Rohingyas and Bangladeshis and whatnot, but not Bengalis.
Pretty upset after the SI, definitely. They are unhappy with the voter deletion and the deletion of voters, especially of the illegal immigrants who came to India, and they were added into the electoral roll earlier. Those voters...
Abhishek Banerjee, by the way, has made a claim that poll observers are threatening voters. Poll observers are threatening voters. This is the allegation being made by Abhishek Banerjee.
Kabir, is this...
Yes.
Is this an election about Bengali identity, and is this actually playing out in the mind of the electorate this time, that they have been called Rohingyas, that they cannot eat much, or that for the first time without fear people can come out and pray and go to temples and wear their religion on their sleeves and not be guided by the political compulsions of the Trinamool?
This is a narrative that has been created by Trinamool Congress, that the Bengalis' identity is at stake, is in fear. No, I myself am a Bengali. I live in Calcutta. I'm a son on this soil. Is my existence under threat? No. All this march, the fish will be closed, meat shops will be closed. No. This is a narrative which has been created by Trinamool Congress to make an attempt to swing votes. This is a vote for Bengalis to live with their respect. We were not getting the respect in Bengal. We were not able to exercise our voting franchise in the past. It's been a violence-free Bengal. We don't like violence. We don't like the syndicate Raj. We don't like the cut money Raj. We don't like the way the police are totally polarized in West Bengal.
Yeah.
False cases, murders. We don't like that. So this is an election for Bengalis to stand up and say, we want our Sonar Bangla back. We want that Bengal where we can live with our head held high.
Yeah.
This is that vote, nothing else.
Okay, we are getting more pictures and more breaking. Niranjan, I believe there is a breaking.
Yeah. Okay, guys, let's go to the pictures coming in right now. We have pictures also, Abhishek, being told right now that Mamata Banerjee's brother is being warned by the CRPF. We have those pictures coming in just now from Republic Bangla. It will be coming in any minute. But these are pictures that we have now access of a BJP booth agent who's been attacked at booth number 161, Canning, South 24 Parganas. A BJP booth agent has been hit. We have those pictures. I think there's a still picture. Is that Mamata Banerjee's brother? I think the visual that we just had, a visual was of the CRPF warning Mamata Banerjee's brother. I think that was the picture. But this visual, this still picture, is of a BJP booth agent being attacked in South 24 Parganas. He's been attacked. You can see the bruise on his eye. His identity, not known, his name, we don't know, but he's a BJP booth agent and he's been attacked. those pictures just came in.
Yeah, that is why it's very important for that such a heavy deployment was required. And the 2.4, the CAPF deployment was very necessary. And even after that, there are certain sporadic incidents of violence which are being reported, clearly established by the visuals on the screen. He has been beaten black and blue. You can completely see the bruises on his face. He was a BJP worker.
Yeah, and there are sporadic instances of violence getting reported. In fact, Election Commission has said that the central forces have been instructed and given a free hand to carry out lathi charge if need be, and make sure that the disturbances are controlled even before they flare up.
Yeah, there were two pictures that came in, great, different angles, but it shows the same thing, that he's got a bruise on his eye. But we want to go across to Harsha on the field. Mohan in North 24 Parganas. We want to go across live to our reporters there on the ground. We're getting in some more breaking news updates in the Bali Assembly constituency. Voters at the Don Bosco School polling station are upset because there is a malfunctioning of a voting machine. Central forces had to carry out a bait-in charge. It's a Republic Bangla input that's come in. We'll go across to those pictures itself. This is being reported. We have the visuals. Okay, great. Visuals are coming. Fantastic visuals. Let's just cue them up. We'll go to them full frame. Central forces had to resort to a lathi charge here. Two individuals were arrested in connection with this particular incident. In fact, they tried to manufacture a forced protest there, and they were put in place. A large police force was deployed. Howrah Police Commissioner arrived to address the disturbances. This was at booth 152, 153, 154. Look at that. Exclusive pictures, please. Exclusive pictures. This is from Amdanga. This is not from North 24 Parganas. This is not South. This is not Howrah. This is South 24 Parganas. This is not Howrah. This is South 24 Parganas.
Amdanga.
This is where the state police and RAF were in action at a booth number 89 in Amdanga. We're trying to get more details of what happened here, but appears like there was some violence being reported close to a booth, and they had to rush. Abhishek, the sheer number 2.5 lakh CAPF forces.
Yeah.
I mean, every 100 meters, they're there.
I think that's been the game changer, in fact, Niranjan. The last assembly election in 2021, 700 companies of the Central Armed Paramilitary Forces were deployed. Of course, it was an 8-phase election. This time it's just 2 phases, so you had to beef up. But 2,400 plus companies of these paramilitary forces, that really gives you an idea of the kind of seriousness with which law and order has been taken, and the lessons that were taken from 2021. Remember, about 15 to 20 deaths had taken place in the immediate aftermath of the results that came in. This was clearly targeted political violence. BJP, in fact, had claimed at that time that about 100 to 115 of their workers were killed in post-poll violence, not in the immediate first week, but over a month, because those were reprisal killings of those who supported the BJP because the Trinamool had won. We have seen the culture of political violence in Bengal with the ruling party sort of monopolizing it. So earlier it was the left. We have earlier, remember from the 90s, seen pictures of Mamata Banerjee facing the brunt. And now it's the BJP which takes the hit of this political violence. And that's why this massive beef up of security, so that the centre and the Election Commission, I think, really wanted to send across a message that there is no messing around this time with people and their safety and the voters and their lives, and that if the Trinamool cadres come out to intimidate voters, it's not going to be allowed. And we have seen the phase one, Ranjan, whenever there would be some violence, the security forces really outnumber the mobsters. And that really sent across a message that no messing around this time with democracy and political process of voting and the exercise of their franchise.
And the biggest case of violence which was reported in the previous phase 1 election was between AJUP, which is the Humayun Kabir's party, and the Trinamool Congress in a Muslim-dominated area. And but the violence did not escalate to a level where people were getting killed, because there was no election that has passed with people getting killed in West Bengal. And also, Abhishek, the very fact how the TMC workers, the cadres, and when they come on TV, television debates, they try to defend this by saying that things were even worse in the left rule and situation has improved. Now, it's very difficult to manage a state as big and as complex as West Bengal. That's what the Trinamool Congress cadres, their supporters, their panelists claim when they come to TV debates. Now, definitely a very good step by the Centre, by Election Commission, for when they deployed such a huge number of security forces on ground, and this clearly establishes the fact why it is required. Now, we are getting more visuals.
Yeah, those are pictures from Howrah, by the way. These are pictures from Howrah, I can confirm to you. These are details that have been sent by our Republic Bangla team as well. What has happened here in Howrah?
Lathi charge.
Lathi charge because they tried to create a ruckus because one voting machine was malfunctioning. Let's put a first on that, please. First on, exclusive. Yeah, okay. Look at that. They tried to create a ruckus and they were taught a lesson.
And the Nats, please.
Nats, yeah. Let's put the volume up. Pump up the volume.
The security forces will leave no stone unturned. Violence not allowed, not even a single incident. They stop it from the point where it starts.
One person tried to create a ruckus, and he was put in place. I think they tried to create some situation there, disturbance while the polling was on, and well, dramatic pictures. Two of them, yeah, picked up. Tada, bye-bye. We'll see you next election. Taken out.
We believe this person is injured also, and that's why he's being carried in this way. And this is the second accused. Both of them are responsible for the violence coming in from Howrah, a very critical stronghold of the Congress.
We have some details of what happened here. This is the Bali Assembly constituency. Voters were at the Don Bosco school. There was malfunctioning of a voting machine. Central forces had to carry out a beaten charge. 2 people were arrested. So it appears like the 2 of them who were being, physically being taken out, they were arrested, both of them, one in the pink t-shirt, one in the blue t-shirt. Police was deployed at the scene. Howrah Police Commissioner also arrived here to address the disturbance. Okay, we'll take a short break, I think, at this point. We'll take a short break. Things are just warming up in Bengal, ladies and gentlemen. Things are just warming up. 8:52 a.m. as we take a short break. We'll come back with the pictures. Picture abhi baki hai in Bengal.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the missile follows the eyes. This high off-bore sight ability lets the jet attack from strange angles without turning the whole plane first. This upgrade matters a lot because the region stays tense. Pakistan flies JF-17 jets with modern PL-10 missiles that reach farther and lock on quicker. China uses even better systems on its J.
All right, viewers, coming up next, key constituencies go to polls today in Bengal. It's Mamata Banerjee versus Suvendu Adhikari in Bhabanipur. Coming up next.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग असली स्वाद असली मजा
MTH
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the advanced short-range air-to-air missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company
from Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're on phase 2 of Bengal elections, and we have a defining image coming in. Abhishek, you want to capture that?
It's 9 o'clock. First numbers of polling would come in, and yes, defining picture there. Let's cut to that straight as Amrita joins us in the studios in place of Shivam. Can we go to that picture, Sharath? Yes, that's a defining moment, I believe. Mamata Banerjee sitting there in Bhabanipur.
Councillor Asim Basu seated with her. So Mamata Banerjee, I think this
Kumar Bose alias Asim Basu.
Asim Basu. And now this picture says a lot. Abhishek, you want to capture it?
Is she cutting a lonely furrow there? Is she a little, people not
Has
there?
she given up?
Is she pensive? Is she thinking, is this my swan song? Is this the last one?
She kind of gave that feeling when she said, if Trinamool rahega, remember that comment that she made a few days back?
Yeah.
If Trinamool remains, we'll see. We'll meet again if Trinamool remains. Now, she's increasingly getting a feeling that maybe somewhere the ground is slipping for the Trinamool Congress.
Yeah, ground slipping from beneath her feet.
Yes.
Is she a little lost? Even if she has not lost, we have... all right, we have Danish Aziz joining us of the AIMIM. And he's a leader of the AIMIM from West Bengal. We also have Ratan Sharda, RLS leading analyst. Ratan Sharda, you're looking at these pictures of Mamata Banerjee cutting a lonely furrow there, sitting in her constituency. Not many people around and a little pensive there. What do you think Ratan Sharda must be going on in her mind?
I think she has realized, first of all, good morning to all of you, and on a day which can be very, very decisive for not just Bengal but also for India, which way the politics will go, whether India alliance of fake secularism will win or whether the genuine nationalism will win. This is what is going to decide the fate of Bengal, whether they want to become Bangladeshis or they want to remain Bharati and let Bangladesh learn some lessons. So it's a very serious election. As far as Mamata is concerned, I think she is very pensive. The expression on her face shows that she is in a dilemma. It shows that she is thinking very hard where she went wrong, because this time, if you remember the election that you saw, TMC had a typical old tired agenda, Bangla pride and all that, nothing about development, nothing about the nation, but versus BJP, which was much more organized, much more clear messaging, very progressive agenda. These things have got into the people's mind. As one of my friend had said, Bengali friend told me, there is not an election between TMC and BJP anymore. It's an election between Mamata Banerjee and the people. I see every day, even today I saw the TMC supporter was threatening people about voting for BJP or coming out. And this shows the desperation of TMC. And secondly, scant respect for democracy. The biggest change I see is the neutrality of so-called Bhadralok of Bengal, or the thinking middle class, who thought that they would be fashionably secular, has also broken. That is very, very important. I see a totally different way the middle class thinking Bengali used to behave or act against BJP or Hindutva thoughts. It has changed totally. All these things I'm very sure is weighing on Mamata's mind, and whether this Gundaism will work or not. She has already said that election commission is doing some, oppressing people. Basically, the election commission and the paramilitary force have seen to it that their way of elections, where their way or highway will no more work. And I think there's a big change, and I'm sure Mamata is deeply into thought on that.
Yeah, there's a video. That's a video of Mamata Banerjee that's come in now. I think that's a clearer video. I think we should play that video. That's okay. Can we play that? Mitunda.
और अगर गया तो समझ लीजिए क्या होने वाला, बहाव आने वाला।
सर फर्स्ट फेज में जो चुनाव हुआ वो चुनाव शांतिपूर्ण था, लेकिन सेकंड फेज में शुरू से ही काफी सारी जगहों से हिंसा की घटना सामने आई।
मैं कोई ऐसी बात नहीं कर सकता जब तक इलेक्शन खत्म नहीं हो। ये सब सवाल करके कुछ फायदा नहीं।
Multiple, yeah.
Okay, that's Mitunda. Mitunda, they're speaking. Mitunda, after casting his vote, very popular, one of the icons of Bengal. The BJP managed to bring him on. Okay, let's listen in. He's speaking again to NI.
डिफरेंस क्या देखे सर इस साल डिफरेंस कैसे
ज्यादा है, मतलब बहुत लोग एक साथ आ गए, बहुत लोग एक साथ आ गए, मतलब फोर्थ एंड बिगर। थैंक यू।
क्या लग रहा है क्या होने वाला है सर?
ये सब बोलना नहीं है, ठीक नहीं है।
ठीक है सर।
Okay, there's a video of Mamata Banerjee that's come in, Abhishek, where you can see she's seated with some of the leaders, including with Asim Basu. That's a video. Yeah, that's a raw video. First on, can you put a first on exclusive? Mamata Banerjee saying that, Mamata's complaining, by the way, Abhishek, on polling day, Mamata Banerjee is complaining, saying polling cannot go on like this. Very, very nervous.
What a very strange choice of sitting in a corner like
yeah,
this.
She's pinned down almost.
From Trinamool's point of view, we don't have anyone from the Trinamool in this panel as of now.
Yeah.
But it does not look good on the Chief Minister to be sitting like this. I mean, has she really, in her mind, lost the election before she actually loses it?
Should we get in a word from AIMIM? It will be interesting to see what AIMIM says in this. Danish, what do you think is going to happen today? Does AIMIM will be playing the role of a vote cutter again in this election?
And let's not remove the picture. Let's
stay on the pictures. Yeah, let's stay on the visuals and Danish speaks. Yes, Danish.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
The Mamata Banerjee and the BJP, the Trinamool Congress and the Bharatiya Janata Party, both the political parties are doing the divide and rule politics in West Bengal. One party, Bharatiya Janata Party, is polarizing the Hindu vote by fearing the Hindu communities that Bangladesh, Pakistan, love jihad and all. And on the other hand, Mamata Banerjee is trying to polarize the Muslim votes always, as far as she is doing this from last 15 years. And again, she is doing these things.
Danish.
So, it is the best example. It is the best example that both the political parties, Bharatiya Janata Party and the Trinamool Congress, both the political parties are operated by RSS. Both the political parties are operated by RSS because they have an agenda to make a Bengal with lots of things.
Audio. Mamata Banerjee speaking, Danish.
তারা যা ইচ্ছে করে যাচ্ছে টেররিজম করছে এলাকায় এরপরে তো চলে যাবে
Can we get it again? She was saying she was agitated, she was animated. I think there's something on her mind. In one picture, she's very pensive. She's thinking, not talking. There's something going on in her mind. And in the other picture, the video, she was animated and she was agitated. So that really, these are two different moods that Mamata Banerjee has communicated, Niranjan, but none of them communicates confidence.
Yeah, she's complaining about voting. In fact, there are some reports that she has said that this is not, voting can't happen like this. She says voting can't happen like this. I mean, how does voting happen?
আমরা কন্টেম্পট অফ কোর্টের নোটিশ দিয়েছি, তা সত্ত্বেও কতগুলো অবজারভার এসেছে বাইরে থেকে, বিজেপি যা বলছে তাই করছে। তুমি চক্রবেড়ি গিয়ে দেখেছো আমাদের সব পোস্টার খুলে দিয়েছে, সব এইভাবে ভোট হয়। ভোট তো মানুষ দেবে, পুলিশ দেবে না, সিকিউরিটিও দেবে না। আর কয়েকজনকে নতুন নিয়ে এসছে, তারা যা ইচ্ছে করে যাচ্ছে, টেররিজম করছে এলাকায়, এরপরে তো চলে যাবে।
About something as well.
There is just a second. Sorry to interrupt you there. There is a live shot of Harsha with Ajay Pal. I'm coming across straight live. Harsha's live. Harsha with Ajay Pal. Singham is holding a raid, not a raid, but he's holding a march there. Let's cut across live, Harsha.
Yes, Niranjan, so right now we are reporting from Diamond Harbour, exactly at a place where Ajay Pal Sharma is conducting inspection. We show you the visuals, you'll see the visuals of some of the story photos. We're not allowed to go inside the forest.
Harsha, you've got to keep the mic closer to you.
Harsha, we can show you the visuals of some of the... Yes, Niranjan, so there's a visual of the forces which we can show you. We are not allowed to go inside this ashram, which is the Bharat Seva ashram, where exactly in Diamond Harbour right now Ajay Pal Sharma is conducting inspection. It's been almost 20 minutes since he is inside this ashram, and it sends out a direct message that how each and every places he's conducting inspection on the day of polling as well. Diamond Harbour being the sensitive place. Niranjan, as you were telling to the viewers yourself, that how in the year 2021 and during 2023 Panchayat polls as well, Diamond Harbour has witnessed immense violence. In fact, that violence leading to murder as well in some of the places. But these are the visuals Ajay Pal Sharma, especially in the Diamond Harbour region, in each and every assembly constituency where he is doing inspection, which also is a message that anywhere there should not be any anti-social elements, any miscreants who try to turn this entire polling into an untoward incident. That's very important, and therefore since the morning he's out of SP office and he is making rounds in entire Diamond Harbour region. We were in Falta, at that place also twice the flag march took place, and now in the Diamond Harbour region we are being told that Ajay Pal Sharma since last 20 minutes is inside. So that means he would have got some info regarding this place. Therefore he is in this place. And also if you talk about the nearby place, this Bharat Seva Ashram is just right next to the railway station of the Diamond Harbour, a very important and crucial area as in regards to the elections and the phase 2 as well. And if we speak about South 24 Parganas specifically, in the year 2021 TMC bagged 123 out of 142 seats. This Singham is here and he has been sent from UP to West Bengal to ensure that there is no anti-social element doing anything untoward in West Bengal for phase 2, because this phase 2 is also a deciding parameter for who is going to be on throne in 2026 in West Bengal. And that is the reason why he is making a lot of attention grabbing in West Bengal since the time he has entered in West Bengal, taken charge as a police observer in South 24 Parganas. And since the time his video has went viral, from that time to till now, it is largely being stated that he is being targeted by the political leaders for the use of his language, for the way he has been conducting and issuing the stern warning to Jahangir Khan and others to let electors vote without being intimidated, without being scared, and there should not be any sense of fear. But what we see here is that right now Ajay Pal Sharma inside, and Niranjan, I'll assure you that in some time, like let's wait, I think in another 15-20 minutes, Ajay Pal Sharma will be out, because he is going to move around in Diamond Harbour. There are the several assembly constituencies in South 24 Pargana where he is going to make a round and ensure that there is a free and fair election. No one is intimidated, and the electors are coming out. And right now we see some action. Niranjan, we see Ajay Pal Sharma will be seen on screen in a while, because we see the visuals, the officials, the forces which are now in move. We see, as you see the visuals, I'll ask my camera person Atnu to zoom in for you. The visuals of the forces, as the forces are coming out of Bharat Seva Ashram right now. These are the CRPF forces who have been deployed. You see, Niranjan, huge in number, the kind of the mobilization of the para forces which has been done in the state of West Bengal, and majorly in the phase 2 West Bengal election, and primarily in the South 24 Parganas, which is a stronghold of the TMC, and to ensure that there's no sort of untoward incident, no antisocial elements go out and intimidate the voters, or there any sort of booth rigging or booth capturing. This should not happen. We see some movement happening. I believe we'll get the visual of Ajay Pal Sharma, because the forces are alert right now. The car put in place, the cavalcade of Ajay Pal Sharma will move now. What we're expecting, it will move now, will be going to another location. And Niranjan will be tracking Ajay Pal Sharma, because in most of the places where we have seen since 2 days back, Ajay Pal Sharma, wherever he's going, he's being hurled, go back slogans are being hurled at by the TMC supporters largely. And now on the screen, Ajay Pal Sharma is out in the frame. You can clearly see Ajay Pal Sharma, UP Singham, encounter specialist on our frame, Ajay Pal Sharma. And after conducting inspection here, speaking to the CRPF official, and he's a police observer here, as you can clearly see, they're almost 12 to 15 personnel of the CRPF, what we see here. And this is Ajay Pal Sharma speaking to them about the ground situation, about what he would have sensed from the Bharat Seva Ashram. We see here Ajay Pal Sharma, and since the time he has been in the news because of the viral video of these issuing a stern warning, from that time to till now, Ajay Pal Sharma has spoken nothing on camera. But this is a visual of Ajay Pal Sharma. We see grabbing a lot of attention. He is one person. Each and every political party in the state of West Bengal, Niranjan, is speaking about Ajay Pal Sharma. The name, I think, in this West Bengal election, no one will forget, because of the style, because of his style, because of his language, because of the way he has been telling criminals openly that they have to be alert. They can't intimidate the voters. They will regret it later. He will deal with him properly. That's the kind of language and that's the kind of the police attitude which Ajay Sharma has. And I think, Niranjan, that's his way of working. He has worked in a similar way when he was the SSP Noida, when he was in Rampur, when he was in Sambhal. When there he conducted raids, took charge of the place, did movements against the anti-social element there. From that time to till now, he has been very popular. Right now, he is ACP Prayagraj, and there also he has controlled the mob, which every time tried to vandalize or were involved in an untoward incident. But right now, we see visuals of Ajay Sharma here on our screen. As we show, and with him in the entire convoy, Niranjan, there are almost 20 to 25 vehicles in the convoy of Ajay Sharma. Not only Ajay Sharma, but also the commandant of the CRPF, along with Ajay Sharma, is making rounds and investigation here. This place where Ajay Sharma, Niranjan, is here from last half an hour, from the time we are speaking live, and before that 20 minutes it's been to him being here. So we are sensing that some sort of information he might have received about this particular zone. Therefore, lot of mulling is happening inside this Bharat Seva Ashram. Till the time he has not come out, till now he has not come out. He's inside this particular ashram with the personnel and the officials, senior officials of the para forces, and these officials are ensuring that the phase 2 of the West Bengal election go without any intimidation, goes without any fear and without any violence, to ensure that this election goes without any fear and without any violence is the very important task for him to conduct, especially in the Diamond Harbour region. Niranjan.
Okay, we have a breaking news update coming in. While we stay on the pictures, there are more pictures coming in. This is one of the live shots. So what we will do is we'll have two windows, live Diamond Harbour. Earlier in Khanakul, there are pictures coming in from Khanakul where a Trinamool Congress worker was pretending to be an ISF booth agent. And they caught him and they chased him. A TMC worker was caught as an ISF agent, getting a tip off the ISF candidate there in Khanakul. Saddam Hussein caught him red-handed, and as soon as he was caught, the intruder fled. ISF workers chased him, leading to a physical scuffle. So there is live Diamond Harbour, earlier Khanakul. Dramatic pictures, exclusive pictures via Republic Bangla. Republic Bangla getting those pictures first. Violence, fist fight. Never a dull moment in Bengal elections, Abhishek. Never a dull moment. 20% turnout so far. That's what our Republic Bangla team is reporting. Mamata Banerjee is speaking, cutting across live. Mamata Banerjee.
কারণ ভোটটা মানুষ শান্তিতে দিক, তার কারণ হচ্ছে এটা মানুষের অধিকার রক্ষার প্রশ্ন।
কথা বললে কি হবে?
তোমাদের কম্পিটিশন কমাও, তবে আমি এত খালি গলায় বলতে পারবো। দেখুন, আমি চাই, আমাদের দলও চায়, আমি অ্যাজ এ এখনো যে চেয়ারে আছি বা দলের চেয়ারেও আছি, আমি অ্যাজ এ চেয়ারম্যান অফ অল ইন্ডিয়া তৃণমূল কংগ্রেস বলছি, আমরা চাই ভোটটা শান্তিতে হোক, মানুষের অধিকার প্রয়োগ করতে দেয়া হোক। কিন্তু বিশেষ করে কতগুলো অবজারভার নিয়ে আসা হয়েছে বিভিন্ন জায়গা থেকে, এবং অনেক পুলিশ অফিসার নিয়ে আসা হয়েছে যারা বাংলাকে বোঝে না। যেমন গতকাল রাত্রে যে অত্যাচার করেছে সারা বাংলা জুড়ে, আমি কিন্তু সারা রাত জেগেছিলাম, এবং অবজারভাররা থানায় গিয়ে গিয়ে প্রেসার ক্রিয়েট করছে শুধু আমাদের পার্টিকে টার্গেট করে, যে সব তৃণমূল কংগ্রেসের এজেন্টকে গ্রেপ্তার করো। ব্লক প্রেসিডেন্ট, আমার ইউথের ব্লক প্রেসিডেন্টকে সকালেও অ্যারেস্ট করেছিল, আমাকে যার জন্য চেতলায় যেতে হয়েছিল। থানায় আমি যাইনি, ববি গিয়ে ছাড়িয়ে নিয়েছে।
Live from Bhabanipur, live from Varanasi. And we also will get a third window now of Khanakul, where there was a clash between ISF and TMC after ISF caught TMC cadre pretending to be ISF cadre. So, dramatic turn of events, but Abhishek, 20% voter turnout.
Nats of the Prime Minister's
Varanasi event. Let's put the Nats up there. Nats up, the Prime Minister.
And Mamata is not speaking. If Mamata is speaking, then you're going to go to Mamata also. Yes.
Cutting across to those pictures, going from different places, Abhishek, we're going from Bhawanipur to Varanasi. Varanasi because the Prime Minister, who was the BJP's prime candidate, prime campaigner in Bengal, has moved to Varanasi. There are glimpses of the campaign being seen in Varanasi as well. He addressed a lot of women from Bengal as well yesterday, when he primarily addressed the women cadre there in Varanasi. Okay. Mamata Banerjee is showing a video and she's making a few allegations. So can we just cut across to that?
There are some big, very serious allegations.
Yeah.
And Mamata Banerjee is saying my posters are being removed. I'm talking like chairman of Trinamool, not like chief minister, not as chief minister of Bengal, but as the chairman of Trinamool. She's saying so many observers have come from outside. Obviously, observers come from outside. She's saying they are doing everything at the behest of the BJP. They are doing what the BJP is saying.
In charge, Vijayganj police station. Bangor. Just देखिए जो atrocities. Can you see it? देखिए एक क्या गुंडाराज चल रहा है, देश को बेच दिया. ऐसे वोट कभी होता है? ऐसे कभी वोट नहीं होता है. वोट शांति से होता है. लोकतंत्र डेमोक्रेसी का फेस्टिवल होता है. लेकिन ये तो लोकतंत्र को पूरा बालोटा बजा दिया. पूरा इसको atrocities कर दिया. Intention is very clear that BJP wants that forcefully to rig the election. But our workers and people are ready to die, but they will not leave the place.
Okay, very big statement there from Mamata Banerjee. She says there is an attempt to rig the polls. Mamata Banerjee, for her to say
She's
that.
completely on back foot, Niranjan. She's jittery, she's nervous, she's on the back foot. She's saying this election is being rigged because the security forces are not letting people to vote. I mean, security forces are doing their job. Look at, she's intimidated by the deployment, and if the deployment had not been there, the voters would have got intimidated, and that's the purpose of the whole security apparatus there on the ground. And Mamata Banerjee clearly not liking it. She said, I'm speaking like chairman of the Trinamool, and the voting is not going in the manner in which it should, because the observers from outside, always in every election across the country, observers are always from outside, and Mamata Banerjee making an issue of it. I think this is clearly a case of Trinamool on the back foot, Niranjan. And this is, remember, Mamata's stronghold. This is where she cut her teeth into politics. This is where she became a giant killer in 1984, defeating Somnath Chatterjee and, breaking out in the national political scene and making a name for herself in the Congress party at that time. And Mamata Banerjee now, of course, feeling the squeeze now in her own bastion, in her own stronghold, in her own fortress. Not very happy at the security forces doing their job, and she has now...
She says she was awake all night. She's saying they were targeting, arresting Trinamool Congress members. DG CRPF is at Diamond Harbour. Those are the pictures on the left of your screen. So there's something happening at the Diamond Harbour, because all the action is concentrated there, and I don't know whether all the officers are camping there, or that's a place that is being searched, or whether there's an inspection there. I'm not so sure. But ladies and gentlemen, the Prime Minister is in Varanasi. He's in Kashi, and he's at the Kashi Vishwanath Mandir. And those are live pictures coming in of the Prime Minister in Kashi. And he's here on a day when West Bengal is polling. And we're staying with the pictures of the Prime Minister. On the screen, on the left of your screen, that's live action. In fact, more CRPF vehicles coming there. DG CRPF is there. More and more, vehicles and security officers coming there. Now, I don't know whether that's being used as a transit for CRPF. And these are pictures of Ajay Pal Sharma. Ajay Pal Sharma, the officer. By the way, apparently Mamata Banerjee also showed a picture of Ajay Pal Sharma, Abhishek. So she's obviously unhappy with. They've made him the headline.
Yeah,
and it shows how nervous they are.
The fact that Mamata Banerjee has to, the chief minister of the state has to really pick it up shows that Ajay Pal Sharma has really gotten under their skin and bothering them so much, which means that in some ways the security deployment has. Okay, Harsha is live with us. Harsha, what's the commotion behind you? What's happening at the Bharat Sevashram Sangh? Is there some security issue because of which this massive force is present along with other officers? It's not just Ajay Pal Sharma. It's also, we can see CRPF, we can see other security forces. What's really happening? What's the issue there because of which so many of the officers are present there where you are, Harsha?
Yes, Abhishek, we are also trying to find out exactly what's the issue here because it's been half an hour to Ajay Pal Sharma. But right now, what we see is that DG CRPF along with other companies have also arrived here. Not only that, the JNK vehicle Mahindra Marksman has also arrived here. If you see the number of officials, you see the number now earlier what we have reported, the number which was 15 to 20 now have rose to more than what we expect is close to 40. And you see the number of vehicles which have arrived here along with DG CRPF, the troop which was earlier with Ajay Pal Sharma, the police observer, and all of them have arrived here at Bharat Seva Ashram. What we are learning is that, and what we are speculating through our sources is that some tip of the police of the Diamond Harbour have received, and apparently the para forces are also trying to find out more on that, and that's the reason why a meeting is being conducted inside between DG CRPF and other senior officials of the other para companies. The ITBP official is also here, along with the police observer Ajay Pal Sharma and the other senior officials and personnel of CRPF and CISF. But right now what we see is the lot of commotion which is here right now at Bharat Seva Ashram, because several vehicles are right now stationed here along with Mahindra Marksman, which was stated that it came straight from Jammu and Kashmir and has been deployed heavily in the phase 2 in different vantages and sectors of West Bengal. Not only this, the particular vehicle also did rounds last evening in several areas of Barakpur, Bhawanipur, Iqbalpur, Diamond Harbour as well. And right now there is a huge number of the forces, para forces which have been deployed here, particularly at the Bharat Seva Ashram. These are visuals on our screen of the forces. It's been just 10 minutes to DG CRPF arrived here. He has gone inside, and Ajay Pal Sharma, it's been more than 40 minutes, let's say, to Ajay Pal Sharma being here inside Bharat Seva Ashram at Diamond Harbour. Diamond Harbour is a location, Abhishek, one can't ignore, and in sense of the sensitivity and vulnerability and the history of violence which Diamond Harbour has reported in 2021. 2023 and 2024 parliamentary election as well. Therefore, creating this entire place, Diamond Harbour has been created as a fortress as well in sense of the forces deployment. No miscreant antisocial element can enter right now from the entry and exit areas to the different entry points, and also most of the antisocial elements have been arrested and taken into custody. The number being overall for phase 2 being 2543. 2,543 antisocial elements were taken and arrested and taken into custody. After the recommendation by the ECI officials, the police took action, and in Diamond Harbour, that being more than 216. And right now, we again see some sort of movement, Abhishek. We expect that in some time, might be DG CRPF will leave with the police observer, because right now, DG CRPF GP Singh's vehicle is stationed right at the entry of the Bharat Seva Ashram. And what we see here is that there's some sort of movement. Might be he would be leaving from this place, and they'll be making round again in several areas of Diamond Harbour, because the first tip about each and every location, or if there is some tampering of this, if there is some incident of violence, or if there's some incident of trying for a booth capturing or rigging, some sort of information, the first step is is known to the local police official, and in one of the police station, along with the police official, there's a commandant of the CRPF who is seated and who is working along with the local.
Harsha, DG CRPF is also there on the ground, and that's really massive, Niranjan. This really shows the scale of deployment, not just scale, but the escalation of deployment, where it's not just limited to junior officers, DIG, SPs, DCP rank, but even the DG is personally supervising what's happening on the ground, and that's really got the grouse of Mamata, and that's something which has made her very unhappy. She's saying, what is happening? Why? How come election can happen in such a free and fair manner? How can...
Officer in charge, Vijayaganj Police Station, Bhangor. Just देखिए जो atrocities. Can you see it? देखिए एक क्या गुंडाराज चल रहा है, देश को बेच दिया।
हेलो,
ऐसे वोट कभी होता है? ऐसे कभी वोट नहीं होता है। वोट शांति से होता है, लोकतंत्र डेमोक्रेसी का फेस्टिवल होता है, लेकिन ये तो लोकतंत्र को पूरा बालोटा बजा दिया, पूरा इसको एट्रोसिटीज कर दिया। Intention is very clear that BJP wants that forcefully to rig the election. But our workers and people are ready to die, but they will not leave the place.
Ranjan, earlier it was ready to kill, now it's ready to die.
Ready to kill, ready to die. Now that's, there's a lot of change in Mamata Banerjee's tone, Abhishek. And now I think she's sensing something. Sabir Ali is joining us live. Let's quickly get in some responses from our panelists who are joining us live. They've been with us. Sabir Ali, Danish and Ratan Sharda. Sabir hasn't spoken. Sabir, Mamata Banerjee is not sounding like Mamata Banerjee. Mamata Banerjee is sounding like a very panicky Mamata Banerjee, someone who's on the edge, not so sure, not very confident today.
गुड मॉर्निंग टू एवरीवन। ममता बनर्जी बिल्कुल पैनिक नहीं है, ममता बनर्जी बिल्कुल डरी नहीं है। वो कल भी जिस तरीके का जो बंगाल टाइगर है वो बंगाल टाइगर ही है। माहौल जिस तरीके का इलेक्शन कमीशन और उनके जो बाहर से ऑब्जर्वर और सीआरपीएफ जो आए हैं, वो लोग जो माहौल किया पूरी रात भर, जो कलकत्ता शहर में जो तांडव किया है, इलेक्शन एजेंट के घर में घुसकर, हमारे कलकत्ता का मेयर के घर में घुसकर, और जो भी लोकल लीडर्स है उन सबको रात भर ट्रेडिंग जो चला है, इसका जवाब दे रहे हैं ममता बनर्जी, और इसका जवाब पब्लिक भी देगी। पब्लिक भी वोट दे रहा है, जब वोट में इसका जवाब होगा। जिस तरीके की गुंडागर्दी इलेक्शन कमीशन और जो इलेक्शन कमीशन के गार्ड लोग हैं जो बाहर से आए हैं, सीआरपीएफ सब जो गुंडागर्दी चल रहा है, इस गुंडागर्दी के खिलाफ हम लोग आवाज उठाएंगे। इस तरीके का इलेक्शन नहीं होता है।
What is Gundagardi? I mean, if the deployment is there, if the cops are there on the ground,
टीएमसी वर्कर्स को मारा जा रहा है, टीएमसी कर्मी लोग को मारा जा रहा है।
क्या किसका? एक मिनट इसका ट्रांसलेट एक चीज बताइए। जहांगीर खान बोलता है वी विल स्लिट योर थ्रोट। ये क्या ये मोहब्बत की दुकान है या गुंडागर्दी है?
जहांगीर खान निहायत शरीफ आदमी है। इस तरीके का कोई वो एक शरीफ कैंडिडेट है, सीधा साधा कैंडिडेट है, यंग डेडिकेटेड कैंडिडेट है। वो ऐसा कोई स्टेटमेंट नहीं दिया।
अरे भाई साहब, वो कैमरा पे बोला है, मैंने थोड़ी ना बोला है, वो उसका वीडियो है, अभिषेक बैनर्जी बोलता है अभी देखो दिल्ली से कौन आएगा, लास्ट टाइम तो छोड़ दिया आपको, हम मार डालेंगे, उखाड़ के फेंकेंगे, आपको काटेंगे। क्या बोल रहे हैं, क्या हो रहा है वहां पे?
इस तरीके का गुंडागर्दी चल रहा है। 4 तारीख को हम लोग इसका जो आज जो वोट पड़ा उसका जवाब 4 तारीख को हम लोग देंगे। 4 तारीख को सारा वोट जब बैलेट बॉक्स खुलेगा तो हम जब आए के ऊपर चले आएंगे, उसका जवाब पब्लिक को मिल जाएगा।
कैमरा ओरिएंटेशन इज चेंज। रतन शारदा शोइंग समथिंग। रतन शारदा शोइंग द वीडियो, थोड़ा देख लीजिए। पूरा भारत देख रहा है। आपने क्या कौन क्या बोला है, पूरा भारत देख लिया है। रतन शारदा दिखाइए उनको।
आई एम शोइंग अ वीडियो।
हाँ दिखाइए, क्या वीडियो?
व्हिच द मैन सेज that in Swaroop Nagar, Hakimpur, after 4th May, we will pull your skin from your body. This is the video from Bengal. These blood-curdling threats have been made continuously by TMC people. So for them, the violence of the goons is the peaceful election, but the threat of people in uniform to those people is something that is very undemocratic. I agree with them because democracy of Bengal has a different tone. And very importantly, you should have noted that there is a sustained violence between TMC and Muslim parties because they are only competing for Muslim votes. In phase 1, in phase 2, you have TMC versus ISF, TMC versus MIM, which shows their only focus is Muslim vote bank. They are not worried about anybody else. And if the people from the TMC have been threatening people and the men in uniform go and tell them to keep quiet, I think that's a good development. And these people feel that vote शांति से तभी होगा जब टीएमसी के गुंडों का राज होगा, यूनिफॉर्म के लोगों पर यूनिफॉर्म वाले पुलिस का राज होगा, तो पीसफुल कैसे होगा? So their entire twisted logic is that only TMC goons have right to impose their peace and get their votes and capture booths, but the police should not enter the arena. And what is security force? What is the meaning of outsiders? Always the security forces in election are outsiders. They are not from the same state. They are not from the local police. So what is continuous Bahirgato, Antargato and all that? Will they stop this divisive politics? And MIM comes and says, "Bada polarizing politics hai TMC or MIM ka." Bhai sahab, your fight is for Muslim votes between TMC and MIM. So who is more polarizing? That is the question. It is not who is polarizing. Who is more polarizing between Muslim parties or like TMC and MIM? So this complete narrative falsehood of Bengal will be totally destroyed in this coming time.
Look, it's so nervous, Abhishek. Just you can take it away. I just want to make a mention of this video that you're seeing here. This is a video of, imagine how nervous Trinamool Congress should be that Trinamool Congress was pretending to be ISF polling agent. Look at this video. There is a video where the Trinamool Congress was pretending to be ISF polling agent and they chased him and they're beating him up. Maybe we can get Danish on it, Abhishek.
Danish, Danish, the fact that ISF is complaining against Trinamool, the fact that Trinamool is, trying to go inside a polling booth acting as an ISF agent, this seems like the Muslim community, the minority, is spoiled for choice this time, whether they're going to vote for ISF, whether they're going to vote for Trinamool, whether they're going to vote for Congress, whether they're going to vote for JUP and AIMIM also in some pockets. So obviously, that's something which has got the jitters of Mamata. It's not about observers, it's about the vote split that's likely to happen.
Sir, Mamata Banerjee knows that the minorities, ST and OBC votes are splitting from the Trinamool Congress as well as from Bharatiya Janata Party, because both the political parties are always trying. I repeatedly say, as before I say, and again I am saying that both the political parties are spreading the fear election in West Bengal. Due to this fear election, the vote of SC, ST, OBC and minorities are splitting towards the MIM, splitting towards the ISF.
For a party which name is Ittihad-e-Muslimin, first change your party's name, no?
Because Bharatiya
change your party's name. What is Ittihad-e-Muslimin?
Sir, let me finish. Sir, let me finish. Your party history, I know BJP party history. BJP just born in 1980 and MIM is born before the 1980. So please don't talk about that. Please don't talk about that. You guys are making the divisive politics in West Bengal.
He has proven my point.
You both, Trinamool Congress and Bharatiya Janata Party, you both the political parties are using the votes of West Bengal general publics and polarizing your votes. But and let me tell you one thing, whether you call Pushpa, whether you call Singham, whether you call Arjun Rathod, Singham Rathod, whatever, whoever you want in West Bengal, the West Bengal public, the West Bengal voter will decide who will sit in the CM chair, who will sit not in the CM chair. You will not decide. You don't have to decide. You have only rights to talk. You don't have to give the final resolution about the public of West Bengal. Please don't blame the West Bengal general public. You guys, you both the political parties, Trinamool Congress and Bharatiya Janata Party, you both parties are doing the divisive politics, and your divisive politics in the West Bengal
The live pictures coming in. Stay with me, Very, very interesting day today. The Prime Minister, there are live pictures coming in from Kashi Vishwanath Temple as well. Kashi, the Prime Minister is in Varanasi. Mamata Banerjee is in Bhabanipur. Let's show the pictures. Let's keep shuffling the pictures, please. With the Prime Minister, there are some very, very dramatic pictures coming in from Varanasi as well. Live pictures from Varanasi of the Prime Minister holding a trishul, etc. Yeah, look at those pictures. You can take that in a window now. You can take that on a window. Ratan Sharda, staying in the public consciousness. The Prime Minister addressed women of Bengal.
Devebhyo vividevebhyo devebhyo vidatati dadati videvebhyo devebhyo vidatati bhyo bhagam bhaga devebhyo me devebhyo vividevebhyo devebhyo vidatati dadati videvebhyo devebhyo vidatati.
स्मरेत पुंडरीका शबायाभ्यंतर शुचि पुंडरीकाक्षपुना.
All right, pictures coming in of Prime Minister Modi live from Varanasi, and it is definitely the second phase of elections. And Niranjan, the numbers are out already from Hooghly, Howrah, Kolkata North. Between 16 to 20% is the percentage that we are tracking here. Taking a short break. Very crucial phase 2 of West Bengal polls. We'll get to you all those details and much more coming right up. We are live.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार.
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला.
Director, the taste of success.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट.
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट.
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान. अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान.
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट.
कहीं इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं.
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा. रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना.
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं. रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है. अरे मेरी राजा.
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी। प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the advanced short-range air-to-air missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the missile follows the eyes. This high off-bore sight ability lets the jet attack from strange angles without turning the whole plane first. This upgrade matters a lot because the region stays tense. Pakistan flies JF-17 jets with modern PL-10 missiles that reach farther and lock on quicker. China uses even better systems on its J-20 stealth fighters and other planes. In a real dogfight, the old MiG-29 with R-73 could lose the first shot. With ASRAAM, the Indian pilots get longer reach, faster lock, and higher chance to survive. The missile also works well against low-flying.
And coming up, viewers, we'll put a focus on the Phase 2 of West Bengal polls. Bengal votes in Phase 2 of the assembly elections. Turnout stands at around 18.3% as of 9:30 a.m. NIA team, state police and central forces are keeping a close watch on various sensitive areas in Bengal's Bhangar.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
Character, the taste of success.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25.
Hey viewers, what's coming up? We put a focus on the phase 2 of the West Bengal polls. Voter turnout numbers are out, approximately 18.3% around 9:30 a.m. Police and central forces are keeping a close watch on various sensitive areas in Bengal's Bhangar.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the missile follows the eyes. This high off-bore sight ability lets the jet attack from strange angles without turning the whole plane first. This upgrade matters a lot because the region stays tense. Pakistan flies JF-17 jets with modern PL-10 missiles that reach farther and lock on quicker. China uses even better systems on its J-20 stealth fighters and other planes. In a real dogfight, the old MiG-29 with R-73 could lose the first shot. With ASRAAM, the Indian pilots get longer reach, faster lock, and higher chance to survive.
Very much coming up, viewers. The numbers are out. Voter turnout around 18.3% at 9:30 a.m. as the first few hours of West Bengal polling phase 2 has begun. And NIA is monitoring the sensitive situation that is playing out. Central forces are keeping a close watch on various areas which are sensitive in Bengal, especially Bhangar.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी। प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
कनीज, घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the advanced short-range air-to-air missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the missile follows the eyes. This high off-bore sight ability lets the jet attack from strange angles without turning the whole plane first. This upgrade matters a lot because the region stays tense. Pakistan flies JF-17 jets with modern PL-10 missiles that reach farther and lock on quicker. China uses even better systems on its J-20 stealth fighters and other planes. In a real dogfight, the old MiG-29 with R-73 could lose the first shot. With ASRAAM, the Indian pilots get longer reach, faster
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello viewers, welcome back. I have Shivam with me. I'm Shivangi Shukla. Shivam, today is the second phase of West Bengal polling and there's a lot of action happening on ground, so we'll just go to that. What do we have for our viewers right now?
Yeah, definitely. Let's go to Diamond Harbour and get you the exclusive visuals coming in from Diamond Harbour. These are the visuals of Singham. The Singham Ajay Pal. Okay, Harsha is with us live for more details. Harsha.
Yes, now showing the visuals from the Diamond Harbour. As we speak right now, we'll stay with the visuals because what we understand is that the forces, the personnel have all taken their positions. We're expecting the DG and Ajay Sharma to leave shortly, but that doesn't seem to be, immediately right now because both the officials are inside. It's been the last time we spoke, like it was half an hour back to 40 minutes back. From that time to till now, the officials have still been inside. They are having a meeting together inside. The DG, another senior officials of the para forces and Ajay Sharma himself here from 8 o'clock to it's been now 10 o'clock. 2 hours and the officials have been stay put at the Bharat Seva Ashram here at Diamond Harbour. As we speak of Diamond Harbour, there are the Diamond Harbour becomes a very important parliamentary constituency and there are 7 assembly constituencies which come under Diamond Harbour. And if you talk about the entire South 24 Parganas, 31 assembly constituencies, 30 TMC won in the year 2021. From that time to till now, BJP has been able to improve its ground movement in the state of West Bengal. But how much BJP is planned, how much they have entered in the sphere of the TMC, that will be very interesting to look on, May 4th, which is the counting day. But right now what we see is that we are getting sense that the officials are coming out. We'll stay put with the visuals because there's the entrance of the Bharat Seva Ashram. All the officials are right now coming outside. On the visuals, Shivam, now you see the visuals. Yep. We see that the officials have now come outside. We see DG CRPF coming out and the convoy of the DG is all set. It's ready and the IPS Ajay Sharma along with the DG, I think there's some last minute discussion we are having right now inside. There's some discussion which is left. Right now they're having while leaving only. They are right now near the exit gate only of the Bharat Seva Ashram and we're expecting them to leave here and go on route to the different area to other advantages of the Diamond Harbour for round because today on the polling day only the rounds will give an idea to the police officers and the para forces regarding the movement and the pulse of the second phase. And this is the visual where the senior officials is speaking to police observer Ajay Sharma, shaking hands while they leave from this location, Bharat Seva Ashram. The convoy of the CRPF head all set. They are all ready to leave and Ajay Sharma here greeting DG CRPF while he leaves from this location, Bharat Seva Ashram. And the entire cavalcade of DG CRPF includes this Mahindra Marksman vehicle as well. There's a bulletproof vehicle which has been specially called from Jammu and Kashmir for this West Bengal election. It was deployed both in phase 1 and on phase 2 as well. Ajay Sharma visuals still on frame, on camera. We see Ajay Sharma as we are right now speaking and showing to all our visuals the visual from the Diamond Harbour region, the police observer and also the DG CRPF all set to leave from this place. But the discussion is right now happening. I think majorly it is going to be about the movement, but right now what we see is that this bulletproof marksman vehicle incorporated with all the digitalized equipments also, is now set to move. And right now we again focus and zoom. I'll ask my VJ to focus again on Ajay Pal Sharma. He is the man which everyone is talking about in the second phase of the West Bengal election, because he is the person which has grabbed a lot of attention since the time.
Yeah, Harsha, if you can explain to our viewers what exactly was brewing inside, what was happening inside Bharat Seva Ashram. Was it a meeting which was happening or discussing the security preparedness, where you can see Singham, that is Ajay Pal Sharma there, and the senior CAPF officials there?
Yes, Shivam, that there was a meeting which went on. The 40 minutes of meeting took place between DG CRPF and police observer Ajay Pal Sharma and other senior commandants of the CRPF as well. And this was a very important meeting, keeping in mind the locations of the Diamond Harbour and where all the places where the police can do their area domination and also make a look around and move around to get a sense of the place so that no violence is occurring and anti-social elements are not active. They are still in their houses, they're not coming out and impacting the voting today. Ajay Pal Sharma now all set to leave. Shivam.
Okay, let's go straight across. Let's go straight across, Shivam. And Harsha, please hold on for a second. We really want to go to Bhawanipur. This is a very important constituency. Subindu is in Bhawanipur, and there seems to be a little bit of a development there, Shivam.
It's chaos. It's chaos visuals. Clear chaos on screen, as you can see. These are visuals from Bhawanipur.
कुछ व्यवस्था लेंगे आप? अब देखिए निर्वाचन का एक इतना आदमी कंप्लेंट तो करबो ওই জন্য তো पूरी तरह के साथ बूथ यहाँ नहीं है, बूथ बैंक वर्मा के नीचे घर के नीचे। चलो सर, चलो दादा प्लीज सर। ममता बनर्जी मस्तानी करते एसেছিল ওই জন্য ये ना करिए सर पीछे सब वोट कर दिया ना हाँ भागो वोट कर दिया ना यहाँ इतना বলছি বহুকালে প্রচুর মানুষ রয়েছেন তাদেরকে কোনো বার্তা দিচ্ছে সরাসরি শুভেন্দু অধিকারী ভবানীপুরে এই প্রথম যাচ্ছেন এবং যে ছবি আমরা যে মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় যখন কার্যালয়ে সেই কার্যালয়ের পাশে শুভেন্দু অধিকারী সরাসরি চলে এসছেন পরিষভা
TMC office. Shubhendu was outside TMC office and hence there was chaos there. These are the visuals coming from Bhawanipur, Shivangi.
That is right. So we're getting some reactions. Shubhendu was speaking to people that are press there, and he says TMC is trying to scare Hindu voters. As Shubhendu is alleging that TMC is trying to scare the Hindu voters in Bhawanipur. Very strong statement coming in there, Shivam. This is a key contest, by the way. This is a key contest, a very, very important contest where CM Mamata Banerjee faces her one-time aide Shubhendu Adhikari of the BJP. It's an electoral rematch because she lost to him in Nandigram back in 2021.
Yeah, this will be a very tough challenge, and he is the one of the senior most leaders from the Bharatiya Janata Party, a leader of the opposition. Now, all right, we have guests also with us, Shivangi, to speak on this issue. What's happening, what's brewing in West Bengal? It's a high-profile election, high-profile seat, Bhawanipur.
That's right. Let's go to Shantanu Gupta, who is an author, is joining us live. Thank you for joining us live. He's joining us live from Bogota, Colombia. Thank you for joining us and taking out your time. It's phase 2 here of West Bengal polls. And we saw those pictures. Mr. Gupta, do you think Mamata Banerjee is nervous? She lost to Subhendu Adhikari in Nandigram 2021. It's a rematch. It's a rematch here. Your first reaction on that?
I think you're exactly right that Mamata Banerjee lost to Subhendu Adhikari in Nandigram. And this time, Subhendu Adhikari is not only fighting in Nandigram, and he's also chasing Mamata Banerjee from Bhawanipur also. I think that itself was a signal of loss for Mamata Banerjee, that she did not dare to compete with Subhendu Adhikari in Nandigram, and she ran away to Bhawanipur. But Subhendu Adhikari is not leaving her in Bhawanipur also. So instead of, along with Nandigram, he's also chasing Mamata Banerjee in Bhawanipur. That's a sign of a victory, then as a sign of a fighter already. And the way he's roaring from last couple of months, especially in the election time, and he's the one, as you rightly said, is the important aide of Mamata Banerjee in pre-2021 era, and he knows all the tricks, all the cadders, all the ways that Mamata Banerjee all along won his elections. And he has given that information to central BJP. And that's how they kind of get out Mamata Banerjee from all along. That's why she's very concentrated in Bhawanipur. Last time she lost in Nandigram. This time if she loses Bhawanipur, that's a huge commentary on her political stature.
It's not going to be easy for either BJP or Mamata Banerjee this time, sir. If you can put that into perspective. This is the stronghold for the Trinamool Congress when we talk about all the 142 seats this time. TMC has won time and again in these seats. Now, comparatively, the phase 1, in the phase 1, the BJP was better placed. But in the phase 2, the Trinamool Congress is still better placed. But it will be a very tough battle for TMC. What do you think has changed in the previous elections and this time?
I think you're perfectly right. In the 294 seats in the phase 1, the people of West Bengal polled for the 152 seats. And those were, if we take the data from 2021, was more favorable for BJP. In fact, the 77 seats that BJP won last time, 59 from the seats which are polled in phase 1. And you're right that phase 2 is far more challenging. But BJP has done multiple things since last 5 years. BJP has developed its own cadre, which is like the root of BJP. Now more and more candidates are cadre grown rather than borrowed, left out from the TMC or left and Congress. See, BJP is still a very new party in West Bengal. They never ruled in West Bengal. Congress and left and TMC are the parties which ruled West Bengal over years. That way, even to have a candidate, even to have a cadre, even to have a booth level workers in every booth, almost 80,000 plus booths of West Bengal is a daunting task for BJP. They've grown in cloud from 3 to 77, and now they're claiming, Amit Shah, the master strategist, the master Chanakya, claiming that in the last phase itself, they were claiming almost 110 seats. And if they click 40, the BJP's target is just 40, 50 this in this phase, and they will mark the almost 147, 150 mark. So BJP has done a lot of hard work from 2021 till 2026.
But are you seeing that hard work transforming into results and BJP coming out as a victorious party this time, or it will be another term, another elections? The BJP will have to wait for that.
Reading electoral minds is tough for anyone, but the way, I think my clue is coming from the way Mamata Banerjee and Abhishek Banerjee are behaving. Abhishek Banerjee is looking rattled, and he's saying he's going to the electoral areas and saying on 4th of May, we will see who will come to save you. So I think that rattleness is showing that they are in a back foot.
We actually have a spokesperson of the BJP, Miss Charu Pragya. Thank you for joining us here, Miss Pragya here. And now, you know, we were just discussing about how confident the BJP is when it comes to Bhawanipur. So Suvendu Adhikari, speaking a short while back, he says Mamata will lose by 30,000 votes. A lot of confidence being shown by the BJP when we talk about the Bhawanipur constituency.
Good morning. Let me first begin by urging every single person in Bengal today who has the ability to vote today to please go out and vote. Because like last time, the massive numbers that you will vote in will help in weeding out the disease that TMC has become for the people of West Bengal. So please do your duty, exercise your right, kindly go and vote. The problem of Mamata Banerjee had become that she started thinking that she is indefeatable in spite of everything that she's done in Bengal, every terrible thing that the people have suffered. She continued to think that she's going to be indefeatable. But last time that was not the case. She lost her seat, Nandikram. And this time, I assure you, she's not just going to lose her own seat, she's going to lose this state because it's an indication. The way TMC leaders have been speaking is an indication. The way people have been coming out to vote is an indication. I've been looking at visuals from all over the state since morning. The central forces have completely upped their activity. Already there have been instances at certain places where TMC goons are going to try and create havoc and prevent people from casting their votes in a free and fair manner. See, and this is exactly why TMC is going to go this time. People are tired of being kept in a place where fear rules them, not governance. So fear needs to leave West Bengal. The police of West Bengal, the authority of West Bengal needs to stand with people, not with those who are causing trouble to people. This day is going to be an incredible. I just saw my friend Shantnuji was mentioning Abhishek Banerjee's statement. That is so true. Abhishek Banerjee said, literally threatened the electorate and said that you better be voting for TMC because after 4th, after we win, you know what is going to happen. And if you remember even last time, last elections, this is what TMC had done. So they targeted people who they thought could have voted for BJP. They targeted, singled out BJP voters and people who were aligned with the BJP ideologically. And there was so much bloodshed, there was so much violence. And this time also they tried to do it. But I think the difference was the amount of people we have on the ground from the central forces.
Is there. Suvendu Adhikari interestingly took his car right up to where Mamata Banerjee was seated. We had pictures of Suvendu Adhikari who claimed that Hindus were being blocked. Hindus were being blocked from voting. Suvendu went right up to where Mamata Banerjee was seated. He went close to the Trinamool Congress office. Suvendu claims that Mamata Banerjee was there to just ensure that there is fear in Bhawanipur, asking why Mamata Banerjee was present with so many people, claiming that TMC was trying to scare Hindu voters in Bhawanipur. A very dramatic sequence of events. Mamata Banerjee claims that BJP is rigging the election. Suvendu says Mamata is spreading fear. So Bhawanipur is where all the action is happening this morning. And those are pictures coming in. Mamata, by the way, that's Mamata Banerjee showing a phone and claiming that her party workers were targeted overnight. So there is certainly a lot of nervousness, Let's go full frame to the pictures, stay full frame on the pictures from Bhawanipur. That's where the action is. Abhishek, this is very interesting. Suvendu says Hindus are being scared away in Bhawanipur. Live footage from Bhawanipur. Polling booth to polling booth. Let's go across live. Let's stay on the, it's a raw video. Let's stay on the raw video. Yeah, Mamata saying something. First on, please.
আমি কেন সরবো গো দাদা তুমি করো না
পেছনে চলুন, পেছনে চলুন। পেছনেই আছি দাদা। আর আপনি পেছনে ঢেলুন, তাহলে পেছনে যাবে।
দেখুন আপনি আমাদেরকে বলছেন, দেখুন আপনার সামনে।
Okay, so Mamata Banerjee going from one booth to the next. Shuvendu Adhikari marching from one booth to the next. Epicenter Bhawanipur in Bengal. Mamata Banerjee has taken a seat complaining too many forces. I don't like it. Too much security. This is not democracy. Democracy में security नहीं होता है. Poll rigging होता है. Booth capturing होता है. अभिषेक? छापा होता है. Democracy में छापा होता था.
You forgot bombs.
Bombs, crude bombs होता है democracy में. Every election छापा होता है. छापा. No छापा this time so far, Abhishek. Not that we are hearing of any of. Not that we are hearing of. Shuvendu speaking again.
बैठेगा क्या, खड़ा होगा, किसको डराएगा, किसको प्यार करेगा, उनको पूछिए ना। मुझे पूछने का कोई जरूरत नहीं। मैं तो देख रहा हूँ वोट अच्छा हो रहा है। अब तक 25% वोट पड़ गया है। 9 पड़ जाएगा। जनता जाग चुका है, ये जाने वाला है।
तो क्या डराने के लिए बैठी है ऐसे किसी को?
उसको बोलिए 77 वार्ड में जाने के लिए। यहाँ क्यों घुस रहा है? ये डराने के लिए हिंदू वोटर को। वो वार्ड 70 का बार बार जिक्र कर रही है। वार्ड 70 का जिक्र कर रही है। पूरी बेटा संजय किसी ने उठाया नहीं लाइव।
লাইট মারছে বলতো বুদ্ধি নেই কিছু না। আমার আসছে যাচ্ছে।
এই ছবিটা করতে দাও।
So what's going on here? Extreme battle of nerves, Abhishek. Haven't seen Mamata Banerjee this nervous ever. Asif Ansari backs towards, he leans towards the Trinamool Congress. Shantanu Gupta is live and Charu Pragya. Asif Ansari. Mamata is claiming that polls are being rigged. I mean, I can't believe I'm hearing this. She's claiming polls are being rigged. Asif?
Asif Ansari.
Asif, are you there? Let me put that to Shantanu. Shantanu, something's going on here. Everything has changed today. The tables have turned, at least so far, optics-wise.
And you will be surprised if you follow. See, Mamata Banerjee first came in power in 2011. And if you read the news of 2009 to 10, Mamata Banerjee is constantly going to the UPA2 government, talking to Arnab Goswami and requesting for free and fair elections. And she's claiming if free and fair election cannot happen in left rule, and if free and fair elections I will win. So she knows that rigging the election was the part of her electoral politics. Fake voters was part of his electoral politics. Political violence was part of her electoral politics. And this time she's not able to do those. So because of the heavy deployment of central forces, because of SIR, because of multiple level of checking of the voting identity card, she's not able to do fake voting. She's not able to intimidate the Hindu voter, the BJP voters. And that's what Shuvendu Adhikari is saying. I think we all remember that how to celebrate a Durga Puja to Ram Navami, Hindus have to go to court. We have seen it. It's not something new. We have seen from last 10 years, we have seen that after every poll, even after Panchayat poll, we have seen heavy poll violence. And this is a typical left electoral politics, left electoral tactics that Mamata Banerjee has adopted, that you scare the voters and supporters and the karyakartas of the opposition so much, then they will not get even the candidates. And that's why she's not able to play her rule book this time, and that's why she's looking rattled from last couple of weeks.
Yeah, we have a breaking update coming in, a visual coming in. Take a look at this. This is when a BJP candidate, let's break that. When a BJP candidate, Vikas Sardar, went to a polling booth, TMC workers surrounded him chanting Chor slogan, massive chaos in Basanti. TMC, typical TMC tactic of trying to intimidate. That's what they've tried to do even with the voter. Look at this tension in Basanti. That's a video. Let's just write Basanti, South Parganas 24. Yes. Yeah, but dramatic visuals. We have full frame pictures as well. Can we go full frame, please, to the pictures?
Shantanu, you were saying that this is going to be a free and fair election. Charu Pragya, let me take this to Charu. Charu, if that be the case, that this is the freest and the fairest election that Bengal has seen, then whosoever wins is clearly the choice of the people of Bengal. So whether Trinamool is coming back to power or whether BJP is snatching power from Trinamool, this is going to be the freest, fairest mandate that Bengal has seen in recent memory and perhaps for decades. Charu.
See, more than the result of any election is the fact that the people of a state be allowed to vote. And after they have cast their vote, they not be treated violently, beaten up, raped, or their family homes burnt down only because of the choice of political party they have made. And that, unfortunately, has been the greatest problem of Bengal for as long as I can remember. You were just showing some visuals from Basanti, but, when I started speaking this morning, that was the first thing I said. We have to keep a lookout for this kind of violence. That is exactly why there's so many central forces. But there's also this element of TMC trying to lie about the situation. We recently saw Mamata Banerjee kind of pretending that BJP is gherawing TMC workers. But more than that, let me remind everyone of the incident with...
जो हो गया पहले चरण में, जैसे हमारा बैट्समैन सेंचुरी पार कर दिया, अभी धीरे धीरे डबल सेंचुरी टारगेट है उसका तरफ बढ़ रहा है।
मानसून भी कुछ नरम है और वोटर,
अरे ऊपर वाला साथ है, वो भी बदलाव चाहते हैं। ये भगवान का खेला भी है और नीचे जो मनुष्य है वो कुटिबद्ध हो गया, वो विसर्जन देके रहेगा।
खेला होगा सेकंड फेज में, बीजेपी खेला खेलेगी सेकंड फेज में।
अरे तोड़ना, मुड़ना, जोड़ना, बदलना, ये तो बीजेपी का ही खेल है।
So this is Samik Bhattacharya who's saying Upar wala saath hai. This is God is with them this time, and there will be a change now. All right, we have.
There's a reason why he's saying that, by the way, because the weather is great in Bengal.
Yeah. Even in Delhi.
Delhi, very surprisingly. Surprisingly, the weather is great in Delhi as well, and the weather, of course, will not be a hurdle. It's not really hot. Sun is not above. People. They're also predicting some, minor showers in the afternoon. Quite normal in Bengal, we are told at this point of time. So it's typical weather for people to turn out. And maybe that's why the BJP leader is saying, Upar wala saath hai. Now, I don't know. Now, after all of this, Charu Pragya, if you don't match the numbers, if you don't get enough numbers, it's going to be extremely, extremely embarrassing. After all of this, Charu.
No, I'm very confident that the numbers will be there, and more importantly, like I was trying to tell you, the people of Bengal will have a government they deserve, a government that cares, a government that stands by them, because this particular government absolutely didn't. Before we got cut off, I was giving you the example of TMC MP Mitali Beg. She went around saying that it was BJP who attacked her, a person from the Bharatiya Janata Party who attacked her, but later after police verification, it was found out that the person who attacked her was actually a TMC worker. So this fake narrative also that TMC is trying to float around now is going to stand exposed, and it's not just BJP people or BJP candidates which are attacked by TMC. It is also going to be people from the left. It is also going to be people from the Congress party or from any new political party that has become active this time. So like I said, I'm extremely certain these massive numbers in which people are turning up to vote is an indication of the fact that the people of Bengal are no longer scared to step out, to exercise their right, to exercise their duty, and they are voting for change, they're voting for progress, and they're voting for a better Bengal.
How do we know?
Yes.
High voting, of course, for sure. But how do we know, Charu, Is Shantanu there? Can I take this to Shantanu? And Charu both actually. Shantanu first, Charu next. Shantanu, how do we know that this high voter turnout is for the BJP or the Trinamool? I mean, given the fact that it's a cutthroat election, this is a going down to the wire election, both sides would have mobilized, right?
Yeah. So you're right. So the research is not conclusive about a small change in the voting percentage. So if the voting percentage increased by 2 to 3%, 2 to 4%, the research is not conclusive that favors the incumbent or the challenger. But multiple researches done around the globe have very clearly shown if the voting percentage surged by 8 to 12%, it always benefits the challenger, not the incumbent. Because after 15 years of anti-incumbency, it's very difficult to be so enthusiastic about the incumbent party. That's multiple researches from across the globe shown that. And we have seen that in SIR, how Mamata Banerjee was rattled, whose fake voter was cut. That's very, very, very clear. And how TMC is rooting super rattled. And when this is the first time we are hearing Mamata Banerjee saying TMC fir aayegi to fir milenge. And if I translate what Abhishek Banerjee said recently, that he said last time we lost Aramba, Goghat, Kankul, Parsua, but we spared you out of a large hearted. This time I personally take responsibility. After 4th of May, I will see whose father will come from Delhi to save you. This is the words for a member of parliament. Abhishek Banerjee, though he hardly comes to parliament, his attendance in parliament is 15 to 20% from last many years. But these were the statements. So if it comes to that, I think it's very clearly, see, it's always said that a politician doesn't know if they're winning, but they always know when they're losing. So I think TMC and their senior politician already got the sense. And I think that's why they're tooth and nail on the ground and still doing their age-old tactics of intimidating the voters.
Charu, a tough question for you. You know, this is phase 2. Phase 2, 140 seats, predominantly urban, actually urban. And that's where the BJP jinx insofar as Bengal is concerned. You know, traditionally BJP is seen as a party which consolidates first in the urban areas and then goes to the rural areas. In the case of Bengal, the BJP has consolidated in the rural areas first, North Bengal, Hills, Jungle Mahal. And now you are looking at breaching the bastion of Trinamool.
Live pictures of
Shuvendu, and through these pictures you can see it's raining in Bengal, even if it's a drizzle. God is with you. And Mamata has said that the weather is kind.
Yeah.
Shuvendu saying with an umbrella that weather is kind. He's there with his supporters. And coming back, are you going to be able to breach the Bhadralok fortress that has been with Trinamool for a while?
So, you know, the incredible thing is this word fortress in Hindi, they say gad. It no longer exists anymore. There is no gad, there is no fortress. What only exists is people choosing leaders who are supposed to be working for them. And I think Bengal was left far behind compared to the rest of the country. Because last time, if Mamata Banerjee couldn't even save her own seat, she was ousted from her own seat, you can imagine that her popularity has been steadily on the decline. Yes, they won the elections last time, but you look at BJP's massive leap of progress from 3 seats to 77 seats in a span of 5 years. And this time, the last 5 years, we have worked very hard on the ground, supplemented by the fact that the people needed strong political support to call out the atrocities of TMC Sarkar. Every single day, every single corner, whether it was the Hindus who had to leave their burning homes in Murshidabad or the women who were treated in the worst possible manner that we can imagine in Sandesh Khali. Every step of the way, when there was crime, TMC was found to be standing with the criminals, not with the victims, not with the people who have suffered, and that is what is changing. And you were talking of numbers. Yes, I understand. Last time, most of our numbers did come from the first phase of voting, and this is the second phase. This is the critical phase. But I've been looking at PM Modi's rallies in the major cities of Bengal, especially rallies which are leading up to voting in phase 2. I don't think I've ever seen this amount of excitement, this many people on the streets, so much positive conversation. And some of these visuals are heartwarming. A little while back, I saw a visual of all the monks of ISKCON temple dancing, singing bhajans, and walking on their way to their booth to cast their votes. So this is the beauty, and this is what the number of central forces on ground have gotten to Bengal. The fact that they can vote freely. I'm sure today also the voter turnout is going to be very high, and this voter turnout is indicative of the fact that no one is scared of TMC anymore. They've tried their tactics time and time again, but no more. The people have risen against them.
Even if there is a difference, how much of a difference can we expect? 2019 BJP 26%, 2021 13%. I'm talking about the seats.
Okay, we have some breaking news coming in. Can we take the breaking? Charu, just stay with us. We'll take the breaking first up. We had some visuals come in now of violence where a BJP agent was attacked. We have some horrific pictures coming in from Bengal. Allegations of assault against a BJP agent. This is a Chakdaha Assembly constituency. Name is Sridham Biswas. He was assaulted there. Now, those are pictures, Chakdaha and Nadia, where this BJP poll agent, booth agent was attacked. Pretty violent attack. And he suffered injuries, reportedly being attacked by the Trinamool Congress. These are pictures that came into our newsroom. So the violence is there, but Abhishek, compared to the last election, it's way, way, way lesser than the last election.
Yeah, obviously, and that's because of the deployment which Mamata Banerjee is clearly not liking, because otherwise she would have wanted a monopoly over political violence. That monopoly has been taken and breached, and in fact the state now has complete monopoly over rule of law through its control over violence, and that's something which is not being liked by Trinamool, and that explains the certain loneliness that we saw in that picture of Mamata Banerjee sitting alone, pensive, quiet, thinking what's happening or what's not happening. And then she came out with that soundbite. Okay, we have Asif Ansari of the Trinamool joining us on the broadcast. And Asif, things do not look going your way. And that's getting reflected in the comments being made by your leaders. Asif. It's interesting that in places like Chhapra and Bhangur, the clashes are happening between ISF and Trinamool cadres and not between Trinamool and BJP cadres. That shows the Muslim vote bank stands divided.
I think Abhishek is too early to jump the gun, because it's 10:30 past only. And what we have seen for the last, from 7 o'clock in the morning, voters are in a very positive mood. They are giving their mandate to TMC, and whatever the news comes to you, I think, I don't know how filtered it is coming to your side, but people are showing their confidence towards Mamata Banerjee and TMC, and it is going quite well. And let's see what happens.
You sidestepped my question, Asif. My specific question was that we are getting since morning these reports that the clashes are happening between Trinamool and ISF cadres, or Trinamool and the JUP cadres. So it's interesting that this time perhaps the real fight is happening between the so-called secular forces over the Muslim vote bank.
Well, you might be getting that news, but most of the places that the central force are deployed, it has been seen that it's a military rule rather than a democracy process of voting. People are going and they are mostly scared by so much military.
Earlier they were scared of Trinamool cadres. You are saying this time they are scared of the central armed paramilitary forces deployed by the Election Commission. Is that the suggestion?
That is so unprecedented in any poll a day where people are not used to seeing so much of military personnel, because it's a normal exercise which people does. It has a very cool way we used to vote in Bengal, but this time...
Asif, one question from my side. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta. Are you afraid of the CRPF, CAPF, of the deployment? You're telling the people are afraid of the deployment.
Why should? If they are going to conduct election in intentions to make a peaceful election. But the
Asif, what evidence do you have to support your statement?
We have seen
people are getting scared. What evidence do you have to support your statement? You are making wild allegations against the Central Armed Forces.
No, what we have seen that
Asif, what evidence do you have to support your statement? You are saying people are afraid of the paramilitary forces. They are there to give security to the people. There are no bombs being hurled. There are no shots being fired. People are not getting murdered this time. Imagine the scenes that we are showing right now of people getting injured. The pictures might have been people getting killed or being shot at or bombs
it's not
being hurled.
Right now in your show, it is impossible to show you the video. But in many places where the students were held up, they are pulled by their hairs by the paramilitary.
Oh God, that's fake news. Asif Ansari, I can tell you that you're spreading fake news on live TV.
They are being beaten by the
that's fake news. That's fake news. That's fake news, Asif. Asif, that's fake news. I have some breaking news coming in. By the way, Ajay Pal Sharma, the Singham cop, has he's entered Jahangir's house. Jahangir's house area, he's entered that area in Falta. I'm waiting for a live picture to come in. He's been, moving around in Diamond Harbour. This is in Falta, Diamond Harbour. And Ajay Pal Sharma, the IPS officer, is reportedly, as we speak, has entered the area where Jahangir's house is. So they're anticipating something. They're anticipating that there's going to be large-scale rigging, perhaps, in Diamond Harbour, especially. We'll cut across to those pictures that are coming in. We saw a huge deployment, Abhishek. Since this morning, DG CRPF was there in this particular area in Diamond Harbour. So there is something brewing there. Not sure what that is. But they've gone to court over him. They've gone to the Supreme Court. I'd like to play those pictures out. Let's stay on the visuals, please. Let's stay on the visuals. And we have pictures right now. Let's go across to the pictures. Saikat is there. Saikat is a Republic Bangla reporter. Those are pictures, by the way, of Ajay Pal Sharma, the IPS officer, called Singham. They're calling him Singham. I mean, they're so provoked by him that they're saying, okay, if you're Singham, we are Pushpa. Those are the kind of dialogues that are doing the rounds in
Just
Bengal.
because his videos are getting viral, they're afraid because the videos are getting viral and they are alleging that he's threatening people. But this is not the first time that you see police officers asking for peace to be there, for peace to prevail. He is trying to make sure that there is peace. And they're alleging that he is inciting people. He's going against the Trinamool cadres there. That's all just allegations against a police officer who is...
Let's see if we can go to Harsha, because Harsha was there where Ajay Pal Sharma is. Harsha will be coming live any time now. So while we wait for Harsha, quickly getting in some breaking news updates right now. We have some breaking news updates. Let's quickly get our viewers up to speed. Shantanu has something to say.
Shantanu, you want to come in? I have just positing a question and then you answer. You know, Shantanu, I was earlier discussing about the clashes between ISF and Trinamool cadres. So this time the Muslim vote bank split is a serious possibility. Look at seats like Bangur, where ISF's Naushad Siddiqui is in direct contest with Shaukat Molla of the Trinamool. Or look at Kolkata Port, where Firhad Hakim is up against Fayaz Ahmad Khan of the CPM versus Aqib Gulzar of the Congress versus Imtiaz Alam of the JUP. Or for example, Canning Purba, where Bahrul Islam of the Trinamool is against Sabir Ali of Congress versus Arabul Islam of the ISF versus Israful Molla of JUP. You see the possibility of the Hindu mobilization in favor of the BJP and a Muslim split, vote bank split, and that leading to a change of result from 2021, change the Paribartan that the BJP is talking about happening because of that?
Yeah, among the multiple reasons, these are one reason. The BJP is mobilizing its voter bank through SIR. A lot of fake voters, a lot of dead voters, a lot of duplicate voters are no more there. And you rightly said the Muslim voter, which was like the main poll strategy for Trinamool Congress, are getting divided. And Congress and Congress and left are helping. Asaduddin Owaisi is helping. Humayun Kabir is helping. So all the forces which were adding the so-called India alliance right now helping the BJP in a way to cutting down the vote. And my comment was especially to Ajay Pal Sharma, right? We know the people of Uttar Pradesh know him very well. He has been SP in Jaunpur, Shamli, Rampur, Hathras, and currently he's the DIG or Assistant Commissioner of Police of Law and Order in Prayagraj. and I'm sure we have heard the stories of cutting down a mafia raj in Uttar Pradesh, and he's one of the major heroes of Yogi Adityanath in doing that. A lot of us who comment on Uttar Pradesh know that personally, that how amazing that officer is. He's a very sharp officer, and he was a dental surgeon in his previous life, and he used to extract teeth earlier. Now he's extracting the mafias, and how he's taking on Jahangir Khan. Like Jahangir Khan is just having 14 to 18 police cops around him. He has vice security that's only assures you 9 to 10 police fellows. So I think he's just weeding out all the pressure that the intimidation tactics of TMC works. That's why they're not liking some ace cop like Ajay Pal Sharma from Uttar Pradesh.
Charu is also with us. Charu, the question that I asked you earlier, but we are getting live visuals also. Charu, important to note that
what live visuals we are getting, because the output has to tell us what's...
Those are pictures of voting that is underway, where BJP leaders are also casting their vote in Kolkata. We'll go across to that. We're standing by for the pictures to come in of okay, Priyanka Tibrewal soundbite coming in. That's Priyanka Tibrewal, I think. Let's cut across live. Priyanka Tibrewal is an advocate. She's also cast her vote.
खुल के इस्तेमाल करिए.
पहले दफा में देखा गया 93% तक वोटिंग हुई और आज दूसरे दफा है. क्या किस तरह लगा?
यहाँ पर बस्तियों में ये गुंडे बहुत कोशिश कर रहे हैं, मगर लोग फिर भी निकल करके वोट कर रहे हैं. ये लोग बस्तियों के बाहर और पोलिंग स्टेशन के बाहर जो भीड़ कर रहे हैं, मेरा अनुरोध है इलेक्शन कमीशन से, आपने जो नियम बनाए उनका पालन करवाइए. आपने कहा 2 से ज़्यादा लोग कैंप पर नहीं रहेंगे, 50-50 लोग क्यों खड़े हैं? डंडे पड़वाइए सीआरपीएफ से. लात के भूत है, बात से नहीं मानेंगे.
100 मीटर के अंदर भी देखा जा रहा है बहुत से लोग.
वही तो मैं कह रही हूँ, इलेक्शन कमीशन को इसके ऊपर तुरंत कुछ ना कुछ एक्शन लेना चाहिए और हटाना चाहिए इन लोगों को.
You know, Priyanka Tibrewal, by the way, contested against Mamata Banerjee in the last by-poll in 2021, Niranjan. You know, so
yes,
she is a former contestant against the Chief Minister.
A feisty lawyer, a feisty advocate in the Calcutta High Court, and she was given a ticket, and she's very active spokesperson of the BJP on most debates on relating to Bengal. She says West Bengal people were never allowed to vote freely, but now they've been able to vote freely all of today, and asking for people to come out and vote. Kolkata is voting today. Now, Kolkata has typically seen very little voting. In fact, Kolkata has the least voter turnout historically in every election. We'll wait and watch whether Kolkata bucks that trend today, whether there is more voting in Kolkata. Before we go across to the pictures, we're still standing by for those pictures. But Charu Pragya, all of this security, you know, it was required. Many people argue that it was required. But somewhere do you feel that it's a bit, I mean, in terms of messaging, the BJP did enough in Bengal this time?
I wish just doing enough was sufficient, because here we saw that voting was done on the basis of intimidation. Voting was done on the basis of speeches being given, like it was evident even this time. This time, in spite of the presence of so much of central forces, 2.5 lakh of them, Abhishek Banerjee has the audacity to say in front of the entire world that this time after the 4th of May, he'll see who will come to save the people who have voted or supported for the Bharatiya Janata Party. It's not just about violence on the day of polling, because that we've been seeing since morning. Even now there are skirmishes everywhere. It's also violence that continues after. And that has been an issue, and that is why the number of central forces on the ground have been absolutely mandatory. Without them, can you imagine what the situation would have been? Political leaders who can be threatening openly, in spite of the fact that the entire world can see them and hear them on video. Imagine what they would have done if the number of forces that we have had not been there. We just saw a BJP agent being attacked in Nadia, I think. He was all bloodied. His face is bloodied. Why would things like that happen if TMC people had the capacity to stand on the sidelines and let people decide? Last time, the violence continued so much into the post-polling phase as well that in a span of just a few years, Bharatiya Janata Party lost over 300 Karyakartas who were brutally murdered. I can't even count count the number of other instances of violence or the way women were raped and molested time and time over only for their political ideology. This time, I'm extremely grateful to the Election Commission because this is not just about one state of India. This is about how elections are conducted in any other part of the country, and why should the people of West Bengal be at a disadvantage just because that's the part of the country they are in and Mamata Banerjee happens to be the CM.
All right. So
yeah, go ahead. I think we have pictures of our reporting team chasing a convoy of security forces.
Ajay
And
Paul.
why it is important, Shivam? It's because it's the area of Jahangir Khan, right?
Yeah, stern warning already given by Ajay Pal Sharma, the top cop, encounter specialist, who's a poll observer in West Bengal. Now, there was a meeting which was happening a little while ago. Senior police officers and the Central Armed Forces officers were there. And Ajay Pal Sharma was also. Now, these are the visuals which are...
NIA picture. That's a big one. NIA in Bangur. And I think, Niranjan, this is because some bombs were found, right?
Yes.
Just a couple of days back.
Bombs, crude bombs were found. In fact, one petition put the number of crude bombs found at almost 300. NIA keeping a close watch. NIA is in sensitive areas. Bangar is one such sensitive area where crude bombs were recovered in the last few days, and that is why the team is there. Mamata Banerjee, more pictures coming in of Mamata Banerjee. We'll cut across, keep multiple visuals. Live from Bhabanipur, live from Bangar, live from Bhabanipur, live from Bangar. Staying with these pictures. Mamata Banerjee is at a different ward now. She's going from ward to ward in her constituency of Bhabanipur. She's getting into her Scorpio. The same Scorpio, by the way, she fell off that Scorpio and broke her feet the last time around in the last election. You remember that? She broke her feet.
Yeah.
Her ankle was broken. Shuvendu's visuals also coming in. Mamata on the move in Bhabanipur. Shuvendu Adhikari on the move in Bhabanipur. Both of them keeping a close watch. It's a battle of nerves in Bengal, ladies and gentlemen. The two faces for the respective parties. For the Trinamool Congress, Mamata Banerjee, her party is fighting for survival. Shuvendu
Interesting
Adhikari.
picture, Niranjan. Interesting picture. The security officer is asking Shuvendu Adhikari to stay out. He's saying, please stay put. So I think that picture itself is proof that the security forces are doing their job without any fear or favor, and that they are stopping even the leader of opposition of Bengal and the BJP leader, because the Trinamool would say, oh, these persons are working at the behest of the BJP. The security officer is clearly seen as stopping Shuvendu Adhikari from getting inside the polling booth in these pictures. And that speaks volumes of the kind of security arrangements that are in place. In one picture, you are seeing Mamata Banerjee. Niranjan, I must correct, it's not Bhabanipur. In writing, you write Bhabanipur, but when you pronounce it Bhabanipur, because in Bengal, you cannot play around with Bengali like that.
Okay, that's okay. But I wanted to tell you that Trinamool Congress has also put out a statement just now. Trinamool Congress has issued an open threat. Let's break that full frame. Trinamool Congress open threat saying that Mamata Banerjee has made it crystal clear that we want peaceful polls, but we will not stay silent while the BJP's dirty tricks unfold. Open threat on polling day. We will not stay quiet while BJP's dirty tricks unfold, saying Mamata has condemned the terror being unleashed by police observers and CRPF Jawans. She's calling it terror being unleashed, saying that they are openly targeting our agents, our party workers, claiming midnight.
Niranjan, but just a while back, we showed pictures of the security forces stopping Shuvendu Adhikari. That's the picture. Look at the manner in which the security officer there, a very junior officer, I believe, has blocked the entrance and stopped the leader of opposition, Shuvendu Adhikari, from getting inside. That's a very important picture because that calls the bluff of this theory or this narrative that these security forces are a one-way street.
We have a news coming in that a BJP leader's car has been attacked.
And this is a third instance this morning where a BJP leader has been attacked.
Fourth
Instance where a BJP leader has been attacked.
Let's cut across live. That's a car that has been trashed. BJP worker's car being bludgeoned. Let's cut across live.
सिक्योरिटी गार्ड लेकर के हम बूथ देके हमारा बूथ एजेंट को बढ़ाने के लिए सीसीटीवी ठीक रहा है कि और सेंट्रल फोर्स काम कर रहा है कि नहीं कर रहा है, फिर टीएमसी गुंडे लोग को जम कर रहा है कि देखने के लिए मेट जाने के बाद 200 और 250 जो टीएमसी गुंडे लोग मेरा ऊपर अटैक किया, वो गुंडागिरी किया, और बम्बू और लोहा के रॉड लेकर के आर्म्स लेकर के मार रहा था। इतना मेरा वो कार पे भांगचूर किया, हमारा खुद मर्डर करने के लिए प्रेस रहा। मेरा जो सिक्योरिटी गार्ड उसका जो लाइसेंस वो गन छीन लिया, वो गन छीन करके मेरा जो सिक्योरिटी गार्ड उसको भूमि पे फैल दिया, लात मार मेरे पर प्राणघाती हमला चला। हम बोला अभी तक टीएमसी को गुंडे और जो नूर इलाही गाजी और 250 जो गुंडे, उन लोगों के गुंडे अभी तक क्यों गिरफ्तार नहीं हुआ। हम यही बात प्रशासन को जांच करके बोलना चाहिए। यहाँ पे जो वोट लूट रहा 2021 वो गुंडागिरी और ये नूर इलाही गाजी और राजा गाजी कर रहा था। ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा केस रहा। निर्वाचन कमीशन और स्पेशल ऑब्जर्वर बोला जो गाइडलाइंस दिया 24 आवर्स को जो बाद जो गुंडा जो क्रिमिनल उन लोगों को गिरफ्तार करना चाहिए। बाराईपुर एसपी और कैनिंग सब डिवीजन एसडीपीओ और आईसी नूर इलाही और क्रिमिनल को गिरफ्तार नहीं किया। इसी के लिए आज मेरा पर प्राणघाती हमला चल रहा है। हम बोलना चाहिए 128 विधानसभा को जो वोटर है वो वोटर तबियत पे है, प्लीज रखा कीजिए निर्वाचन कमिश्नर प्लीज।
Okay, Shubhendu Adhikari on the move, rounds, speaking to different stakeholders there, speaking to voters, getting a sense of how the polling has been underway since this morning. Okay, so while we stay on these pictures, he seems to be arguing with someone. Let's please put the audio up. Arguing.
I am coming along, only one.
If I vote at 100, will you support me? If I complain on 100, will you support me?
Yes, okay. I am not called anyone. I am coming along. I know this is my 8th time. I know that. Hare Krishna.
This will definitely go to the police station. देखिए
He seems upset with something. Abhishek, he was arguing with one of the poll observers there, or poll officers, and he's been. In fact, she was trying to ward him off, push him out, and he said he was trying to dig his feet in, saying that he's contesting for the 8th time. We have more breaking news coming in this time from Falta and Diamond Harbour. This is where Jahangir Khan, the dreaded mafia don Jahangir Khan, is contesting. It's an allegation being made that Hindu voters are being prevented from voting in Jahangir's Falta. There are some videos also that are being monitored by poll observers. It's a big allegation. Hindu voters being blocked from casting their vote in Falta, Diamond Harbour. Abhishek, not the first constituency where such an allegation is being made.
Yeah, we have to see who's doing that. There has to be a name and face to this charge because this is a sensitive constituency. This is, okay, we have a reporter. Okay, we have Harsha.
Exclusive pictures, please.
Harsha, who's making this allegation that the Hindu voters are not being allowed despite the fact that there is such a massive security arrangement? I mean, the observer is there, the CRPF DG is there. How come these charges of some section of the voters not being allowed to vote, Harsha?
So, Abhishek, we've got to know that in Falta region, there's a ward number where exactly I was reporting, early in the morning at around 7 o'clock. In that particular area only, the allegations have been leveled by the Hindu voters only. To polling booth, they were struck by some anti-social elements. Before even at the point where the CRPF were already deployed, they were not even allowed to reach to that particular location, and they were being asked by some anti-social elements to go out of this lane, not to reach towards the polling booth. And we have been informed that Election Commission has taken the cognizance of the issue and also are notified after the CRPF officials were notified what has happened in that particular booth. Now some of the Hindu voters have again queued up at the polling booth to vote. But this is a place, the video which I have sent to you in this particular, CCTV, it was monitored that yes, the allegations which were leveled by Hindu voters were right. Those were the TMC supporters, and also there were few people with the BLA
the TMC cadre, and those were stopping the Hindu voters to come and vote out there. But that's not only in Falta, Abhishek. There's a ward number 209 in the Kalicharanpur area, which also comes under the Diamond Harbour parliamentary constituency. In that particular ward also, the Hindu voters were stopped from voting. They were not allowed to go towards the polling booth. At least 3 to 4 such cases have been reported to Election Commission of, the Bengal.
Okay, bad signal there with Harsha. She's on the move in Diamond Harbour. She was in Usti. From Usti, she went to Falta. Now she's moving in Falta. Falta and Usti are both critical polling booths in Diamond Harbour. Shuvendu Adhikari, once again, the man of the moment. He's extremely upset with something in Bhawanipur. He's confronting poll officers. Let's cut across live. Let's cut that in to that window. Window mein lagaiye. Okay, so he was speaking to the media, Bhawanipur, Shuvendu Adhikari. He tried to enter a polling booth. Security officer tried to stop him there. I think he got a complaint in that particular booth. He was stopped from entering. And then he went to another booth and he was asked by the polling officials there not to sort of come close. That was his confrontation, by the way, with some officials at a polling booth in Bhawanipur. And he sort of put his foot down and he said that he's not going to move from there. But eventually he did.
Yeah, I mean, we have a lot of footage of CCTV camera monitoring through CCTV cameras of polling booths. Nice pictures. Can we put them for the viewers? Can we get those pictures before we go to the guests? Yes,
yeah,
CCTV
that's how it's being monitored.
I mean, these are monitoring rooms. These are election commission monitoring centers from where a hawk's eye is being kept on polling taking place. Remember, 100% of the polling booths, Niranjan, are under CCTV surveillance.
All of them?
100% of them. And this is just a glimpse of how closely the EC is monitoring the situation there. Each and every booth, everywhere, every nook and corner. As we continue this broadcast, we keep getting these voices, leaders. We also try to get how people are, narrating about what kind of experience they have had. We have a change of guests now, Niranjan. Guests have changed for this wheel, which is 11 a.m. onwards, and we have Radhika Khera.
Extremely detailed, Abhishek. Extremely detailed. Let's go across to Radhika Khera. Yeah. Radhika, allegation that Hindu voters are being blocked in Falta. Jahangir Khan's constituency, Hindu voters being blocked. Singham is not being able to do his job fully, I think. He's trying his best, but still Jahangir Khan seems to be sort of blocking Hindu voters, or that's what the allegation is. Radhika Khera.
I think we did not get her. Radhika Khera. We also have Rami Desai. We also have Shuvankar Bhattacharya. Do we have her? Do I have him? Do we have Ratnakar Tripathi?
Okay, there's some more breaking news coming in, Abhishek. Let's get the breaking news while we get our panelists through. Whole set of breaking news updates coming in because it's moving really fast now. First up, the polling numbers this morning roughly around 20% until 9 a.m. and we're getting in more details. Okay. While we go across to Rami Desai, those are pictures, ladies and gentlemen, that our colleague in Diamond Harbour, Harsha, brought us. She's in Falta, Diamond Harbour. And those pictures showing how CCTVs are being monitored. There was a complaint there that Hindu voters were being blocked, were being prevented from voting in Falta. Rami Desai, this was expected in some constituencies and it's still happening in pockets, we are hearing.
Sorry, I think there was an overlap. If you could repeat that.
Yeah, no, we're still getting in reports that some Hindu voters are being prevented in some parts of Falta. Falta is in Diamond Harbour. Diamond Harbour is Abhishek Banerjee's stronghold. And Jahangir Khan is the candidate there who is, by the way, facing off with this Singham. So that seems to be where the action is. But the news point here, Hindus being prevented from voting.
Look, at the end of the day, this is not something that, we are seeing the first time. We've seen post-poll violence at an level that we haven't seen anywhere ever across the country in the last elections. We've seen the kind of CAPF companies that have been deployed. I believe there are over 2,300 CAPF companies. That itself tells us what is expected. And it is absolutely shameful that while TMC consistently talks about, there not being free and fair elections and SIR being against them, that this is the kind of expectations that a common man in West Bengal should have in their elections. So it is not hard to believe. It has happened before, and we know that this is their stronghold. I think this is only first of the many news that is going to come out regarding this sort of disruption.
Yes, and there are more pictures coming in fact, from different parts of Bengal that show that violence is not hasn't fully disappeared. I mean, of course, violence being reported in pockets, but relatively much lesser than what we saw in 2021. And we also saw the NIA in action. Very interestingly, the NIA pictures of the NIA in action in Bangad. Those are pictures that came in. Oh, that's the NIA teams in Bangad. Bangad is one of those locations where crude bombs were found a few days back, and following which there was a petition that was also filed in the courts in Bengal asking for the elections to be secured a little bit more than what they already are. I mean, you have 2.5 lakh security personnel, 2.5 lakh paramilitary forces on the ground covering the phase 2 of the elections in 142 seats. And the NIA has also been roped in. NIA was asked by the EC to make sure that there is no explosion, there is no use of bombs, crude bombs, and that they had to crack down. And they are at it. Those are pictures from Bangad, where NIA team is in action. Now, many people will ask, why is there so much of security in Bengal this time? Because in Bengal, over the years, and we've recorded in the last 10 to 15 years that we've covered elections from Bengal, especially under Mamata Banerjee, ever since she came to power, the violence, in fact, last time you will remember, Rami, there were very horrific pictures of people being hung upside down. BJP workers, BJP leaders killed, hacked, hung from trees, bombs being hurled. None of that is being seen this time. Of course, there are stray incidents of violence, but it's drastically reduced.
Look, Niranjan, we have the kind of very efficient personnel, the CAPF companies that are there. You said that there are over 2.5 lakh personnel on the ground. So, of course, this sort of violence is mitigated. But just look at the incident that you just mentioned. There is this consistent disregard for law and order, which has become sort of a primary nature for politics in West Bengal. So while there may be absence of violence in terms of incidents, there isn't the absence of that stress and that expectation of disruption. And that itself is really, something that points out to the lack of any sort of safety or democratic freedom in the state. The state has had an abysmal record in all sorts of violations regarding, the rule of law. So, there's not much to say about this. I don't think the fact that we haven't recorded incidents is something that we should be celebrating, because it's not because of the political powers that may be, but it is because of our very efficient security forces who are on the ground.
Right, Rami. In fact, also we're being joined by Ratnakar Tripathi, who is from the Congress, and also Radhika Khera, the spokesperson from BJP. Radhika, I want to come to you first. Now, there are reports that say that, Hindu voters are being heckled. They're being stopped from casting their vote, and this after central forces have been deployed. In fact, UP's top cop, Ajay Pal Sharma, has also been deployed in West Bengal. And in the second phase, we hear that drones fitted with cameras, the first for any election ever in India, they're also deployed for surveillance systems. But even then, Hindu voters are being stopped from casting their vote. So what's your take on this, Radhika?
Good morning to everyone. As West Bengal celebrates the last phase of its Festival of Democracy for the next 5 years, we're seeing instances, and we know that ever since Ajay Pal Sharma ji was deployed over here, whether it is the TMC or it is Akhilesh Yadav or the Congress, they are the only ones who were jumping. And why they were jumping is for us to see. Whether it is Falta, the area where Jahangir comes from, Hindus are not being allowed to go, whether it is Mamata Banerjee's area, because they know that people are not ready to vote for them. And the fact of the matter is that in West Bengal, Hindus have been forced to leave their own houses. And palayan karne ko majboor ho chuke hai. We've seen how Mamata Banerjee is only bothered about one section, one religion in West Bengal. Otherwise, she doesn't care whether it has been right from the time of Ram Navami processions or even during Durga Puja. She does not care. She's only bothered that namaz should be on the right time. The festivals of Muslims should be celebrated with security. That is all that she's bothered about. So it is not something new that Hindus are being targeted. And anyways, everyone was prepared for this, and we've been seeing this. I mean, you don't see this happening in any part else of the country. It is only in West Bengal. Earlier it was with the CPI, now with Mamata Banerjee, and which is why we saw a huge voter turnout in the first phase, because people of West Bengal are sick and tired of this. They voted for development. They thought that after a 30-year left rule, Mamata Banerjee will come in as a breath of fresh air. But she ended up being even worse than the CPI rule. Now, instead of fresh air, she was like gutter air. And the fact that there were no companies that were allowed to come in, women's security fell for a 6, there are no jobs for the youth. So people want a change. And now that she knows that she has a zero, a blank report card in terms, like I said, of women's security, no jobs. And when you talk about jobs, she says कि मनरेगा का पैसा मिल तो रहा है, उसी से गुजारा कर लो, राशन मिल तो रहा है, उसी से गुजारा कर लो. A मुख्यमंत्री who has no vision to take the state forward. So she knows that people are not going to vote for her. And of course, there is a certain vote bank which votes for her and does not vote for the BJP. So she is very clear on that, कि भाई, she is not going to let the normal voter get out of the house and vote so that she ends up winning. But our security forces are there, and like our Home Minister has said it 3 days back, कि जो भी ममता बनर्जी के गुंडे हैं उनको उल्टा लटकाया जाएगा, which is why we are also ensuring that the CRPF remains over there after the elections, also the central forces, because we've seen after the previous elections last time, over 60 people were killed, more than 35 women were raped, and thousands were made to leave their houses. So this is what, the West Bengal of Rabindranath Tagore ji, Subhash Chandra Bose ji has been reduced to by the TMC, the Congress and the CPI. So, and they end up attacking their own self. We saw how they attacked their own MP just to get brownie points. But people are coming out in large numbers, and our security forces are ensuring, our election commission is ensuring that people do not lose their right to vote, and they come out and exercise their right so that Bengal has a Sonar Bangla future.
Yeah, we have a breaking news update coming in. In fact, 2 bits of breaking news updates. I quickly want to go across to that because in Falta, where we saw that Hindu voters were being blocked, there is another bit of breaking news update coming in. Allegations of multiple booths in Falta, Diamond Harbour, where there's been rigging. It is being alleged that on EVM machines, the button corresponding to the BJP symbol was deliberately taped to prevent voters from casting their vote for the BJP. There are also claims that outsiders entered polling booths and were sitting inside the booths, especially in Falta, Diamond Harbour. Falta is the seat of Jahangir Khan. So it's all happening in Jahangir Khan's seat. And the candidate reportedly visited these booths. The candidate went inside, removed the individuals who were trying to rig the elections and ensure they restored the functionality of the EVM buttons, especially the taped up buttons. And the Election Commission of India expected to respond and take necessary action after inquiry. It's all happening. It's all happening, and this is in Falta. Falta is in Diamond Harbour. Diamond Harbour is Abhishek Banerjee's constituency, and Jahangir Khan is Abhishek Banerjee's sidekick, his close ally. And that is why you also have this cop, Ajaypal Sharma, who's camping in Falta. We were wondering what's going on in Falta. So all the action seems to be happening here. Hindus are being prevented from voting, and EVMs are being taped up so that the voting does not happen for the BJP. What's going on? This is bizarre. Let's see if Harsha is joining us live. Harsha, Mohan, both of them joining us in North 24 Parganas. In fact, Harsha has been camping in Falta. Mohan is live with me. मोहन, क्या हो रहा है? फाल्टा से बहुत सारे ये जो एलिगेशंस आ रही है कि हिंदुओं को वहाँ पे वोट लगाने के लिए नहीं छोड़ रहे, वहाँ पे उनको बूथ जाने के लिए और वोट लगाने के लिए. आप कहाँ पे, आपका लोकेशन क्या है और वहाँ पे क्या चल रहा है? लेट्स गो फुल फ्रेम टू हिम.
एकदम देखिए, मैं अभी विधाननगर विधानसभा केंद्र में हूँ, नॉर्थ 24 परगना में, और आप जो बोल रहे हैं वो है साउथ 24 परगना, जिसको डायमंड हार्बर एरिया का एक पड़ता है जो विधानसभा केंद्र है, उसकी बात आप बता रहे हैं, जहां पर कुछ हिंदुओं को जो बेसिकली हिंदू एरिया चिन्हित है, वहां पर में वोटर को वोट देने के लिए मना किया जा रहा है। कल रात से ही कैंपेनिंग किया गया था तृणमूल कार्यकर्ता गुंडा उसके द्वारा, लेकिन आज जो है लोग वोट देने के लिए निकले हैं। जहां पर लोगों को असुविधा हो रही है, वो सीआरपीएफ को फोन कर रही है, चुनाव आयोग को फोन कर रही है, ताकि वो चुनाव में शामिल हो सके। लेकिन मैं एक अच्छा तस्वीर आपके सामने पेश कर रहा हूं। जो ये देखिए, जो मेरे पीछे है, ये विधाननगर विधानसभा केंद्र का पोलिंग बूथ है। यहाँ पर बारिश, अभी करीब 1 घंटे से बारिश हो रही है, उसके बावजूद आम लोग यहाँ पर चुनाव प्रक्रिया में शामिल होने के लिए छाता के सहारे लोग पहुंच रहे हैं, यहाँ पर अपना मतदान कर रहे हैं। और विधाननगर में अभी तक जो है वो शांतिपूर्ण चुनाव हो रही है, कोई खास ईवीएम खराब की घटना भी सामने नहीं आई है। और सबसे मजे की बात है कि हर उम्र के लोग जो आज ये एसआईआर के बाद पहली चुनाव प्रक्रिया हो रही है जिसमें शामिल हो रहे हैं। आप देख रहे हैं सब में उत्साह है, उत्साह का माहौल है एवं मुस्कान है। भाई साहब क्या बताएंगे?
कुछ नहीं अभी यहाँ पे
नहीं मतलब मुस्कान है ना,
पीसफुल है, इसीलिए
आप आराम से वोट दे पा रहे हैं यहाँ पर?
हाँ, आराम से, बहुत आराम।
यहाँ पर देखिए सब कुछ, क्या बताइए?
आराम से हो रहा है, एकदम
आराम से हो रहा है,
एकदम आराम से हो रहा
उत्साह है। इस बार चुनाव में उत्साह नजर आ रहा है आप लोगों को?
हम लोग का जो वोट कास्टिंग का है वो देना है
बस। तो मैं यही तस्वीर जो है दिख रही है कि विधाननगर विधानसभा केंद्र में अभी तक चुनाव प्रक्रिया जो है वो शांति रूप से संपन्न हो रही है। सेंट्रल फोर्स के जो कर्मी है वो मुस्तैद है। पूरी जो भी नियम है उनके द्वारा, जो चुनाव आयोग द्वारा उसका जो प्रक्रिया उसको माना जा रहा है। एवं सभी मानकों पर में सबसे बड़ी बात है कि बारिश करीब आधे घंटे से अधिक समय से बारिश हो रही है, जिसके बावजूद आम लोग चुनाव देने के लिए, अपना वोट देने के लिए आज जो है मतदान केंद्र पर पहुंच रहे हैं। ऐसा ही कुछ तस्वीर शॉट लेके बीसी ब्लॉक कम्युनिटी हॉल में, बेसिकली ये एरिया जो है शांतिपूर्ण एरिया है। यहाँ पर किसी तरह का जो झमेला या झगड़ा की जो घटना बहुत ही कम घटती है और नहीं ना के बराबर होती है। इसके बावजूद विधाननगर में शांतिपूर्ण चुनाव हो रही है, लेकिन उत्तर 24 परगना और दक्षिण 24 परगना में कहीं कहीं से जो है ऐसे घटना आ रही है, नजर आ रही है, और जो शिकायत आ रही है जहां पर जो है चुनाव प्रक्रिया में बाधा उत्पन्न किया जा रहा है।
कि अभी हमने 2 मिनट पहले ब्रेक किया था कि हिंदुओं को फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल ब्लॉक किया जा रहा है, और दूसरा चीज है कि ईवीएम पे बीजेपी का जो सिंबल है, बीजेपी का सिंबल को टेप लगा दिया, उसके ऊपर टेप लगा दिया ताकि लोग बीजेपी को चापा ना दे ना। ये देखिए, अभी बीजेपी भी वही कंप्लेन कर रहा है। अमित मालविया हैज जस्ट सेड, एंड लेट मी गो अक्रॉस टू हर्षा, देयर इज अ वीडियो आल्सो। Let's open up that tweet put out by Amit Malviya. In Amit Malviya's tweet, there is a video that he's put out, and in that video, you can see that the BJP symbol has been taped. Someone has put a tape. I mean, look at the kind of antics, Abhishek. They put a tape on the BJP symbol so that people can't vote for it. I mean, this is the level of fear in Bengal. I wonder why they would do that if they really didn't face a threat from the BJP. Amit Malviya claims that in the Diamond Harbour model, BJP option to vote has been blocked, effectively preventing voters from exercising their franchise. Abhishek Banerjee's seat, that's Diamond Harbour, Falta 144, part 170, room number 2, Haridanga High School. He's put out the details of which booth also this is happening in. Booth 189 also compromised in a similar manner along with several others. Demand immediate repoll in affected booths in Falta. Does repolling happen, Abhishek? That quickly, does it happen?
No. It's not. It's not about repolling. It's about I think voting.
Look at that.
Stopping and then restarting. So, these pictures really. These
tapes.
Taping of
BJP symbol.
I think that's what BJP was. That's what Trinamool was complaining about. They are not able to do this.
Yes.
You know, this is for them what is polling. This is for them what is elections. This is for them what is fair play. This is for them what is democracy. This is for them what is monopoly, which they are really not liking, because the monopoly of state power has gone with the forces, and monopoly is
what I wonder what
the lack of monopoly is being resented.
Imagine the candidate going in and realizing that this is happening. What are all those officers doing there? There are election commission officials there. Harsha is joining us live. Harsha, it's ironic that the the candidate goes in and finds out that there is tape over BJP symbol. What are all those officials doing there in the booth?
So Niranjan, in the particular booth in Falta where this happened,
who were sitting inside, and in fact they are not allowed to sit inside. In fact, there were few people who were not the part of that particular area, or they were not allowed in that polling station.
They were not allowed in that polling station. They were the outsiders from different constituency. They came here. They were sitting inside the polling booth. And when BJP candidate got to know about it, he immediately rushed to that particular ward in Falta. This is the Falta we are speaking about, from where the TMC candidate Jahangir Khan is contesting. It all has happened in Falta region only. In Diamond Harbour, there's a major place where the major booth capturing or the kind of rigging they are trying to do by taping the BJP mark in the EVM. They're trying to stall also in several ways the election here, and that's the reason, that's how this happened in Falta. When BJP candidate came and he called the election observers. He called election observers, and then the tape from the BJP mark was removed, and then again the polling started over there. That is all what happened in Falta, and now the election commission has taken the cognizance of it. We have also sent Niranjan the bites of Manoj Agarwal, the CEO. He has clearly stated what has happened there, and also again from the start, once it was halted, the polling was halted in that particular ward. It has again started now, but this is a desperate move by the TMC candidate Jahangir Khan. You remember, Niranjan, yesterday on the response of Singham, he was saying that I am Pushpa and I will see how the Singham will control the violence in Falta and in Diamond Harbour. That was a threatening given by Jahangir Khan to Ajaypal Sharma. So in a way, this way or that way, by hook or crook, they want to win the election. They're very sure this time that the optics are not in favor of them. And that is the reason why such measures are being applied by them. And Niranjan, in the start of the MCC, when the MCC was first implemented, that time the news reports came out that that there has been the pattern of TMC. They usually put the ink. They usually put the ink on the TMC ballot number. And whenever someone goes inside, if they don't vote in favor of TMC, the voter gets, the polling agents get to know about this particular voter has not voted in favor of TMC. That's the pattern TMC used to apply in the earlier election in 2021, in 2023 Panchayat posts, and this time that was the reason why each and every EVM was, it was sealed mark, it was closed, it was cleaned in a manner so that this doesn't happen.
Harsha, be with us. Abhishek, Ratnakar Tripathi, Shubhankar Bhattacharya, Rami Desai, Radhika Khera joining us. Just 1 second. Let's get a view from everyone. Shubhankar hasn't spoken. Ratnakar hasn't spoken. Abhishek, well done, Shubhankar. Well done. Democracy. This is what Mamata Banerjee was saying. Democracy is missing. This time there's no democracy. Sense of fear. Falta mein democracy dikh raha hai. BJP ke symbol ke upar tape laga diya. Well done.
Oh, what well done? I think if that is the case, there are a lot of incidences that we are also seeing on the other videos, which probably your channel is not properly covering. We have seen, the BJP agents meeting the observers over there. How many observers did meet their opposition parties as well? I don't think none of them. But still, we are seeing a lot of, such cases.
Singham is trying to meet Jahangir Khan. Ajaypal Sharma is trying to meet Jahangir Khan. Jahangir Khan is unwilling to meet him. Meet him, no?
Photograph inside and everything. So how do we know? Is it a conspiracy to, show it as a rigging, or actually the rigging has been done? So that has
EC has taken note, by the way.
That can only be done after the probe. A particular probe is done. Now that is not possible, understanding it through a particular channel that is completely, taken by a BJP member who's allowed a particular there. Because of a candidate, it may be possible that a candidate who is feeling defeated over there, he's trying to frame it as if that some big rigging is done by the other party or not. So it has to go under a probe. Then only anything can be made sure. But we have seen people, we have seen. I'm quite surprised that how come all these things are happening despite the BJP contestants are meeting the observers directly over there. They got that privilege to meet the observers and all. So when the entire agency is working in your favor, then still you are crying, the rigging and this thing is happening from the TMC side.
No, if the BJP is, if the machinery is with the BJP, then how come the BJP button is taped, Shubhankar? That's the question.
So probe it through. If the BJP button is taped over there, if whether it is shown, that is what I'm saying. Whether it is, a person with a mobile phone inside, who is taking the video, whether it is just done by him to just to show that whether this rigging is done or actually the rigging has happened, that has to go through a probe. Then only it can be proved.
Yeah, I mean, this question has to be asked of Radhika Khera then. Radhika, if this is happening, if the BJP IT cell head Amit Malviya is posting this, what's it about? I mean, where is the EC team? Where are the observers? Where are the flying squads? How come this is happening? What are the booth officials doing? I mean, BJP can't just be complaining.
We are not just complaining. This video was made by the candidate himself who's contesting against Jahangir and our Bharatiya Janata Party candidate. When he, as a candidate, you get the chance to go into the booth and see if everything is all right. When he went over there, he saw that his name had been taped. So he made a video and immediately got contacted the election commission for that. I did not speak over you. Zip it. I didn't speak over you. And you have Jahangir, who has said कि मैं पुष्पा हूँ. Now, who was Pushpa in the movie? He was a villainous character. He was a man doing shady business. He was a man who portrayed himself. He was portrayed like the hero of the movie, but in fact, he was a hard criminal, and everybody knows this. So Jahangir himself has said कि हाँ मैं पुष्पा हूँ, मैं criminal हूँ. And now it is in front of everyone to see that why Akhilesh Yadav and Mamata Banerjee and Abhishek Banerjee was so scared of the fact that Ajaypal Sharma was there. Now the PMC spokesperson here was talking about कि भाई किसी को opposition वालों को क्यों दूसरी पार्टी वालों को क्यों नहीं मिल रहे observers? Well, Mr. Ajaypal Sharma went to Jahangir's house. Jahangir's had a number of complaints against him for harassing voters, intimidating them. So which is why Ajaypal Sharma went to his house, spoke to his family and told them that he must wend his ways and follow the rule of law. Why did he not meet Jahangir that day? Because Jahangir refused. He ran away. He was missing in action. He was MIA. They tried to find him. They tried to locate him. And after 24 hours, you get to know that, oh, I was campaigning here. I was campaigning there. He was hiding from Ajaypal Sharma because chor ki dadi mein tinka tha. This is what was happening. This is what he was planning. And this is not the first time it has happened. Even in the Lok Sabha elections, the TMC had gone on to do this. They had covered many electoral machines, EVMs, with the strips so that on the BJP candidate's name. This is the modus operandi of Mamata Banerjee. Like I said, she has an empty paper. This is her report card, a blank paper. Nothing to talk in terms of women safety, nothing to talk in terms of employment, nothing to talk in terms of companies coming here to offer jobs. There is zero development in the state. The only development that has happened is in the bank balance of Abhishek Banerjee or IPAC. And even during the SSC examination a couple of years back, everybody knew the only person who benefited from that examination was Mamata Banerjee's niece. So either you have to be Mamata Banerjee's relative, and I'm going to quote Rahul Gandhi for once here today, either you have to be Mamata Banerjee's relative or you have to be a team of party of their goods. Only then will you be able to get anything in Bengal because that is the only people she works for. That is a fact. And you are hacking people to death over here, killing them, whether it is the Congress, whether it is the BJP, and attacking your own leaders. This is the last straw for Mamata Banerjee. She's trying every trick in the book, but it is not going to work.
There's some breaking news coming in, by the way, of EC sources indicating what's going to happen in these booths. If you can get us those details, Jason.
In fact, the EC sources have said that in case there was any incident of BJP's, symbols being taped, then a repolling is possible. That's exactly what we were discussing right now also when we arrived at the conclusion that repolling may not be the quickest possibility. But now the Election Commission says that repolling can be possible if the taping incident is verified in Falta. A big news that's coming in, especially for the BJP, that has alleged, in fact, they've also released videos. Now, as per what we also heard Radhika say that, the BJP candidate from Falta went around looking at the polling booths and that's where he found the BJP symbol being taped. And now the Election Commission has not only taken cognizance, but they've also showed action. They've said that they will conduct a repoll in case this incident is true. In fact, the EC is looking into how true these claims are by the Bharatiya Janata Party. And in fact, right after that, the EC says...
There's a confirmation coming in from our Republic Bangla team. In fact, our Republic Bangla team also reached out to the Election Commission sources and they have confirmed Mayuk is confirming this detail from the Republic Bangla newsroom right now. If reports of taping of any button in BU comes in, that should be verified and noted. If true, those booths will go in for a repoll. So Jahangir Khan, abhi picture baki hai. That was a comment that he made yesterday. Picture abhi baki hai. Picture baki hai. Falta mein. We'll have to take a break, but Ratnakar is watching. Ratnakar, Congress is missing today. I haven't seen Congress, any news related to Congress on the field. What's going on, Ratnakar ji?
Rahul Gandhi is Andaman, by the way.
Sorry, what? Nicobar, Great Nicobar. Yeah. Great Nicobar. Okay, Ratnakar ji will take your opening comment and then take a break. Smile. It's okay, smile.
Oh, I always smile. You know, I'm not biased like you. The biases are shown on the TV by you. Don't pretend to be so naive. And please don't taint the CRPF or any central agency, which are honest sometimes. Sometimes I'm saying. In your attempt to make Hindu-Muslim divide.
Hindu-Muslim divide?
Please, Niranjan, please extend the same courtesy you gave to the BJP.
Yes, sure. Please.
Please, extend the same courtesy.
Same, please.
Right? So the polls are being guarded by the CRPF personnel and the voters are being guarded. And you are saying Hindus are being blocked. Hindus never, the majority Hindus, never voted for BJP since BJP came in existence in Bengal. And Ajay Pal Sharma is not a top cop. He is a tainted cop, a corrupt cop, indicted in the report for sexual activities, for exploiting women and corruption. He is not a top cop. And what I see is Election Commission is allowing every extra constitutional activity in Bengal. What is that?
We have some action where Harsha is. I'm coming to you, Ratnakar ji. 1 minute. I'm coming to you. There is some breaking visual that Harsha has. I'm coming to you. 1 minute. I'm coming to you. I promise you I'm coming to you. I'm going across to Harsha. Harsha has some details. Harsha has a visual. Can we go across to Harsha, please?
Yes, Niranjan. So Niranjan, the latest update in Falta is that in booth number 223, we have got to know that the fresh allegation has surfaced where the voters have stated that there's a perfume and ittar which has been applied on the buttons of the EVM, that the Election Commission has just now received the fresh allegation. And not only this, in Falta, in multiple booths, the booths number 252, 235, 226, 186 and 241 in Falta, in all these places, they have got to know that there's a cello tape on the EVM buttons. This is what is being stated, that the voters are potentially being obstructed from casting their votes significantly and properly in the Falta region. So, Niranjan, several reports coming from the Falta Assembly constituency where several polling booths, there's obstruction, the voters are not being allowed to vote properly. But right now we are here, as we have reached here, Ajay Pal Sharma doing rounds here in the Falta region. But it's not connecting, Niranjan, that Ajay Pal Sharma till now has not gone to all those booths where exactly the problem is occurring. As a police observer, he should have been to all those booths from where the reports and the allegations are continuously being reported, where the Hindu people are not being allowed to vote, and where the reports are coming of the cello tape and the taping of the EVM buttons. In those places majorly, we don't see Ajay Pal Sharma going. He has been making rounds in the Falta Assembly constituency right now. He's making rounds, looking at polling booth while making rounds, but exactly not stepping to in any of the polling booth yet. He has not gone to any of the polling booth yet. We are hoping that he might visit to the polling booth where exactly the problem has surfaced and the allegations have been made. But yes, we have got latest updates that there are multiple booths in Falta Assembly constituency where exactly there's obstruction. So right now you're watching Republic TV exclusive coverage of the Phase 2 West Bengal election from all vantages. We have a huge team of Republic and Bangla deployed at several vantages. You're watching Republic TV. We'll be right back after a short break.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार।
विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
साथी हाथ बढ़ाना साथी रे, जिंदल साथी सील साथी रे, अरे सॉलिड इसकी फील है, जिंदल साथी सील है, दोस्त की स्टेनलेस स्टील है, क्वालिटी में दम है साथी रे, बिजनेस करेगा ग्रो साथी रे, टाइमलेस इसका लुक है साथी रे, और जिंदल साथी सील साथी रे।
जिंदल साथी सील है तो असली स्टेनलेस स्टील है।
तो जब भी आप स्टेनलेस स्टील पाइप्स एंड ट्यूब्स खरीदें, जिंदल साथी सील जरूर चेक करें।
जिंदल स्टेनलेस, इंडियाज लीडिंग प्रोड्यूसर ऑफ स्टेनलेस स्टील।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added
And Bengal votes in phase 2 of the assembly elections. Turnout stands at 39.97 or 40% by 11 a.m.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
जिंदल साथी सील है तो असली स्टेनलेस स्टील है।
तो जब भी आप स्टेनलेस स्टील पाइप्स एंड ट्यूब्स खरीदें, जिंदल साथी सील जरूर चेक करें।
जिंदल स्टेनलेस, इंडियाज लीडिंग प्रोड्यूसर ऑफ स्टेनलेस स्टील।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है, स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach
वो क्या बैठेगा, क्या खड़ा होगा, किसको डराएगा, किसको प्यार करेगा, वो उनको पूछिए ना। मुझे पूछने का कोई जरूरत नहीं। मैं तो देख रहा हूँ वोट अच्छा हो रहा है। अब तक 25% वोट पड़ गया है। जनता जाग चुका है, ये जाने वाला है।
तो क्या डराने के लिए बैठी है ऐसे किसी को?
उसको बोलिए 77 वार्ड में जाने को। यहाँ क्यों घुस रहा है? डराने के लिए हिंदू वोटर को। वो क्या बैठेगा, क्या खड़ा होगा, किसको डराएगा, किसको प्यार करेगा, वो उनको पूछिए ना। मुझे पूछने का कोई जरूरत नहीं। मैं तो देख रहा हूँ वोट अच्छा हो रहा है। अब तक 25% वोट पड़ गया है। जनता जाग चुका है, ये जाने वाला है।
तो क्या डराने के लिए बैठी है ऐसे किसी को?
उसको बोलिए 77 वार्ड में जाने को। यहाँ क्यों घुस रहा है? डराने के लिए हिंदू वोटर को।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH। थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away.
All right, viewers, we're getting a big breaking news development. Now, this is the voter turnout percentage which has been recorded in West Bengal in the second phase till 11 a.m. And this is over 40% turnout recorded in Bengal, which is good numbers. When we speak, it's just 11 a.m. and we have many more hours to come, many more hours to go, and 40% turnout recorded in West Bengal. But we'll have to wait and watch, Abhishek and Shravan, that whether the record of the phase 1 will be broken this time, because this is the stronghold of TMC, and this time the higher voter turnout. Over 40% turnout recorded in Bengal till 11 a.m.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
आर प्योर
सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies...
All right, viewers, now coming up next, voter turnout till 11 a.m. in second phase of voting in West Bengal, near 40%. And NIA is monitoring sensitive areas in West Bengal.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरी राजा,
सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the missile follows the eyes. This high off-bore sight ability lets the jet attack from strange angles without turning the whole...
All right, viewers, now these are the visuals from Howrah, West Bengal. As you can see, clearly there was a clash between ISF and Trinamool Congress cadres. Now, tensions, as you see on your screen, heavy security deployment, but it is getting difficult to manage. Huge deployment of police personnel, Central Armed Forces personnel on the ground, but the clashes have been reported between ISF and TMC. TMC feels intimidated by such a huge deployment. And also, the clashes are not between BJP and TMC, it's between ISF and TMC cadres in Howrah. Pictures coming in, live visuals of clashes and confrontations of scuffle from Howrah, West Bengal. Now, this is the second phase of voting from West Bengal, phase 2 of voting from West Bengal, and various pictures of violence visuals came earlier also, and now this is the other one. Earlier, an ISF polling agent was beaten. He was thrashed by TMC workers when he tried to enter a polling booth, and this is the other visuals. This is coming from Howrah, where there is reportedly violence. There has been clashes which occurred on your screens, ladies and gentlemen. This is Bhangar. Latest visuals coming in from Bhangar. Updated visuals coming in Bhangar. Now there seems to be the cadres
Bhangar.
Yeah. They seem to be arguing with the security deployment there, Abhishek, arguing it's elections in West Bengal, and West Bengal is always known for pre-poll and post-poll violence. However, because of such a huge deployment of CAPF, of Central Armed Police Forces, there has been less reporting of violent incidents, and the magnitude and the magnanimity of the violence was comparatively lesser comparatively to the previous elections which occurred in West Bengal. Many deaths used to be reported earlier. Now this time, thankfully because of the security deployment, now things are not escalating further. Now clashes, they stay till clashes, and the violence is being controlled by the Central Armed Forces and the police forces. Visuals coming in from Bhangar. All right, viewers, now it's time to slip into a short commercial break, and we'll continue our coverage of the Phase 2 voting from West Bengal, leaving you with the visuals of Bhangar, Bengal, voting in TMC bastions. A tough time for Trinamool Congress, not an easy election for Mamata Banerjee.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than
All right, viewers, these are the visuals of the Phase 2 voting from West Bengal. Now, it's a good voter turnout till 11 a.m. Now, also, Shuvendu Adhikari, leader of opposition in West Bengal, and a candidate from Nandigram and Bhawanipur who is contesting against Mamata Banerjee, spoke exclusively to Republic. Watch that exclusive conversation.
It's a great pleasure for me. They are going to assign me big job. I'll perform my duty. I'll fulfill their dream.
So just सबका आशीर्वाद मिल रहा है आपको?
I shall try to rebuild the West Bengal with my all BJP colleagues under the great leadership of Narendra Modi.
So just सबका आशीर्वाद मिल रहा है. Saw that there was a chaos between, there was a slight tiff between you and the sitting Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee. You said that this is
Today is a Voters' Day. I am interested to visit the polling station alone, not with my standing here alone. You are surrounded me. I am not called anybody. Why my opponent candidate is accompanied 50-60%? It's no need.
So sir, you are alleging sir कितने बूथ घूम लिया आपने? सर कितने बूथ घूम लिया?
कैंपेन कर दिया हम लोग. आज वोटर्स को शांतिपूर्वक तरीके से वोट डालना देना चाहिए और हम लोग को व्यवस्था देखने के लिए घूमना चाहिए. ज़्यादा आदमी लेकर, इतना पत्रकार लेकर ये सब नहीं करना चाहिए. आई रिक्वेस्ट एवरी रिपोर्टर्स, प्लीज वेट आउटसाइड द पोलिंग स्टेशन. इज देयर एनी क्वेश्चन? आई जो करना चाहिए करूँगा. ये इलेक्शन कमीशन भी संज्ञान में लिया है. इस तरीके से काम करेगा तो जो करना चाहिए होगा. मैं कैंडिडेट के साथ बात करूंगा. भूपेंद्र यादव जी कॉल्ड मी एट 9 AM. आई कन्वे द सिचुएशन. जस्ट few minutes back, ऑनरेबल होम मिनिस्टर माय लीडर अमित शाह जी कॉल्ड मी. फलता का इंसिडेंट मैं उनको भी कन्वे कर दिया.
क्या इसी तरह का जहांगीर खान यही टेक्निक यूज करता है?
नहीं, टीएमसी का टेक्निक है.
टीएमसी का
टेक्निक है.
इसी तरह
वो हम लोग कार्रवाई कर रहे हैं. वेट अभी कुछ नहीं हुआ है. 35% वोट पोलिंग हुआ है. अभी बहुत देखना बाकी है. चलो.
All right, so that was Shuvendu Adhikari, and the Phase 2 votings are happening, and it's a very good percentage now. There serious allegations have emerged from Falta also regarding irregularities in the voting process. Now, it is being alleged that on EVM machines, the button corresponding to BJP symbol was deliberately taped. We'll get you all the latest updates on that story and a lot more after a short commercial break.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ.
8 मिनट में तैयार.
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे. दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से. MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से.
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा.
MTH.
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the advanced.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Correct. The taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the advanced short-range air-to-air missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
The Phase 2 polls are underway, and the big bone of contention is whether at all this is going to be a free and fair elections. In fact, early this morning, we've already had multiple controversies, starting with whether at all a tape was put on the BJP button in Falta. This is the very constituency from where you've seen what really happened in the last 24 hours with the Singham cop on the street sending out a strong warning to TMC strongman Jahangir. In fact, this is what the CEO, the state chief election commissioner, has had to say. Let's listen in.
কেমন হচ্ছে, আপনি কি দেখছেন?
ভোট তো আমি দেখতে পাচ্ছি, প্রত্যেক বুথ দেখতে পাচ্ছি, আমাদের টিম আছে, নিচে মনিটরিং চলছে, উপর মনিটরিং চলছে, আমাদের প্রেসাইডিং অফিসার সঙ্গে কথাবার্তা হচ্ছে, কিউআরটির সঙ্গে কথাবার্তা হচ্ছে, আরও সঙ্গে কথাবার্তা হচ্ছে, ডিও সঙ্গে কথাবার্তা হচ্ছে, পুলিশ সঙ্গে কথাবার্তা হচ্ছে, সিএপিএফ সঙ্গে কথাবার্তা হচ্ছে। এখন ঠিকভাবেই চলছে, ভোট যেটা আছে সুস্থভাবে চলছে। কোথায় কোথায় মাইনর প্রবলেম আছে, ইভিএম খারাপ হয়ে গেছে, ওটা রিপ্লেসমেন্টের একটু টাইম লাগলো। কোথায় কোথায় যেটা হবে, লাইন যেটা আছে স্লো চলছে, স্লো বলছে 15 মিনিট ওয়েট করতে হচ্ছে। কোথায় কোথায় যেটা আছে আমরা ছোট প্রবলেম আছে, যেটা আমরা একদম অ্যাটেন্ড করতে পারছি। আমাদের যে পিটিজেড ক্যামেরা আছে ওটা নিয়ে আমরা কিউআরটিতে 2 মিনিট মধ্যে কিউআরটি পৌঁছে যাচ্ছে যেখানে প্রবলেম।
Our QRT team is also present there, and we are monitoring through the CCTV cameras that have been installed, and we are making immediate changes the moment the complaints have actually come in.
যেখানে ইনফরমেশন ভুল আছে ওখানে কোনো অ্যাকশন হয় না, যেখানে ইনফরমেশন ঠিক আছে ওখানে আমরা ওই সময় উইদিন দ্যাট মিনিট আমরা কথা করতে পারছি, পিআরও সঙ্গে কথা করতে পারছি, সেন্ট্রাল অফিসার সঙ্গে কথা করতে পারি, আরও অডিও যদি প্রয়োজন আছে।
স্যার, মগরাহাট পশ্চিমে ওখানে বলা হচ্ছে যে বিজেপি যে ক্যান্ডিডেট সেখানে একটা ব্ল্যাক টেপ দিয়ে দেওয়া হয়েছে ইভিএম। আমারটা নিতে দে,
কোনটা বুথ এটা গোটা মুগরাহাটে হয়েছে, কোথায় হয়েছে, যে বুথ আছে ওটা আমি দেখে দেবো ওখানে কি আছে, ঠিক আছে।
I have also looked into
the complaint that has come in from Falta. It is not that the entire area that there is a similar complaint that has come in. A general complaint on this matter will not work. So there you have the West Bengal CEO, they're making it a point that saying that just a general complaint is not going to work, and it is not like the entire area has a similar problem.
18.69% ভোট হয়েছে এন্ড যে আপনার রেঞ্জ আছে খুব বড় রেঞ্জ নেই কি কোনো 5% হয়েছে কোনো 25% হয়েছে রেঞ্জ যেটা আমি দেখলাম 16% থেকে 22% পর্যন্ত আছে ইভেন কলকাতা সব বুথে যে আছে 16% থেকে বেশি আছে
As far as the voter turnout is concerned, there is a higher trend coming in from Kolkata, about over 16%.
ভালো ভোট হয়েছে ভালো ভোট চলবে প্রত্যেক মানুষ যেটা আছে আজকে ও করে নিয়েছে সংকল্প নিয়ে নিয়েছে কি আমি কে ভোট দেব
Today, people of Bengal have taken up the resolve of stepping out and voting.
নদিয়ার চাপড়ায় একজনকে মেরে মাথা ফাটিয়ে দেওয়া হয়েছে নদিয়ার চাপড়া বিজেপি এজেন্টকে মেরে মাথা ফাটিয়ে দেওয়া হয়েছে ব্যবস্থা নেওয়া হয়েছে
100% ব্যবস্থা হবে প্রত্যেক দিনই ব্যবস্থা হবে স্ট্রং ব্যবস্থা হবে
Reports have also come in of a BJP polling agent being attacked. We have taken cognizance of the matter and we are looking into the issue.
পশ্চিমবঙ্গে এবার তো দেখে দিচ্ছে যে দুটো ফেজে ইলেকশন সম্ভব আছে এটা আগে কোনোদিন কল্পনাই ছিল না আমরা পশ্চিমবঙ্গে ভাবনাই 5 রাউন্ড 6 রাউন্ড 8 রাউন্ড এখন 2 রাউন্ডে হতে পারে এখন যদি আজকে ভালো হবে
There was a point in time when West Bengal had almost 8 phases of polling. Now it is down to 2 phases.
কি কমপ্লেন আসছে স্যার
এই দেখুন ছোটপট কমপ্লেন্ট তো আসেই কিন্তু এখন
There are complaints keep coming in.
কমপ্লেন্ট আসছে বিষ্ণুপুর থেকে কমপ্লেন্ট আসছে ফাল্টা থেকে কমপ্লেন্ট আসছে
We have received complaints from Falta.
আমাদের কিউআরটি আছে টিম আছে
Our QRT team is also present there.
সেকেন্ডস কথা করতে পারছি পিআরও সঙ্গে প্রেসাইডিং অফিসার সঙ্গে
কত পেয়েছেন
অভিযোগ যেটা আছে আমরা বুদ্ধি করি না কন্ট্রোল রুমে আসে অভিযোগ মাইনারও থাকে ইভিএম নিয়ে অভিযোগ এসছে কি ইভিএম যে আছে একটু খারাপ হয়ে গেছে রিপ্লেস হচ্ছে
There are complaints that have also come in with regards to EVMs, that EVMs are not working and there is malfunction.
স্যার মুখ্যমন্ত্রী অভিযোগ করছেন বাহিনী ভোট দিয়ে দিচ্ছে মুখ্যমন্ত্রী অভিযোগ করছেন বাহিনী ভোট দিয়ে দিচ্ছে সেন্ট্রাল ফোর্স ভোট দিয়ে দিচ্ছে এই অভিযোগ করছেন
সেন্ট্রাল ফোর্স তো একটাও ভোট দিল না দেবে না সেন্ট্রাল ফোর্স কি ভোট
Responding to the question on Chief Minister's allegations of central forces also voting. In fact, CEO now refuting those allegations, saying that no central forces have gone ahead and voted.
যেখানে भी আমাদের বুথে গন্ডগোল হবে ধরা যাবে আর যেটা এমন হবে কি আমার ইলেকশন প্রসেস ইনিশিয়েট করে দিচ্ছে ওখানে রিপোর্ট হবে যদি কোনো আরাম করেছে গন্ডগোল করেছে অ্যান্ড যেখানে भी এসব টেপে হয়েছে ওখানে প্রেসাইডিং অফিসার ওখানে যে সিএমপি পার্সন আছে রেসপন্সিবিলিটি ফিক্স হবে এটা কিরম হতে পারে আমাদের একদম ইনস্ট্রাকশন ক্লিয়ার আছে
Our instructions have been very clear to the officers at the ground with regards to repolling. We will be looking into the matter, whether at all there is any truth to it, following which only repoll decision will be taken.
পুলিশ গেছে সিআরপি ববি হাকিম অভিযোগ করছেন
আমার কাছে সঠিক ইনফরমেশন নেই আমি কার বাড়িতে কে গেছে नहीं গেছে আমি কিন্তু ওটা নেই পুলিশ से কাজ আছে ল অ্যান্ড অর্ডার মেইনটেইন করার জন্য পুলিশ से কাজ আছে পিস মেইনটেইন করার জন্য পুলিশ যেখানে যেখানে ভাববে
I'm not going to make any comment about a single candidate, but it is the prerogative of the police to enter wherever they feel that there is a need and to maintain the law and order situation on the ground.
গন্ডগোল করতে পারে কে ইলেকশন যেটা আছে খারাপ করতে পারে তো পুলিশ তো প্রিভেন্টিভ মেজার নেবে এন্ড এখনো কোনো গন্ডগোল হবে পুলিশ স্ট্রং অ্যাকশন নেবে
স্যার মমতা ব্যানার্জি বলছেন সেন্ট্রাল ফোর্স গুন্ডাগিরি করছে বিভিন্ন জায়গায় গিয়ে সেন্ট্রাল ফোর্সের দিকে অভিযোগ করছে
দেখো কোনো সেন্ট্রাল ফোর্স যে আছে
On questions of central forces high-handedness,
সেন্ট্রাল ফোর্স তো একটা সেন্ট্রাল ফোর্স আছে এখানে সাংবাদিক আছে কে সাংবাদিক গন্ডগোল করছে এটা তো নাম জানতে হবে
there are several journalists on the ground. Can anyone actually say that there is any high-handedness on the part of the central forces? The central forces are essentially doing their duty to ensure that there are free and fair elections taking place.
India has got zero tolerance on any gandagol by even any polling personnel, any CPF, any QRT personnel, any official involved in the election. प्रत्येक ऑफिशियल जो इलेक्शन इन्वॉल्व আছে he is on deputation to ECI, and ECI will not tolerate any sort of indiscipline by any of its officers. So special complaint আসবে, আমি আপনাদের মাধ্যমে সব ভোটারকে আবার আপিল রাখছি, আপনি যান ভোট দিয়ে আসুন। গ্রেট হিস্ট্রি ফর বেঙ্গল, আপনার ক্যালকাটা যে আছে ভোটিং পার্সেন্টেজ তো কম থাকে, আমরা প্রত্যেক লোকের দায়বদ্ধ আছি, আমরা কলকাতা যে আছে ভোটিং পার্সেন্টেজ এমন করবো, অন্য মেট্রো যেটা আছে আপনার দিল্লি আছে, আপনার মুম্বাই আছে, আপনার বেঙ্গলোর আছে, চেন্নাই আছে, ওদের থেকে বেশি ভোটিং পার্সেন্টেজ আমরা করতে পারবো।
Well, NIA continuing their search operations in Bangor. This is the very place from ISF Chief Naushad is contesting. In fact, earlier this morning, there were images that had come in of crude bombs that have been recovered. 79 crude bombs in the run-up to the Phase 2 elections have already been recovered, following which the Election Commission had to step in. On your screens right now, these are the latest images coming in of the National Investigation Agency carrying out the investigation with regards to crude bombs. In fact, just a quick take of what we know so far. This is on the outskirts of Kolkata, where the seat is. In fact, this is the seat from where Naushad has been contesting. He is also the sitting legislator, and a direct fight with the Trinamool Congress. In fact, Naushad's party has largely been saying that they are the ones who are the voice of the Dalits as well as the minorities in the state of West Bengal, and leading to a direct fight. Now, in the Panchayat elections also, this was the same very place where there was large-scale violence that has taken place. In fact, it almost appeared, for those who have been on the ground, to actually see this is all, it turns out to be a completely war zone. We have been here during the Panchayat elections. You could literally see from each side. The side has been divided. One side, they call it, is the Trinamool Congress stronghold. The other happens to be ISF stronghold. And you would essentially see crude bombs being hurled. And on your screens right now, latest images coming in of the current situation. I believe this came in earlier today. Yeah. And let's try and see if we can go full frame, because defining images of this very place, Bangor, and perhaps the messaging that is being done by the ISF to the Trinamool Congress here. On your screens right now, you have ISF supporters. I believe that would be Naushad. We'll try and see if we can also pull out those images of Naushad, who spoke a short while back. But clearly, with the NIA coming in, Trinamool Congress this morning, Abhishek said, Shoykut Mullah had said that for the first time, you have the National Investigation Agency, and they also roped in the other central agencies, saying that for the first time, central agencies have been deployed on the election day, responding to the fact that CBI, ED is also there on the spot, is what one of the Trinamool Congress leaders had to say. Here you have Naushad on your screens. We'll try and see if we can just, if there are any nats here of Naushad speaking to the CRP, the paramilitary force that have been deployed there.
কথা বলি, আজকে একটা উৎসবের মেজাজ, আজকে হচ্ছে গণতন্ত্রের উৎসব। এই উৎসবে এই যারা এরকম ধরনের বিশৃঙ্খল।
Okay, so there you have, it seems that this was immediately after the crude bombs that were recovered, and the National Investigation Agency has been acting on the basis of the order that has been passed by the Ministry of Home Affairs and the recommendation that came in from the Election Commission to ensure that there are free and fair elections taking place, and not a repeat of what we had seen earlier of crude bombs being hurled by ISF and Trinamool Congress.
Let's get quick reactions on this. Rohan Gupta of the BJP joins us in the broadcast, as also Muralidharan Sivalingam, right-leaning voice, political analyst, Advocate Nikhil Jain giving us the Congress view. We have Congress view on the panel, but not on the ground. Ranjan Bhattacharya, political analyst, lean towards the TMC. Ranjan, if I could begin with you. ISF versus Trinamool, it seems, for the minority or the Muslim vote bank this time, and it's coming clear. Be it Bangor, be it Kaliganj, be it Canning West, be it Canning Purba, and Sonarpur Dakshin. Everywhere you see ISF versus Trinamool panning out, really.
Well, to amend your first statement, I am not Trinamool representative or speaker.
I said pro-TMC voice.
Yeah, I'm as a political analyst, I like to explain you whatever you have asked me so far. It's basically because of the fact that the SIR a large section of the voters have thought about it, that their franchise, their voters' right should be exercised in this election. That is, to best of my knowledge, as a primary issue, which has brought the voting poll percentage so high in the first phase, and as well in the second stage. I think second phase it will happen the same. With regard to the issue of how and when this result come, before that, how do you analyze what can be the future of West Bengal in terms of who will form the government, which political party will get how many seats? Various assessment, various analysis of various agencies. I don't agree with all of that, what they're explaining and what they're thinking about the present situation. You know, it has various angles from where people can think of or can come out with their thought. But the issue is that, you know, there are a couple of issues which are very relevant, like anti-incumbency factors. That is there. Second, the government of West Bengal, at the fag end of their term, I mean, there were a lot of issues which they have faced in terms of, you know, court cases on voter list, rolls, and the inclusion and exclusions of the voters list. I mean, there are issues, n number of issues just before the election. So the people, the voters at large, are also very confused. What is right, what is wrong, how it is happening, why it is happening just before the election, and so on and so forth. So it is a very confusing state of affairs, as a matter of fact, in West Bengal politics, and particularly just before the election, the situation which people of the state has faced. To best of my knowledge, that yes, there will be a very tough fight. Yes, there will be a result either way. Yes, there are possibilities that many things which nobody has even thought of, the result may take turn to that, the side also. You know, to be very honest to you, there might be maybe the first time in assembly election of West Bengal, a hung assembly. I mean, no party will get majority. So
it
all
would be a
these
hung
are
assembly. You are actually saying Mamata Banerjee is not coming to power?
I have never said that.
You said hung assembly.
I'm not saying that Mamata Banerjee, you see, you can't raise an issue or a question like this when such a huge state facing just before election so many question marks. Just before
does that question mark include question mark on Mamata Banerjee not coming to power or coming to power?
I'm not an astrologer.
You are equivocating. That's why let me take this to Rohan Gupta. Rohan Gupta, you know, it is clear that we are seeing a pattern. The pattern is that Trinamool seems to be on the back foot. The pattern is that Trinamool is nervous. The pattern is that Mamata Banerjee cut a very lonely picture in the morning, and Mamata Banerjee, when she made the first comments, came out very defensive, Rohan Gupta.
I completely agree with you, and there is a reason behind it. Because if there is free and fair election in West Bengal, TMC knows that they are going to lose. And the phase one numbers, obviously all the political parties analyze the numbers. I think after analysis, TMC has realized that even phase two, if there is a free and fair elections, because phase two is the phase where they have one maximum number of seats. So they are jittery, but I think Election Commission has done commendable job. They have not come under pressure. This is the first time that the voting has touched 92%. This is the first time where the voting is happening only in two phases. This is the first time that there is no pre-poll violence. This is the first time that on the day of election, nobody has died. So I think there are many firsts in favor of Election Commission. That's why TMC is jittery, and that's why we see this kind of frustration from TMC. But whatever they have done, like the kind of the numbers it is showed that at 11 o'clock already 40% voting is completed. It means every hour 10% voting is there. I think we might break the record of phase one. So it clearly shows that people have not been influenced by the goons of TMC. They are voting in free and fair manner. They have confidence in the management which is set up by Election Commission, and that's why Bengal is going for the change this time.
Okay, Nikhil.
But importantly, they have to prove that. How are you winning? You have to give some sort of arguments about, even if there is an increase in voter percentage, if more people are coming to vote, you can't say that it is anti-incumbency or it's pro-incumbency. But let me go across to Ranjan Bhattacharya for a response on that. Whom do you think is winning this time? Because the number of increase in voter percentage definitely doesn't hint towards TMC coming back to power or BJP losing more seats. What's your take on that first?
Well, let me be very honest to you that a little bit, whatever I know about the pre-election situation, the large number of people of the rural belt, in spite of the fact that there are so many complaints on law and order situation, so many complaints against the anti-social activities of so-called Trinamool, workers at a ground level, have not really changed the mind.
Let's also get in Nikhil. Nikhil, I want to just concentrate on the second phase right now because the ISF plays the role of a spoiler as far as Trinamool Congress is concerned. The left and your alliance that you are in, it's only going to dent the prospects for what you see of BJP not coming to power. For BJP, this is only going to be more fruitful, keeping in mind that what really happens is that ISF continues denting the prospects of the Trinamool Congress. So where does that really work for you?
Shyam, first of all, this time around the Congress party is practically fighting all the seats on its own, so it's not in alliance with the ISF or the left parties, and the Trinamool Congress obviously is fighting on its own. Now,
you're only helping. So technically, in some way, Nikhil, you are like the B team for the BJP now, because effectively you are helping the BJP there.
Seven, there's a lot of disturbance, and I think there's some connection issue. If you can.
Bharat Mata ki Bande 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 गंगे मैया की नमः पार्वती पतिये हर हर आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, आज आपके कर कमलों से आपकी विराट सोच के अनुरूप देश के एक बड़े एक्सप्रेसवे में से एक गंगा एक्सप्रेसवे का उद्घाटन का एक कार्यक्रम संपन्न होने जा रहा है। देवी सुरसरी भगवती गंगे त्रिभुवन तारिणी तरल तरंगे, मां गंगा के पैरेलल समानांतर उस विराट को छूने के लिए उत्तर प्रदेश के आर्थिक विस्तार को एक नई उड़ान देने के लिए जिस एक्सप्रेस वे का शिलान्यास आपने दिसंबर 2021 में किया था, आज आपके कर कमलों से उसका ये भव्य लोकार्पण का कार्यक्रम होने जा रहा है। मैं इस अवसर पर गंगा एक्सप्रेसवे जो उत्तर प्रदेश की अर्थव्यवस्था की रीढ़ बनने जा रही है, आपके विजन को इस जमीनी धरातल पर उतारकर आज उद्घाटन के इस भव्य कार्यक्रम के अवसर पर मैं आपका भक्त प्रहलाद और नरसिंह भगवान के अवतरण की इस पावन धरा पे हृदय से स्वागत करता हूं, अभिनंदन करता हूं। हरदोई श्री हरि विष्णु के परम भक्त भक्त प्रहलाद के उद्धार की भूमि, 52 अवतार और नरसिंह अवतार की पावन धरा हरदोई में आज यह अवसर हम सबको प्राप्त हो रहा है। इस अवसर पर मंच पर उपस्थित प्रदेश की माननीय राज्यपाल आदरणीय श्रीमती आनंदीबेन पटेल जी, केंद्रीय वित्त राज्य मंत्री और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के प्रदेश के अध्यक्ष श्री पंकज चौधरी जी, केंद्रीय मंत्री श्री जितेंद्र प्रसाद जी, उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार में मंत्रिमंडल के मेरे सहयोगी श्री केशव प्रसाद मौर्य जी, ब्रजेश पाठक जी, सुरेश कुमार खन्ना जी, नंद गोपाल गुप्ता नंदी जी, नितिन अग्रवाल जी, असीम अरुण जी, श्रीमती रजनी तिवारी जी, सभी माननीय जनप्रतिनिधिगण और आज के इस कार्यक्रम में उपस्थित हरदोई, शाहजहांपुर, उन्नाव, कन्नौज और फर्रुखाबाद से जुड़े हुए सभी उपस्थित बहन और भाइयों, आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का मैं आज गंगा एक्सप्रेसवे के इस उद्घाटन कार्यक्रम के अवसर पर मां गंगा के आशीर्वाद से अब सिंचित इस पावन धरा पर हृदय से स्वागत करता हूं, अभिनंदन करता हूं। बहनों और भाइयों, दिसंबर 2021 में आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने इस एक्सप्रेसवे का आधारशिला रखी थी। वैश्विक महामारी कोरोना के उस कालखंड के दौरान इसके जमीन अधिग्रहण की कार्रवाई करने के साथ ही इस पूरे कार्यक्रम को आगे बढ़ाने और एक समय सीमा के अंदर इसे पूरा करने का विजन आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जो उत्तर प्रदेश को दिया और पूरे देश के अंदर आज जब हम नए भारत का दर्शन कर रहे हैं तो उस नए भारत के नए उत्तर प्रदेश में यह आधुनिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर जो हमारे आवागमन को तो सरल बना ही रहा है, बल्कि हमारी अर्थव्यवस्था को भी एक नई ऊंचाई प्रदान कर रहा है। और ये तब हो पाया है जब प्रधानमंत्री जी के विजन को उनके मार्गदर्शन पर चलते हुए स्पष्ट नीति और साफ नियत से उसे प्रभावी ढंग से जमीनी धरातल पर उतारने का कार्य हुआ। बहनों और भाइयों, 2017 के पहले का उत्तर प्रदेश परिवारवाद और जातिवाद के जकड़न में, दंगों में, अराजकता में, कर्फ्यू में, माफिया की समानांतर चलने वाले उस अराजकता भरे माहौल में विकास की, रोजगार की, नए निवेश की कोई कल्पना भी नहीं कर सकता था। और आज मुझे बताते हुए प्रसन्नता है कि पिछले 9 वर्ष के अंदर डबल इंजन सरकार का परिणाम आज उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर एक्सप्रेसवे का एक नेटवर्क, हाईवे, डिस्ट्रिक्ट वे और ग्रामीण सड़कों का 4 लाख किलोमीटर का एक बेहतरीन नेटवर्क हम सबको देखने को मिल रहा है। इंटर स्टेट कनेक्टिविटी 4 लेन के साथ, हर जिला मुख्यालय 4 लेन के साथ, हर ब्लॉक और तहसील मुख्यालयों को 4 लेन और 2 लेन की सड़कों के साथ जोड़ करके 7 सिटी में मेट्रो और देश की पहली रैपिड रेल आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने पिछले दिनों दिल्ली मेरठ के बीच में इस पूरे कॉरिडोर का उद्घाटन करके उन दूरियों को समेटने के साथ ही उत्तर प्रदेश की अनलिमिटेड पोटेंशियल को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए जो कार्य किया है, आज वह जमीनी धरातल पर डबल इंजन सरकार की ताकत के रूप में, एक्सप्रेसवे के रूप में, रैपिड रेल के रूप में, इनलैंड वाटरवे के रूप में, मेट्रो के रूप में, रेलवे के डेडिकेटेड फ्रेट कॉरिडोर के रूप में हम सबको देखने को मिल रहा है। उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर केवल यह एक्सप्रेसवे हमारी दूरी को ही कम नहीं कर रहे हैं, बल्कि इन सभी पे डिफेंस मैन्युफैक्चरिंग कॉरिडोर जो आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने यूपी के लिए स्वीकृत किया था वह भी है, और साथ साथ उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर इन एक्सप्रेसवे के माध्यम से अन्नदाताओं, किसानों की उन्नति के ये एक्सप्रेसवे बने हैं, युवाओं के रोजगार के एक्सप्रेसवे बने हैं, आस्था और संस्कृति के एक्सप्रेसवे हैं और प्रदेश की समृद्धि के एक्सप्रेसवे बन रहे हैं। ये एक्सप्रेसवे 27 स्थानों पर इंटीग्रेटेड इंडस्ट्रियल क्लस्टर एंड लॉजिस्टिक हब डेवलप करने की कार्रवाई भी तेजी के साथ आगे बढ़ी है। अगर हम केवल गंगा एक्सप्रेसवे पर देखेंगे, 594 किलोमीटर का यह लंबा एक्सप्रेसवे, जिस पे केवल एक्सप्रेसवे पर ही हम लोगों ने 18,000 एकड़ लैंड अन्नदाता किसानों से लिया है, और इस पर बनने वाले जो इंडस्ट्रियल क्लस्टर और लॉजिस्टिक हब हैं, इनमें भी लगभग 7,000 एकड़ लैंड अलग अलग स्थानों पर लेकर के नए निवेश और उसके माध्यम से नौजवानों के लिए नए रोजगार की संभावनाओं को भी आगे बढ़ाने का कार्य किया है। आज जिन 12 जनपदों में मेरठ से लेकर प्रयागराज तक विस्तृत इस एक्सप्रेसवे पर 12 जनपदों के जिन 1 लाख से अधिक किसानों ने लैंड उपलब्ध करवाने में अपना योगदान दिया है, मैं उन सभी अन्नदाता किसानों के प्रति भी हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं, जिन्होंने जो भी लैंड एक्विजिशन की पॉलिसी है उसके अंतर्गत इस पूरे अभियान को विकास हो, उत्तर प्रदेश के अनलिमिटेड पोटेंशियल को प्रधानमंत्री जी के विजन के अनुरूप विकसित भारत की संकल्पना को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए विकसित उत्तर प्रदेश के निर्माण में हम भी योगदान दे सकें, उस विजन में उन्होंने भी अपना भरपूर योगदान दिया। आज उसी का परिणाम है कि एक्सप्रेसवे बन करके तैयार हुआ है, और आज आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के द्वारा जिसका शिलान्यास किया गया था, ये बीजेपी की सरकार, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जो बार बार कहा है कि जिसका शिलान्यास करेंगे उसका उद्घाटन भी करेंगे, आज उसका उद्घाटन भी आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के कर कमलों से हो रहा है। मैं इस अवसर पर आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का एक बार फिर से उत्तर प्रदेश वासियों की ओर से हृदय से स्वागत करता हूं, अभिनंदन करता हूं। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय जय श्री राम, जय जय श्री राम।
बहुत बहुत आभार माननीय मुख्यमंत्री महोदय का। देवी सज्जनों, अब मैं निवेदन करूंगा माननीय प्रधानमंत्री महोदय से वे अपने कर कमलों से रिमोट का बटन दबाकर गंगा एक्सप्रेसवे का लोकार्पण करने की कृपा करें। हम सब साक्षी बने इस ऐतिहासिक क्षण का।
बेहतर रास्ते सिर्फ दूरी नहीं, सपनों को भी करीब लाते हैं। सुपर फास्ट सड़कें केवल यात्रा को आसान नहीं बनाती, बल्कि गांवों और शहरों को जोड़कर रोजगार, व्यापार और औद्योगिक प्रगति को बढ़ावा भी देती है। यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के इसी विजन के अनुरूप रिकॉर्ड समय में बनाया गया है नेक्स्ट जनरेशन इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का पर्याय, नए उत्तर प्रदेश का सबसे लंबा गंगा एक्सप्रेसवे।
21वीं सदी में किसी भी देश की प्रगति के लिए, किसी भी प्रदेश की प्रगति के लिए हाई स्पीड कनेक्टिविटी सबसे बड़ी जरूरत है। गंगा एक्सप्रेसवे यूपी के विकास को गति भी देगा और यूपी को शक्ति भी देगा।
माननीय मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ जी के परिवर्तनकारी नेतृत्व में उत्तर प्रदेश में एक्सप्रेसवे कनेक्टिविटी के फ्लैगशिप प्रोजेक्ट कंप्लीट होने से कभी जो सफर घंटों में तय होता था, अब वो मिनटों में हो रहा है पूरा। डबल इंजन सरकार ने उत्तर प्रदेश को बनाया है एक्सप्रेसवे स्टेट। यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री जी के कर कमलों से आज माननीय राज्यपाल श्रीमती आनंदीबेन पटेल जी और माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी की गरिमामयी उपस्थिति में राष्ट्र को समर्पित किया जा रहा है गंगा एक्सप्रेसवे। अब देश के कुल एक्सप्रेसवे नेटवर्क में उत्तर प्रदेश की सर्वाधिक हिस्सेदारी हो गई है। मेरठ के ग्राम बिजौली से प्रारंभ हापुड़, बुलंदशहर, अमरोहा, संभल, बदायूं, शाहजहांपुर, हरदोई, उन्नाव, रायबरेली, प्रतापगढ़ से होकर प्रयागराज के ग्राम जूडापुर दांदू में समाप्त होने वाले गंगा एक्सप्रेसवे से आच्छादित हैं 12 जनपद और 518 ग्राम।
मेरठ को प्रयागराज से जोड़ने का लगभग 600 किलोमीटर का यह एक्सप्रेसवे न केवल एक्सप्रेसवे यातायात की दृष्टि से होगा, बल्कि इस क्षेत्र में औद्योगिक गतिविधियों को आगे बढ़ाने, रोजगार के सृजन को तेजी के साथ आगे बढ़ाने का एक बड़ा अभियान होगा।
120 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटा की स्पीड से डिजाइन किए गए गंगा एक्सप्रेसवे पर 14 दीर्घ सेतु, 165 लघु सेतु, 7 आरओबी, 32 फ्लाईओवर, 453 अंडरपास, 795 बॉक्स कलवर्ट के साथ ही महत्वपूर्ण मार्गों से 21 स्थानों पर इंटरचेंज, यात्रियों की सुविधा के लिए 9 स्थानों पर जन सुविधा परिसर का कराया गया है निर्माण। स्थानीय जनमानस के सुविधाजनक आवागमन के लिए गंगा एक्सप्रेसवे के दोनों ओर कराया गया है 737 किलोमीटर सर्विस रोड का निर्माण। सुरक्षित और सुव्यवस्थित यात्रा के लिए हर एक किलोमीटर पर लगाए गए हैं सोलर ऊर्जा से संचालित हाईटेक स्मार्ट कैमरे। आपातकालीन परिस्थितियों में भारतीय वायुसेना के फाइटर प्लेन की लैंडिंग व टेक ऑफ के लिए बनाई गई है एयर स्ट्रिप। देश में एक्सप्रेसवे पर सबसे अधिक एयर स्ट्रिप के मामले में भी उत्तर प्रदेश बन गया है नंबर 1। औद्योगिक गलियारा परियोजना के अंतर्गत गंगा एक्सप्रेसवे के सन्निकट 12 जनपदों में स्थापित किए जा रहे हैं इंटीग्रेटेड मैन्युफैक्चरिंग एंड लॉजिस्टिक्स क्लस्टर्स। सामाजिक समृद्धि, सामरिक सुरक्षा और औद्योगिक उन्नति का पर्याय गंगा एक्सप्रेसवे समग्र विकास की वो नई सुबह है जिसके हर मोड़ पर तरक्की कर रही है आपका इंतजार। काम दमदार, डबल इंजन सरकार।
हार्दिक बधाई आप सभी को गंगा एक्सप्रेसवे के लोकार्पण की। देवी सज्जनों, आइए आप सबके सम्मान और कृतज्ञता से भरी करतल ध्वनि के साथ निवेदन करें माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी से उनके संबोधन के लिए, इस ऐतिहासिक अवसर पर उनके शुभ संदेश के लिए। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री महोदय।
भारत माता की, गंगा मैया की, गंगा मैया की। उत्तर प्रदेश की राज्यपाल आनंदीबेन पटेल, यहाँ के मुख्यमंत्री श्रीमान योगी आदित्यनाथ जी, उप मुख्यमंत्री केशव प्रसाद मौर्य, ब्रजेश जी पाठक, केंद्रीय मंत्रिमंडल के मेरे सहयोगी जितिन प्रसाद जी, पंकज चौधरी जी, यूपी सरकार के मंत्रीगण, सांसद और विधायकगण, अन्य जनप्रतिनिधि और विशाल संख्या में पधारे हुए मेरे प्यारे भाइयों और बहनों, सर्वप्रथम मैं भगवान नरसिंह की इस पुण्य भूमि को प्रणाम करता हूं। यहां से कुछ किलोमीटर की दूरी पर मां गंगा कृपा बहाती हुई गुजरती है, इसलिए ये पूरा क्षेत्र ही तीर्थ से कम नहीं है। और मैं मानता हूं यूपी को एक्सप्रेस वे का यह वरदान ये भी मां गंगा का ही आशीर्वाद है। अब आप कुछ ही घंटों में संगम भी पहुंच सकते हैं और काशी में बाबा के दर्शन करके भी वापस आ सकते हैं। साथियों, जैसे मां गंगा हजारों वर्षों से यूपी की और इस देश की जीवन रेखा रही है, वैसे ही आधुनिक प्रगति के इस दौर में उनके समीप से गुजरता ये एक्सप्रेसवे ये यूपी के विकास की नई लाइफलाइन बनेगा। ये भी अद्भुत संयोग है कि पिछले 4-5 दिनों में मैं मां गंगा के सानिध्य में ही रहा हूं। 24 अप्रैल को मैं जब बंगाल में था तो मां गंगा के दर्शन किए थे और फिर कल तो मैं काशी में था। आज सुबह ही फिर बाबा विश्वनाथ, मां अन्नपूर्णा और मां गंगा के दर्शन करने का सौभाग्य मिला। और अब मां गंगा के नाम पर बने इस एक्सप्रेस वे के लोकार्पण का अवसर मिला है। मुझे खुशी है कि यूपी सरकार ने इस एक्सप्रेस वे का नाम मां गंगा के नाम पर रखा है। इसमें विकास का हमारा विजन भी झलकता है और हमारी विरासत के भी दर्शन होते हैं। मैं यूपी के करोड़ों लोगों को गंगा एक्सप्रेसवे की बधाई देता हूं। साथियों, आज लोकतंत्र के उत्सव का भी एक अहम दिन है। बंगाल में इस समय दूसरे चरण का मतदान हो रहा है और जो खबरें आ रही हैं उनसे पता चलता है कि बंगाल में भारी मतदान हो रहा है। पहले चरण की तरह ही जनता वोट देने के लिए बड़ी संख्या में घरों से निकल रही है लंबी लंबी कतारों की तस्वीरें सोशल मीडिया में छाई हुई है। पिछले 6-7 दशक में जो नहीं हुआ, जिसकी कल्पना भी मुश्किल थी, वैसे निर्भीक वातावरण में बंगाल में इस बार वोटिंग हो रहा है। लोग भय मुक्त होकर वोट दे रहे हैं। ये देश के संविधान और देश के मजबूत होते लोकतंत्र का पुण्य प्रतीक है। मैं बंगाल की महान जनता का आभार व्यक्त करता हूं कि वो अपने अधिकार के प्रति इतनी सजग है, बड़ी संख्या में वोटिंग कर रही है। अभी वोटिंग खत्म होने में कई घंटे बाकी है। मैं बंगाल की जनता से आग्रह करूंगा कि लोकतंत्र के इस पर्व में ऐसे ही उत्साह से भाग लें। साथियों, कुछ समय पहले जब बिहार में चुनाव हुए तो बीजेपी एनडीए ने प्रचंड जीत दर्ज की थी, एक इतिहास रच दिया था। अभी अभी कल ही गुजरात में महानगर पालिका, नगर पालिका, जिला पंचायतें, नगर पंचायतें, तहसील पंचायत, इन सब के चुनाव के नतीजे आए हैं। और आप मेरे उत्तर प्रदेश वासियों को खुशी होगी, 80 से 85% नगर पालिका और पंचायतों भाजपा ने जीत ली है। और मुझे विश्वास है कि इन 5 राज्यों के चुनाव में भी भाजपा ऐतिहासिक जीत की हैट्रिक लगाने जा रही है। चार मई के नतीजे विकसित भारत के संकल्प को मजबूत करेंगे, देश के विकास की गति को नई ऊर्जा से भरेंगे। साथियों, देश के तेज विकास के लिए हमें तेजी से आधुनिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का भी निर्माण करना है। दिसंबर 2021 में गंगा एक्सप्रेसवे का शिलान्यास करने मैं शाहजहांपुर आया था। अभी 5 साल से भी कम समय हुआ है और आप देखिए, देश के सबसे बड़े एक्सप्रेसवे में शुमार यूपी का सबसे लंबा ग्रीन कॉरिडोर एक्सप्रेसवे ये 5 साल के भीतर बनकर तैयार हो गया है। आज हरदोई से इसका लोकार्पण भी हो रहा है। यही नहीं, एक और गंगा एक्सप्रेसवे का निर्माण पूरा हुआ है, तो साथ ही इसके विस्तार की योजना पर भी काम शुरू हो गया है। जल्द ही गंगा एक्सप्रेसवे मेरठ से आगे बढ़कर हरिद्वार तक पहुंचेगा। इसके और बेहतर उपयोग के लिए फर्रुखाबाद लिंक एक्सप्रेसवे का निर्माण कर इसे अन्य एक्सप्रेसवे से भी जोड़ा जाएगा। ये है डबल इंजन सरकार का विजन। ये है भाजपा सरकार के काम करने की स्पीड। ये है भाजपा सरकार के काम का तरीका। भाइयों बहनों, कुछ ही दिन पहले मुझे दिल्ली देहरादून एक्सप्रेसवे के लोकार्पण का अवसर मिला था। तब मैंने कहा था कि नए बनते एक्सप्रेसवे विकसित होते भारत की हस्तरेखाएं हैं और ये आधुनिक हस्तरेखाएं आज भारत के उज्जवल भविष्य का जयघोष कर रही है। साथियों, अब वो दौर चला गया जब एक सड़क के लिए दशकों तक इंतजार करना पड़ता था। एक बार घोषणा हो गई तो वर्षों तक फाइलें चलती थी। चुनाव के लिए पत्थर लग जाता था। उसके बाद सरकारें आती रहती थी, जाती रहती थी, लेकिन काम का कुछ अता पता नहीं लगता था। कभी कभी तो पुराने फाइलें ढूंढने के लिए बड़े बड़े अफसरों को 2-2 साल तक मेहनत करनी पड़ती थी। डबल इंजन सरकार में शिलान्यास भी होता है और तय समय में लोकार्पण भी हो करके रहता है। इसलिए ही आज यूपी के एक्सप्रेसवे से भी ज्यादा रफ्तार अगर कहीं है तो वो यूपी के विकास की रफ्तार ही है। साथियों, वो एक्सप्रेसवे केवल एक हाई स्पीड सड़क नहीं है। ये नई संभावनाओं का, नए सपनों का, नए अवसरों का गेटवे है। गंगा एक्सप्रेसवे करीब 600 किलोमीटर लंबा है। पश्चिमी यूपी में मेरठ, बुलंदशहर, हापुड़, अमरोहा, संभल और बदायूं, मध्य यूपी में शाहजहांपुर, हरदोई, उन्नाव, रायबरेली, पूर्वी यूपी में प्रतापगढ़ और प्रयागराज, इनके आसपास के दूसरे जिले गंगा एक्सप्रेसवे, इससे इन इलाकों के करोड़ों लोगों का जीवन बदलेगा। साथियों, इन क्षेत्रों को गंगा जी और उनकी सहायक नदियों की उपजाऊ मिट्टी का वरदान मिला है। लेकिन पहले की सरकारों ने जिस तरह किसानों की उपेक्षा की, उसके कारण किसान परेशानियों के में ही घिर करके रह गए। यहां के किसानों की फसलें बड़े बाजारों तक नहीं पहुंच पाती थी। कोल्ड स्टोरेज की कमी थी, लॉजिस्टिक का अभाव था, किसानों को उनकी मेहनत का सही मूल्य नहीं मिलता था। अब उन कठिनाइयों का समाधान भी तेजी से होगा। गंगा एक्सप्रेसवे से कम समय में बड़े बाजारों तक पहुंच मिलेगी। यहां खेती के लिए जरूरी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का विकास होगा। इससे हमारे किसानों की आय बढ़ेगी। साथियों, गंगा एक्सप्रेसवे यूपी के एक छोर को दूसरे छोर से तो जोड़ता ही है, ये एनसीआर के असीम संभावनाओं को भी करीब लाएगा। गंगा एक्सप्रेसवे पर गाड़ियां तो दौड़ेगी ही, इसके किनारे नए औद्योगिक अवसर विकसित होंगे। इसके लिए हरदोई जैसे दूसरे जिलों में इंडस्ट्रियल कॉरिडोर विकसित किए जा रहे हैं। इससे हरदोई, शाहजहांपुर, उन्नाव समेत सभी 12 जनपदों में नए उद्योग आएंगे। अलग अलग सेक्टर्स जैसे फार्मा, टेक्सटाइल आदि के क्लस्टर्स विकसित होंगे। युवाओं के लिए रोजगार के नए अवसर भी तैयार होंगे। साथियों, हमारे ये युवा मुद्रा योजना और ओडीओपी जैसी योजनाओं को उसकी ताकत से खुद भी नए नए कीर्तिमान गढ़ रहे हैं। यहां छोटे उद्योग, एमएसएमई को बढ़ावा मिल रहा है। बेहतर कनेक्टिविटी की सुविधा से उनके लिए भी नए रास्ते खुलेंगे। मेरठ की स्पोर्ट्स इंडस्ट्री, संभल का हैंडीक्राफ्ट, बुलंदशहर के सिरेमिक, हरदोई का हैंडलूम, उन्नाव का लेदर, प्रतापगढ़ के आंवला प्रोडक्ट्स, ये सब बड़े स्केल में देश दुनिया के मार्केट में पहुंचेंगे। लाखों परिवारों के इससे आमदनी बढ़ेगी। आप मुझे बताइए, क्या पुरानी सरकार में हरदोई, उन्नाव जैसे जिलों में इंडस्ट्रियल कॉरिडोर बनाने की कल्पना तक हो सकती थी क्या? हमारे हरदोई से भी एक्सप्रेसवे गुजरेगा। ये कोई सोच सकता था क्या कभी? ये काम केवल भाजपा सरकार में ही संभव है। साथियों, पहले यूपी को पिछड़ा और बीमारू प्रदेश कहा जाता था। वही उत्तर प्रदेश आज $1 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी बनने के लिए आगे बढ़ रहा है। ये एक बहुत बड़ा लक्ष्य है, लेकिन इसके पीछे उतनी ही बड़ी तैयारी भी है, क्योंकि यूपी के पास इतनी असीम क्षमता है। देश की इतनी बड़ी युवा आबादी का पोटेंशियल यूपी के पास है। इस ताकत का इस्तेमाल हम यूपी को मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हब बनाने के लिए कर रहे हैं। यूपी में नए उद्योग और कारखाने लगेंगे। यहां जब बड़ी मात्रा में निवेश आएगा, तभी यहां आर्थिक प्रगति के दरवाजे खुलेंगे, युवाओं के लिए रोजगार के अवसर पैदा होंगे। भाइयों बहनों, इसी विजन को केंद्र में रखकर बीते वर्षों में लगातार काम हुआ है। आप सब खुद भी महसूस कर रहे हैं, जिस यूपी की पहचान पहले पलायन से होती थी, आज उसे इन्वेस्टर समिट और इंडस्ट्रियल कॉरिडोर के लिए जाना जा रहा है। यूपी की इन्वेस्टर समिट में देश और दुनिया से कंपनियां आती हैं। यूपी में हजारों करोड़ रुपए का निवेश हो रहा है। आज अगर भारत दुनिया में दूसरा सबसे बड़ा मोबाइल निर्माता है, तो उसमें बहुत बड़ा योगदान यूपी का है। आज भारत जितने मोबाइल बना रहा है, उसमें आधे मोबाइल हमारे यूपी में बन रहे हैं। अभी कुछ ही हफ्ते पहले मैंने नोएडा में सेमीकंडक्टर प्लांट का शिलान्यास भी किया है। साथियों, आप सब जानते हैं एआई के इस दौर में सेमीकंडक्टर कितनी बड़ी फील्ड बनाती जा रही है। यूपी उसमें भी लीड लेने के लिए आगे बढ़ रहा है। भविष्य में असीम अवसरों वाला बहुत बड़ा क्षेत्र यूपी के लोगों के लिए खुल रहा है। साथियों, उत्तर प्रदेश का औद्योगिक विकास आज भारत की सामरिक ताकत भी बन रहा है। आज देश के 2 डिफेंस कॉरिडोर में से एक यूपी में है। बड़ी बड़ी डिफेंस कंपनियां यहां अपनी फैक्ट्री लगा रही है। ब्रह्मोस जैसी मिसाइलें, जिनका लोहा दुनिया मानती है, आज वो यूपी में बन रही है। रक्षा उपकरणों के निर्माण में जो छोटे छोटे पार्ट चाहिए होते हैं, उनकी सप्लाई के लिए एमएसएमई को काम मिलता है। इसका बहुत बड़ा लाभ उत्तर प्रदेश के एमएसएमई सेक्टर को हो रहा है। छोटे छोटे जिलों में भी अब युवा बड़े बड़े उद्योगों से जुड़ने का सपना देख सकते हैं। साथियों, आज उत्तर प्रदेश इतनी तेज गति से विकास कर रहा है क्योंकि यूपी ने पुरानी सियासत को भी बदला है और नई पहचान भी बनाई है। आप याद करिए, एक समय यूपी की पहचान गड्ढों से होती थी। आज वही यूपी देश में सबसे ज्यादा एक्सप्रेस वेज वाला प्रदेश बन चुका है। पहले यहां पड़ोस के जिले तक जाना भी बड़ा मुश्किल होता था, लेकिन आज उत्तर प्रदेश में 21 एयरपोर्ट है, 5 इंटरनेशनल एयरपोर्ट है। अब तो नोएडा इंटरनेशनल एयरपोर्ट का उद्घाटन भी हो चुका है। गंगा एक्सप्रेस वे से नोएडा इंटरनेशनल एयरपोर्ट कुछ ही घंटों की दूरी पर है। भाइयों बहनों, हमारा उत्तर प्रदेश भगवान राम और भगवान कृष्ण की धरती है, लेकिन पिछली सरकारों ने अपनी करतूतों के कारण अपराध और जंगल राज को यूपी की पहचान बना दिया था। यूपी के माफियाओं पर फिल्में बनती थी, लेकिन अब यूपी की कानून व्यवस्था का देश भर में उदाहरण दिया जाता है। भाइयों बहनों, संसाधनों का बंदरबाट करने वाले जिन सिपाहियों के हाथ से सत्ता गई है, उन्हें यूपी की ये प्रगति पसंद नहीं आ रही है। वो एक बार फिर यूपी को पुराने दौर में धकेलना चाहते हैं। वो एक बार फिर समाज को बांटना और तोड़ना चाहते हैं। साथियों, समाजवादी पार्टी विकास विरोधी भी है और नारी विरोधी भी है। अभी बीते दिनों देश ने एक बार फिर सपा और कांग्रेस जैसी पार्टियों का असली चेहरा देखा है। केंद्र की एनडीए सरकार संसद में नारी शक्ति वंदन संशोधन लेकर आई थी। अगर ये संशोधन पास हो जाता तो साल 2029 के चुनाव से ही महिलाओं को विधानसभा और लोकसभा में आरक्षण मिल जा। बड़ी संख्या में हमारी माताएं बहनें सांसद विधायक बनकर दिल्ली लखनऊ पहुंचती, वो भी किसी और वर्ग की सीटें कम हुए बिना। लेकिन सपा ने इस संशोधन बिल के खिलाफ वोट किया। साथियों, इस बिल से सभी राज्यों की सीटें भी बढ़ती है। हमने संसद में साफ साफ कहा था सभी राज्यों की सीटें एक ही अनुपात में बढ़ेगी, लेकिन यूपी को गाली देकर पॉलिटिक्स करने वाली डीएमके जैसी पार्टियां, उन्हें इस बात पर आपत्ति थी कि यूपी की सीटें क्यों बढ़ेगी। आप देखिए, समाजवादी पार्टी संसद में उन्हीं के सुर में सुर मिला रही थी। ये सपा वाले यहां से आपके वोट लेकर संसद जाते हैं और संसद में यूपी के लोगों को गाली देने वालों के साथ खड़े हो जाते हैं। इसलिए यूपी के लोग कहते हैं समाजवादी पार्टी कभी सुधर नहीं सकती है। ये लोग हमेशा महिला विरोधी राजनीति ही करेंगे, ये हमेशा तुष्टिकरण और अपराधियों के साथ खड़े रहेंगे। सपा कभी भी परिवारवाद और जातिवाद से ऊपर उठ नहीं सकती। ये लोग हमेशा विकास विरोधी राजनीति करेंगे। यूपी को सपा और उसके सहयोगियों से सावधान रहना है। साथियों, आज देश एक ही संकल्प लेकर आगे बढ़ रहा है, विकसित भारत का संकल्प। इस संकल्प को पूरा करने में उत्तर प्रदेश की बहुत बड़ी भूमिका है। आप सब देख रहे हैं आज पूरी दुनिया कैसे युद्ध, अशांति और अस्थिरता में फंसी हुई है। दुनिया के बड़े बड़े देशों में हालत खराब है, लेकिन भारत विकास के रास्ते पर उसी रफ्तार से आगे बढ़ रहा है। बाहर के दुश्मनों को ये पसंद नहीं आ रहा। भीतर बैठे कुछ लोग भी सत्ता की भूख में भारत को नीचा दिखाने की कोशिश में लगे हैं। फिर भी हम न केवल सुरक्षित है, बल्कि विकास के नए नए कीर्तिमान भी गढ़ रहे हैं। हम आत्मनिर्भर भारत का अभियान को आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं। हम आधुनिक से आधुनिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का निर्माण कर रहे हैं। गंगा एक्सप्रेसवे इसी दिशा में एक और मजबूत कदम है। मुझे विश्वास है गंगा एक्सप्रेसवे जिन संभावनाओं को हमारे दरवाजे तक लेकर आएगा, यूपी के लोग अपने परिश्रम और अपनी प्रतिभा से उन्हें साकार करके रहेंगे। इसी संकल्प के साथ आप सभी को एक बार बहुत बहुत बधाई, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। भारत माता की भारत माता की वंदे 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 वंदे। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Modi in Hardoi in Uttar Pradesh. He inaugurated the Ganga Expressway. Now viewers, quickly shifting focus back to the West Bengal elections. We have visuals of the leader of opposition, Suvendu Adhikari, being heckled by TMC workers. Those are the visuals. Suvendu has just entered his car. In fact, there were also reports of lathi charge in the area. These are the visuals that are coming in from West Bengal. That's the leader of opposition, Suvendu Adhikari. Remember, walking between high security, you can see central forces, his own security guards, taking him through a safe channel amid the uproar that on the streets of West Bengal. In fact, you also see the central forces in full action. In fact, there were also reports of lathi charge. So as Bengal enters the second phase of polling, you know, about 18% voter turnout recorded until 9:30 a.m. today morning, and various incidents of violence cropping up. Take a look at that. Bengal police also now taking action and driving away the irritants, the people who are causing chaos on the streets as polling remains on in West Bengal. Now, leader of opposition Suvendu Adhikari was heckled by TMC workers. In fact, those are the visuals of the central police forces and the West Bengal police taking full action over the discourse that unfolded. Now, there was an illegal gathering by the Trinamool Congress in front of booths number 217 and 218 in Bhawanipur. In fact, Suvendu Adhikari, the leader of opposition, went there to inspect the Bhawanipur booths, both the booths that are in question, 217 and 18.
Peaceful, join. Peaceful, join. ये वोटिंग देखिए, आउटसाइडर है, वोटर नहीं है।
Well, in fact, it turns out that in Kalighat, in one of the polling booth number 16, as it was being pointed out by Suvendu Adhikari there, it seems that there was some ruckus that has taken place. Allegation that has been levelled by Suvendu Adhikari was that these were Trinamool Congress goons. That's the allegation that he has levelled on the ground. Not very sure what's really happening currently, because it seems that there was some sort of a gathering that took place outside one of the polling booths, and there was sloganeering against Suvendu Adhikari. And it seems that was the point when Suvendu Adhikari rushed towards the polling booth, as you can see on your screens right now, as Suvendu Adhikari, along with his security guards, moving towards the polling booth and thereafter making an allegation that it was Trinamool Congress workers. Not very sure whether at all this is to do with someone being prevented from voting, or it is purely about sloganeering taking place outside a polling booth, and that too against Shuvendu Adhikari right now. What we have seen over the last couple of hours is Shuvendu Adhikari, who's the principal challenger in the Bhawanipur constituency. What we saw previously in the previous elections, the fight that took place in Nondigram has now shifted to Bhawanipur in Kolkata, where Mamata Banerjee's principal challenger here, Shuvendu Adhikari, is also there. Now, it's a prestige seat that you're looking at in Kolkata, which Shuvendu Adhikari would certainly be hoping that he wrests it from Mamata Banerjee.
Yeah, and we have some guests now joining us in this broadcast, and we have Akhil Swami of the Congress. We have Shishir Bajoria joining us live of the BJP in Bengal. And Mr. Bajoria, those pictures clearly showed Shuvendu Adhikari being mobbed. Were they supporters? Were they protesters? Were they Trinamool cadres? Who were they? And, you know, the fact that lathi charge had to be done, they were not supposed to be there.
Well, what we saw since the morning is, first of all, Mamata Banerjee protesting to the media against the central forces, against the election commission. When a candidate, and that to the chief minister, fighting, well, for her battle of survival, comes out and starts protesting to the media, that tells you a lot of story. Then what did we see? We saw Mamata Banerjee going to the house of one of her councillors, in precisely, I'll tell you, in ward number 70, sitting there for 40 minutes. A candidate on the day of poll sitting in one place for 40 minutes. Haar maan gayi hai. That is the reality. And this, what you see, I have no reports that Shuvendu Adhikari's mob, what you see, is his supporters.
Break karo na.
But I do not see that Trinamool tried to mob him. It's not possible.
The breaking.
Mr. Bajoria, I'll just request you to stay on with us, because I believe there is also a lot of development that's currently taking place. I believe these are images that have come in a short while back from Kalighat polling booth number 16, where ruckus has now taken place with Shuvendu Adhikari making an allegation against the Trinamool Congress. We'll just quickly take you through some more responses.
Arjikar victim mother Ratna Debnath, is she there at Panihati? Are we getting the pictures from Panihati? Arjikar victim's mother has alleged attack by Trinamool cadres. Can you, Geshu, give the details?
That's another that follows in the series of attacks. In fact, now Arjikar rape victim's mother, who's standing from the side of the BJP, Ratna Debnath, has alleged that TMC workers attacked her. In fact, she has alleged inaction by the state police as well. A huge allegation that's leveled against the state police. Now, Arjikar victim's mother alleges that not only was she attacked by TMC goons, but also that the West Bengal police did not take any action against those attacks. Take a look at the visuals. These are coming in fresh from Kalighat in Kolkata. Remember, Shuvendu Adhikari, also the principal leader of opposition, was also heckled by TMC workers right here. And now another incident that comes to light. Arjikar victim's mother, Ratna Debnath, has alleged attack by the Trinamool Congress workers. She in fact also says that the police did not take any action at all. In fact, she says that she was told that she was doing business in her daughter's name, and that the police and the workers misbehaved with her and said that they will see her on the 4th of May. Now, this is beyond politics. Ratna Debnath, threatened by the Trinamool Congress, they have told her that she's doing business in her daughter's name. Remember this kind of allegation that's been made against Ratna Debnath.
Well, in fact, RG Kaur, on your screens right now, these are the latest images now coming in from Panihati, where you have RG Kaur's victim's mother there, who's been contesting on a BJP ticket, an allegation that has now been leveled by her that Trinamool Congress has made a comment against her. In fact, a telling image was of Arjikor victim's mother with the Prime Minister, and the Prime Minister essentially once again coming out and saying that women in West Bengal aren't really safe. And this entire poll plank that you've essentially seen with Arjikor victim's mother there in Panihati, essentially speaking about the condition of women deteriorating in the state of West Bengal over the last several years. And now Trinamool Congress makes a deplorable comment, a despicable comment against a Panihati candidate from the BJP.
In fact, also she's registered a complaint with the police, and she says that now all TMC workers have been removed from the spot. Remember, they were trying to heckle Ratna Debnath. In fact, she says that the police has now taken everybody out from the area. In fact, Asif Ansari continues being with us. Akhil Swami, Shishir Bajoria, and also Abhay Kumar, a cephalogist, continue joining us on the broadcast. Asif Ansari, I want to come to you first. You know, fresh allegations are being leveled, and this time by Ratna Debnath, not just about the kind of comments that were made, but the violence that was orchestrated against her by TMC workers. And this is not a one-off incident. We've also seen the same thing, the same playbook being carried out against the leader of opposition, Suvendu Adhikari. So I want to ask you, until when and why is this warning being given to politicians again and again that the TMC will see them after the 4th of May? This politics of intimidation, until when is this going to stand in West Bengal? Asif Ansari.
We have seen since the morning it was a peaceful voting going on, and such kind of confrontations happen in the polling day. It's not about the Bengal. Any part of the India where there is a polling goes on,
but Mr. Ansari, would you deny the fact that West Bengal, would you deny the fact that West Bengal tops the charts when it comes to political violence this time around, because central forces have been deployed, so the incidents have been way lesser? But if you look at the last 20 years,
when the central forces are not has been a very bias towards TMC. They have been used as a stooge of BJP. They are going the TMC, the BJP leaders are taking the central forces. Are the central forces as a security guard for the BJP's leader? There will be a
but isn't their job actually to counter anybody who's trying to create nuisance?
This is quite normal.
Yes.
This is quite normal.
But their essential job is to counter anybody who's creating nuisance. So if it is the TMC that is doing it, we've seen one too many incidents that have unfolded. And before this also, let's look at the last 2 decades.
What are the news that is coming? There are many newses, there are many incidents which are not reported. In my only polling station, the BJP candidate came and threatened women and the polling agent if they were not allowed to vote properly. Though the process was going very smoothly, and you know this kind of altercation and confrontations do happen at the time of election, so it cannot be taken in such out of proportion. And as far as the Ratna Debnath is concerned, a lady who was a non-political BJP has made issue out of her.
Has the BJP made an issue?
Her daughter has been raped. That is their manifesto. They are taking as an advertisement banner for against the TMC. BJP
okay, more breaking. More breaking. TMC workers try to intimidate Ajay Pal Sharma. Okay, the Singham cop is being threatened now. That's the level of confidence. That's the level of fight happening in Bengal, where even an election commission observer is intimidated or sought to be intimidated. These are pictures coming in from our team, by our team, and the locals are threatening Ajay Pal Sharma, who's been there supervising the election commission and on his watch. These threats coming in. TMC workers. Do we have pictures? I think we have pictures. Let's go to pictures. All right.
I believe that's immediately thereafter, but there is also reports now coming in of lathi charge.
Basically, Ajay Pal Sharma has been confronted, Shawan, and
that's the thing that he has been moving since morning from one polling booth to the other.
But we have these morning pictures.
These are the morning pictures that had come in. We'll try and pull out the other pictures coming in. In fact, the Trinamool Congress, some of the senior leaders have directly threatened Ajay Pal Sharma, saying that we will look into it. after 4th of May. In
All
fact,
right,
this
big development, big development. Can we break that? Can we get that on our BBG? The Chief Electoral Officer of Bengal has said the repolling will take place in all places where sellotape was found on EVM button. Finally, repolling has been ordered, effectively decided. Happens, of course, later, not today. Repolling in all places where sellotape was found. So essentially what happens is, in that particular booth, Chavan, since Gesu was asking, what happens is when a repoll is ordered, in that particular booth, the election or the polling stands countermanded. It happens at a later date. The Election Commission decides that. And that particular booth, those registered in that particular booth, typically 500 to 1,000 people, they have to come out and vote again. And of course, this happens before the election results. So obviously, it can happen tomorrow, day after. Okay, big one there. TMC cadres trying to confront Ajay Pal Sharma. We are these pictures from earlier. These pictures are not of the confrontation. These pictures are where Ajay Pal Sharma was leaving in the morning from where he is staying, I believe Bharat Sevashram Sangh, and then now reports suggest that the Singham cop from Uttar Pradesh, who's hitting the headlines for a viral clip, is now being confronted by Trinamool. Now another breaking news development coming in, repolling being ordered by the Election Commission Chief Electoral Officer Manoj Agrawal, right, Shavan of Bengal. Earlier he had suggested that this will happen. Now an instruction is coming in that in all the booths from where reports have come that the EVMs had a sellotape on them, specifically on the BJP button, even otherwise any button, irrespective of the candidate, repolling would take place, because that means EVM was compromised and it cannot be allowed. That's not free and fair poll. So Election Commission now cracking the whip. But the question is, how come this happened despite all the massive arrangements? There are definitely gaps. Perhaps the local polling booths, the officials at the local polling booths, some of them, if not a good number, but at least some are compromised. But even that, Election Commission now plugging that gap. That's the picture of the EVM in which the BJP candidate's button had. All right, we have Harsha live now. Gesu, Harsha live with us.
Harsha, speak to us about repolling. You know, the Election Commission just took cognizance of the matter. They said that repolling could be a possibility in case these claims were verified. And now they've said that repolling will take place in every booth where these tapes were found. What more can you tell us about this, Harsha?
Yes, Gesu, there's the right information which is coming, because there's several places in the north-south 24 Pargana where the issue has been reported of the obstruction to voters, where they are not being able to vote properly because of somewhere the reports are coming of the ballot button being taped, and somewhere it is news of the ballot button where there is a perfume or ether which has been placed at top of the button. And also the complaints are coming from the BJP candidates that after going to the booth, there is the issue that several places outsiders are already sitting inside. So that's the news which has been reported from several assembly constituencies, from several booths, majorly from where I'm reporting, Palta, from where there also in several places it was reported. But yes, right now, what we saw the visuals in the morning, where we saw the long queues of the people, of the locals coming at the polling station to poll here. But we, as of speak right now, the number at this point of time is a bit slow. We will not see a long queue as we saw in the morning, but yes, the voters are still coming at the polling station, at the booth continuously to vote, to cast their vote. But yes, the Election Commission has stated that wherever the reports have been found, they are being cross-checked with the election observers, and if needed, the repolling will be done, and again the polling will begin in those places. But before that, each and every allegation from the candidate and from the election observers will be cross-checked, exactly how it happened, when it happened, and the CCTV inside the polling booths are also being monitored. Kesu, back to you.
Right, Harsha. In fact, also, Harsha, speak to us about, what exactly transpired before this was ordered. Now, repolling, of course, can be a possibility, but that is going to take another effort altogether. But why, in the first place, did these incidents even occur when there is such a huge central forces deployment across West Bengal? And these cases have not just been reported from Falta, but many other polling booths as well, because the EC in its statement says, it's right in front of me, they say that all the booths where these cases were reported, everywhere repolling will now begin. Harsha.
Yes, Gesu, in most of the places, not only South 24 Pargana, but North 24 as well. In many places, the issue of the clashes, the issue of the locals obstructing the voting has been reported. There are the allegations also where many have stated that the Hindus were blocked from coming to the polling booth. They were blocked by the locals. They were not allowed to come, and that also was cross-checked immediately. The force got mobilized in that particular area. The officers who were on election duty, they all visited the polling booth and also ensured that each and every voter could cast the vote. But that's not only in one region, that's happening in most of the assembly constituencies. Since morning
Harsha,
they are reporting majorly in Diamond Harbour region. It happened in Nadia
Harsha,
region
continue
as
being
well.
with us.
Yes,
Harsha, continue being with us. We're also getting in some more breaking development now. The leader of opposition, Suvendu Adhikari, has spoken to Home Minister Amit Shah over the incident that unfolded in Falta. Remember, Trinamool Congress workers heckling the leader of opposition, Suvendu Adhikari. We saw his visuals. He was made to run between security. He was in fact given a cover by the central forces, the West Bengal police and his personal bodyguards. And now Suvendu Adhikari says that he has informed the Home Minister Amit Shah over the incident that unfolded in Falta, including the taping of the EVMs. Now, a report from Suvendu Adhikari has gone to Home Minister Amit Shah. Abhishek, what else do you think? This comes after the EC has already said that repolling will take place, and now Suvendu Adhikari says that he has spoken to the Home Minister about every technique that the TMC has been deploying in these elections. Harsha continues being with us. Harsha, this is big. After the Election Commission has now announced that repolling will in fact take place in booths, Suvendu Adhikari says that the Home Minister has been informed of the incident that unfolded, the taping of the EVMs that unfolded in Falta and other areas. Now remember, very important, since the security arrangements directly come under the Home Minister. What more can you tell us, Harsha?
So, Gesu, if for all our viewers and everyone to know exactly what were the booth numbers, where exactly the allegations of the obstruction was reported by the voters, and also how there was a taping done. There were several booths number, and Gesu, those booths are 223, 252, 235, booth number 226, booth number 186 and 241. And that's not a low number. The numbers are many, and these are the multiple locations in Falta where these are being reported, and that's the reason why continuously the Election Commission is being sent the reports from the ground exactly what is happening. But we see the rotation of lot of police officers also. We see everywhere the officers and observers cars are there. They are inside the polling booth. It's very difficult to understand that how come in the presence of these observers, in the presence of police observer, in the presence of the CRPF, and also
सबको हम लोग बार बार बोल चुके हैं कि अपना अधिकार वोट ईवीएम बॉक्स में डालो और अपना अधिकार दो, और परिवर्तन का जो सब लोग जो मन से परिवर्तन चाह रहे थे इतने सालों से, इस टाइम में वोट देने का अधिकार के लिए पूरा स्मूथली इलेक्शन कमीशन ने काम किया है।
बीजेपी कितना कॉन्फिडेंट है इस पर?
200% कॉन्फिडेंट है।
कितनी सीटें आ रही हैं इस बार?
ये सरकार तो बना रहे हैं, चुनाव में भी आ सकते हैं, वन साइडेड विक्ट्री आ सकते हैं।
ममता बनर्जी जिस तरीके से ऑब्जर्वर को लेकर जो स्टेटमेंट्स आ रहे हैं, बाहरी लोगों को भेज दिया गया है, टीएमसी को टारगेट किया जा रहा है, उसको लेकर क्या कहेंगे?
बस ममता बनर्जी अभी पैनिक में है, उसको देख के ही लग रहा है। सुबह सुबह वोट में के लिए घूम रहे हैं, नर्वस हो गया है, क्योंकि उसका हाथ से पश्चिम बंगाल क्षमता उसका हाथ से जा रहे हैं।
भांगर के इंसिडेंट को लेकर क्या कहेंगे?
कहाँ?
भांगर में जिस तरीके से
भांगर तो संतराज का इलाका बना के रखे है, संतराज लोगों का हब वो भांगर को रखे है। अगर तृणमूल कांग्रेस का कोई अच्छा इच्छा होता था तो भांगर को ठीक कर देते थे स्ट्रांगली, लेकिन उन्होंने कभी इसको भांगर को ठीक नहीं किया है। बम गोली बंदूक का चेहरा है भांगर।
That was Locket Chatterjee of the Bharatiya Janata Party, and she says that Mamata Banerjee and the Trinamool Congress are completely nervous as Bengal goes to vote in its second phase. That's today. About 18% voter turnout recorded until 9:30 a.m. today morning. Now, viewers, Locket Chatterjee making her first statement saying that Mamata Banerjee is in fact but nervous about the results that will come out on the 4th of May. She says that she's confident that the BJP is going to sweep the state with a massive mandate. Now, also viewers, just shortly after this, we'll also get you visuals of what exactly unfolded in Bhawanipur with Suvendu Adhikari, the leader of opposition, who was heckled by TMC workers. Suvendu Adhikari, viewers, in Bhawanipur. He was heckled by TMC workers. Not just that, in fact, there was massive sloganeering of Jai Bangla that was being raised right in front of the leader of opposition. In fact, his movement was being restricted by TMC workers, leading to a complete showdown between the BJP and the Trinamool Congress in Bhawanipur. Take a look at the visuals on your screens. They come in fresh from Bhawanipur, where the leader of opposition, Suvendu Adhikari, was heckled, restricted and stopped by Trinamool Congress workers.
Well, in fact, these images now coming in. In fact, a short while back when he was on his visit to a polling booth, that was polling booth number 16 in Kalighat area, when we're given to understand that there was some sort of a gathering that had taken place and sloganeering that was taking place, following which Suvendu Adhikari irked there. And once again, in fact, let's just quickly take our viewers through all that has happened in the last 1 hour. In fact, this is coming in from Bhawanipur, the very constituency from where principal challenger of Mamata Banerjee, Suvendu Adhikari, is contesting. A short while back, there was an altercation that took place at one of the polling booths there with Trinamool Congress workers who were present there. They were sloganeering. That's the allegation again that has been leveled by Suvendu Adhikari, and it seems that he's called this gathering as illegal that happened outside one of the polling booth. BJP's Rohan Gupta is also joining us on this broadcast. But before I go across to Rohan, I just want a quick word coming in from Harsha, because Falta, the other constituency, the other place where we have seen what there has been large-scale violence that has also been reported. And in fact, the big controversy erupting this morning was with BJP alleging that there was a tape that was basically put on the button there of the EVM, and repolling has now been called in by the CEO. Mohan is also joining us. In fact, if we can just get the location there.
Salt Lake.
This is from Salt Lake. Mohan, CEO का ये कहना है कि कई इलाकों में रीपोलिंग होने वाला है. आप जिस इलाके में हैं इस वक्त वोटिंग कैसी हो रही है, और तृणमूल कांग्रेस ये कह रही है कि बीजेपी की कार्यकर्ता उनके कार्यकर्ताओं को रोक रहे काम करने से?
देखिए, मैं ऐसा ही कुछ तस्वीर आपके सामने लाया हूं दर्शकों के लिए। मैं भारतीय विद्या भवन स्कूल के सामने हूं और यहां पे कुल 9 मतदान केंद्र है, अर्थात 9 पार्ट का मतदान है। करीब 9000 वोट देंगे। काफी लंबे समय से लोग यहाँ पर कतार में लगे हुए हैं और स्लो वोटिंग की आरोप है, अर्थात यहाँ पे स्लो वोटिंग हो रही है, ऐसा आरोप लगाया गया है। कुछ देर पहले ही भाजपा के प्रत्याशी यहाँ आए थे और जो स्लो वोटिंग हो रही है इसके कारण जानना चाहा। मैं बता यहाँ पे देखिए बहुत सारे लोग खड़े। आप कितने देर से खड़े हैं यहाँ पे? कितने समय से?
2 घंटे।
2 घंटा खड़े हैं। कितने समय से आप लोग खड़े हैं?
2 घंटा हो गया।
तो अभी तक नहीं आया, समय नहीं मिला मौका?
नहीं मिला मौका, भीड़ है, बहुत सारे लोग हैं, इसलिए नहीं मिला।
मतलब क्यों, ऐसा क्यों हो रहा है?
देखिए हमारे यहाँ तो भीड़ रहता है, थोड़ा टाइम लगता है क्योंकि थोड़ा लोग ज्यादा है इसलिए।
एकदम आप, मैं दिखाऊंगा यही तस्वीर करीब, मैं देखूं कैसे आपको मैं बताऊंगा मेरा वीडियो जर्नलिस्ट को दिखाने के लिए। ये देखिए लंबा कतार लगा हुआ है, लंबा कतार लगा हुआ है। कितने देर से खड़े हैं आप लोग?
हम लोग 3 घंटा हो गया।
3 घंटे से खड़े हैं?
3 घंटा, 11 बजे से पहले आया है।
तो इतना समय क्यों लग रहा है?
मशीन बोल रहा था मशीन खराब है इसलिए।
फिर अभी मशीन ठीक हो गया?
पता नहीं क्या हुआ।
फिर
तो हर कोई खड़ा है इधर तक, कोई बच्चा रख के आए, कोई बीमार आदमी रख के आए, लेकिन नहीं बोल रहा मशीन खराब है। खड़ा ही हुआ, पूरा पक्का 3 घंटा हो गया।
देखिए यही कुछ तस्वीर है, मैं बताऊं सिर्फ मैंने यहाँ पे 2 लाइन दिखाया, इस तरह के कुल 9 लाइन लगे हुए हैं। और जहां पर अभी भी मतदाता जो है करीब 2 घंटे 3 घंटे से अपेक्षा कर रहे हैं कि वो अगर अपना वोट दे सके। लेकिन बता दूं कि किस कारण से, किस वजह से स्लो प्रोसेसिंग चल रही है ऐसा हम लोगों को नहीं पता। लेकिन यहाँ के जो भाजपा उम्मीदवार है उन्होंने कहा है कि जानबूझ करके यहाँ पर स्लो वोटिंग करवाया जा रहा है। लेकिन इसके लिए जो चुनाव आयोग है उसके पास शिकायत भी दर्ज करवाया गया है। हालांकि सेंट्रल फोर्स अपने काम कर रही है, मुस्तैद है, और किसी तरह की कोई झगड़ा ना हो उसके लिए वो तत्पर है। लेकिन वोटर अपना आपा ना खो दे इसके लिए उन लोगों को समझाया भी जा रहा है। लेकिन मैं बताऊं यहाँ पे इस विद्यालय में कुल 9 मतदान के जो पोलिंग स्टेशन है जहाँ पे करीब 9000 के आसपास वोटर अभी आ चुके हैं, सुबह से आए हैं, कोई 2 घंटा कोई 3 घंटा इस तरह से कतार में लगे हुए हैं। और इस बार चुनाव आयोग पहले ही बता दिया था कि अगर स्लो वोटिंग होती है, यानी कि वोट का रफ्तार सही नहीं होता या फिर कम वोटिंग होती है, तो चुनाव आयोग वहां पर दोबारा मतदान करा सकती है। लेकिन फिलहाल मैं जहां पर हूं वहां पर भी वोटिंग चल रही है, इस तरह की समस्या उस तरह से नहीं आई है। लेकिन कई ऐसे हिस्से हैं जहां पर जो है चुनाव प्रक्रिया में समस्या देखी जा रही है। मैं विधाननगर में हूं, यहाँ पर ठीक है, लेकिन जो दमदम उत्तर विधानसभा मैंने देखा कि लोग मोबाइल लेकर तृणमूल कार्यकर्ता भीतर जा रहे हैं, वहां का वीडियो बना रहे हैं। वहां के जो कैंडिडेट है उन्होंने पुनः से वहां पर मतदान कराया जाए, इस तरह का मांग किया जा रहा है। हालांकि अभी जो यह अवस्था जो पूरे बंगाल में है, अभी बता दूं आपको कि 40% से ज्यादा मतदान करीब 1 घंटा पहले ही हो चुका था। लेकिन मैं जो इस पार्टिकुलर बूथ में हूँ, भारतीय विद्या भवन स्कूल में विधाननगर विधानसभा केंद्र के, वहां पर बहुत ही स्लो प्रोसेसिंग चल रही है। चुनाव आयोग को हस्तक्षेप करना चाहिए।
मोहन, आपके पास वापस आएंगे थोड़ी देर में। Mohan, who's been reporting from Salt Lake, there says there has been slow voting, and that's what some of the voters have been complaining about, that they've been waiting there for the last 3 hours. We're going back to those images now coming in from Bhawanipur, where Shuvendu Adhikari, who has been camping in those areas, going from one polling booth to the other. In one, when he was actually going in, what we essentially saw was sloganeering taking place. Trinamool Congress workers, as alleged by Shuvendu Adhikari, says Joy Bangla, and even calling him some names, and that irked Shuvendu Adhikari. Let's also take our viewers through the Election Commission, which has basically put out, I believe, the voter turnout a short while back.
It's crossed the 61% mark. That's huge. So up until 9:30, it was just a little over 18%. But now at 1:30 p.m., as Bengal now enters the second phase of polling, over 61%, about 61.11% voter turnout has been recorded in West Bengal. Remember, these are all TMC stronghold areas, but also the Prime Minister said with a lot of confidence that the bigger the voter turnout, the more the chances for the BJP to bring in a saffron wave in this state. While that fate hangs in balance for the 4th of May, up until 1:30 p.m. today afternoon, 61.11% voter turnout has been recorded. This is still a 1 p.m. as per the Election Commission. This is huge for phase 2, 61.11% voter turnout. Now this also, Shravan, makes it seem as though this time around Bengal will once again break all records of voter turnout. They did so in phase 1, and now for phase 2, over 61% voter turnout. Harsha, my colleague, continues being with us on the broadcast.
Harsha, you're reporting from Falta. I believe some reports have coming out of repolling essentially beginning in those areas. Just quickly walk us up to date about what's really happening on the ground, and bring us up to speed about what time does the repolling really begin?
Move kar dena. Yeah, so Shravan, I'll take you around the polling station where I'm reporting right now from the entire vantages. We have been to pockets. We started from the Usti, we went to Falta, we were, with the Jaipal Sharma, we went to the Diamond Harbour, the police station nearby. Right now from where I'm reporting, Shravan, the polling seems to be slow, but not overall the polling is slow. We have seen huge turnout of voters in the morning from 5:30 a.m. They were there at the polling booths waiting for 7 a.m. for the polling to start. But right now, if you see numbers, the voters are still queued inside this polling booth, and this particular phase of West Bengal is very crucial, Shravan, depending upon the situation, depending upon the optics which TMC believes is not going in favor of them, and that's the reason why since morning in Falta especially something or the other is being stated in Falta, especially it is being stated that some sort of violence might happen or some sort of disruption or the obstruction of the voting will happen, and that only we are seeing. We are reporting since morning, since the time I've been deployed in the morning at the Falta.
Harsha, I'm sorry I'm interrupting you.
Yes.
Harsha, just a quick update, because I believe some more recovery with regards to crude bombs have been made. In Bhangor, we have seen this morning there were crude bombs that were recovered. Now it seems that from the area that you have been reporting, and in Purba Bardhaman, crude bombs have also been recovered. What's the latest that you're picking up? Is it being made by the National Investigation Agency? Is there another team that has been brought in there?
So, NIA team officials, Shravan, what I'm learning is that they will arrive in some time. They're not very far. The first CRPF has informed to the QRT, which is nearby. The QRT has immediately went to that particular polling booth, Bhangor, where exactly the nearby area where exactly the crude bombs have been found. They have been recovered from a place. But yes, no untoward incident has taken place. It was the tip which the CRPF commandant received from the local police officer. After that, there was a recovery, the raid was done, and the crude bombs have been recovered. What we are getting to know, this might be the supporters of the TMC cadre linked to, in whose house the crude bombs have been found. Also, there's a news of the altercation between the ISF and the TMC in that particular area only where the crude bomb has been found. We are expecting the NIA to reach on the spot in another 5 to 7 minutes. QRT, RF and CRPF already at the spot. So the situation is also of Bhangor in South 24 Pargana, where exactly the situation was not normal 2 days back. Also 2 days ago also, Shravan, there was a recovery of the crude bomb when there was 3,000 crude bombs recovered overall in West Bengal. And today on the polling day, there's a very serious situation in phase 2 of West Bengal, Shravan. The situation doesn't seem to be normal. It was being stated since first phase that phase 2 is going to be very critical and challenging for the police officials, for the security. Since morning, they have been handling several polling booths. No untoward incident has taken place till now. But yes, obstruction and the halt of the EVM, stalling of the EVM is one thing we are reporting since morning.
I believe, Harsha, these are the latest images now coming in. Harsha, while you are just taking us through the details that you have picked up, we've just accessed those pictures of the crude bombs. What you see right now, these are essentially crude bombs that have been manufactured in those very areas. And we've seen this in the past too, where during Panchayat polls also crude bombs have been extensively used by all political parties, particularly the ISF and the Trinamool Congress. In fact, these are allegations that while they deny, but Trinamool Congress workers as well as ISF workers have actually been seen, they've been caught hurling crude bombs at each other, particularly in some of those constituencies which have now been deemed as sensitive. What are the steps that are now being taken, Harsha, by the CRPF as well as the National Investigation Agency? Because it seems that all the recovery is being made at the end moment.
So yes, Shravan, the recovery has been made. All the crude bombs which were found, along with the other, some not very high gravity of explosive, but yes, along with crude bomb, there were some other things also which were found. There were some weapons also which were found, and also there were so many lathis and the hockey sticks also which were recovered from that particular spot. All have been confiscated by the CRPF, and I'm looking at the update which I have received from my source as well, Shravan. We have been told that NIA has reached this spot. NIA has reached this spot, and it's not only TMC but ISF cadre as well, ISF supporters as well, who were involved in putting and also planning and intimidating the locals in particular region for voting in their favor. Now, one thing is for sure, Shravan, now when they are not able to obstruct and disrupt the voting in a different way, like threatening or intimidating locals, because right now what we saw is that through confidence building measures, each and every locals were asked to go out and vote. Now when fear is no more amongst the locals of voting, now these patterns are being adopted. This is not a new pattern, these are the old pattern, but they are not able to use their bombs, they are not able to use their weapon, which earlier they have used in earlier elections in 2021, 2023, and that's the reason why the recovery of these bombs are being made, because raids are still underway during this polling day as well, while the polling continues to happen today and will happen till 6 o'clock. But NIA, wherever they are getting tipped, they are moving across, they are doing rounds. Like you see, everywhere you see police officials, we see vehicles like this moving in the narrow lanes in each and every polling booth, each and every area in South 24 Pargana since morning. So there's a recovery which has been made so that no untoward incident could take place, Shravan, and nothing has happened of that extent till now in phase 2 of West Bengal because of the heavy machinery being deployed. Back to you.
Well, in fact, there is bumper voting that has taken place till about 1 o'clock this afternoon. 61% that you're looking at, 142 seats that have gone to polls today, with the majority coming in from Kolkata, followed by North Parganas and South 24 Parganas. Nadia apparently has the highest voting that is taking place. We'll try and get you the numbers right now and the breakup of the percentage of voting that has taken place. In fact, 64% coming in from Hooghly, 60% from Howrah. Kolkata North has recorded 60%. Kolkata South, 57%. Nadia is about 61%. North 24 Parganas is 59%. Bardhaman is about 66%. And South 24 Parganas is 58%. So you're looking at a clear bumper voting that has taken place about this afternoon. Let me also go across to our guests who are joining us. Kesu, if you can take the first question with some of our guests who are joining, because it's a clear indication that like phase 1, phase 2 is also now headed towards a clear bumper voting. Which way is it really going? Only 4th of May do we really get to know.
Definitely. In fact, for this, I would like to bring in Abhay Kumar. He's a psephologist. He's joined us on the broadcast. He's been here a while, in fact. Now, Abhay, I want to understand from you, 61% mark has been crossed. This is up until 1 p.m. And, the first phase already made it clear that this time around, voters were going to come out and they will vote, they will cast their franchise. And 61% till now. What's your first take on this? This is huge for West Bengal especially, and this time around especially because violence has been controlled. So the state is not marred by poll violence this time around, and we see a 61% turnout and beyond, in fact. So your first take on that?
देखिए, ऐसा है कि पिछले बार इन 142 सीटों पर 2021 में 81.21% वोट हुआ था. 81.21% voting was recorded in 2021 of these 142 seats in 2021. And the BJP had won 80 seats at that time. But in 2019, 2021 and 2024, 3 इलेक्शन को 19, 21, 24 को मिला ले तो बीजेपी ने 39 सीट पर या तो बढ़त पर आया है या बीजेपी has won this seat 39. So BJP is very likely to start standing from 39. और अगर मैं आपसे बात बताऊं कि 0 से 25,000 वोट के बीच में 2021 में बीजेपी ने 0 से 25,000 वोट के बीच 50 सीटों पर चुनाव हारा था. तो बीजेपी is likely to get मैक्सिमम फ्रॉम दिस फेज। इस फेज से बीजेपी बहुत कुछ प्राप्त करने जा रही है। 39 सीट जिस पर कभी न कभी लीड लिया था, जीता था, उसको रिकवर करने का प्रयास करेगी, कर रही है। उसके बाद जिन सीटों पर कम जी बोलिए।
अभय जी, आप कह रहे हैं कि इस फेज से बीजेपी को फायदा होगा। प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने भी सेम चीजें बोली थी। उन्होंने कहा था कि अगर वोटर टर्नआउट ज्यादा होगा तो बीजेपी को फायदा मिलेगा। पर इस बार सेकंड फेज की जो इलेक्शंस है, ये जितनी भी कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसीज हैं जहां पे इलेक्शंस हो रही हैं, वो टीएमसी की स्ट्रॉन्ग होल्ड है। तो उस बारे में,
I believe there is also more development taking place. Let's quickly go across to Harsha. Harsha, what more developments are taking place? Because it seems not just Falta, because just for the benefit of our viewers who are outside Bengal, in fact, we're talking about at least 3 such places, particularly which are seen as sensitive. Jahangir, a close aide of Abhishek Banerjee, and Diamond Harbour, with about 31 assembly constituencies. For the longest time, it has been the pocket borough of the Trinamool Congress. Will there be a dent? Who are the main challengers there? I'll go across to Harsha. Harsha, while you take us through the latest developments, also help our viewers understand the area that you're really reporting from. Why is it considered so sensitive? Why is it that there's been political violence in the past too? And what is it that is changed this time, as what you're seeing through your own eyes?
Shravan, you yourself have reported in 2023 Panchayat Post. You yourself know we have seen the violence in Diamond Harbour through your naked eyes. And right now I'm in the same assembly constituency, but in South 24 Pargana from Falta. Now I'm near Vishnupur. I'll speak to these people. These are the locals, because there are a lot of disruption which is at the polling centers. भाई साहब, हम लोग अभी फाल्टा से आ रहे हैं. हमने वहाँ बहुत सारे पोलिंग बूथ पे देखे. कई जगह टेप लगा है बैलेट पेपर पे, कई जगह लोग वोट नहीं कर पा रहे, कई जगह वोट नहीं कर पा रहे. तो ये बहुत सारी जगहों पे हो रहा है. ईवीएम भी काम नहीं कर रहा है. तो लग रहा है कि ये दिक्कतें पैदा हो रही हैं.
ये सब झूठा है. इधर मोगराहाट 1 में ऐसा रिपोर्ट नहीं है. थोड़ा रिपोर्ट हम लोग भी देखा है फलता में हुआ, मगर सच का झूठ मेरा मालूम नहीं. तो इधर जो मोगराहाट 1 में जो वोट हो रहा है ना, ये सब बहुत अच्छी से वोट दे रहा है. इधर कोई हल्ला कोई बात नहीं है. आदमी लोग मर्जी से वोट दे रहा है. इधर सच्चा वोट हो रहा है. एक और बात, ये सब इलाका बहुत सेंसिटिव है. हम लोग ने 2021 में, 23 में, 24 में देखा है बहुत बवाल हुआ है यहाँ पे. अभी स्थिति क्या है? आप लोग को लग रहा है सिक्योरिटी ठीक है? इलेक्शन ऑब्जर्वर सब लोग हैं, किसी को जबरदस्ती डरा धमका करके वोट नहीं कराया जा रहा? ये मोगराहाट 1 ब्लॉक है. ये समीम अहमद आएगा, कोई दिक्कत नहीं. एक चांस में समीम अहमद
कैंडिडेट का हमको नहीं जानना है, हमको पार्टी कैंडिडेट नहीं जानना है. आप अपना बताइए, यहाँ पे माहौल ठीक है?
ये माहौल ठीक है. मोगराहाट पश्चिम है, मोगराहाट 1 ब्लॉक. व्यक्ति जो समीम अहमद है वो आएगा, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है.
So, Shravan, these are the locals here, and apparently we will not allow viewers, because MCC is there. No one can speak about which party and whom to vote. But what we understand here is that, knowing the sensitivity of the location as well, too many troops have been deployed in the several advantages of phase 2 polling in West Bengal, especially in South 24 Pargana. भाई साहब, आप लोग बताइए, अगर दक्षिण 24 परगना की बात करें, 2024 में, 2021 में बहुत यहाँ पे समस्याएं देखी गई हैं, लेकिन इस बार हम लोग देख रहे हैं बहुत फोर्स भी आया है, डिप्लॉय हुआ है. अभी सब कुछ सही है? आप लोग को लग रहा है कि लोग घरों से बाहर निकल के वोट कर रहे हैं, बम्पर वोटिंग हो रहा है?
अभी वोट जो हो रहा है, अच्छा वोट हो रहा है. कोई दिक्कत भी नहीं है, कोई समस्या भी नहीं है. जो भी कुछ बोला है वो फालतू वाला बात है. वो बात का कोई भर अच्छा नहीं है, वो बुरा बात है. अभी जो हम लोग तो अंदर में देखा है, कोई भी गंडगोल भी नहीं है. अच्छा से आदमी लोग वोट भी दे रहा है और कोई समस्या भी नहीं है.
जैसा फाल्टा में हम लोग देखे, अंदर बैलेट के ऊपर टेप कर दिया गया है, यहाँ पे तो ऐसा समस्या नहीं है ना? अंदर
लगाने को आदमी नहीं है. इधर अच्छा वाला मोगराहाट 1 अच्छा वाला आदमी है. सभी कोई मुश्किल नहीं है अभी.
तो ये सबसे ज्यादा फाल्टा में दिक्कत क्यों होता है? वो टीएमसी का कैंडिडेट की वजह से?
नहीं. टीएमसी कैंडिडेट अच्छा वाला आदमी है. मेरा टीएमसी कैंडिडेट अच्छा आदमी है. अच्छा वाला आदमी है.
Yeah, Shravan, Shravan seems like they all are in some way the supporters of supporters only. Yeah.
Harsha, on a lighter note, the same place that you are basically reporting from, I was actually beaten up in the last election. So it clearly seems that things are different, at least on the ground. I'll just come back to you in a short while from now. You were saying that, at least looking at from the images that you are sending us, it seems that the situation is under control, because this is a highly sensitive booth. Just for the benefit of our viewers, now this is on the outskirts of Kolkata, Diamond Harbour constituency, about 31 assembly constituencies which have all been, a stronghold for Abhishek Banerjee. But this time, in terms of campaigning also, we haven't seen that kind of a campaigning being done by Abhishek Banerjee. But having said that, whether at all there's going to be a dent this time for the Trinamool Congress in Diamond Harbour, if it is, then it is certainly going to be a major setback. Let's quickly get an update also coming in from Kolkata, where there are 11 seats that have gone to voting this today in the phase 2. A short while back, our colleague Manoj, in fact, Gesu was, sorry, I beg your pardon, that's Mohan, who's been reporting from Salt Lake. Mohan was essentially indicating that there's been slow voting. Why don't you take a quick question from Mohan, who's reporting from Salt Lake?
Being with us also on the broadcast, Shravan. Mohan जी, अभी आपके आसपास बहुत क्राउड दिखाई दे रहा है. आप कह रहे थे कि स्लो पोलिंग चल रही है. क्या वो क्राउड बढ़ गया है? पोलिंग की स्पीड क्या थोड़ी बढ़ी है? क्या कंप्लेंट्स है लोगों के आसपास? क्या बता सकते हैं आप हमें?
देखिए, मैं बता दूं, ये भारतीय विद्या भवन स्कूल है विधाननगर विधानसभा केंद्र का, और अभी भी आप देखेंगे कि हजारों के तादाद में लोग जो है वो खड़े हैं कि उनकी बारी, वोट करने की बारी कब आएंगे. अभी करीब कोई 2 घंटा, कोई 3 घंटा, इतने लंबे समय से यहाँ पे लोग खड़े हैं. मैं कुछ लोगों से थोड़ा बात करने का कोशिश करता हूँ, जो कितने टाइम से लोग खड़े हैं. मैं देखता हूँ कौन देर अपना, कितने समय से आप लोग हैं यहाँ पे? आधा घंटा. तो अभी तक आप लोगों का टाइम नहीं आया? अच्छा, मैं देख लो लंबा जो कतार लगा हुआ है यहाँ पर, में बहुत सारे लोग खड़े हैं जो यहाँ पर मतलब लगे हुए हैं, और जो मैं दिखाऊंगा कि उधर में मतलब यहाँ पे करीब 1 2 3 4 कुल 9 लाइनें हैं जो अभी तक यहाँ पे लगी हुई है. और देखिए, मैं दिखाऊंगा थोड़ा, इधर दिखाऊंगा. देखिए कि ये लंबी कतारें अभी तक लगी हुई है. लोगों की वोट अभी तक नहीं दे पाए हैं.
मोहन जी, 60%.
3 घंटे से करें. 3 घंटे से करें
जी.
हाँ जी, 60% सही बात है. लेकिन विधाननगर विधानसभा में कुछ जो वोट केंद्र है वहां पर में दिक्कत आ रही है. मैं थोड़ा बात करूंगा. क्या समस्या हो रहा है भैया आपको?
कुछ नहीं समझ रहा.
कितने देर से खड़े हैं?
2 घंटा.
ये क्या समस्या है या नहीं है?
कोई कुछ नहीं समझ.
अच्छा, देखते हैं. देखिए, यहाँ पे बाहर काफी लोग खड़े हैं. क्या बोलेंगे भाई, क्या बोलेंगे? कितने देर खड़े हैं आप लोग?
आधा घंटा 40 मिनट हुआ है.
आधा 40 मिनट हुआ है. तो क्यों तो स्लो क्यों हो रही है? कुछ पता चला आपको?
अंदर से कुछ खबर नहीं आ रहा है क्यों स्लो है.
कुछ खबर नहीं आ रहा है. इस तरह से देखिए, मैं यहाँ पे लंबे कतार लगे. भैया कितना देर से खड़े हैं?
1 घंटा हो गया.
हाँ,
1 घंटा हो गया.
1 घंटा हो गया. अभी तक बारी नहीं आया.
कुछ ना अभी हो.
देखिए, जिससे बात कीजिए. दादा, आप कितने देर से खड़े हैं यहाँ पर? में
हो गया 1 घंटा हो गया है.
तो अभी क्या समस्या, क्या हो रहा है आप लोगों का?
पता नहीं अंदर क्या कर रहा है. 4 आदमी को घुसा रहा है.
अच्छा,
बस खड़ा है एक ही जगह पे
तो
खड़ा
इस
है.
तरह तो रात 9 बज जाएंगे आप लोगों को.
पता नहीं क्या कर रहा है अपना.
देखिए, यहाँ पे काफी लंबी लाइन लगी हुई है. भाई कितने देर से खड़े हो भाई?
आधा घंटा से.
देखिए, जिससे भी पूछता हूँ वही बता रहा है. और यहाँ पे कुल 9 मतदान केंद्र है, अर्थात इस मतदान केंद्र में 9 बूथ है. 9 बूथ का जो है करीब ऑन एन एवरेज 9000 के आसपास वोटर है. 60% से अबव वोटिंग हो चुकी है विधाननगर के दूसरे सीट में. लेकिन यहाँ पर वोट जो है स्लो प्रोसेस चल रहा है. ऐसा ही कुछ यहाँ पे नजर आ रहा है.
मोहन जी, पर इसका रीजन क्या है? ये ऐसी स्लो वोटिंग हो किस कारण रही है? वहां सेंट्रल फोर्सेस डिप्लॉयड है, अंदर इलेक्शन ऑब्जर्वर्स डिप्लॉय किए गए हैं. आप कह रहे हैं कि ये 9 वोटिंग केंद्र यहाँ पे खुले हुए हैं, 4 लोग एक बार में अंदर जा रहे हैं. तो क्या मेन मुद्दा क्या है? क्या रीजन है कि स्लो वोटिंग देखी जा रही है यहाँ पे?
देखिए, कुछ देर पहले यहाँ पे विधाननगर के जो बीजेपी प्रत्याशी है वो आए थे. उनका आरोप है कि जो सही व्यवस्था रहनी चाहिए, यानी बूथ में वो नहीं है. जानबूझकर स्लो करवाया जा रहा है ताकि चुनाव का जो लोग आए यहाँ पे वोट देने के लिए वो परेशान होकर घर चले जाए, इसलिए स्लो कर, ऐसा आरोप है. लेकिन ऐसा जो यहाँ के लोग हैं वो खड़े हैं और अपना वोट देकर जाएंगे, भले ही रात जितना भी हो जाए. और ये जितने भी वोटर हैं लाइन में वो खड़े रहेंगे जब तक उनकी बारी नहीं आती है. ये लोग यहाँ से अपना जो वोट है वोट देकर ही निकलेंगे. और ऐसा ही हो सकता है कि जो निर्धारित समय है उससे अधिक समय तक इस जो पोलिंग स्टेशन है यहाँ पर ये मतदान चले, ऐसा लग रहा है.
जी Ji, Mohanji. In fact, Shravan, taking a look at the kind of people who've queued up right behind him to vote across 9 different polling booths, you know, this is almost testament to the fact that this time around, also in the second phase, we can see records being broken when it comes to the voter turnout. You know, above 61% already till 1 p.m. And we have so many more people actually now voting, waiting in queues to vote. Viewers are now quickly cutting across to a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. We come right back with all the updates regarding the West Bengal elections. Stay tuned to Republic TV. Those are the long lines that, of voters waiting to cast their vote from Salt Lake in West Bengal.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi and National Law School Bengaluru.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
साथी हाथ बढ़ाना साथी रे, जिंदल साथी सील साथी रे। अरे सॉलिड इसकी फील है, जिंदल साथी सील है, दोस्त की स्टेनलेस स्टील है। क्वालिटी में दम है साथी रे, बिजनेस करेगा ग्रो साथी रे। टाइमलेस इसका लुक है साथी रे, और जिंदल साथी सील साथी रे।
जिंदल साथी सील है तो असली स्टेनलेस स्टील है।
तो जब भी आप स्टेनलेस स्टील पाइप्स एंड ट्यूब्स खरीदें, जिंदल साथी सील जरूर चेक करें।
जिंदल स्टेनलेस, इंडियाज लीडिंग प्रोड्यूसर ऑफ स्टेनलेस स्टील।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses...
Okay, we're getting some updates coming in. Crude bombs recovered in Bengal's Purba Bardhaman, and very important development in terms of what we have been seeing for the past few days. We have been talking about the security concerns even before the phase 2 of elections. We have seen that multiple crude bombs have been recovered, and we're getting these live pictures coming in,
ভোটাররা ভোট দিতে পারছে না, ইয়ার্কি ব্যাগ আছে নাকি? অসুস্থ ভোটাররা আছে, ভোট দিতে পারছে না, ইয়ার্কি ব্যাগ আছে, ওইখানে গিয়ে বাড়িতে ওই জন্য ওখানে গিয়ে কি হচ্ছে এটা? ভোটাররা ভোট দিতে পারছে না,
Well, on your screens, these are the images now coming in from Panihati constituency, from where RG Kaur victim's mother, Ms. Debnath, is contesting from. In fact, her daughter was raped and murdered at Kolkata's RG Kaur Hospital Medical College in August 2024, is now contesting in these elections, and in the campaigning, she had essentially said that this is a personal quest for justice for her daughter. In fact, these images that you see on your screens comes in with some altercations now taking place between Trinamool Congress workers and the BJP workers there. This is with regards to what we're given to understand, some concerns that have essentially been raised about what has been seen on the ground about slow voting taking place in Panihati, and also the despicable comment that has been allegedly been made by Trinamool Congress workers against the BJP candidate there. So we'll try and also go across to our reporters on the ground, but just a quick recap of all that has happened in the last few hours, particularly from Panihati and Bhawanipur. These are the two constituencies where we have constantly got several reports now coming in of clashes taking place between BJP and Trinamool Congress workers. Right now, we'll try and get you more details as to what really has happened in Panihati, especially after those comments that have been made by Trinamool Congress workers against Ms. Debnath that you see on your screens right now. These are visuals coming in from Hooghly. I'm going to take you through also those visuals in the last few hours that have come in from different parts of Bengal as far as the constituencies are concerned. This is coming in from Hooghly, where you can see clashes that have taken place between Trinamool Congress workers and a few locals there. Again, this is with regards to polling agents being prevented from going to the polling booths, resulting in the clashes that have taken place.
All right.
আমি এবার উত্তর চব্বিশ পরগনা আমডাঙ্গায় সেই ছবি দেখতে পাচ্ছি। অ্যাকশন মোডে বাহিনী, ম্যাসিভ অ্যাকশন, ব্যাপক অ্যাকশন, বিরাট অ্যাকশন, বৃহৎ অ্যাকশন। আমডাঙ্গায় অ্যাকশন মোডে বাহিনী এবং যত মাতব্বর লাল চুল কানে দুল তাদেরকে বের করে দেওয়া হচ্ছে, খেদিয়ে সরিয়ে দেওয়া হচ্ছে। টিএমসি মারামারির চেষ্টা করেছিল।
বাড়ি সিদ্ধ তো লাইট হ্যাং করছে।
দেখ কি করি দাঁড়া
ধরো মামি এখানে ও সবরি আছে
হ্যাঁ মেরি তো বুঝে চলা তো কি করছ এই জায়গা
বল চলে যাও। এই আরে গাড়ি কই
গাড়ি
চলে দিদা
पांच एजेंट को हमारे रीजन को
Well, till about 1 o'clock this afternoon, Bengal has already logged 61% voter turnout. This happened, and the highest turnout coming in from Purba Bardhaman. In fact, 66% has been reported from Purba Bardhaman, and South 24 Parganas with the lowest there, about 58%. Let me go across to my colleague Harsha, who's been reporting from Diamond Harbour. Harsha, in terms of voter percentage, it seems that the area that you are reporting from has crossed about 60%. I'm told that there is also another breaking news now coming in. It seems that there is some amount of nervousness within the Trinamool Congress camp, particularly in the last few days with the kind of comments that they've made. The latest now coming in with Trinamool Congress targeting Union Home Minister Amit Shah. There you have it on your screens, the details of what Trinamool Congress has said. They've essentially want central security forces in Bengal. Now, the biggest bone of contention that we have seen in the state of West Bengal this time has been about the deployment of the paramilitary forces, which the Election Commission says has essentially been done to ensure that there is free and fair elections. Having said that, Trinamool Congress says that this is essentially an extension of the centre's tools and tactics. These are live images now coming in. Let's see if we can go across.
निश्चित रूप में ममता बनर्जी जी के दिन अब बहुत कम रह गए हैं मुख्यमंत्री के तौर पर. अब पश्चिम बंगाल की जनता विकास चाहती है. पश्चिम बंगाल के लोग अराजकता से निजात चाहते हैं और स्वाभाविक रूप से इतनी हाई वोटिंग दिखाता है कि गुस्सा है लोगों में. गुस्सा वोट में दिख रहा है. युवा युवतियों को एक उज्जवल भविष्य की कामना है और ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार आने के बाद ही उन्हें विश्वास है कि पश्चिम बंगाल में एक अच्छा उज्जवल भविष्य मिलेगा. It will probably cross about $87-88 billion, maybe $90 billion.
Sir, what do you think about 5-state election result?
Which is that?
5 states election result.
Well, states are going to post very favorable results for the National Democratic Alliance. We will, of course, retain Puducherry and Assam, but we will also form governments in West Bengal and Tamil Nadu. We'll increase our vote share and have more seats or open our account in Kerala in a bigger way in this election. In the long run, the Bharatiya Janata Party-led National Democratic Alliance, with its growing acceptability and public faith and trust in Prime Minister Narendra Modi, is clearly the alternative to the corrupt, inept governments led by the Rahul Gandhi family, Congress Party, or the Mamata Banerjee family, Trinamool Congress, or the Stalin family, DMK. All of these are private limited companies run by these families against a strong people-driven, worker-driven organization like the Bharatiya Janata Party and our friends.
Sir, cotton को लेकर there was Piyush Goyal speaking there, and Shravan, we have seen how the BJP, especially in the BJP leaders in West Bengal, are very confident of a victory. Suvendu Adhikari also saying that he will defeat Mamata by at least 30,000 votes in Bhawanipur. I think Harsha Batas, let's go straight to Harsha. Harsha, yes, what is happening where you are? You're reporting live for us from Diamond Harbour. It's a very, very sensitive constituency there. What's the latest coming in?
Shivangi, I want to start this by telling you that my pilot has just
told me that since morning we have traveled across 120 kilometers in Diamond Harbour, 120 kilometers traveling around Diamond Harbour, getting the sense of the place. And let me tell you, Shawan, this election is very different from 2023 and 2024, what we have covered in West Bengal. Since morning, the kind of violence which we have covered and witnessed in past, that kind of violence I have not seen anywhere. I've been to Bishnupur, Falta, Diamond Harbour, you know, the pockets and advantages of Diamond Harbour. Also, we went to Devpuri, and also several other places as well. And you see, since morning, Jahangir Khan has not come in front of media. Jahangir Khan till now has not voted also in his own polling booth in booth number 144, where exactly there were first reports of Hindus being blocked and not being allowed in the polling center. Jahangir Khan has his polling center in poll booth number 144, but he has still now not voted since morning, not came out of his house. In fact, CRPF went to the TMC camp, also ensured that there's no gathering and mobilization of TMC goons or supporters anywhere near the polling booth, which was just near to the polling booth, the camp office of TMC. And that kind of reports we are witnessing and I'm covering on ground. Diamond Harbour, this election looks very different, Shravan. Very different. From railway station to the main Diamond Harbour region to, going in the narrow lanes of Diamond Harbour. We know the kind of violence we have reported in past, we don't see now. And para forces and the machinery and the kind of security deployment, what I have seen and reported since morning, it actually gives a loss of sense of the ground. And the way TMC is issuing warning and continuously the leaders and candidates are speaking to their high command of not coming out open in public and speaking anything, that clearly sends across a lot of message. That message is loud and clear that how desperate the TMC is. The elections are not going and not turning the way TMC wanted it to in the phase 2 of West Bengal, which is the stronghold, the bastion of TMC leader Mamata Banerjee, Bhawanipur itself, and so many places. In fact, Diamond Harbour, parliamentary constituency of Abhishek Banerjee, member of parliament, and he himself is rattled. He is rattled, and that is the reason why such warning is being issued from the side of TMC, that strict action will be taken against central forces. So that's the kind of statement from TMC. Will be taken, it will be group, will have to deal with it. That's the kind of language of desperation. The language where optics doesn't seem to be work in favor of TMC, and that is very much visible on ground, Shravan. This indeed is the election of change. This indeed is the election, which is the election of anti-incumbency, response of voters against anti-incumbency. And also, this is an election where voters, where everyone, each and every sector, middle class, upper class, urban class, rural class, DPL class, they all want the development. They want to get empowered. They are looking for a government who promises them the development, infrastructure, and the empowerment, rather than giving them freebies in their account. And this clearly is visible on ground. That is the reason by 1 o'clock, the voting percentage was 61.11%. We just have to see that whether at 6 o'clock, the voting percentage is going to be more than the first phase, or it is going to be the similar, like the first phase, around 93%. That we will have to wait and watch, but exactly not many incidents have been reported since morning. In Diamond Harbour also, there was just Falta where there was an issue of EVM, and also already it has been taken cognizance by ECI. If needed, the repolling will happen, but the issue was fixed because when the BJP candidate arrived there, election observers were called, police observers were called, the EVM was immediately changed, the polling started, the fresh polling again started in that particular polling booth number where Hindus were being blocked. The huge CRPF was mobilized in that area so that no voters can stay at their home. They are safely taken out of their home, and they were taken. They were guided by CRPF officials to the polling booth. And this all visuals we have seen from morning till now, and that is a very very positive visuals and positive reports which we are covering. Not many, just 3-4 incidents in Falta, and also since morning, if we talk about violence also, there was one from Howrah, Amdanga, there was one Chhapra, and there was one Basanti, 3 places where the violence was reported. So overall, this is an election of change. Back to you.
Right. Harsha, stay on with us, Harsha, because where you were, this is the Diamond Harbour area there, and it's a very, very important constituency like we were discussing. Now, you are yourself saying that you have seen a lot of chaos. We have seen how the BJP has alleged its buttons were taped on EVMs and Falta polling booths in Diamond Harbour. Now, this is a big violation when it comes to protocol.
Yes, Shivangi, this was a violation of the MCC. This was a violation of the conduct of the election. And also, the action will be taken against the election observer if they allowed the outsider to come inside the polling booth and tamper the EVM and do obstruction with the EVM by blocking the ballot button of any particular party. And therefore, CCTV was being monitored. I have sent the CCTV footage of the monitoring to, we have showcased that on our channel, how Election Commission went on by looking at the camera of that particular polling booth to see which election observer was present there. Did he allow anyone from outside to come inside the polling booth? Necessary action will be taken. EC has already taken cognizance, but EVM was immediately changed. The tape was removed, the EVM was changed, and the polling started with, in a fresh way, the polling started in that particular booth. There were polling booth number 252, 236, 253, and several others were of the taping of the ballot button of BJP in the EVM. Everywhere the reports have been sent, by the commandant who were deployed there to the returning officer have already informed the Election Commission, and if needed, the repolling will happen, Shivangi. But one thing is for sure, all these things have to be cross-checked through CCTV camera, only then the action will be taken. This was the allegation of the BJP leader. Back to you.
Well, Harsha, I'll request you to stay on with us as we continue to track all the developments that are taking place in the Diamond Harbour Parliamentary constituency. Now, there is also another development that has taken place in Panihati, where we're being told that a blot of ink, the BJP symbols button, now that is rendering it illegible. There have been objections that have been raised by the BJP, and the ink was removed using the sanitizer. In fact, on your screens right now, we're going to play out the video where locals have been waiting for the last 1 hour. And as the candidate who has basically reached there you have Ms. Debnath there. Let's try and see what is it that they have to say.
Okay, we're getting these visuals coming in, and this is Panihati. This is Panihati constituency, a very, very important one at that. Let's go ahead and tell exactly what's happening. This is a polling booth in Panihati. There was reportedly a blot of ink on the BJP symbol button, and that means that nobody could read it correctly. Nobody could read that correctly because there was a blot of ink on the BJP symbol. And after objections, the ink was removed using sanitizer. Now we see TMC workers gathered there, and they created reportedly a lot of ruckus. We are getting these updates coming in right now, and we see the BJP candidate Ratna Debnath as well, and I'm coming back to you as well, Shaman. So a short while back, we already saw a lot of ruckus in Panihati. What is it about Panihati which is making it a constituency where we are seeing so much of ruckus and this attempt to make the BJP's symbol not readable?
Well, in fact, allegations were levelled by the BJP also in Diamond Harbour constituency, particularly in Falta from Jahangir, a Trinamool Congress strongman who's been contesting from there. In fact, that led to a massive altercation between Jahangir's family members and the election observer there. But as far as Panihati is concerned, now Panihati there too also we have seen with Ratna Debnath, who's contesting from the Bharatiya Janata Party. She's the mother of the Arjikor victim. And in fact, through the elections, you've seen the way she has conducted herself by saying that this is a quest for personal justice, and a message that she also wanted to send across to Trinamool Congress, saying that they've not done enough to save her daughter. And the larger campaigning that was done by the Bharatiya Janata Party, particularly in Panihati, when we have seen several of the top BJP leaders campaigning for Ms. Debnath, and where they've spoken about the condition of women in the state of West Bengal. That has been refuted time again. Panihati's BJP candidate Ratna Debnath has now alleged that she's been attacked. We'll try and see if we can get those visuals. The police thereafter refused to cooperate after the attack by the Trinamool Congress. Now, this is happening for the last few hours, where we saw an altercation taking place between BJP and Trinamool Congress workers outside a polling booth in the Panihati constituency. Ratna Debnath, who's also gone to one of the polling booths, and now coming out of it, she has also alleged that an ink blot was basically spotted on the BJP button, rendering that button completely legible, and a complaint has now been filed. On your screens right now, Ratna Debnath speaking to the media persons there. We'll try and see if there is an audio to that video that we've just got of Ratna Debnath speaking to the media following a visit that she's made to the polling booth in that area.
That's right. A major development was reported, like you were saying, from Panihati. So the Panihati candidate is making these big allegations. Police refused to cooperate after attack by TMC. I just want to go straight across to Harsha. Harsha, we have seen tensions erupting during the polling in Panihati. BJP candidate Ratna Debnath facing strong opposition as TMC workers are raising slogans. And now we see the BJP candidate saying that police is refusing to cooperate during such an important time. Yes, go ahead, Harsha. Well, Shravan, so what we see is that these big allegations which are coming in right now, the BJP candidate is making these very strong allegations. The Panihati constituency, like you were saying, it's a very high-profile contest.
तो मेरा 10,000 वोट बढ़ गया ना। हिंदू जाग चुका है, सब हिंदू तांता लगा रहा है, बोले हमारी हिंदू भाई के ऊपर अत्याचार कर रहा है मुसलमान लोग। हम लोग को पहले वोट दे देना चाहिए हिंदू भाई को, मेरा तो फायदा ही हुआ। और उसका बाद जब सेक्टर ऑफिसर आया, आरओ आया, सबको मैं फोन करके ऑब्जेक्शन किया। वो लोग जब आया तब मैं उनको वहाँ एक नाला है, नाला के अंदर घुसा के आया।
इलेक्शन कमीशन ने सर कहा है कि जहां पे जानबूझ के प्लानिंग के तहत रीवोटिंग किया गया आपके सामने।
ना महिला नहीं था, 2-4 महिला था। हिंदू
इलेक्शन कमीशन ने सर कहा है कि जहां पे भी टेपिंग की गई है, रिपीट किया गया।
भवानीपुर में नंदीग्राम रिपीट हो रहा है।
इतना हड़बड़ी मत कीजिए, मार्जिन बता दूंगा 6 बजे के बाद।
ज्यादा वोटिंग से सर रीवोटिंग की खबर सामने आ रही है, जहां पे भी टेपिंग की गई थी, गड़बड़ी
करना चाहिए, करना। अरे भाई हो गया तो ये किस तरीके ने क्यों हो गया तो खत्म, ये तो कब तक।
ठीक है, तो देखिए ये यहाँ पे शुभेंदु अधिकारी हैं जिनसे हम बात कर रहे थे, और उन्होंने शुभेंदु अधिकारी जो है वो।
All right. Okay, so we were getting that reaction coming in, that live reaction coming in from Bhawanipur. Subindu Adhikari, LOP, West Bengal, very confident of a big win. It's a face-to-face contest. Mamata Banerjee versus Subindu Adhikari in Bhawanipur. It's an unprecedented political face-off. And we heard Shravan a short while back.
वहाँ इलेक्शन कमीशन का सीसीटीवी फुटेज में जो आया वो कार्रवाई करेगा, वो तो पहले से डिक्लेरेशन था उनका।
वो तो कह रहे हैं कि आप लोग चुनाव को प्रभावित करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, ममता दीदी सड़कों पर आ रही हैं।
उनका हालत बहुत गंभीर है।
क्यों गंभीर, क्या हुआ?
आप पूछ लीजिए।
अभिषेक बनर्जी ने तो धमकी दे रहे हैं बाकायदा कार्यकर्ताओं को,
देख लेंगे चुनाव
के बाद छोड़ेंगे।
अभिषेक बनर्जी कह रहे हैं देख लेंगे चुनाव के बाद। अभिषेक बनर्जी कह रहे हैं चुनाव के बाद देख लेंगे सबको, कोई नहीं बचा पाएगा।
चलो भाई, हो गया बहुत हो। ममता बनर्जी गुंडा है।
ईवीएम पे सर
खबरें आ रही हैं,
वहाँ पे
ईवीएम पर टेप लगा दिया गया है।
इलेक्शन कमीशन
जहाँ ईवीएम टेम्पर करेगा किया, वहाँ इलेक्शन कमीशन का सीसीटीवी फुटेज में जो आया वो कार्रवाई करेगा, वो तो पहले से डिक्लेरेशन था उनका।
वो तो कह रहे हैं कि आप लोग चुनाव को प्रभावित करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, ममता दीदी सड़कों पर आ रही हैं।
उनका हालत बहुत गंभीर है।
क्यों गंभीर, क्या हुआ?
आप पूछ लीजिए।
अभिषेक बनर्जी ने तो धमकी दे रहे हैं बाकायदा कार्यकर्ताओं को,
देख लेंगे चुनाव के
उनको
बाद।
छोड़ेंगे।
अभिषेक बनर्जी कह रहे हैं देख लेंगे चुनाव के बाद। अभिषेक बनर्जी कह रहे हैं चुनाव के बाद देख लेंगे सबको, कोई नहीं बचा पाएगा।
चलो भाई, हो गया बहुत हो।
Well, leader of the opposition, Subindu Adhikari, the primary challenger of Mamata Banerjee from the Bhawanipur constituency, once again exuding confidence, saying that he is going to release the margin. He's going to tell the media person by what margin is he winning the elections at 6 o'clock this evening. He's quite confident that he will be able to once again pull a Nandigram in Bhawanipur. But there has also been, the kind of on the streets, the altercations that have taken place with Shuvendu Adhikari going to polling booth number 16 earlier this morning, and this is what you see on your screens. The moment Shuvendu Adhikari reached there was a gathering outside the polling booth, calling names and in fact sloganeering their King Shuvendu Adhikari, and Shuvendu Adhikari thereafter rushed towards the polling booth, accompanied by his security guards who were present there, and he basically labelled those who were outside the polling booth as Trinamool Congress agents, goons rather, that's what he said. And thereafter a call was also made to Bhupendra Yadav as well as Union Home Minister Amit Shah, where Shuvendu Adhikari has apprised Union Home Minister Amit Shah regarding the buttons which were basically taped in areas like Falta, and some reports also now coming in from Panihati. In fact, the Union Home Minister has also been apprised about the situation, following which we are given to understand the state CEO has also taken cognizance of the matter, following which repoll has now been ordered in few of the constituencies. We're going to take you through all the latest details as we slip into a short break and we come back with more news coming in from the state of West Bengal with Phase 2 polling underway.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
साथी हाथ बढ़ाना साथी रे, जिंदल साथी सील साथी रे, अरे सॉलिड इसकी फील है, जिंदल साथी सील है, दोस्त की स्टेनलेस स्टील है, क्वालिटी में दम है साथी रे, बिजनेस करेगा ग्रो साथी रे, टाइमलेस इसका लुक है साथी रे, और जिंदल साथी सील साथी रे।
जिंदल साथी सील है तो असली स्टेनलेस स्टील है।
तो जब भी आप स्टेनलेस स्टील पाइप्स एंड ट्यूब्स खरीदें, जिंदल साथी सील जरूर चेक करें।
जिंदल स्टेनलेस, इंडियाज लीडिंग प्रोड्यूसर ऑफ स्टेनलेस स्टील।
Character, the taste of success.
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a power.
Much coming up on the verdict. Record vote against Mamata. Well, Shuvendu Adhikari extremely confident of a win in Bhawanipur. Much more coming up as we keep tracking the latest second phase of polling in West Bengal.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi and National Law School Bengaluru.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
जिंदल साथी सील है तो असली स्टेनलेस स्टील है।
तो जब भी आप स्टेनलेस स्टील पाइप्स एंड ट्यूब्स खरीदें, जिंदल साथी सील जरूर चेक करें।
जिंदल स्टेनलेस, इंडियाज लीडिंग प्रोड्यूसर ऑफ स्टेनलेस स्टील।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा और मसाला, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old.
Getting you pictures coming in from earlier. So these are clashes between TMC workers and locals coming in from Hooghly. So we have a lot of instances of these clashes, sloganeering, and of course expected because pre-poll violence and clashes on day of polls and clashes post-polls is a pattern which we have seen time and again in every election. Okay, this is Havra. Clashes between cops and protesters. These are some more visuals which are coming in from Havra. Keeping these incidents in mind, the Election Commission has already put unprecedented security in West Bengal, knowing that this would be something that could be expected. Now, already we're seeing multiple updates coming in. This is Amdonga. Security officials are dispersing the crowd. So we have got these pictures from different areas. Now we see that already the Election Commission has put a huge force there on the ground to make sure that the West Bengal Assembly elections go smoothly, though not seeing much of that happening. We have seen that there are some clashes which are being reported, sloganeering in different constituency. The Election Commission has already deployed unprecedented security, including 2,400 plus companies of central force and extensive surveillance to ensure free and fair polls. This is Chapra, where ISF agent was blocked from entering the booth. So, of course, seeing a little bit of a clash there. And I'm going back to you, Shravan. Shravan, when you look at these pictures, where we were expecting a little bit of smoothness, and the TMC, remember that when the Election Commissioner had deployed security, they were questioning why. I think the visuals on a screen show us why Election Commission deployed unprecedented security.
Well, in fact, that has also been the point of clashes between Trinamool Congress and Election Commission / the centre, because Trinamool Congress says that they have essentially made Bengal into a war zone by bringing in the CRPF. In fact, Abhishek Banerjee took a dig at the centre, saying that all that was left right now was to deploy Rafales as well as warships, the Indian Navy's warships to Bengal, because otherwise they'd already deployed almost everyone as far as the CAPF is concerned. The reason why this has essentially happened is because what you're seeing right now on your screens. In fact, Shivangi, I'll just take you through some more details of the clashes that have taken place. These are sporadic incidents, and to answer your question with regards to a comparison between what we saw in 2021 and even before that, there is a considerable decline in political violence that we have essentially seen, and that is exactly why you've had the kind of deployment that you have seen right now. Diamond Harbour, this image is also quite telling because that's also become a political battle between the centre and Trinamool Congress. The Uttar Pradesh encounter specialist Ajay Pal Sharma, who was seen, essentially warning Jahangir's family members. This was a day before, just a day before the Phase 2 polling, where Ajay Pal Sharma was actually seen almost sending a direct warning to Jahangir, saying that you perhaps cannot stop anyone from voting. But that did not really go down with Trinamool Congress, where they've alleged that this man that you see, the Singham cop as he is essentially called, who conducted several raids, they're saying that this is an attempt to interfere in the election process, and this is at the behest of the centre. Now, Falta is the other sensitive area. In fact, on your screens right now, these were images that came in earlier today, and the allegation of poll rigging came in from the BJP polling agent, saying that there was a tape that was put on the EVM. And in fact, the CEO there has now taken cognizance of the complaint that has been filed, following which repolling is going to take place at several constituencies. Now, crossing over to Bhangor, which happens to be the stronghold of ISF, Naushad Siddiqui, ISF chief, who was seen there, in fact, moving from one polling booth to the other. Now, this is also the very place where there has been intense clashes between Trinamool Congress and ISF workers. There you have it on your screens, where the police, the Kolkata police, in fact, I'm given to understand that the NIA had also come in when crude bombs were recovered from some places in Bhangor, South 24 Parganas, with BJP here alleging that Trinamool Congress did not really do much in controlling violence in Bhangor. Let's also go across to a colleague from our sister channel, Public Bharat. They've spoken to leader of the opposition, Shubhendu Adhikari. Let's listen in.
सर झड़प
ममता बनर्जी गुंडा है।
ईवीएम पे सर खबरें आ रही हैं, वहाँ पे ईवीएम पर टेप लगा दिया गया है। इलेक्शन कमीशन
जहाँ ईवीएम टेम्पर करेगा किया, वहाँ इलेक्शन कमीशन का सीसीटीवी फुटेज में जो आया वो कार्रवाई करेगा। वो तो पहले से डिक्लेरेशन था उनका।
वो तो कह रहे हैं कि आप लोग चुनाव को प्रभावित करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। ममता दीदी सड़कों पर आ रही हैं।
उनका हालत बहुत गंभीर है।
क्यों गंभीर, क्या हुआ, क्या हुआ?
आप पूछ लीजिए।
अभिषेक बनर्जी ने तो धमकी दे रहे हैं बाकायदा कार्यकर्ताओं को, देख लेंगे चुनाव, उनको छोड़ेंगे। अभिषेक बनर्जी कह रहे हैं देख लेंगे चुनाव के बाद। अभिषेक बनर्जी कह रहे हैं चुनाव के बाद देख लेंगे सबको, कोई नहीं बचा पाएगा। ममता बनर्जी
चलो भाई, हो गया बहुत हो। Great pleasure for me. They are going to assign me big job. I will perform my duty. I will fulfill their dream.
सर जिसका आशीर्वाद मिल रहा है आपको?
I shall try to rebuild the West Bengal with my all BJP colleagues under the great leadership of Narendra Modi.
So just a सबका आशीर्वाद मिल रहा है। Saw that there was a chaos between, there was a slight tiff between you and the sitting Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee. You said that this is
Today is a voters' day. I am interested to visit the polling station alone, not with my standing here alone. You are surrounded me. I am not called anybody. Why my opponent candidate is accompanied 50-60%? It's no need.
So sir, you are alleging sir कितने बूथ घूम लिया आपने? सर कितने बूथ घूम लिया?
बूथ कैंपेन कर दिया हम लोग। आज वोटर्स को शांतिपूर्वक तरीके से वोट डालना देना चाहिए और हम लोग को व्यवस्था देखने के लिए घूमना चाहिए। ज़्यादा आदमी लेकर, इतना पत्रकार लेकर ये सब नहीं करना चाहिए। I request every reporters, please wait outside the polling station. Is there any question? I'll speak.
All right, taking a short break, viewers, on the verdict. Getting pictures coming in from all across constituencies. Shubhendu Adhikari confident of a big win in West Bengal. Stay tuned. We will continue our live coverage of Phase 2 of West Bengal polls.
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the missile follows the eyes. This high off-bore sight ability lets the jet attack from strange angles without turning the whole plane first. This upgrade matters a lot because the region stays tense. Pakistan flies JF-17 jets with modern PL-10 missiles that reach farther and lock on quicker. China uses even better systems on its J-20 stealth fighters and other planes. In a real dogfight, the old MiG-29 with R-73 could lose the first shot. With ASRAAM, the Indian pilots get longer reach, faster lock, and
our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can. Second phase polling underway in Bengal, over 60% voter turnout till 1 p.m. BJP buttons taped on EVMs in Falta. Repolling announced where EVMs were found taped. West Bengal LOP Subindu Adhikari gherawed by the TMC workers. The TMC workers raise Joy Bangla slogans against Subindu. Crude bombs recovered from Bengal's Purba Bardhaman while polling underway. And TMC warns Home Minister Shah, saying that no one is going to save you from ruthless response.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the advanced short-range air-to-air missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can. Second phase of polling underway in Bengal. Over 60% voter turnout recorded till 1 p.m. BJP buttons taped on EVMs in Falta. Repolling announced where EVMs were found taped. Bengal LOP Subindu Adhikari gherawed by TMC workers. TMC workers raise Joy Bangla slogans against Subindu. And crude bombs recovered from Bengal's Purba Bardhaman while polling underway. And TMC warns Home Minister Shah, says no one is going to save you from a ruthless response.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Director, the taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े, चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old.
Well, coming up, viewers, all the updates from Phase 2 of polls in West Bengal. Stay tuned as we get you the fastest details from the ground. Our reporters are active, getting you every update.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School, Bengaluru.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
Character, the taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा और मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the advanced.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School, Bengaluru.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can. Second phase of polling underway in West Bengal. Over 60% voter turnout recorded till 1 p.m. The BJP buttons taped on EVMs in Falta. Re-polling announced where EVMs were found taped. West Bengal LOP Suvendu Adhikari out by TMC workers. TMC workers raised Joy Bangla slogans against Suvendu. Crude bombs recovered from Bengal's Purba Bardhaman while polling was underway. And TMC warns. Home Minister Shah says no one is going to save you from a ruthless response. Getting some big updates coming in. Tension erupts in South 24 Parganas. This is the biggest update because, Shravan is also joining me, our Deputy Executive Editor. Shravan, we see that one more TMC candidate is holding a protest. Tensions erupting in multiple constituencies. Nothing new. These are the latest updates which are coming in now. I am coming to you, Shravan. Latest update, tensions erupt in South 24 Parganas. TMC candidates are holding these protests, but why are they holding these protests? They are going ahead and they are clashing in multiple places as well. A lot of TMC workers are doing that.
Well, in fact, South 24 Parganas, which is logged in about a little over 59% of voting percentage that has taken place so far. That's the voter turnout in South 24 Parganas. But the Trinamool Congress has basically been alleging that the deployment of the central forces is an obstruction. In fact, they say that central forces have been obstructing their polling agents from carrying out their duties. Secondly, as far as BJP workers are concerned, Trinamool Congress says that they've essentially been given a free hand. On your screens, these are not the current images. These are images that came in earlier today. This is from Bangor, where the ISF chief Naushad Siddiqui, who was there. This was at the time when the CRPF forces, as well as the National Investigation Agency, had come in. Crude bombs were basically recovered. Let me also go across to my colleague Harsha, who's joining us on this broadcast. Harsha, what's the situation like on the ground? You've traveled almost 120 kilometers since this morning in Diamond Harbour constituency. Almost everyone predicted that there would be some sort of a violence, given the fact that this has been the history of Diamond Harbour constituency. But you're saying that things are quite peaceful and voting has been taking place in a brisk manner. What's the situation like on the ground?
So right now, Shravan, it's voting is happening silently. There's no violence as such being reported. The tensions, whatever the tensions were, it was regarding the obstruction at the booth. It was regarding the obstruction at the EVM, which was at several multiple booths, which was reported like booth number 220, booth number 252, 256, booth number 186. All have been resolved. The allegations were leveled that the voters were coming out. There's a smell of the perfume and ether on the on the first finger of the voters, and there were the allegations that there is a taping at the BJP ballot number plate, and that was the reason why the BJP candidate himself visited the spot. He spoke up with the election observers about it, and the CCTV monitoring also took place, but there was not violence. The tensions, the violence, the altercation, that sort of visuals we have not seen anywhere in Diamond Harbour since morning, because largely there were the troops which were deployed in Diamond Harbour, huge in number. Shravan, we also saw the visuals of Ajay Pal, DG, CRPF, all stationed in Diamond Harbour. You imagine when DG himself is stationed in Diamond Harbour for more than 4 hours, Ajay Pal Sharma making rounds in the Falta area continuously. He approximately 30 to 35 kilometers he made round internally in the Falta area, going to each and every polling booth, ensuring that there's no violence and disruption. So such visuals, such reporting incidents which we have reported earlier, Shravan, in Diamond Harbour region, that sort of visuals and incidents have not been reported in Diamond Harbour this time. I think the major reason is the heavy deployment of the election machinery and also the deployment of the para forces in each and every pockets of the Diamond Harbour, be it the urban area, be it the rural vantages of the Diamond Harbour, the small pockets, narrow lane, the villages inside, and each and everywhere we saw security officials almost 12 to 15 in number inside and outside polling booth deployed, and that's the major reason why also the voters are coming out of their houses and voting peacefully in Diamond Harbour. And wherever the issue, the allegations were leveled by BJP candidate of the EVM stalled or there's a taping, everywhere the matter has been sorted. The Election Commission of India, Gyanesh Kumar himself has taken the cognizance. The CEO West Bengal has spoken to media, has clearly stated that if the cross-checked and if the reports are true, then the repolling will happen. But for now, there's no tensions which have escalated of that gravity, of that manner, like in the past we have reported this time in 2026. So clearly, we should give it to the machinery, the election machinery, the deployment of forces, because of whom the voters are peacefully coming out without any intimidation and voting for whosoever they want to vote this time. Back to you.
Right, Harsha. Staying with you, Harsha, South 24 Parganas is a very important area because it's seeing many high-profile contests. Speaking about the first phase of polling, turnout is around 62.18% till 1 p.m. And Shravan, I would like to get you in here as well. Is it a possibility that we might cross the last turnout, the phase 1 turnout, when it comes to voter turnout? Is that a possibility? The numbers look pretty good.
Well, there's absolutely no doubt that there is bumper voting that we are looking at right now as far as phase 2 polling is concerned, and the highest really coming in from Purva Bardhaman area, where we are given to understand that it's crossed over 64%, Hooghly about over 60%. So almost most of the places where the voting is now taking place, you're looking at over 58% voter turnout, which is a clear indication that people do believe that they would want to reinforce their position as far as these elections are concerned. Now, in the past, Bengal elections have always been marred with violence. Some images that you see today on your screens right now would also give you a sense that probably this is a repeat what we have seen in the past. But these are stray incidents. These are not widespread across Bengal, unlike what we had seen in the past. But if you go by the allegations that have been leveled by the ruling dispensation versus the principal challenger there in the state of West Bengal, then the BJP maintains that with the Election Commission taking several steps to maintain law and order situation, things have been under control. But in places like in the phase one, we had in Murshidabad, where violence was actually reported. As far as this phase is concerned, this morning there have been some allegations that have been leveled by the Bharatiya Janata Party against Trinamool Congress in Falta and a few other constituencies, areas in Diamond Harbour. Let me bring in my colleague Harsha, who's been travelling across various constituencies, crisscrossing various places in Bengal to get a sense of what's really happening on the ground. She says that things are far better than what it was in the past. Yes, there have been a few instances of violence, but it isn't as widespread as it was in the past. So what has really changed? Has this entire have those measures that have been taken by the Election Commission really had, they're bearing fruit on the ground? Is that what is happening right now? Harsha, I'm told that before I come across to you, I'll just play out the first response now coming in from Shuvendu Adhikari.
फोर्स करना चाहिए, गैस लाठी सब अलाउ कर दिया अभी
सर। अभी आप जो वोटिंग हुई है उसके
पूरे पश्चिम बंगाल में,
पूरा पश्चिम बंगाल में
सर जिस तरह की
सीओ ने ऑर्डर इशू कर दिया, 4 से ज्यादा आदमी जिसका वोट हो गया घर चला जाओ, खड़ा रहेगा तो सीआरपीएफ कार्रवाई करेगी।
65% वोट हुआ है दादा, अभी तक 65% वोट हुआ है, जहां कुल 62% होता था कलकत्ता शहर में।
55% होता था,
अभी वोटिंग परसेंटेज हो गया है। इस बार वोटिंग
अभी तो क्रश कर गया पुराना।
दादा, जब आप जय हिंद भवन में पहुंचे तो वहाँ हंगामे का कारण क्या था?
बांग्लादेशी मुसलमान घुसपैठिया जिनका नाम डिलीट हो गया वो लोग कर रहा था।
लेकिन टीएमसी के लोगों का आरोप है कि आप खुद वहाँ बूथ पे काफी देर तक पहुंचे और आपने बवाल करने की कोशिश।
ये कैंडिडेट को बूथ में नहीं जाएगा, ममता नहीं घुमा। मैं 14 कंपार्टमेंट में गया है 70 बूथ में, ममता बनर्जी 4 कंपार्टमेंट में गया है 20 बूथ में। तो उनको भी राइट है 267 में जाने के लिए, 96 वो वोटिंग सेंटर है, मेरा भी राइट्स है। मैं तो पत्रकार आप लोग को भी मैं गुंजाइश किया कि बाहर रहो, वोटर को मत डिस्टर्ब करो। वो 50-60 आदमी लेकर घूम रहा था, मैं जब गया था घर में घुस गया। क्यों? असीम बोस का घर में बांग्लादेशी मुसलमान मुझे देख के उनका वोटर लिस्ट नाम चला गया ना, इसलिए थोड़ा बांग्लादेश का जो मुसलमान का स्लोगन है जय बांग्ला कर रहा था, मैं काफी 15 मिनट तो अलाउ किया, बोलने दीजिए कैमरा में। इसमें तो मेरा 10,000 वोट बढ़ गया ना। हिंदू जाग चुका है, सब हिंदू तांता लगा रहा है, बोले हमारी हिंदू भाई के ऊपर अत्याचार कर रहा है मुसलमान लोग, हम लोग को पहले वोट दे देना चाहिए हिंदू भाई को। मेरा तो फायदा ही हुआ। और उसका बाद जब सेक्टर ऑफिसर आया, आरओ आया, सबको मैं फोन करके ऑब्जेक्शन किया। वो लोग जब आया तब मैं उनको वहाँ एक नाला है, नाला के अंदर घुसा के आया।
दादा, बहुत सारी महिलाओं को आगे कर दिया गया, क्या जानबूझकर प्लानिंग के तहत आपने महिलाओं को आगे किया गया आपके सामने?
ना महिला नहीं था, 2-4 महिला था, हिंदू। आपका लड़का था सब मुसलमान, ये भारतीय मुसलमान नहीं।
क्या भवानीपुर में नंदीग्राम रिपीट हो रहा है?
इतना हड़बड़ी मत कीजिए, मार्जिन बता दूंगा 6 बजे के बाद।
ज्यादा वोटिंग की खबर।
All right, we're getting that reaction coming in from the LOP, Shuvendu Adhikari, and just revisiting what happened earlier, Shravan, a short while back, when the polling had started, Shuvendu Adhikari was surrounded by TMC supporters at the Bhabanipur booth. Then the police had to come in, use mild lathi charge to disperse the crowd during polling. And Banerjee, both Mamata Banerjee and Adhikari were seen inspecting booths amid that tense exchange. So we have seen a lot of updates coming in from Bhabanipur constituency. So it's a direct face-off between CM Mamata and LOP Shuvendu Adhikari. At one point, Shuvendu Adhikari was an aide, a very close aide of Mamata Banerjee.
Well, Nondigram, where the fight had taken place, the direct contest between Mamata Banerjee and Shuvendu Adhikari, and he had wrested the seat from Mamata Banerjee, and that was the biggest headline as far as the last elections are concerned, apart from the fact that while it was being touted that the Bharatiya Janata Party will be able to wrest the power from Trinamool Congress, that did not happen. But this time, what has essentially happened was that the Bharatiya Janata Party had already declared that Shuvendu Adhikari is going to contest from Nondigram, anticipating that perhaps even Mamata Banerjee might do that, but that did not happen. Mamata Banerjee did not really contest from Nondigram. In fact, it happens to be a close aide of Shuvendu Adhikari who is contesting against him from Nondigram, and the contest has now shifted to Bhawanipur. Now, Bhawanipur, in terms of the electoral composition also, if you really look at it, there hasn't been a lot of campaigning that has been done by Mamata Banerjee herself. You've had Shayoni Ghosh campaigning for her and several other Trinamool Congress leaders. Mamata Banerjee has been in other parts of the state. But Shuvendu Adhikari has basically sent across this message. And the message is about reviving Bengal. And the very fact that today Bengal, in terms of the number of industries that have come in, that has been far less. In terms of the fact that what you really look at, jobs have been another issue that has been raised by Shuvendu Adhikari in Bhawanipur constituency. So it's going to be an interesting fight there. As far as what has happened so far, this morning in some polling booths where Shuvendu Adhikari was going in, you've had some people basically calling names, and Trinamool Congress workers have now been accused of calling names, and that had irked Shuvendu Adhikari and resulting in Shuvendu Adhikari, sort of storming in, moving towards the polling booth, accompanied by his security forces there. And thereafter, a call actually goes in from Shuvendu Adhikari to Union Home Minister Amit Shah with regards to the Falta incident that has happened. Let me go across to my colleague Harsha, who's also been tracking this very closely. She's been moving from one constituency to the other. Harsha, what's happening in Kolkata right now? Bhawanipur, again, that's also the place where you would have non-Bengali population also there. And you've had several other BJP leaders, non-Bengali speaking BJP leaders also campaigning in Bhawanipur for Shuvendu Adhikari, wooing what is seen as industries, businessmen. What's the sense that you are getting in right now from Bhawanipur, and what's the voting percentage like?
One thing, Shravan, which BJP has ensured in this 294 seats in West Bengal is that they have not given tickets to anyone who is not from West Bengal. This they have assured to all the voters, and this the appeal also they made. They said it during the campaigning as well. They had hit on Mamata Banerjee by stating she had given tickets and sent to Rajya Sabha the people who are not exactly from West Bengal. Like they every time take the name of Kirti Azad, they keep on taking the name of the June Malia. They keep on stating that these are the people who are not from West Bengal, but they say that they have majorly 294 seats given ticket to people who are pure-heartedly from the heart of Kolkata, and they have ensured that these people will work for the welfare of the citizens when BJP comes to power. As you spoke about the star campaigners, Shravan, from Devendra Fadnavis, from CM Yogi Adityanath to HM to Himanta Biswa Sarma, Shivraj Singh Chauhan, Smriti Irani, Anurag Thakur, Manoj Tiwari, what not. More than 8 cabinet ministers have campaigned, and chief ministers of all the BJP ruled state. To note, not NDA, only BJP ruled state. All the chief ministers, Mohan Yadav, Bhajan Lal Sharma, Yogi Adityanath, Himanta Biswa Sarma, Devendra Fadnavis, they all have campaigned for BJP here. Tremendously for the first phase, for the second phase. In fact, Manik Saha was here just the day when the campaigning was back. Then there was the last day of campaign. He campaigned from morning 10 o'clock till 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So that's the strategy, how BJP has strategized not only Bengali but non-Bengali voters as well. The business meetings were done, the meetings with Marwadi community, the Jaiswal community, the Sindhi community, Bengali leaders, non-Bengali, Bengali, they have touched each and every pockets of Kolkata comprises of more than rural, it's more of the urban population which stays there, so it becomes very much important. In fact, if we speak about Bhawanipur only, the constituency from where Suvendu Adhikari and Mamata Banerjee are in fray, in that particular constituency only, more than Bengali, there are non-Bengalis. If you see, there is Gujarati Pada, there's Marwadi Pada, there is Sindhi Pada and the Bania Pada as well. These all are the Padas and where the urban sectors mostly reside. In past, they never had such a belief in the electoral system in West Bengal. They always believed that whatever is going to be the situation, BJP is never going to come in power. The vote majorly is going to get waste. Therefore, there was a sort of perception also. Therefore, that sector never went out and voted. But this time, they all as a community have came out. They all have as a community have worked and also have believed that this time there is a wind of change. And that we saw when we went on a campaign of Suvendu Adhikari in Bhawanipur during door-to-door campaign. We spoke with Bengali community largely, the shopkeepers, the people who have small business, MSMEs, they all were saying, yes, we want change. We want infrastructure. We want development. We don't want our son, our youngsters, our children to go out and work, let's say in Delhi, Mumbai, Bengaluru, somewhere else. We want them to stay here. There's no job opportunity. So this was the first election where people are speaking about anti-incumbency. People are speaking about being empowered. The youths, we spoke to the youths who go to the football club, cricket club. There are certain clubs in Kolkata. And Shwan, there was a time these clubs used to excel. But if you go today in these clubs, the infrastructure is immensely poor. There's no infrastructure for these kids who go to cricket club, football club, horse riding clubs, and now there's nothing. So they also have spoken about that, yes, we want to stay here. We want to get job here. We want to have an employment here. But there's nothing which West Bengal is offering right now. It's immensely poor. And there's a saying here, Shravan, you very well know about it. You have been to West Bengal several times. They say if you have 100 rupees in your pocket, you can easily spend the entire day can go good, it can go well, you can have a transportation, you can eat well, you can enjoy, you can play carom, you can enjoy with your friends, you can have an adda bazi in West Bengal, even if you have 100 rupees in your pocket. So that's the kind of ambition which people talk about here. But 100 rupees is not enough. In this time where there's so much inflation right now in West Bengal, people want more, they desire more, now they ambition more. And that is a wind of change which BJP has been hitting on in South Kolkata, in urban Kolkata. That's the main manifesto promises which BJP has done. In North Bengal, it was the infiltration. Infiltration was the main agenda of BJP. They've spoken about demography change. They've spoken about the commission which BJP will make in force once it comes to power against this infiltration. So these are the strong promises which BJP has made to the voters of West Bengal. Now how much this will turn and transform into people coming out, because polarization has happened. Polarization indeed has happened, Shravan, in several pockets.
Right.
Where minority are majority. BJP very well knows.
Okay. Well, thank you, Harsha. Thank you, Harsha, for getting us all those details, getting us a ground report there, Harsha. Live coverage continues. We're taking a short break right now. We'll try to, of course, go to Salt Lake City as well. Our correspondents are on the ground. Bidhan Nagar is one of the very important constituencies there, where BJP has built a clear edge in the Lok Sabha contest. Stay tuned as we keep getting you the latest.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away.
And much more coming up, viewers, on the verdict. We are getting you all the live updates. A huge turnout in second phase of polling. Over 60% voter turnout till 1 p.m. Stay tuned. We are the fastest channel here, getting you every detail in these crucial elections.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा आरती और मसाला
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
साथी हाथ बढ़ाना साथी रे जिंदल साथी सील साथी रे हर टोली जिसकी फील है जिंदल साथी सील है दोस्त की स्टेनलेस स्टील है क्वालिटी में दम है साथी रे बिजनेस करेगा ग्रो साथी रे टाइमलेस इसका लुक है साथी रे और जिंदल साथी
जिंदल साथी सील है तो असली स्टेनलेस स्टील है।
तो जब भी आप स्टेनलेस स्टील पाइप्स एंड ट्यूब्स खरीदें, जिंदल साथी सील जरूर चेक करें।
जिंदल स्टेनलेस, इंडियाज लीडिंग प्रोड्यूसर ऑफ स्टेनलेस स्टील।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट।
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है। स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R.
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
जिंदल साथी सील है तो असली स्टेनलेस स्टील है।
तो जब भी आप स्टेनलेस स्टील पाइप्स एंड ट्यूब्स खरीदें, जिंदल साथी सील जरूर चेक करें।
जिंदल स्टेनलेस, इंडियाज लीडिंग प्रोड्यूसर ऑफ स्टेनलेस स्टील।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी। The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires,
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Second phase polling underway in Bengal. Over 60% voter turnout recorded till 1 p.m. BJP buttons taped on EVMs in Falta. Repolling announced where EVMs were found taped. Bengal leader of opposition Suvendu Adhikari ghirawed by TMC workers. TMC workers raised Jai Bangla slogans against Suvendu. Crude bombs recovered from Bengal's Purba Bardhaman while polling remains underway. TMC warns Home Minister Shah, says no one is going to save you from the ruthless response.
Alright, welcome back friends. Gesu and I take the coverage of Bengal Phase 2 polling forward with a lot of action happening on the ground. So let's hit the ground running. Gesu, I believe we have Mohan, our correspondent, joining us live from Salt Lake Police Station. There is some commotion that was reported a while back, and we have seen in fact Suvendu Adhikari contesting against Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee make a charge that these are not voters, these are hooligans of the Trinamool who have come and started intimidating voters. What's happening there at the Salt Lake Police Station? मोहन बताएं क्या हो रहा है वहां पे जहां से आप रिपोर्ट कर रहे हैं?
एकदम देखिए, मैं बता दूं कि मैं अभी विधाननगर विधानसभा केंद्र का जो भारतीय देवी बालिका विद्यालय स्कूल है जहां पर बूथ लगे हुए हैं, मैं दिखाऊंगा कि सुबह से जो कतारें थी, अभी भी जो है चुनाव में लोग आ रहे हैं और अभी थोड़ी गर्मी थी तो लोग राहत महसूस कर रहे हैं, तो इसलिए अभी लोग आ चुके हैं, कतार में लग चुके हैं। मैं दिखाऊंगा। देखिए एक उत्साह है, सभी वोटरों के जो चेहरा है उसमें उत्साह नजर आ रहा है। मैम कब आई आप वहाँ पर वोट देने के लिए?
कुछ देर पहले ही आई हूँ।
तो कैसा फील है इस बार का चुनाव में?
इस बार तो लगता है मतलब
अच्छा लग रहा है ना,
टक्कर
वोट देने में अच्छा लग रहा है।
अच्छा।
बस मैं देखिए सभी मतलब कुछ अच्छा एविडेंस लग रहा है आपको आज चुनाव में वोट देने में?
हाँ, बहुत लोग आए हैं यहाँ पे और बहुत सीरियसली लोग ले रहे हैं इस बार वोट को। ज्यादा लोग आए बहुत हैं, हाँ और हाँ बहुत वो तो अच्छा लग रहा है।
अच्छा व्यवस्था के लिए किसको क्रेडिट देंगी मैम?
आई थिंक यहाँ पे जो सेंट्रल के लोग आए हैं यहाँ पे बहुत अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं सब और हाँ डेफिनेटली गवर्नमेंट को और इतना अच्छा तरीके से सब कुछ किया जा रहा है, एक प्रोसेस फॉलो करके सब कुछ हो रहा है तो काफी अच्छा लग रहा है।
एकदम मैं देख रहा हूँ मैं और भी है भाई साहब इस बार का चुनाव
Right. In fact, we're also getting in live visuals from Hooghly of people standing in long queues and voting. In fact, just in Mithali Bagh, there were candidates that were attacked. And take a look at this. The candidate that was attacked just 2 days back, going to cast her vote in Hooghly, wheelchair clad, and going to cast her vote in Hooghly in West Bengal. Now, in fact, various cases of violence that also came out today, Abhishek, and this is just one that, came out 2 days back where she was attacked by TMC workers possibly, and now she's going to cast her vote. This is in Hooghly in West Bengal. So, in fact, this visual becomes a testament of how even if there is poll violence, this time around, I don't think people can be stopped from practicing their franchise. People are adamant to go out, step out and vote fearlessly, if not freely, at least in West Bengal this time around. And with the central deployment, viewers remember, the violence, the number of cases this time around has gone down severely. In fact, the voter turnout in 2026 in phase 1 crossed the 93% mark. Remember, in 2021, this was just a little above 82%. So that in itself, the numbers pose the confidence that people have on the forces that have been deployed in West Bengal.
Oh, you are absolutely right, Gesu, and this really calls the bluff of those who said that this is an over-deployment of security forces, that this is turning Bengal into a garrison state. But, okay, numbers coming in till 3 p.m. Phase 2, 78.68, almost 80% voting, keeping the pattern of about 10% voting per hour, which means the pace of voting has sustained since morning 7 a.m. till 3 p.m. now. This would consolidate further. Typically, it gets an upward revision of about 1 to 2% and 78.68%. 80% voting taking place till 3 p.m. That's Election Commission number. Lines, long queues. We have seen from all across phase 2 geography of Bengal. This is essentially the Kolkata agglomeration and nearby areas, some bordering Bangladesh. And this is essentially the erstwhile presidency areas, and urban areas, and typically Trinamool strongholds that are voting, and the kind of contest we are seeing with the kind of even if restrained by presence of security forces, the kind of effort that's been made to disturb polling and peace shows that this is a keenly contested vote. This is Mamata clearly on the back foot. This is Trinamool fighting with its back to the wall and trying to preserve their foothold in the stronghold that they have. And we are seeing very energetic fight back from the BJP to get into this passion of the Trinamool. And we have seen earlier pictures of Shuvendu Adhikari in Bhawanipur, where he believed that Mamata would lose by 30,000 votes. That's his number, not ours. And we have seen Shamik Bhattacharya, the BJP president, claim that this time BJP will cross the double century mark, which is 200 seats out of a 294 assembly in Bengal. We have also seen Mamata Banerjee hit back saying this is terrorism, this is not how elections are held, this is intimidation of her voters. And we have also seen Abhishek Banerjee say if BJP comes to power, they would be treated as Rohingyas, hitting the Bengali identity chord. So obviously it's really panning out in the manner as it was being expected so far as political observers go about Bengal. And more pictures, more RG car victims. Mother alleges attack by TMC in Panihati. That was in the morning. Harsha is coming live. Gesu, you can go to her. Harsha is joining us live from Falta, I believe.
Yeah, Harsha joins us live. In fact, she's been traveling all across. Harsha, you have been taking a look at everything that's unfolding, not just from today. You also saw the first phase right there from ground zero. Now, in fact, Harsha, even in the second phase, the voter turnout has surpassed the 78% mark, and this is still 3 p.m. So this is a great number. And in fact, you know, this sort of reinstates confidence that, like phase 1, Bengal may just break all records for a high voter turnout in phase 2 as well. And this is despite all the cases of heckling, violence and cases of the EVMs, you know, being fiddled with. Harsha.
Yes, Keshu, and this is what I've also seen is that 78.6% voter turning out at, till 3 p.m. when in phase 1, while we were reporting, the voter turnout was near only, like in Murshidabad and Malda, it was around 72%, 73% while we were reporting in phase 1. So 3 p.m., 78.68% voting percentage is a huge number, is a number which clearly suggests that by 6 p.m. in the evening, the number will be around 90 plus only percentage, because that was the figure and the pattern which we saw in phase 1 as well. This time Bengal is voting heavily, and in everywhere we see that how voters are coming out from their houses and casting their vote. The franchise to cast vote in this festival of democracy means a lot. It also means there's a wind of change, and as Abhishek was stating this morning when we spoke at around 7 o'clock, was that this election is also going to be this way or that way. There's not going to be midway. There's not going to be any fractured verdict. There's going to be a sweeping mandate, and whosoever favors this election goes, it's going to be a sweeping mandate, be it the people choose TMC or be it the people choose BJP, whosoever. But this is a wind of change, because it is often said that whenever there's a huge voter turnout, that really means that voters are coming out and casting their vote without intimidation, without fear, and without being scared of the local goose or political parties and franchising their rights and exercise of vote.
No doubt, Harsha. In fact, Abhishek, we also have some, bites that are coming in from, in fact, Trinamool Congress Supremo Mamata Banerjee. Also, very interesting to listen into what she must have said, especially after everything that's unfolded today through the day. So let's listen in to Mamata Banerjee and what she has to say about the phase 2 polling.
कैसे हमारा वर्कर को पिटा है रात में ऑफिसर इंचार्ज विजयगंज पुलिस स्टेशन भांगो जस्ट देखिए जो एट्रोसिटी कैन यू सी देखिए एक क्या गुंडाराज चल रहा है, देश को बेच दिया। ऐसे वोट कभी होता है? ऐसे कभी वोट नहीं होता है। वोट शांति से होता है। लोकतंत्र डेमोक्रेसी का फेस्टिवल होता है, लेकिन ये तो लोकतंत्र को पूरा बालोटा बजा दिया, पूरा इसको एट्रोसिटीज कर दिया। Intention is very clear that BJP wants that forcefully to rig the election. But our workers and people are ready to die, but they will not rig the.
वोटर्स के ऊपर लाठी चार्ज किया जा रहा है, तो भय मुक्त इलेक्शन कैसे होगा? तो भय तो आप ही दिखा रहे हो भाई। तृणमूल का बात छोड़ दो, अभी आप ही ने पूछा ना, बाली में जनरल वोटर्स के ऊपर लाठीचार्ज जोड़ा है, वो तो तृणमूल नहीं है। तो आप चाहते ही नहीं हो। अगर 30 लाख लोगों को आपने वोट देने से रोक दिया है, तो आतंक और भय का परिवेश कौन फैला रहे? इन लोग बोलते कुछ और है, करते कुछ और है। 15 लाख का वादा दिया और 1500 करोड़ का पार्टी ऑफिस अमित शाह के पार्टी ने बनाया। तो अगर भय का बात कर रहे हैं, तो भय ये फैला रहे हैं और भरोसा दीदी और तृणमूल दे रहे हैं कि आप वोट दीजिए, अपना जो अधिकार है उसका प्रयोग करिए और बंगाल को ऐसा बहुमत दीजिए कि बंगालियों के साथ, बंगाल के साथ ना इंसाफी करने से पहले ये लोग 100 बार सोचने पे आने वाले दिन में मजबूर हो जाए। बीजेपी कैन ट्राई एवरी ट्रिक्स फ्रॉम देयर रूल बुक, दे विल फॉल फ्लैट ऑन देयर फेसेस व्हेन द रिजल्ट्स कम आउट। भाई बंगाल के, यू डोंट नो द पीपल ऑफ बंगाल। I have said Trinamool's tally will increase, Trinamool's vote percentage will increase. I stick to my claim, what I said 1 year back.
All right, let's go back to Harsha. She is still live with us. Harsha, all these sound bites that have come in of the leaders, clearly indicate to a pattern. On the side of Trinamool, they are seem to be on the defensive. For the first time, the language of martyrdom perhaps coming in from Mamata Banerjee, saying that the Trinamool cadres are willing to die. Earlier it would have been they are ready to go for the kill. And Abhishek Banerjee falling back on the Bengali identity. On the other hand, you have BJP leaders like Shubhendu Adhikari taking on Mamata Banerjee in Bhawanipur, saying that Mamata would lose by 30,000 votes, and Shamik Bhattacharya saying they will cross 200 mark. So obviously, there is something that's really happening on the ground, Harsha, and you are there for us to tell us what's that, by which we are getting these kind of responses from the respective sides.
Abhishek, this time it's different. This time it's completely different. I've been here in 2021, in 2023, in 2024 as well. In 2023 even, me and Shravan both were in Diamond Harbour. We were attacked. The booth we were reporting from, there were the crude bombs which were hurled at that particular polling booth. There were murders, there were the people missing during 2023 Panchayat polls. But what we see right now is that it's different. I'm freely walking, reporting from different polling booths in Diamond Harbour, in the Falta area. Falta area majorly being the minority population, more minority population, people coming out and voting. But this time, there is there's no violence which is here. There's no tensions escalating at different polling booths in Diamond Harbour. Not only Diamond Harbour, but in the South Kolkata region as well. I have travelled in pockets of Diamond Harbour. I'm moving towards different assembly constituency in South 24 Pargana. But everywhere there is a silence. People are peacefully coming out. They're casting their vote. So this time it's different. And the statement which has come from Mamata Banerjee and Abhishek Banerjee, Abhishek clearly indicates, and this is the same Abhishek Banerjee, Abhishek, 2 days back, he was threatening the voters. He was threatening the electors that last time we were generous. You didn't vote in favor of us. But this time, if the electors will not vote in favor of us, we will treat them, we will deal with them after 12 p.m. on 4th of May. That was the kind of threatening which Abhishek Banerjee gave to the electors of Arambagh while he was campaigning. But today, he's rattled. Both Mamata Banerjee and Abhishek seem to be completely rattled. They're stating that entire West Bengal has been made fortress of the central forces security. She's stating that there's a rigging happening. But trust me, Abhishek, on ground, the election machinery and the para forces machinery is the one which has stopped rigging since morning. Wherever there was the issue of the ballot button of BJP in the EVM in Falta in 222, in 220, 253, 252, 186 and 253 both booths, multiple booths where I reported from as well. Everywhere the BJP candidate went, the election observer came. In fact, there was a round also which was made by the CRPF officials, senior personnel themselves. The issue was resolved, and also the CCTV footage was sent to the Election Commission. Election Commission was monitoring there if any rigging is happening or not, and it was ensured to the voters that there will be no rigging. So that's the kind of trust and the immediate response timing of the para forces. Immediately, as soon as something is not well in any of the polling booth and the incidents are being reported, immediately the para forces are reaching there in minutes, in seconds. The response timing this time is absolutely fantastic, and I should give it to the para forces. In each and every polling booth, they are deployed in 15 to 20 numbers. In anywhere, if people are gathering and mobilizing in narrow lanes in small villages and pockets of Diamond Harbour, Abhishek, immediately the para forces is conducting flag march. Yeah. That you're not allowed to stand together. You're not allowed to stand in groups. You have to go inside, cast your vote, go inside your houses. You can't gather here, you can't mobilize here. That's the kind of the activeness which we have seen this time in ground. In fact, para forces are standing there. No one has to fear. Voters are coming out. So this is different. This time the elections in West Bengal is different. Abhishek, back to you.
That's very interesting analysis that you give, Harsha. It's actually real-time feedback of how the security forces and their presence in this phase of polling has made all the difference in terms of the mobilization of voters, them coming to the polling booths and casting their vote, how they are not having any fear to come out, how the security forces are on their toes, how CCTV monitoring is making sure that there is no gathering of crowd which can lead to any kind of law and order situation. And that's really perhaps going to be the game changer this election. But whether that's going to be in favor of the BJP or still going to help Trinamool in any manner is something that remains to be seen. For that, we have to wait till 6 p.m. when the exit poll numbers come in. But before that, let's gauge the confidence of the BJP leaders through the soundbite of Suvendu Adhikari.
पीट रहा है
ममता आपकी बात
पूरा प्रदेश में अभी सीओ ने ऑर्डर कर दिया 4 से ज्यादा आदमी जहां खड़ा होगा उसको खदेड़ने के लिए जो मर्जी सेंट्रल फोर्स करना चाहिए गैस लाठी सब अलाउ कर दिया अभी
सर अभी आप जो वोटिंग हुई है उसके
पूरे पश्चिम बंगाल में
पूरा पश्चिम बंगाल में
सर जिस तरह की
सीओ ने ऑर्डर इशू कर दिया 4 से ज्यादा आदमी जिसका वोट हो गया घर चला जाओ खड़ा रहेगा तो सीआरपीएफ कार्रवाई करेगा
65% वोट हुआ है दादा अभी तक 65% वोट हुआ है जहां कुल 62% होता था कलकत्ता शहर में
55% होता था
अभी वोटिंग परसेंटेज हो गया है। इस बार वोटिंग
अभी तो क्रश कर गया पुराना
दादा जब आप जय हिंद भवन में पहुंचे तो वहाँ हंगामे का कारण क्या था?
बांग्लादेशी मुसलमान घुसपैठिया जिनका नाम डिलीट हो गया वो लोग कर रहा था
लेकिन टीएमसी के लोगों का आरोप है कि आप खुद वहाँ बूथ पे काफी देर तक पहुंचे और आपने बवाल करने की कोशिश
कि कैंडिडेट को बूथ में नहीं जाएगा ममता नहीं घुमा मैं 14 कंपार्टमेंट में गया है 70 बूथ में ममता बनर्जी 4 कंपार्टमेंट में गया है 20 बूथ में तो उनको भी राइट है 267 में जाने के लिए 96 वो वोटिंग सेंटर है मेरा भी राइट्स है मैं तो पत्रकार आप लोग को भी मैं गुंजाइश किया कि बाहर रहो वोटर को मत डिस्टर्ब करो वो 50-60 आदमी लेकर घूम रहा था मैं जब गया था घर में घुस गया क्यों असीम बोस का घर में बांग्लादेशी मुसलमान मुझे देख के उनका वोटर लिस्ट नाम चला गया ना इसलिए थोड़ा बांग्लादेश का जो मुसलमान का स्लोगन है जय बांग्ला कर रहा था मैं काफी 15 मिनट तो अलाउ किया बोलने दीजिए कैमरा में इसमें तो मेरा 10,000 वोट बढ़ गया ना हिंदू जाग चुका है सब हिंदू तांता लगा रहा है बोले हमारी हिंदू भाई के ऊपर अत्याचार कर रहा है मुसलमान लोग हम लोग को पहले वोट दे देना चाहिए हिंदू भाई को मेरा तो फायदा ही हुआ और उसका बाद जब सेक्टर ऑफिसर आया आरओ आया सबको मैं फोन करके ऑब्जेक्शन किया वो लोग जब आया तब मैं उनको वहाँ एक नाला है नाला के अंदर घुसा के आया
बहुत सारी महिलाओं को आगे कर दिया गया था क्या जानबूझकर प्लानिंग के तहत आपने महिलाओं को आगे किया गया आपके सामने
ना महिला नहीं था 2-4 महिला था हिंदू आपका लड़का था सब मुसलमान ये भारतीय मुसलमान नहीं
क्या भवानीपुर में नंदीग्राम रिपीट हो रहा है
इतना हड़बड़ी मत
All right, so that was Suvendu Adhikari putting the entire onus of the violence that was reported from Purva Bardhaman on Bangladeshi Muslims. It's out in the open now. The BJP campaign, which is Hindu consolidation and targeting of infiltrators, illegals that the BJP says have always held the Trinamool. On that note, we slip a short break. Coming up on the other side, more of the Bengal Phase 2 polling and its coverage on the ground.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरे राजा
सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the missile follows the eyes. This high off-bore sight ability lets the jet attack from strange angles without turning the whole plane first. This upgrade matters a lot because the region stays tense. Pakistan
Welcome back to our continuing coverage on the West Bengal Elections Phase 2. Now, viewers, keeping on to the violence in the EVM scandal that was unearthed just a few hours back across areas like Bhawanipur and Falta. Now, the electoral roll officer has spoken. He's taken cognizance. He says that repolling will be conducted in all the polling stations wherever EVMs were found to be fiddled with. Listen in.
रिपोल कोई होगा सर? हो सकता है ना? मोगरा हाट और जो झमेला हुआ है वहाँ
जहाँ पे ईवीएम का कुछ टेम्परिंग किया गया है वहाँ पे हो सकता है।
ठीक है, थैंक यू। ठीक है, चले लिया जाएगा?
मुख्य कैसे
लिया जाएगा? रिपोल कोई होगा सर? हो सकता है ना? मोगरा हाट और जो झमेला हुआ है वहाँ
जहाँ पे ईवीएम का कुछ टेम्परिंग किया गया है वहाँ पे हो सकता है।
ठीक है, थैंक यू। ठीक है, चले लिया जाएगा?
मुख्य कैसे
लिया जाएगा? रिपोल कोई होगा सर? हो सकता है ना? मोगरा हाट और जो झमेला हुआ है वहाँ
जहाँ पे ईवीएम का कुछ टेम्परिंग किया गया है वहाँ पे हो सकता है।
ठीक है, थैंक यू।
Viewers, now that was the special electoral roll observer Subrata Gupta, who says that action will be taken wherever EVM tampering has been noticed, wherever EVMs were fiddled with. Repolling will take place and action will be taken against those who tried to fiddle with the EVM, the voting machine. Now, in fact, viewers, we're also looking at what happened in Falta just this morning, where EVM symbols of the BJP were taped. Now, in fact, TMC may just be losing ground in West Bengal, with voter turnout surpassing over 78% by 3 p.m. The latest that we got in. In fact, multiple cases of violence that unfolded across the state, especially in Bhawanipur and Falta. Getting you all the details after this short break. Stay tuned.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे,
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबां केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Second phase polling underway in Bengal. Over 60% voter turnout recorded till 1 p.m. BJP buttons taped on EVMs in Falta. Repolling announced where EVMs were found taped. Bengal leader of opposition Suvendu Adhikari gear out by TMC workers. TMC workers raised Jai Bangla slogans against Suvendu. Crude bombs recovered from Bengal's Purba Bardhaman while polling remains underway. TMC warns Home Minister Shah, says no one is going to save you from the ruthless response. Viewers, multiple cases of violence since morning, but notably this time around the violence has remained very mum as opposed to other years in West Bengal. And ironically, this is the time when Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee and also TMC Supremo, she goes on to say that, this time around the state was marred with violence, when data in fact suggests completely the opposite picture. In fact, deployment of central forces, deployment of drones fitted with cameras for surveillance, the first for any election across India. A lot more that's ongoing in West Bengal. In fact, up until 3 p.m., the voter turnout has already surpassed the 78% mark. That's a huge number, playing out very positively. People are coming out fearlessly and casting their votes. In fact, also reminds me of the Prime Minister saying that the higher the voter turnout, the better the chances for the BJP to make a comeback. Will that happen or not? It remains in balance on the 4th of May. But for now, viewers, we're focusing on the cases that unfolded in Bhawanipur. Falta and various other areas, including the north and south Parganas in West Bengal, where EVMs were fiddled with. They were found with tapes, especially on the BJP candidate's mark, so as to prevent voters from casting their vote in the BJP's favor. Now, in fact, the electoral officer in Bengal has taken full cognizance of the matter. He says strict action will be taken, and this comes after the Election Commission said that repolling will be done in areas where EVMs were fiddled with. Listen in.
लिया जाएगा रिपोल कोई होगा सर
हो सकता है
ना मोगरा हाट और जो झमेला हुआ है वहाँ
जहाँ पे ईवीएम का कुछ टेम्परिंग किया गया है वहाँ पे हो सकता है
लिया जाएगा रिपोल कोई होगा सर
हो सकता है
ना मोगरा हाट और जो झमेला हुआ है वहाँ
जहाँ पे ईवीएम का कुछ टेम्परिंग किया गया है वहाँ पे हो सकता है
लिया जाएगा रिपोल कोई होगा सर
हो सकता है
ना मोगरा हाट और जो झमेला हुआ है वहाँ
जहाँ पे ईवीएम का कुछ टेम्परिंग किया गया है वहाँ पे हो सकता है
Viewers, a complete neck-to-neck battle between the BJP and the TMC. Remember the last time around, just in 2024, BJP first rose to become the principal opposition in West Bengal, and this time around they remain the biggest opposition against Trinamool Congress. So much so that now BJP is posing confidence of bringing in a saffron sweep in the state of West Bengal. Not just that. In fact, BJP's MLA Shankar Ghosh has also gone so far to say that the TMC has already succumbed to its losses. The TMC is nervous. They know that they're going to lose. Listen in.
How scared Trinamool Congress is right now, it can be understood by the statement of Shaukat Mullah. They use police for last 15 years. Now, when police start working according to the law, they are getting scared. That's why this kind of statement is coming out. And hopefully, Shaukat and his team, Trinamool Congress, will be booked under the law. Due to the last 15 years, the kind of atrocity they have done towards the people of West Bengal, they will be paid by the same coin. How scared Trinamool Congress is right now, it can be understood by the statement of Shaukat Mullah. They use police for last 15 years. Now, when police start working according to the law, they are getting scared. That's why this kind of statement is coming out. And hopefully, Shaukat and his team, Trinamool Congress, will be booked under the law. Due to the last 15 years, the kind of atrocity they have done towards the people of West Bengal, they will be paid by the same coin.
Viewers, now as West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee goes on to cast her vote, she also spoke about the BJP allegedly attacking TMC workers. And this back and forth between the BJP and the Trinamool Congress has been ongoing. Remember, before even the first phase of polling, that was the 23rd. And now when the second phase is almost coming to its end, 29th of April today, even then the exchanges remain the same. Mamata Banerjee says that BJP workers are heckling the TMC workers and not letting them carry out the process of people casting their franchise. Listen in.
कैसे हमारा वर्कर को पिटा है रात में ऑफिसर इंचार्ज विजयगंज पुलिस स्टेशन भांगो जस्ट देखिए जो एट्रोसिटी कैन यू सी देखिए एक क्या गुंडाराज चल रहा है, देश को बेच दिया। ऐसे वोट कभी होता है, ऐसे कभी वोट नहीं होता है। वोट शांति से होता है, लोकतंत्र डेमोक्रेसी का फेस्टिवल होता है। लेकिन ये तो लोकतंत्र को पूरा बालोटा बजा दिया, पूरा इसको एट्रोसिटीज कर दिया। Intention is very clear that BJP wants that forcefully to rig the election. But our workers and people are ready to die, but they will not leave the.
In fact, my colleague Mohan continues being with us on the broadcast. He's been on ground in Salt Lake since morning. Mohan जी, आपके आसपास हमें क्या दिखाई दे रहा है? सुबह से आप हमें बता रहे थे कि स्लो पोलिंग रिपीट की जा रही है वहां से सॉल्ट लेक जहां पे आप हैं। पोलिंग के अभी जो मार्क सरपास हुआ है वो 78% से ऊपर जा चुका है। सॉल्ट लेक में इस वक्त क्या सिचुएशन है?
जी एकदम आपने जैसे बताया, मैं बता दूं कि सॉल्ट लेक में मैं जहाँ खड़ा हूँ ये भगवती देवी बालिका विद्यालय विधाननगर विधानसभा केंद्र का जो पोलिंग स्टेशन है। यहाँ पर अभी भी कुछ लोग लाइन में लगे हुए हैं। यहाँ पे कुल 3 बूथ है, 3 पोलिंग स्टेशन है, जिसमें से करीब 82% का मतदान अब तक जो है आ चुका है। ऐसा मैंने जो यहाँ पे अभी पोलिंग स्टेशन है उनसे जो सूचना प्राप्त हुई इसके आधार में बता रहा हूँ। ये और बढ़ेगी ऐसे माना जा रहा है, कारण अभी भी करीब 2 घंटे बाकी है जो वोट जो पर्व चल रहा है।
Viewers, these are the visuals of Mamata Banerjee, the TMC Supremo, who has just casted her vote. In fact, remember, right after coming out of the ballot, she also said that BJP workers are heckling TMC workers. Not just that, for the first time around, when violence has been at an all-time low during polling in West Bengal, the TMC Supremo goes on to say that this is absolute butchery of democracy in West Bengal that's ongoing, with the central forces deployed and working in favor of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Her words, not ours at all, where she says that violence has increased in the state when data actually suggests otherwise, with more and more central forces deployed. That's Mamata Banerjee, the TMC Supremo in Bhawanipur. Remember, she remains a key candidate. She's fighting against Suvendu Adhikari in Bhawanipur, and this comes after she changed her constituency.
There are so many.
दीदी हमारे फैमिली अभी आके गए थी दीदी।
Number 2, yes. So yesterday night they started arresting and they arrested so many of.
All right, we're getting that reaction. Don't get that reaction from.
Concerned of people. But I have never seen this type of democracy. But instead of that, I am saying they have debuted the press media that whatever তারা যেটা বলবে সেটা এসকে দেখাতে হবে যে বিজেপি সার্ভে। আমি বলছি নো, 50 is here and তৃণমূল is winning. একদম জিত। এবং যারা ভোট করবে প্লিজ and CRPF cannot torture like this. See, no state police is there. None of the booths are state police. None of the booths. All they are captured. Is it their duty? They should secure the border. Instead of secure the border, they are securing one political party. I'm sorry, I have never seen this type of thing. Because in my life, I'm fighting my election since 1984. And this time the atrocities terrible. এত atrocity হচ্ছে, এত অত্যাচার হচ্ছে। এবার আমার পাড়ায় দুটো পর্যন্ত মেয়েদের মেরেছে। আর কয়েকটা অবশ্যই নিউলি ডেপুটেড হয়েছে। কালীঘাট, ভবানীপুর, লাইক দিস চিত্রা। কি যে করছে আর কি যে না করছে আপনারা কল্পনা করতে পারেন।
ম্যাডাম ছোট্ট শিশুদেরও গায়ে হাত দিয়েছে।
বাচ্চাদের মেরেছে, মেয়েদের মেরেছে, ছেলেদের পিটিয়েছে, এজেন্টদের বের করে দিয়েছে।
दीदी एक वीडियो वायरल हो रहा है जिसमें वो लाठी से मार रहे हैं।
কল্যাণী, তুমি দেখো পুরো রানাঘাট থেকে শুরু করো, কল্যাণী থেকে শুরু করো, একেবারে বনবা বাগদার ওই বেলটা, ওদিকে তোমার আরামবাগ, খানাকুল, তোমার গোঘাট, ওদিকে হচ্ছে ক্যানিং পোস্ট। আমি তো সকালে তোমাদের ছবি দেখালাম, সব এজেন্টদের ক্যান্ডিডেটদের বের করে দিচ্ছে। ইজ ইট দ্য ফ্রি অ্যান্ড ফেয়ার ইলেকশন?
Will you take it up legally?
It is already there.
Thank you. So there you heard the Chief Minister going inside the
Okay, we're getting that reaction from Mamata Banerjee. I'll just say what she said. She's saying that instead of securing the voters, they are securing votes for one political party. Mamata complains about the level of security in malls, claiming CRPF security is helping one party, not mentioning what that party is, but we can infer from there what she's meaning. I want to go back to Kishalay. Kishalay is joining us. Kishalay, Mamata Banerjee had just arrived at Mitra institution to cast her vote, and before that she made a statement. What did she say?
Well, exactly. Mamata Banerjee has been alleging this since today morning, and she has been saying that the Election Commission is working on the behest of the BJP, and she has said that their party members, the TMC members, time and again have been tortured, beaten by the central forces, and this is all because the BJP has told the central forces to do so. Now, she reiterated all these points while she went for casting her own vote in Bhawanipur in Mitra institution, where she has been casting her vote since long. And since today morning, she has been seen in quite
I have to go to the auditorium.
Quite an angry mood since today morning, where we saw that how she was aggressively going around Bhawanipur area, and she was attacking the Election Commission and the BJP as well. Also, we saw how Shubhendu Adhikari was clearly in a very competitive mood, and he was also going around Bhawanipur attacking Mamata Banerjee, and how she has been trying to put her own people in several parts of Bhawanipur in order to stop Shubhendu Adhikari. Now, Mamata Banerjee has reiterated all these points again, and she has said that this election commission is completely biased, and that it has been working on the behest of the BJP, and now she has gone inside to cast her vote, and she'll come out in a while. This is Mitra institution in Bhawanipur, where she has been casting her vote since many years.
Yes, Kishalay, absolutely. Stay on with us. Now Mamata says, never saw such atrocities in my life. CRPF cannot interfere. Is that how an election has been carried out? Now, Election Commission rolled out unprecedented security for this reason, to avoid sporadic violence and clashes. This is exactly what happened. So, what exactly is Mamata Banerjee talking about?
There has been clashes in various parts of Bengal, but this is in comparison with the earlier years, this is quite a small number. So the Election Commission has already been quite successful in holding a very peaceful election this time. But Mamata Banerjee has been alleging that this Election Commission has been working on the behest of the BJP. It is biased. That is what she has been saying since today morning. Today morning, in fact, she also alleged that the Election Commission was attacking one of her councillors. One TMC councillor was beaten by Mamata Banerjee, by the BJP. This is what Mamata Banerjee told the media today morning, and she was sitting outside on the road since morning and trying to see that whether the elections are going on, the votings are going on properly or not. On the other hand, a while back, she spoke to the media saying that the BJP has completely overtaken the Election Commission, and that she is condemning this whole situation very much. But the BJP is saying this is all because she's scared of losing this election.
Right. Kishalay, hold on for a second there. We just want to play out once more what Mamata Banerjee said just a few minutes back. Okay, we're getting some more live shots. She has just cast her vote. Mamata Banerjee has arrived at, this is the Mitra institution, Bhawanipur, to cast her vote. Let's go to Kishalay. Kishalay, Mamata Banerjee has just voted. Mamata has just voted, and she was showing the ink on her finger.
Yeah, she has just voted. She came out. She spoke to the media a while back. This particular election has been quite stormy for Mamata Banerjee herself as well, because we know that this time she was quite aggressively campaigning for the Trinamool Congress, but also her body language made it clear that she is very unsure about her victory this time. Other times, Mamata Banerjee has a completely different body language when she goes in to vote. or she comes out. This time, Shubhendu Adhikari is giving quite a competition to Mamata Banerjee, and that is what we see that it's being played all over the media, how she has been outside on the roads since morning today, and she has been attacking the BJP, the commission, the central forces, and now she's saying that the commission has worked on the behest of BJP, and that she's sure that the BJP is controlling the commission and the central forces.
Right. Sticking on with these live shots from Bhawanipur, pictures coming
क्या
in.
रिपोर्ट आ रही है पूरे बंगाल से? क्या रिपोर्ट है आपके पास?
मेरे ऊपर चढ़ गए हो यार।
हम मेरा पीछे से प्रेशर आ रहा है, पीछे से।
तुमको जगह नहीं मिलता तो दीदी जगह दो।
अरे हम ये बोलेगा ही हार गया बस रिपोर्ट है, हार गया है।
All right. Okay, so Mamata Banerjee just voted in Bhawanipur, and Bhawanipur is a very important constituency. Now we see that it was once a stronghold of the Congress, and it saw a CPIM phase before emerging after its 2011 revival, and now it's a TMC bastion. So this is a very high-stake fight there. We see that TMC versus the BJP, Mamata Banerjee just voting. If you have Kishile, let's go back to Kishile. Okay, let's go to Harsha. Harsha, coming across to you right now. Bhawanipur, live pictures of Mamata Banerjee, who has just cast her vote. And before that, she made some allegations that she has never seen such atrocities before. Harsha, yes, go ahead. Okay, we'll go back to Harsha in a short while from now, but this is Battleground Bengal's very defining contest playing out in South Kolkata's Bhawanipur. The pictures that you are seeing. Let's go to Shravan, our Deputy Executive Editor. Shravan, this is the pictures coming in of Mamata Banerjee just after casting her vote.
Well, in fact, I would just like to focus a little bit about what you're essentially looking at, the body language of Mamata Banerjee. In fact, it does appear that with Mamata Banerjee's comments that she has made in the last few days in the run-up to phase 2, and essentially it has revolved around what many perceive as complaints that have been filed by Mamata Banerjee. Is this a sign of some sort of a nervousness within the Trinamool Congress? We'll go back to those live images now coming in from Bhawanipur and why it is a hotly contested seat there. You have Shubhendu Adhikari, the principal challenger of Mamata Banerjee there. In fact, it was after Mamata Banerjee announced that she is going to contest from Bhawanipur constituency, that's when Shubhendu Adhikari too took that fight to Bhawanipur, because earlier it was limited to Nondigram, but it is going to be a hugely contested elections here in Bhawanipur. In fact, the Bharatiya Janata Party playing its cards right. In fact, this is where you've had several non-Bengali population also in this particular constituency, and the messaging that has been done through this very constituency for the Bharatiya Janata Party has been about the fact that there have been no jobs. Now let's see if Mamata Banerjee speaks right now. It does appear that she is going to speak there. Let's listen.
There was lathi charge outside the polling booth also in Bhawanipur.
There are so many.
Didi, amar pheme dukche to.
Number one, they are going.
Abhi atke gechi didi.
Number two, from yesterday night they started atrocities and they arrested so many of our people. Though there is a order. It is a contempt of court. We have sent out notices to now. Concerned authority. But I have never seen this type of democracy. But instead of that, I am saying they have debuted the press media that whatever তারা যেটা বলবে সেটা প্রেসকে দেখাতে হবে যে বিজেপি সার্ভে। আমি বলছি নো, 50 is near and তৃণমূল is winning, একদম জিতছে। সবাইকে বলবো শান্ত থাকতে এবং ছটা যারা ভোট করবে প্লিজ and CRPF cannot torture like this. See, no state police is there. None of the booths are state police. None of the booths. All they are captured. Is it their duty? They should secure the border. Instead of secure the border, they are securing one political party. I'm sorry, I have never seen this type of thing. Because in my life, I'm fighting my election since 1984. And this time the atrocities terrible. এত অ্যাট্রসিটি হচ্ছে, এত অত্যাচার হচ্ছে। এবার আমার পাড়ায় দুটো পর্যন্ত মেয়েদের মেরেছে। আর কয়েকটা ওসি নিউলি ডেপুটেড হয়েছে কালীঘাট, ভবানীপুর, লাইক চিত্রা। কি যে করছে আর কি যে না করছে আপনারা কল্পনা করতে পারেন। ম্যাডাম, ছোট্ট শিশুদেরও গায়ে হাত দিয়েছে, বাচ্চাদের মেরেছে, মেয়েদের মেরেছে, ছেলেদের পিটিয়েছে।
Mamata Banerjee addressing a question about lathi charge. In fact, she says in several places the central forces, she's leveling an allegation against the central forces, saying that they are the ones who are indulging in lathi charge. And also another sensational charge being leveled by Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, where she says children and women have also been targeted.
Is it the free and fair election? Will you take it up legally? It is already there. Thank you. So there you are, the Chief Minister.
Well, in fact, Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee making an appearance before the media after visiting the Bhawanipur polling booth. I believe Shivangi, she did cast her vote right now, and perhaps this is the second time she has made an appearance through the day, and where she was trying to send across this message that everything is under control as far as their camp is concerned. And she says that she's told her party workers that they need to be patient, they need to be calm right now because Trinamool Congress is winning. Now, it's also a sign of the way she is basically responding to the strategy that has been adopted by the Bharatiya Janata Party, which has already declared that they're winning the elections. If you go by what the BJP says, after the Phase 1 elections itself, they believe that they've won the elections. Harsha, Bhawanipur constituency, hotly contested constituency there. And Mamata Banerjee there, she says that she has told her party workers that they need to be calm, they need to be patient because Trinamool Congress is actually winning. It does appear that she's borrowed from the BJP playbook because BJP, right from the time the Phase 1 elections have been over, they have declared that they are coming to power on 4th of May.
One thing, Shaman, is for sure that Mamata Banerjee is furious right now. She's rattled with the deployment of the CRPF and the kind of the deployment which has been done each and everywhere. You see, this is a second appearance, and both the times she has spoken about the forces interfering in the election. She has spoken about the lathi charge. She's speaking about that how can such deployment of forces can take place. The forces have to be deployed on borders, secure the border. Why are you here? You're not letting the voters vote. And she has also made an allegation about the rigging in the presence of the CRPF officials only. Since morning, the allegations being leveled, and that the kind of the rattling we are witnessing and having seen since morning of Mamata Banerjee.
Harsha, I'll request you to be on the move right now because everyone wants to get that mood. It's just about another hour or so, and then we get the full picture as far as the voter turnout is concerned. Meanwhile, what I'm going to do right now is the two responses that have come in from Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, and that, ladies and gentlemen, will give you a sense of what's really happening, what's really brewing inside the Trinamool Congress camp. No matter how much Trinamool Congress says right now, it does appear that they've been irked with the kind of deployment that has taken place earlier today. Abhishek Banerjee will put out the response that came in from Abhishek Banerjee also. I believe these are the latest images now coming in from NIA. In fact, this is at Bhangor, if I'm not wrong, because that's where the crude bombs, I beg your pardon, this is in Bardhaman area where I'm told that the NIA has again recovered yet another batch of crude bombs. In fact, crude bombs which have been largely used by several parties in the state of West Bengal. It has always been used during every election, targeting political opponents here. But this time, there has been a crackdown, and even the National Investigation Agency is there at the spot right now. These are the latest images coming in of the NIA's crackdown, which continues. Crude bombs that have been recovered from various parts. This is from Purba Bardhaman area where the crude bomb has been recovered. But this is also the district from where the maximum voting has actually taken place, the highest voter turnout that has taken place so far. In a short while from now, we'll get the fresh data coming in. Till about 1 o'clock, overall voter turnout was a little over 60%, the maximum coming in from this very district that you are seeing right now. And let me go back to my colleague Harsha. Harsha, just a quick update with regards to the measures that have been taken by the Election Commission, particularly about as far as repolling is concerned, number one. Number two, with regards to complaints of political violence. Manoj Agarwal spoke this morning where he says that they've taken cognizance of the matter. Trinamool Congress levelling a direct charge against the Election Commission also.
So, Shravan, at the end of the day, at around 7 o'clock, the returning officer and the SDM will be giving an entire report, the entire report to the Election Commission of India and the CEO of West Bengal. They have to submit the report, and on the basis of the report, it will be decided whether the repolling has to happen on the multiple booths where the news and the reports of the rigging and the reports of the ballot, BJP ballot button being taped was informed and was alleged by the BJP candidate. And once the returning officer in his report says that yes, in so booth, the repolling is needed, then the repolling will happen. Election Commission of India has already taken cognizance of it, but it will be informed at the end of the day. Till now, the polling process, as it is happening peacefully, it will happen. Only at the end of the day, the final listing of the repolling, or it has happened to or not to happen, will be decided by Election Commission of India. And also, Shravan, right now at the most of the vantages, the polling is happening peacefully. The Purba Bardhaman area where the visuals on our screen were of the NIA officials, this is the same place, Shravan, we were speaking about earlier, where the recovery of bombs were done. These were the bombs which is on the fertile land of Purba Bardhaman. It is just near to the polling booth, and it was tipped to the police officials about the crude bombs being there in, it was hidden in the fertile farming land only, and immediately the NIA team have reached to the spot, and they have recovered the crude bombs which were supposedly hidden there to be used in Purba Bardhaman, which is also a very sensitive polling booth and a bastion of the TMC, stronghold of the TMC candidate and leaders as well. And if we talk majorly about South 24 Parganas, Shravan, where I'm reporting from, this time BJP is expecting to grab at least 5 to 6 seats in South 24 Parganas. To tell you, in 2021, TMC grabbed 30 out of 31 seats here, but this time BJP is expecting that at least they will get 5 to 6 seats here in South 24 Parganas. That's a good number for them, looking at the population of minority in South 24 Parganas. And as we were on Bhawanipur, the visuals of Mamata Banerjee, the battle of Bhawanipur seems to be a tough battle now. Right now, no one can say that Mamata Banerjee is going to retain her bastion. Mamata Banerjee is going to win her seat, Bhawanipur. That can't be said right now, Shravan, because the kind of furiousness and the anger which is mounting right now on the TMC leader Mamata Banerjee's face clearly showcases that she very well knows that this time fair and justified voting is taking place in Bhawanipur. No one is afraid, no one is under fear, no one is under any sort of intimidation. The voting mechanism, the voting strategy of Mamata Banerjee and TMC, which earlier Mukul Roy only has made, this entire voting mechanism was disrupted with the deployment of police officers with the transfers of OCs, with the suspension of OCs, with the deployment of security officials, with the transfer of IS officer. These were general administration and police administration were the backbone of TMC in the voting machinery, being the voting machinery during election, and therefore violence used to take place. But this time the voting mechanism has been disrupted completely, and that's the reason the fair voting is taking place, and that's the reason Suvendu Adhikari is very confident that Bhawanipur and Nandigram both the seats he is going to win this time in 2026.
That's right. Well, Harsha, stay on with us. And a short while back, Mamata Banerjee has made this statement that she is not happy with the level of security in Bengal. And Shravan, you know, we just saw those pictures of NIA officials deployed in at least 7 assembly seats because the Election Commission has asked the agency to make sure that bombs are not used to disrupt the polling. So, let's go ahead and play out what Mamata Banerjee said just after casting her vote.
Observer and all the police intelligence on central we are treating the people like citizens. Even here they don't spare the women and child also.
There was lathi charge outside the polling booth also in Bhawanipur.
There are so many. Didi, number 1, they are going. Number 2, from yesterday night they started atrocities and they arrested so many of our people. So there is a problem. It is a contempt of court. We have sent our notices to the concerned authority. But I have never seen this type of democracy. But instead of that, I am saying they have debuted the press media that whatever তারা যেটা বলবে সেটা এসকে দেখাতে হবে যে বিজেপি সার্ভিস আমি বলছি নো 50 is here and তৃণমূল is winning একদম জিত এবং যা ভোট করবে প্লিজ এটা কার হাত লাইট থাকলে ভোট and CRPF cannot torture like this. See, no state police is there.
None of the booths are safe.
None of the booths. All they are captured. Is it their duty? They should secure the border. Instead of secure the border, they are securing one political party. I'm sorry, I have never seen this type of thing. Because in my life, I'm fighting my election since 1984. And this time the atrocities is terrible. এত atrocity হচ্ছে, এত অত্যাচার হচ্ছে। Even আমার পাড়ায় দুটো পর্যন্ত মেয়েদের মেরেছে। আর কয়েকটা ওসি নিউলি ডেপুটেড হয়েছে। কালীঘাট, ভবানীপুর, like this চিত্রা কি যে করছে কি যে না করছে আপনারা কল্পনা করতে পারেন ম্যাডাম ছোট শিশুদেরও গায়ে হাত দিয়েছে বাচ্চাদের মেরেছে মেয়েদের মেরেছে ছেলেদের পিটিয়েছে এজেন্টদের বের করে দিয়েছে
दीदी एक वीडियो वायरल हो रहा है जिसमें वो लाठी से मार रहे हैं
কল্যাণী তুমি দেখো পুরো রানাঘাট থেকে শুরু করে কল্যাণী থেকে শুরু করে একেবারে বনবা বাগদার ওই বেলটা ওদিকে তোমার আরামবাগ খানাকুল তোমার গোঘাট ওদিকে হচ্ছে ক্যানিং পোস্ট আমি তো সকালে তোমাদের ছবি দেখালাম সব এজেন্টদের ক্যান্ডিডেটদের বের করে দিচ্ছে ইজ ইট দ্য ফ্রি অ্যান্ড ফেয়ার ইলেকশন
Will you take it up legally?
It is already there.
Thank you.
Well, in fact, you have Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee now complaining that the CRPF is basically interfering in the polls. This comes at a time when Bengal has seen much reduced violence than what we had seen in the past, be it in the previous elections or even during the Lok Sabha elections when there was large-scale violence that was reported. And this time, the Election Commission, Shivangi, had made it abundantly clear that all measures will be taken to ensure that free and fair elections are taking place. In fact, those who feared from stepping out of their homes to go to the polling booths, the focus was that they should be able to reach the polling booth, and that's the last mile connectivity that many were basically talking about, and that helps whom? It's only on 4th of May that we would be knowing about it. But having said that, this entire CRPF deployment, paramilitary coming into the picture has only irked the Trinamool Congress so much so it was Abhishek Banerjee this afternoon saying that only Rafales and INS warships, they were the only ones left to be deployed by the centre, Shivangi.
That's right. And we were getting the reactions coming in as Suvindu Adhikari has predicted a huge win for the BJP. Let's go ahead and listen in to the latest statement coming in from the LOP of West Bengal.
पिट रहा है
ममता आपकी बात
पूरा प्रदेश में अभी सीओ ने ऑर्डर कर दिया 4 से ज्यादा आदमी जहां खड़ा होगा उसको खदेड़ने के लिए जो मर्जी सेंट्रल फोर्स करना चाहिए गैस लाठी सब अलाउ कर दिया अभी
सर अभी आप जो वोटिंग हुई है उसके
पूरा पश्चिम बंगाल में सर
जिस तरह की
सीओ ने ऑर्डर इशू कर दिया 4 से ज्यादा आदमी जिसका वोट हो गया घर चला जाओ, खड़ा रहेगा तो सीआरपीएफ कार्रवाई करेगी।
65% वोट हुआ है दादा, अभी तक 65% वोट हुआ है, जहां कुल 62% होता था कलकत्ता शहर में।
55% होता था।
अभी
50% हो गया है।
इस बार वोटिंग
अभी तो कर्ज कर गया पुराना।
दादा जब आप जय हिंद भवन में पहुंचे तो वहाँ हंगामे का कारण क्या था?
बांग्लादेशी मुसलमान घुसपैठिया जिनका नाम डिलीट हो गया वो लोग कर रहा था।
लेकिन टीएमसी के लोगों का आरोप है कि आप खुद वहाँ बूथ पे काफी देर तक पहुंचे और आपने बवाल करने की कोशिश।
ये कैंडिडेट को बूथ में नहीं जाएगा? ममता नहीं घुमा? मैं 14 कंपार्टमेंट में गया है 70 बूथ में। ममता बनर्जी 4 कंपार्टमेंट में गया है 20 बूथ में। तो उनको भी राइट है 267 में जाने के लिए। 96 वो वोटिंग सेंटर है, मेरा भी राइट्स है। मैं तो पत्रकार आप लोग को भी मैं गुंजाइश किया कि बाहर रहो, वोटर को मत डिस्टर्ब करो। वो 50-60 आदमी लेकर घूम रहा था, मैं जब गया था घर में घुस गया। क्यों? असीम बोस का घर में। बांग्लादेशी मुसलमान मुझे देख के उनका वोटर लिस्ट नाम चला गया ना, इसलिए थोड़ा बांग्लादेश का जो मुसलमान का स्लोगन है जय बांग्ला कर रहा था। मैं काफी 15 मिनट तो अलाउ किया, बोलने दीजिए कैमरा में। इसमें तो मेरा 10,000 वोट बढ़ गया ना। हिंदू जाग चुका है, सब हिंदू तांता लगा रहा है, बोले हमारी हिंदू भाई के ऊपर अत्याचार कर रहा है मुसलमान लोग। हम लोग को पहले वोट दे देना चाहिए हिंदू भाई को, मेरा तो फायदा ही हुआ। और उसका बाद जब सेक्टर ऑफिसर आया, आरओ आया, सबको मैं फोन करके ऑब्जेक्शन किया। वो लोग जब आया तब मैं उनको वहाँ एक नाला है, नाला के अंदर घुसा के आया।
दादा बहुत सारी महिलाओं को आगे कर दिया गया था, क्या जानबूझकर प्लानिंग के तहत आपने महिलाओं को आगे किया गया आपके सामने?
ना महिला नहीं था, 2-4 महिला था। हिंदू आपका लड़का था, सब मुसलमान। ये भारतीय मुसलमान नहीं।
क्या भवानीपुर में नंदीग्राम रिपीट हो रहा है?
इतना हड़बड़ी मत।
Well, in fact, two set of responses coming in. One from the principal challenger, that is Shubhendu Adhikari, who says that Hindu voters should come out early and vote, and clearly sending across a message that if there is Hindu consolidation, and the fear basically stems also, Harsha, because last elections, the kind of Hindu consolidation that they were certainly expected did not happen. In fact, there was a margin drop of about 4%, and that did actually cost them. They're certainly hoping that this time, particularly in this phase, they're going to see what many believe this is the dormant voters who are now going to come out and vote, even in urban areas. Kolkata, where 11 out of 11 seats had gone to the Trinamool Congress, they're certainly hoping that this time that dent is going to come in Kolkata, in Howrah, in Hooghly. These are the places where they believe that there is going to be a clear dent.
So, Shravan, according to BJP, they say that now they have experience of almost 7 elections in West Bengal, from Panchayat to Assembly to Lok Sabha. 7 elections, they have learned the strategy of TMC. They have seen how TMC, what's actually the groundwork TMC does, and how BJP never is able to infiltrate the fort of TMC. They have understood it was 7 elections. That was the off-cam briefing we had with one of the very senior minister who's also the Prabhari of West Bengal. He told us, and this time BJP has strategized so well. They have been working from last 2 years in West Bengal. They have entrusted the cadre by stating that this time they will not be left alone. BJP standing with them, because every time what happens, the cadre of BJP is left behind. The leaders leave and they are left on their own, and TMC goons, they keep on beating them, thrashing them. That was the situation of BJP cadre, but this time it's different. This time, Shravan, they've spoken with each and every cadre. They have done their cadre movement. The RSS cadre came on ground and ensured that they all are looked upon with the help of the senior leader, with the RSS cadre, and that's the reason BJP has changed its strategy and they have been able to dent in the fort of TMC. You're watching Republic TV. Massive exclusive coverage from Republic TV and Republic Bangla reporters and crew is deployed at several vantages and pockets in the Phase 2 election, and 142 seats. You're watching Republic TV. Right now we are going on a short break. On the other side of the break, much more from Bhawanipur and other assembly constituency. Right now we are shifting into a short break.
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। साथी हाथ बढ़ाना साथी रे जिंदल साथी सील साथी रे अरे सॉलिड इसकी फील है जिंदल साथी सील है तो उसकी स्टेनलेस स्टील है क्वालिटी में दम है साथी रे बिजनेस करेगा ग्रो साथी रे टाइमलेस इसका लुक है साथी रे और जिंदल साथी सील साथी रे।
जिंदल साथी सील है तो असली स्टेनलेस स्टील है।
तो जब भी आप स्टेनलेस स्टील पाइप्स एंड ट्यूब्स खरीदें जिंदल साथी सील जरूर चेक करें।
जिंदल स्टेनलेस, इंडियाज लीडिंग प्रोड्यूसर ऑफ स्टेनलेस स्टील।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो बंटवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग असली स्वाद असली मजा।
MTH
Character, the taste of success.
जिंदल साथी सील है तो असली स्टेनलेस स्टील है।
तो जब भी आप स्टेनलेस स्टील पाइप्स एंड ट्यूब्स खरीदें जिंदल साथी सील जरूर चेक करें।
जिंदल स्टेनलेस, इंडियाज लीडिंग प्रोड्यूसर ऑफ स्टेनलेस स्टील।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radar.
First, it was Mamata Banerjee after the visit that she made to Bhawanipur's one of the polling booth where she essentially leveled charges against the CRPF. The other comment came in earlier today from All India Trinamool Congress's National General Secretary and Trinamool Congress parliamentarian Abhishek Banerjee, where he said that the BJP in fact has been trying to stop people from voting. And not just that, he also took a dig at the kind of deployment that has been done by the Election Commission, particularly with the CAPF on the ground, where he says that only thing that was left to be deployed were Indian Navy warships and Rafale. Listen to what Abhishek Banerjee had to say.
वोटर्स के ऊपर लाठी चार्ज किया जा रहा है तो भयमुक्त इलेक्शन कैसे होगा? तो भय तो आप ही दिखा रहे हो। भाई तृणमूल का बात छोड़ दो, अभी आप ही ने पूछा ना बाली में जनरल वोटर्स के ऊपर लाठीचार्ज हो रहा है, वो तो तृणमूल नहीं है। तो आप चाहते ही नहीं हो, अगर 30 लाख लोगों को आपने वोट देने से रोक दिया है तो आतंक और भय का परिवेश कौन फैला रहे? इन लोग बोलते कुछ और है, करते कुछ और है। 15 लाख का वादा दिया और 1500 करोड़ का पार्टी ऑफिस अमित शाह के पार्टी ने बनाया। तो अगर भय का बात कर रहे हैं तो भय ये फैला रहे और भरोसा दीदी और तृणमूल दे रहे कि आप वोट दीजिए, अपना जो अधिकार है उसका प्रयोग करिए और बंगाल को ऐसा बहुमत दीजिए कि बंगालियों के साथ, बंगाल के साथ ना इंसाफी करने से पहले ये लोग 100 बार सोचने पे आने वाले दिन में मजबूर हो जाए। बीजेपी कैन ट्राई एवरी ट्रिक्स फ्रॉम देयर रूल बुक, दे विल फॉल फ्लैट ऑन देयर फेसेस व्हेन द रिजल्ट्स कम आउट। भाई बंगाल के, यू डोंट नो द पीपल ऑफ बंगाल। I have said Trinamool's tally will increase, Trinamool's vote percentage will increase. I stick to my claim, what I said 1 year back.
All right, viewers, let's see what exactly has been happening all throughout the day. So let's get started with that. The BJP candidate for the Pursura constituency, Biman Ghosh, has urged citizens to participate in an electoral process as a means of achieving significant political transformation in West Bengal. Expressing confidence in a decisive victory for his party, he characterized the TMC as a family-run business nearing its end and called on voters to prioritize their duties. Additionally, he dismissed allegations of an attack on TMC MP Mithali as a stage performance intended to gain public sympathy, asserting that such maneuvers would ultimately fail to save the ruling party from defeat.
भाजपा सत्ता में आएगा, बहुत सारा सीट लेकर सत्ता में आएगा और बंगाल का परिवर्तन होगा।
परिवर्तन क्या करेगा? क्या
परिवर्तन होगा? यह महिला का सुरक्षा नहीं है और सुरक्षा होगा, सुरक्षा देगा भाजपा सरकार आकर।
Dilip Ghosh, the BJP candidate for Kharagpur, Sadar, said that his party's mission extends beyond electoral success to achieving fundamental social change and are fighting for real change in people's lives, observing a significant surge in voter participation, with turnout reportedly jumping from historical averages to nearly 95%. He credited this shift to the renewed confidence of the electorate. Dilip Ghosh further noted that the Election Commission's rigorous oversight during the West Bengal elections has played a crucial role in boosting public morale and ensuring a more robust democratic process.
लोग एकदम तैयार है वोटिंग करने के लिए, अपना अधिकार प्रयोग करने के लिए। इस बार देखिए, जहां 60% उसके नीचे वोटिंग होता था, 65% होता था कोलकाता आसपास में, वहां भी 85-90% तक पोलिंग पहुंच जाए। सेंट्रल फोर्स का जो और उपयोग हो रही है, यूज चुनाव कमीशन खुद देख रहा है। पहले से चुनाव कमीशन जिस प्रकार शक्ति दिखाया है, उससे लोगों का मनोबल बढ़ा है।
BJP candidate for the Baranagar Assembly constituency, Sajal Ghosh, advocated for a peaceful and fearless electoral process while urging citizens to fulfill their democratic duty. He encouraged voters to head to the polls early, suggesting that casting a ballot should be the first priority of the day before engaging in any personal activities or refreshments.
वोटर्स को जो भी मैसेज देना था पहले ही दे दिया, अभी क्या बोलना है, शांति से वोट करिए, सब आ जाइए, आके पहला आप मतदान करिए, फिर जलपान करिए, और कुछ नहीं बोलना है, बाकी सब उनको पता है क्या करना है। वोटर्स को जो भी मैसेज देना था पहले ही दे दिया, अभी क्या बोलना है, शांति से वोट करिए, सब आ जाइए, आके पहला आप मतदान करिए, फिर जलपान करिए, और कुछ नहीं बोलना है, बाकी सब उनको पता है क्या करना है।
Well, in fact, the second phase of the elections has actually seen sporadic violence taking place in various constituencies. We're going to take you through this top 10 images that defines the second phase of the elections that have taken place in Bengal.
Okay, so we are putting out those pictures coming in for you, from clashes to allegations of a couple of allegations coming in. This is a picture from Hooghly, where clashes between TMC workers and locals were reported. And here we have compiled for you these top 10 visuals coming in since morning. These pictures are coming in from Hooghly, where we saw these clashes. Last phase 1 too, the last phase 1 of elections, we saw sporadic violence and clashes. Similar case being reported this time in phase 2. Okay, let's put out some more pictures coming in. So we have pictures coming in from Havra, where there was a clash between cops and protesters. These are pictures coming in from Havra. And like we told our viewers earlier, clashes and violence during polls or pre-polls and post-polls are very common in West Bengal. And that's why the Election Commission put in unprecedented security to make sure that they intervene whenever things go awry or out of control. Let's put out some more visuals coming in. Okay, so this is a picture coming in from Amdanga. Security officials had to disperse the crowd. So a lot of the security has been deployed to make sure that whenever such untoward incidents happen, they take action immediately and disperse the crowd.
Well, in fact, in a short while from now, the result, even before the result, the poll of polls, in fact, we are the only media network which are going to project about 10 exit polls that will give you a better sense of what's really happening, which way is it really headed, whether at all there is going to be winds of change in the states of Tamil Nadu, Kerala, as well as West Bengal. That's our focus in a short while from now.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट।
अब बताओ, स्वाद आया?
आया। असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
साथी हाथ बढ़ाना साथी रे जिंदल साथी सील साथी रे हर टोली डिस्की फील है जिंदल साथी सील है दोस्त की स्टेनलेस स्टील है क्वालिटी में दम है साथी रे बिजनेस करेगा ग्रो साथी रे टाइमलेस इसका लुक है साथी रे और जिंदल साथी सील साथी रे
जिंदल साथी सील है तो असली स्टेनलेस स्टील है।
तो जब भी आप स्टेनलेस स्टील पाइप्स एंड ट्यूब्स खरीदें, जिंदल साथी सील जरूर चेक करें।
जिंदल स्टेनलेस, इंडियाज लीडिंग प्रोड्यूसर ऑफ स्टेनलेस स्टील।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the advanced short-range air-to-air missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
All right, welcome back, friends. And this is a build-up to the exit poll numbers that are going to come in at around 6:30 p.m. And Shawan joins me in the studios. Shawan, we are building up to that poll of polls occasion also, where we are going to get you the best and the fastest in terms of the pollsters having crunched their numbers and coming out with who's going to be winning not just Bengal, but Assam, Tamil Nadu, Kerala and Puducherry. Remember, while phase 2 of voting, friends, is continuing in Bengal, what is called the Bhadralok phase of South Bengal. But what is important is that this election cycle saw 3 other states and 1 union territory. And the exit polls would be out beginning 5:30 p.m. Of course, because of the Election Commission guidelines, we can bring them out for you only by 6:30 p.m. Arnab Goswami would be joining in at 6 p.m. and we are going to bring to you with a panel of guests a comprehensive, fantastic, deep dive confrontation on where nation's politics stands. Nation wants to know where the polls are headed, and Shravan, we are ready.
Well, in fact, what's different than others are doing at this stage? Republic's poll of polls, that will give you a gamut of polls coming together. And in fact, that also gives you the range that you're looking at, the sample sizes that are quite different with each of the polling that is going to take place. We're going to get you the numbers from PWAC, JVC poll, Matriz, Chanakya, as well as Access My India. That perhaps gives you the full picture. In fact, the last elections, pollsters did actually go wrong when it came to Bengal, but they were bang on when it came to states like Assam, as well as Tamil Nadu. In fact, in Kerala, many did not really see the kind of performance that was put up by the LDF, and that was also somewhere down the line went wrong. But what really happens this time? Some pollsters, particularly in Bengal, are already indicating that it's getting extremely difficult to predict, given the fact that there are many on the ground who are unwilling to say whom were they really voting. Does that really mean that it's the dormant voters that you're really looking at? Fascinating elections that we're really looking at in all of these states. Some are already dubbing it as the mini general election. And on Republic TV, we give you the larger picture. But first, let me take you through the headlines we're tracking at this hour.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Second phase polling underway in Bengal. Over 78% voter turnout recorded till 3 p.m.
BJP buttons taped on, EVMs in Falta. Repolling announced where EVMs were also found taped.
Bengal leader of opposition Suvendu Adhikari gherawed by Trinamool cadres. TMC workers raised key Joy Bangla slogans against Suvendu.
Crude bombs recovered from Bengal's Purba Bardhaman while polling underway.
TMC warns Home Minister Amit Shah, says no one is going to save you from ruthless response. All right, the Election Commission has called out the Trinamool's Atar tactic on EVMs by ordering repolling in all the places where that sellotape was found on the EVM buttons. And the Falta area where, Falta constituency where this was noticed and observed, the booths where it was noticed and observed, they're all going to go in for a repoll. That's a decision taken by the Election Commission. So the EC really reading the Riot Act against Trinamool. Remember, Falta Trinamool candidate Jehangir Khan has been hogging all the headlines over the last 36 hours with the observer IPS officer Ajay Pal Sharma warning Jehangir's supporters against creating any chaos or intimidation of voters, and Jehangir in turn heading back and warning Ajay Pal Sharma that there would be consequences. In the meanwhile, in the morning, we had reports of some blocks and booths reporting that the BJP candidates, the button against the BJP candidate's name in those EVM machines was sellotaped so that the voters couldn't punch in if they wanted to vote for the BJP. So, Election Commission now. All right. We have a guest, Shravan and Rhythm joins us in the broadcast with us as we build up to 6 p.m. when Arnab Goswami is going to be leading the exit polls coverage. All of 5 of them. Friends, stay with us because 5 exit polls are going to be there for you back to back beginning 6:30 p.m. That's because that's the Election Commission deadline. We cannot start showing you the numbers ahead of that. And as of now, everything is 0-0, but obviously that's going to change as we progress in the evening and the broadcast picks up pace. We're going to get you guests joining us. from across the country, analysts, political leaders.
Well, in fact, as we go across to our guests in a short while from now, I'll just quickly take our viewers through the big political development. In fact, this was the political controversy of the day, coming in from the Diamond Harbour parliamentary constituency in Falta, where this morning an allegation that was levelled by the BJP. On your screens, this was the image of a EVM where the BJP button was basically taped, rendering that machine completely useless as far as BJP is concerned. And what we are given to understand is that following a complaint that was filed by the BJP, repolling has taken place in some of those constituencies. I want to go across to our reporters on the ground, giving you a sense of what is now being seen yet again, a bumper voting that has actually taken place. Mohan is joining us from Newtown. Mohan, आपसे जब पहली बार बात हुआ था तब आप क्या कह रहे थे कि स्लो वोटिंग हो रहा था. इस वक्त क्या सिचुएशन है और क्या कुछ और कंप्लेंट्स आए?
देखिए, जब रिपब्लिक भारत ने इस खबर को चलाया, उसके बाद में चुनाव आयोग के जो लोग हैं वो सक्रिय हो उठे. बताया जा रहा है कि कुछ ईवीएम में गड़बड़ियां आई थी, जिस खामियां को दूर कर लिया गया है और पुनः वहां पर जो है चुनाव प्रक्रिया शुरू कर दी गई है. और अभी इसका रफ्तार बहुत हद तक बढ़ गया है. ये कुछ जगह देखा जा रहा है, लेकिन ज्यादातर जगह चुनाव जो है ये जो नॉर्थ 24 परगना जिले में है वो सही तरीके से हो रही है. आम लोगों का जो हुजूम इस चुनाव में देखा जा रहा है. अभी तक कई पोलिंग स्टेशन पर बहुत सारे लोग आकर, मैं बता दूं कि करीब घंटे भर पहले 84% से ज्यादा पुल हो चुकी है. और अभी भी जो लोग हैं, अभी भी कुछ लोग कतार में लगे हुए हैं जो सेकेंड हाफ में घर से निकले हैं वोट देने के लिए. लेकिन अभी बता दूं आपको कि यहाँ पे चुनाव प्रक्रिया बहुत सही तरीके से हो रही है. जहां पर ईवीएम में गड़बड़ियां थी वहां पर चुनाव में थोड़ा विलंब हुआ है, और जो हो सकता है कि थोड़ा वहां पर चुनाव प्रक्रिया संपन्न करने में समय लग जाए. लेकिन अगर मोटे तौर पर कहा जाए तो चुनाव शांतिपूर्ण रूप से, छिटपुट घटनाओं को छोड़ दिया जाए तो शांतिपूर्ण रूप से संपन्न हुई है. आम लोग जो जिनकी तबीयत खराब थी वो भी आ गए हैं, अर्थात कैंसर के जो मरीज थे 4 स्टेज के, वो भी आज इस चुनाव में शामिल हुए अपना वोट का अधिकार प्रयोग करने के लिए. जो बीमार थे वो निकले हैं, जो मतलब अपाहिज थे, पहाड़ से नहीं चल पा रहे थे, आज उन्हें भी जो है मतदान केंद्र पर देखा गया है. जो मतलब शारीरिक विकलांगता हो चाहे जैसे भी हो, सभी परिस्थिति को पीछे छोड़ते हुए आज बंगाल में एक अनोखा चुनाव सेकेंड फेज में जो है वो नजर आया. तकरीबन अभी भी करीब 50 मिनट के समय बाकी है चुनाव में. हो सकता है जो पिछला रिकॉर्ड रहा 93% अर्थात 92 से ज्यादा परसेंटेज जो चुनाव हुए थे वो सेकेंड फेज में हो सकता है कि उसको पार कर जाए, क्योंकि 1 घंटा पहले ही कई जगहों पर 84% से ज्यादा का जो पुलिंग परसेंटेज था वो समझ में रिपोर्ट आ चुका था. और अभी 1 घंटे में हो सकता है कि वो 94 के पार हो जाए. और आम लोग बहुत ही मजे से आज इस बार का जो चुनाव गणतंत्र का जो उत्सव कहा जाता है उसमें आज शामिल हुए हैं. हर तबके के अर्थात 18 से लेकर के 80 साल के लोग जिस भी हालत में थे वो मतदान केंद्र के तरफ में आए, अपना चुनाव जो वोट है वोट उन्होंने दिया. और ये जो है कहीं इशारा कर रहा है, ये भारी मतदान जो है कहीं इशारा कर रहा है कि शायद बंगाल में बदलाव के मिजाज में है लोग, जिसका जो है इतना टर्नआउट होना या कहीं पर दर्शाता है कि जो है काफी मात्रा में लोग वोट देने के निकल गए हैं. और इसमें सबसे मतलब अच्छी बात है जो महिलाओं का योगदान, अर्थात चुनाव में महिलाओं का योगदान. मैंने देखा हर जगह महिलाओं की कतार काफी लंबा थी और लोग जो महिलाएं थे वो भी अपना मताधिकार का प्रयोग किए हैं. अर्थात घर से वो लोग भी निकले हैं. बीच में अर्थात दोपहर के टाइम में थोड़े देर के लिए जो था समस्या हुआ था चुनाव प्रक्रिया में.
Our reporter for a minute. Shavan, Abhishek and I continue to be holding and trying to understand what's going to happen. 6 p.m. Arnab is going to join us to make sense of the exit polls that are going to be there. But first, well, ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce our guests today. We have YG Madhuvanti, political analyst, joining us live from Chennai. Ratan Sharda, political analyst, who's been joining us earlier live from Mumbai. PK Basu, author of India Reborn, political commentator who's live from Kolkata. We're also joined by C. Rajashekharan, advocate, Congress left-leaning, joining us live from Chennai, and Kabir Shankar Bose, lawyer and political analyst, live from Kolkata. Ratan Sharda, I ask you the big question that everybody's asking. West Bengal exit poll, TMC retains power, or is it going to be BJP making inroads? Exit polls are going to be out shortly.
I think it is going to be historic. The way voting is going on, I think Parivartan is sure. And I think it is going to be an earthquake, political earthquake, never expected by most of the people. And the enthusiasm of the people, despite all the oppression, is outstanding. And this is one of the most anticipated exit poll by me anytime. I have never been a big fan of exit polls in the sense how it happens and what people tell about. But this is something where I am anticipating with a lot of keenness because I am hoping to see a change in Bengal and bring it on at par with the growth that other parts of Bharat have seen.
Yeah, Ratan Sharda, you know, it's going to be a political earthquake either way if the Trinamool retains, because kind of build-up that we have seen, the BJP almost conducting itself as if they have really won the election already.
Abhishek, the expressions of Mamata Banerjee tell me a very different story, because her reaction, her face, her expressions this morning is very defeatist, unlike the combative Mamata you generally see. So that gives me more hope. And urban areas where BJP was never strong, which was TMC's stronghold, the way people are coming out is not possible that Mamata's people are coming out. Definitely people who felt defeated, felt there will be no change, feel an optimism, and that is what gives me real hope, because phase 2 is going to be decisive.
Yeah, you know, Ratan Sharda, on this panel, we have one person amongst all of us who has actually gone and voted in Bengal, and that's PK Basu, if we have him. PK Basu is a noted economist. Generally, we have him during our budget debates, but he's here today as a Pravasi Bengali, but who has, found time and gone to vote. Mr. Basu, what was there on your mind when you decided to travel from Delhi NCR all the way to Bengal and go out and vote?
Well, I am keenly interested.
You did not tell us whom you voted for, by the way.
Sorry?
You did not tell us whom you voted for.
Yeah, well, I'm keenly interested in the economic regeneration of my state. It has been 49 years of economic decline for West Bengal. So I am keenly interested in ensuring that we get economic regeneration. And in order to do that, we need political change. So I think from that, it's clear who I'm voting for.
Yeah.
And the point is that there was great enthusiasm. I accompanied some older people from my parents' area, my late parents. I took some of their friends to the polling stations. They are very old and infirm. And I, of course, voted in my own area. And I found that there was tremendous enthusiasm, of course. And I think the undercurrent is very clear. I mean, I've seen the undercurrent in Bengal over the last few days. I've spent a lot of time in Bengal over the past month, both in Kolkata and as well as in North Bengal. And I find that there's a very strong undercurrent of dissatisfaction with the incumbent and a great desire for change.
Yeah.
And I think there's also been, a lot of people have commented to me about the peaceful conduct of the elections here today. It's very rare, actually, in Bengal to have completely peaceful elections, particularly those who have seen the farce of the panchayat elections and so on, are remarking on the huge difference that the central forces have made in ensuring that there's a free and fair poll. And particularly that voter suppression is not allowed. I mean, there's been intimidation of voters in the past, quite well known, including especially in some of the urban districts such as Bhawanipur. Bhawanipur has a significant chunk of middle class and upper middle class voters.
Yeah.
who have usually been prevented from voting by goons. This year, from what I can see, that has not been possible. Yeah. And so I think we are closer to having a free and fair election. Yeah. And I think that change is the likely outcome of that election.
Yeah. Before Shravan, come in, I must say this year that this is the freest and the fairest of elections that Bengal has seen. And look at the kind of bar that has been set, or, the lowering of bar that if nobody is dying, we are heaving a sigh of relief. We are saying, wow, fantastic, what an election. I mean, that's the standard that should be. But in the case of Bengal, that's an exception perhaps to the rule. And that's why we are saying, oh, nobody died. Wow, fantastic. Phase 1, peaceful. Phase 2, only some sporadic clashes controlled by the security forces. Shravan, exit polls are going to be coming for Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Assam and Puducherry as well. So let's get all the panelists involved in this conversation and not just keep it for Bengal.
Well, in fact, Bengal seemed to have rhythm and Abhishek overshadowed what really happened in Tamil Nadu and particularly in Kerala. Madhuvanti is someone who has, crisscrossed across Tamil Nadu. She's been very vocal about the inroads that have been made by the Bharatiya Janata Party. One would essentially focus, Madhuvanti, about what really happens as far as the prospects of the Bharatiya Janata Party in Tamil Nadu is concerned. But having said that, the DMK is extremely confident, Madhuvanti, that their stronghold remains. TVK, in fact, you are also of the same opinion that Vijay is no factor?
Good evening to the three of you. Am I audible?
Yes, Madhuvanti, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, good evening to the three of you. Let me make one thing very clear. Just like in Bengal, I see a big similarity in Tamil Nadu also, where the anti-incumbency is huge. And the people of Tamil Nadu want a change. The second thing that is similar, like Bengal in Tamil Nadu, is the SIR revision, which has helped many people who actually want to go to the polling booth and vote. Unlike previous years where, dead people and people who didn't exist at all used to be casting their votes. That was a very common practice in Tamil Nadu also. So that is something that I'm very happy about. And just like in Bengal, this morning I was on your channel at 8 o'clock and I was watching the long queues of women voting for a change in Bengal, I presume. The same thing has happened in Tamil Nadu also. The women of Tamil Nadu are fed up with the existing government, thanks to the illicit liquor, the narcotics, the drug abuse problems, and the absolute lack of law and order in Tamil Nadu, and safety for women, which is nil, which is in minus as of now in Tamil Nadu. So the women of Tamil Nadu are definitely going to make a big change. And I'm also hoping, like you, for the exit polls to come. Of course, like we all say, exit polls are only an indicator. Sometimes exit polls have gone completely wrong also. But having said that, I personally don't think TVK is going to make this huge impact that everybody seems to be screaming out on top of Mount Everest and saying that Vijay, because like you said, I have traveled the length and breadth of Tamil Nadu and campaigned. And I have not seen the presence of TVK beyond Chengalpet, which is a small suburban town just beyond Chennai.
Little surprising, Madhuvanti, that you are discounting TVK so much, because the conventional wisdom is that if the TVK gets 15, 20, 10, 20% vote, it's going to ultimately cut out that much vote from the DMK's vote share, and to that extent perhaps help AIA, DMK, BJP alliance. Can I take that question to C. Rajshekharan for that? C. Rajshekharan, you think that Madhuvanti's analysis perhaps is wrong, and that TVK getting whatever vote share is ultimately going to harm DMK and the Congress alliance?
Abhishek, good evening. See, I'm not an astrologer or a psephologist, neither a pollster or a political pundit. But as far as my understanding of Tamil Nadu politics for more than 3.5 decades, I can be rest assured. See, in 2016, the whole world were screaming from all TV channels, including Times Now and other national TV, which the exit poll said DMK is coming back to power. And I was the one and the only person who boldly said it is Jayalalitha once again, second term. What happened in 2016 is going to happen to MK Stalin in 2026. For this simple reason and straight question. Yes, there is anti-incumbency. The people are disgruntled, they have grievances. No second opinion. I am not defending the indefensible. Fact of the matter is, TVK is going to eat into the anti-incumbency votes of DMK. No doubt, yes. And TVK is going to take away the prospective youth vote of ADMK, BJP, which they tried to encash, which TVK is going to take. The committed, dedicated vote bank of DMK, Congress, VCK, Tirumavalavan, the Dalit voters, the CPI, CPM, and Vijayagant's party is intact. Let me be honest. It is arithmetics and simple mathematics and simple political understanding. See, you are talking about something because some 1,000 people said TVK, 1,000 people said ADMK. All your national TV exit polls are going to say it is ADMK BJP alliance. You take it from me, not even single seat BJP will win independently. Of course, in Western Belt, some 2 to 3 seats they may win because of ADMK factor. But here, there is an anti-mindset against the BJP for so many other reasons. The minority vote bank, it's still intact. Vijay, yes, he claims to be Joseph Vijay. When? Just 1 month before. And no intelligent Christian will vote for Vijay because he is a Christian. This kind of cheap politicking will not work in Tamil Nadu because there is a literacy rate. SIR has made an impact in bringing votes. It is the same voting pattern, same percentage which voted in 2021. The 15%, 20%, 25% did not vote. So that has been removed.
As we're all looking at what lies ahead, the one thing you started off by saying is you are not an astrologer. Let's actually see what's going to happen in Tamil Nadu. We are shifting base very close. Yes.
1 minute, Rhythm.
Go ahead.
See, again I'm reiterating.
Yes.
Again I'm saying openly in your channel.
Sure.
See, what I'm saying, I go to the tea shop in the morning. I sit and talk with people.
Sure.
Yes,
of course,
they say,
of course.
No, I'll tell you. See, you guys wouldn't have visited a local tea shop. I go daily to have a cup of black coffee.
I respect what you say.
I'll tell you.
I understand where your sentiment is coming from. And 1 minute. See, Raj, I am only interrupting you. We've had many debates, but this is not a debate where we've interrupted each other. But I also want to try and go across to my colleague Sankar, who's joining us from Kerala right now. Sankar, we've seen the Kerala state witness a closely contested three-way battle. It's a 140-seat assembly. 78% people came. How are you looking at the trends? And the LDF is aiming for a rare third consecutive term. The UDF is hoping to capitalize on anti-incumbency. Several key constituencies, Sankar, expected to play a very decisive role here.
Yes, unlike the previous elections in Kerala, this time it's a three-cornered fight. NDA, BJP-led NDA has marked its presence in Kerala and it expanded its vote base and it could stage a three-cornered fight in Kerala, unlike the previous years where the fight was only between the CPM-led LDF and the Congress-led UDF, and this time the BJP-led NDA is in the fray, and the fight this time was much tied with a high voting percentage, which came around 76.66 percentage, which was some 2-3 percentage higher when compared to the previous poll. But this time we should understand some facts behind it. The UDF, the Congress-led UDF has been remaining without power for the last 2 consecutive terms, and this is the third election they are facing without being in power. So this time the Congress had devised a number of strategies even before the assembly election date were declared, and even the strategies of Congress was visible even in the local body elections. The Congress had framed alliance with all the communal organization or the so-called Islamic organizations.
Okay.
All the Islamic organizations such as SDPI, right, PFI, and all, and
Shankar, I'll come back to you and put the focus back on Bengal, because I believe a lot of more developments that have taken place on the ground. I think so. This is the last half an hour or so that we're looking at in terms of the voter turnout, and there has been bumper voting that has taken place in several places, with the highest coming in from Bardhaman area. Let's quickly go across to Mohan, who is also joining us from Salt, I believe from Newtown. Mohan, ये आखिरी पड़ाव है, अब तक क्या अब तक कैसे वोटिंग हो चुका है, और किस तरह से कई सारे जो कंप्लेंट्स की बात हो रही थी, वो कंप्लेंट्स क्या वो रिजॉल्व हुए हैं, और बाकी इलाकों में कुछ और कंप्लेंट्स आए हैं क्या? I believe we seem to be having some trouble there. I'll go back to Mohan in a short while from now, but let's just quickly get a word from Sharda, who's joining us. Sharda, you heard what Madhuvanti was saying. Vijay is a no factor. In fact, Mr. Rajshekharan was also effectively saying that it is AIADMK which is going to take the hit because of Vijay. But when we spoke earlier, you were quite confident that it's going to have some sort of an impact. What does it really look like after the elections are over? I'm sure as a reporter you've got a sense there, you've spoken to people there. What's the sense like?
Well, on the ground, as you mentioned, Shravan, Vijay's TVK has taken a small part of dent from the both DMK and the AIADMK. Any person out of the four, one person says that they have voted for the TVK, especially the youngster crowd, the first-time voters, which matches 15 lakh voters of the Tamil Nadu, plus 15% of the voters are the youth generation, which is now looking at a third party. We know in the last 50 years it's been the DMK and the AIADMK. Someone who's looking for a change has gone and opted for the TVK. So every 1 out of 8 person or 1 out of 4 persons say that it is Vijay's chance this time. They're trying to give a vote share to the actor to make sure that his party continues to sustain in the next 5 years and at least act as an opposition for the two traditional parties. But the question remains whether Vijay's party will make a huge dent in the DMK and the AIADMK ruling. So as we know, Vijay's party constitutes only in 243 constituencies, not 234, just 233, because one constituency where Edapadi K. Palaniswamy is contesting from, the nominations of that particular party was rejected there. So it shows that the AIADMK will win strong even in the surrounding area of where Edapadi Palaniswamy contested in. That shows where the AIADMK power lays in, and the same goes for the Chennai urban area, but DMK still holds a strong hand here, and that makes sure whether the TVK can make a huge dent or not remains the questions which will be answered on the May 4th. Meanwhile, the traditional parties stick on to their stronger constituencies, and Vijay's party is making sure that they are getting a hold of all the constituencies in the meantime.
Well, thank you, Sharda, for getting us that quick update from Tamil Nadu. In fact, in a short while from now, we'll be getting the numbers from the various agencies there. In fact, let me go back to Harsha. Harsha, in fact, has traveled over 120 kilometers through the day. Harsha, last few hours now before the voting ends there, what's the numbers really like, particularly in areas which have been seen as the stronghold of Trinamool Congress? In fact, Trinamool Congress would be certainly hoping that this is the phase where they basically cover up the losses that happened in phase 1.
So, Shawan, if you talk about, there are so many places where actually BJP has done dent to TMC in the second phase. We can clearly say after reporting since morning in the South 24 Pargana. See, we started from Ushti, we went to Falta, we were there in the pockets of Diamond Harbour, and now, after we went to Kening area also, and now we are in the Sonarpur area of the South 24 Pargana. We'll show you the visuals. As you see, the queue is still there. The half an hour still left for the polling to conclude, and still you see the huge number of voters are still here at the polling booth, which clearly gives the reflection of what's going to be the turnout of the voting percentage here in the second poll. We have got to know that till 5 p.m. roughly, in most of the vantages, it's 90%. Most of the vantages, it's 90% already have crossed. By 6 p.m. we'll get the final turnout of voters for second phase of polling in West Bengal. But you see, as right now also many people are waiting for their turn. In fact, these are people who are inside even after 6 o'clock, even after the time ends. Those who are inside will be allowed to vote, and the kind of security measures you can clearly see in the South 24 Pargana region which have been done. We see forces in huge numbers deployed here so that there is no ruckus, there are no chaos. The people who are here in queue, in line to vote, they vote peacefully, fairly, and still people are continuously coming to the polling booth. So this high voter turnout and people coming freely to cast a vote sends a message, Shravan, to the ruling TMC also in the state of West Bengal that this time their vote tactics have not worked. This time their machinery, which used to be active earlier in all the elections, has been disrupted, and BJP has made a huge dent by the changing of the officers, by central government, by deployment of the forces, deployment of the election machineries, transfer and postings of the OCs, of the IS, IPS officers. That makes a lot of difference of how the polling is turning out in this phase 2 of West Bengal election. We have to wait for half an hour more, Shravan, for the final voter turnout to appear at around 6 o'clock. We'll get the final data around 6:10 once the voting concludes at 6 o'clock. Back to you.
All right, let's take this forward. And while we have done an overview of all the states, except for Assam, I believe we'll get Assam in a bit with Anirudh joining us. But we still have Kabir to join the conversation, Kabir Bose. And if we can get him. Is Kabir there? Okay, Kabir Bose is there. Kabir, the kind of voting we have seen, bumper voting as it is being called, 90% plus 93% in phase 1, possibly breaching that mark in phase 2, that clubbed with the SIR, you think that these are going to be the game changer factors in Bengal this time?
Right. So one of the analysis, one of the, the talks during the round is because as a result of SIR, the numbers have gone down, the voters have gone down. So let's not be over jubilant with the high percentage of voting. However, having said that, Bengal has seen unprecedented security measures. The faith of voters of Bengal have come back. They have put their faith on the Election Commission because the Election Commission has undoubtedly done a fantastic job. The violence we've seen in other elections and the little violence compared to the past in 2026, these elections is phenomenal what the Election Commission have done. So public have come out in large. The SIR is a factor. Now, whether the public have gone in favor of the SIR or against the SIR, it's a matter of time. But this has given a boost to the public, the voters in general, to come out and vote. That is why the high percentage of voting with the very amenable atmosphere, the congenial atmosphere to vote, coupled with the anti-incumbency of the ruling Trinamool Congress, coupled with the high voltage election which the Bharatiya Janata Party has done, it seems that Bengal will head towards a change.
Okay.
This is my reading of it.
Okay, Ratan Sharda, if BJP wins Bengal, as you are suggesting, as Kabir is suggesting, as Madhuvanti is suggesting, 90% turnout by 5 p.m. That's the breaking news development. Can we put a BBG out, even as I asked Ratan Sharda whether if the BJP wins Bengal, as the theme was Anga Banga Kaling, is it going to be similar to 2014 victory? The national win for the BJP with Narendra Modi as the Prime Minister? Is it going to be similar to the 2017 victory when BJP came to power in Uttar Pradesh on its own with such majority? And how do you see that impacting BJP politics itself?
See, first of all, let's remember that nearly 10% voters have gone out of the voter list. So the 95% you see or 93% you see should also account for the 10% voters the fake voters that have disappeared. So it's a genuine voting, it's a genuine voting percentage you see, and the enthusiasm is outstanding. As far as if at all BJP does win, I think comparison would be odious, but depends on who becomes the leader and how how committed the person is to face every kind of hurdle, whether it's Yogi, whether it's Himanta Biswa Sarma. So that is the key question. And I'm very sure that the top leadership will be looking at Bengal like an eagle and would like to see the results very fast, and they will monitor each and every decision that Bengal takes, and they will force some fast decisions. So I see good days for Bengal ahead. I would not bet on who is going to be the chief minister, though Subandhu seems to be leading, because he has put new fire in the belly of the workers. He has been on the front everywhere when the BJP workers are feeling down and out. I think so. And secondly, I think you can make 2014 as a comparison, not 2017, because the control that secular lobby has on Bengal and the kind of neutrality that the intellectual middle class showed has disappeared. So people, instead of being bystanders and trying to be sounding very politically correct, they have decided to take sides. They have decided to speak out. So that augurs well for me in terms of 2014, because 2017 the change came because Yogi was very decisive when he got the command. But it was a command which was won over by BJP with support of central leadership's popularity. While in case of Bengal, it is more like 2014. And I think definitely we hope to see big changes in Bengal, because it has been, ruminating. It has been just there for nearly 30 years of communist rule, which saw the decline of industry. Then Mamata presided over it to see complete decline of a state which was once
I
the
am just, Ratan Sharda, going to interrupt you for 1 second as we're getting the news that there has been 90% voting that has taken place in West Bengal, the voter turnout amid the sporadic violence that we have seen. But this is the big breaking news coming in. 89.99% turnout till 5 p.m. And this is going to be very crucial. The 142 seats that go to the polls in the second phase are now spread across 7 districts. And there has been nearly 90% turnout till 5 p.m. Ratan Sharda, PK Basu, in fact, if I can come to you, very crucial to really understand 142 seats that have gone to the polls this time. The second phase, 90% turnout. And these were critical areas where originally the TMC has done better. But now this is going to also be seen and clearly has to be understood as whether it's going to be anti-incumbency that we're going to see now, PK Basu.
Well, I think there's a strong anti-incumbency. Also, I think in the second phase, the Congress and CPIM have actually put up a strong fight, which means that they are eating into the TMC vote bank as well. You know, what has happened really, I think, is that after the first phase, where there was a very strong wave in favor of the BJP, it became clear that the BJP is likely to form a government in West Bengal. And so the other parties which have been bit players in West Bengal for the last 5 to 10 years, they began to put up a stronger fight. Rahul Gandhi was almost absent in the first phase. He turned up in Kolkata, and he made a few speeches and all that. So essentially, Congress is now trying to actually put up a bit of a fight. CPIM is putting up a strong fight, mainly because these two parties want to have a presence in the new assembly. In the last assembly, both were at 0 in the last election. They want to have a presence in the new assembly, and they are therefore putting up a stronger fight. So I think that this is another factor that is going to eat into the votes of TMC and ensure a stronger victory for the BJP in urban areas, including Kolkata, which has been a TMC stronghold for the past 15 years.
What are you expecting in the urban areas, since you mentioned that BJP will make inroads? PK Basu, since you went and voted there, last time they had 18 out of 142. You think they can increase the number to double the tally, triple the tally? What? Because if going by BJP's calculation in phase 1, they are getting 110, then they need at least 40 to come to power in Bengal, at least 40 in the second phase, which means from 18 they need to go to 40 at least.
I think they'll win at least 60. And it's not just urban areas, even in, there are a lot of rural areas, semi-urban rural areas that are involved in the voting today. And it is, of course, primarily in the southern part of Bengal where the TMC has traditionally been quite strong. But one of the pillars of TMC's strength was Kolkata itself. Of the 11 seats in Kolkata, I think 7 or 8 will be won by the BJP this time. This will really be an earthquake, because and if my conjecture is true, that CPIM and Congress are actually putting up a strong, credible fight. They're not just there to allow an easy path for the TMC. Then I think the victory for the BJP in terms of votes, in terms of seats, will be even greater.
Well, in fact, just staying with the voter turnout, there's been a bumper voting, unprecedented, if I may say so, given the fact that you've almost touching about 90% there. That's the phase 2. Also, Shubhendu Adhikari, the leader of the opposition, will be holding a press conference this evening around 6 o'clock. In fact, a question was asked to Shubhendu Adhikari earlier today as to whether at all he's going to be able to wrest the seat from Mamata Banerjee as far as Bhawanipur constituency is concerned. He said that this evening when I speak to you, I'm going to tell you by what margin. Now, that's the confidence that Shubhendu Adhikari is exuding. Ratan Chand, if I can bring you back, are we reading a little too much when it comes to the voter turnout? Because some argue that the voter base right now, the baseline from which we're essentially counting, would remain the same given the fact that there has been a deletion of voters. So you're looking at the percentage of voters coming out pretty similar to what we had seen in the past. So do you believe that it's a little bit of too much of reading into this bumper voting that we have been talking about?
Well, I said in the beginning, if you remember, that we have to discount for the SIR deletions, which were bogus voters or ghost voters. We can discount that, but the atmosphere that you see is unbelievable. The enthusiasm, the energy, and very vocal, because Bengal, people are so afraid to speak. You have taken exit polls, you have gone there, and you know that people are wary of speaking out their mind because they fear the persecution, the violence of the TMC goons, and you have seen that today also. And for me, as he has just pointed out, that for Congress and CPM, they've realized that's a fight for their survival. And I've said it earlier also many times that the way CPM and Congress had thrown in the towel just to spite BJP, they should have realized that they also need to survive. So there is a saying in Indian proverb that "Sautan mar jaye chahe pati, sautan mar jaye chahe mera pati, sautan ka pati mar jaye chahe main vidwa ho jaऊं," which means that my husband may die, but I want to see sautan vidwa or widow. So that kind of approach of Congress and CPM saw the decline. And it is good that they've woken up, and hope they eat into TMC votes, and that's a factor that must be taken into account as we see the changes. But it is not going to be a very easy fight, though Mamata seemed to have thrown in the towel. But they have done enough violent speeches, they have given enough hints of revenge. So even if the election goes the way it is, one has to be very careful, because the language used by these people is very provocative, very violent. And I hope that central forces stay before the government stabilizes.
All right. I also want to, Ratan Sharda and our other guests, go across to my colleague Harsha, joining us now. Harsha, you've seen what we've been saying. We've seen the kind of voter turnout. It's 90% in phase 2, and Shavan and I were speaking about it. For the BJP, this election has been fought on a plank of there should be no corruption, there has to be anti-incumbency, and citizenship politics can breach the TMC's strongest wall. For the TMC, a win means a record 4th straight term. From where you've been reporting, we've also seen some violence that has broken out. You also tried to see in different parts where there were certain wrongdoings that were happening. What is the sense that you are getting on ground there?
This time, actually, all the routes, all the planning, all the, the history of voting machinery of TMC, all have been completely blocked. BJP had made a dent in that by the changing of the officers, with the transfer postings, the deployment of the security officials, giving a free hand to the forces, and also the alignment which was earlier seen between the general administration and police administration. The major dent the central government has done, the election machinery has done to TMC there. Always we have seen, with the support of the police officials, with the support of the general administration, TMC was able to do the wrongdoings in several pockets of, be it Kolkata South, be it South 24 Pargana, Havda, Hooghly region, most of the places. You didn't see the parameter. You understand with the facts and with the demography. There are several places where minorities are low in number. In several places, in several pockets, their number would be, let's say, 5%, 6% or 10%. But if you talk about the Hooghly Gramin as well, but the Hindus are more in number. But they also were intimidated. They were made so much scared because of the TMC goons and because of the hooliganism which always used to happen here, that they were always scared of voting against the TMC party. They always had this in mind that this government will come in power and they will be untoward incident and they are going to suffer. The locals are going to suffer, and therefore they never used to speak anything about the government here. But this time this has changed. We have spoken to so many women, youth. We have spoken to the different people, different kind of the sectors. We have spoken to, like businessmen. We have spoken to locals. We have spoken to shopkeepers. We have spoken to BPL. We have spoken to poor class, middle class. Everyone has just said one thing, that we want to be empowered. We want development to come to the state of West Bengal. We don't want to be scared. We don't want to live under intimidation. We don't want to live under the under the fear of this local government, that something untoward will happen to us tomorrow if we won't vote for them. So that sense has got blurred. That line is completely deleted now, and that is the reason why we see huge number of turnout of voters here at polling station. These visuals were not earlier. We have never reported fairly in any of the polling booth in South 24 Pargana, especially Rhythm earlier. Be 2021, be 2023, be 2024. We have never ever voted. We'll take a question from the locals here only who are from here. Sir, इस बार बम्पर वोटिंग हो रही है. फेज 1 में भी, फेज 2 में भी. आप लोग लगता है कि पहली बार हम भय मुक्त वोटिंग कर पा रहे हैं?
हाँ, ये दिल से वोट दे रहा है सारे आदमी. मैं भी दिया हूँ. हाँ, दिल से, क्योंकि यहाँ पर कोई गड़बड़ नहीं हो रहा है, इसलिए गड़बड़ कभी भी नहीं हुआ यहाँ पर, लेकिन फिर भी हम लोग दिल से वोट दिया है.
पहले एक डर रहता होगा ना, लेकिन इस बार वो डर नहीं दिख रहा. लग रहा है कि फोर्सेस की वजह से या फिर कुछ बदलाव हुआ है.
बदलाव तो हुआ है, क्योंकि मतलब कोई घबराने का कोई बात नहीं है और लड़ाई करने का कोई किसी को इरादा नहीं है. सारे आदमी जो क्या कहते हैं उसको, जो मस्तान बोलता है ना, वो भी डर गया. इसलिए हाँ, आराम से वोट हो रहा है.
ये कह सकते हैं कि लोग इस बार अपने घरों से निकल कर आ रहे हैं वोट डालने बिना कुछ सोचे. इस बार कोई खौफ नहीं, कोई टेंशन नहीं, बस जाके वोट डालना है.
आराम से वोट दिया है सब.
So Harsha, I'm just going to interrupt you for 1 minute because 10 polls on Republic are going to be with our viewers shortly. Harsha and our reporters will continue to be bringing us ground reports. Our guests, I request you to stay with us. We're going to come back after a short break. Stand by for the poll of polls on Republic TV.
Join International Institute of Hotel Management. Call 983-10-50,000.
थोड़े में ज़्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा. सबका राजा आरती और मसाला.
साथी हाथ बढ़ाना साथी रे. जिंदल साथी सील साथी रे. अरे सॉलिड इसकी फील है. जिंदल साथी सील है. दोस्त की स्टेनलेस स्टील है. क्वालिटी में दम है साथी रे. बिजनेस करेगा ग्रो साथी रे. टाइमलेस इसका लुक है साथी रे. और जिंदल साथी सील साथी रे.
जिंदल साथी सील है तो असली स्टेनलेस स्टील है.
तो जब भी आप स्टेनलेस स्टील पाइप्स एंड ट्यूब्स खरीदें, जिंदल साथी सील जरूर चेक करें.
जिंदल स्टेनलेस, इंडियाज लीडिंग प्रोड्यूसर ऑफ स्टेनलेस स्टील.
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
जिंदल साथी सील है तो असली स्टेनलेस स्टील है।
तो जब भी आप स्टेनलेस स्टील पाइप्स एंड ट्यूब्स खरीदें, जिंदल साथी सील जरूर चेक करें।
जिंदल स्टेनलेस, इंडियाज लीडिंग प्रोड्यूसर ऑफ स्टेनलेस स्टील।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी every day.
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the missile follows the eyes. This high
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
साथी हाथ बढ़ाना साथी रे, जिंदल साथी सील साथी रे। हर सॉलिड इसकी फील है, जिंदल साथी सील है। दोस्त की स्टेनलेस स्टील है, क्वालिटी में दम है साथी रे। बिजनेस करेगा ग्रो साथी रे, टाइमलेस इसका लुक है साथी रे।
जिंदल साथी सील है तो असली स्टेनलेस स्टील है।
तो जब भी आप स्टेनलेस स्टील पाइप्स एंड ट्यूब्स खरीदें, जिंदल साथी सील जरूर चेक करें।
जिंदल स्टेनलेस, इंडियाज लीडिंग प्रोड्यूसर ऑफ स्टेनलेस स्टील।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the advanced short-range air-to-air missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the missile follows the eyes. This
Good evening. We're looking at the verdict, but before that, we're going to go across to shots that are coming from North Parganas. This is the center and place where we've seen a lot of upheaval today. We've also seen clashes that have apparently broken out between the BJP and the TMC. We are staying with those pictures that have just come in. Earlier also, we saw that there's going to be an NIA probe in North Parganas, and now we're seeing this. The NIA launched probes after crude bombs were recovered also. And now we're getting details about North and South 24 Parganas, Calcutta, South. Also, we're seeing now these clashes have broken out. The pictures on the screen clearly show violence, clashes, yet again, just before that crucial verdict. And this is the big story that we're actually seeing. In West Bengal, we've been seeing... And we'll just tell our viewers that as we are speaking about this, our editor-in-chief Arnab is going to join us any moment now, Abhishek. Very critical that as we are going to stand by for the poll of polls in West Bengal, yet again, we're seeing clashes that have broken out. Unfortunate, Abhishek.
Yeah, absolutely. And phase 2 has seen more violence contained by the massive presence of security forces, and in a way that justifies the big deployment decision that was taken by the Election Commission, 2,400 plus companies, and we have seen how effective they have been in terms of containing the violence. All attempt at disrupting the exercise of democracy have really come undone, essentially because of the security forces, central paramilitary forces that were present. Reducing these instances of poll violence to really sporadic all through the day, and even that was really contained, as in the case of first phase even more, but so in the case of second phase, which was expected to be more intense, tighter, and hence little more prone to violence. But the security deployment by the Election Commission making sure that this does not happen. But still, we have seen these reports coming in from Falta in Diamond Harbour earlier. We have seen those reports coming in from Bangalore in the morning. We have seen those reports coming in from other constituencies. And in this instance, we also have pictures coming in from other parts of Bengal, including North 24 Parganas. And we are going to be starting our broadcast of exit poll numbers. Remember, while we are going to get the matriz numbers soon, we are going to get P-mark numbers soon. We have to wait for a while, even for them to be bringing to us the Bengal numbers, because remember, even now the voting is going on. The process is that all those who remain in the queue till 5 p.m. are allowed to vote. By 5 p.m., 90% people have voted in Bengal. In the first phase, it was 93% by the time the entire voting process ended, and this time it is likely to reach the similar numbers, 90% already by 5 p.m., but that's the first draft, as they say. Those numbers get revised upwards. Also, the fact that those in queue would be voting. We have a panel of guests with us already. Okay, Charu Pragya of the BJP is with us. We are going to be getting in other panelists soon, getting patched. Charu Pragya, if I could begin with you. BJP highly expectant that they are winning, but in the case that they don't, you would say that this is the freest and fairest of elections that have happened in Bengal.
Good evening, Abhishek. And yes, you're absolutely right, because this is the only election in my memory where, even though so much of violence has been reported, touch wood, there have been no reported deaths. Because last elections, even that was something that was not spared by the TMC goons. People lost their lives because they had a different political ideology to the ruling party. So this time, with nearly 2.5 lakh men of the central forces on ground, I hope and I believe that the results of these elections will be one which is a victory of the people, and I'm very confident it's going to be a victory of Bharatiya Janata Party. And we saw so much nervousness in the TMC camp today. I've been observing all the visuals visuals that have been coming, and I have been on your channel even in the morning. So you see the way Mamata Banerjee has been going from booth to booth in a completely unprecedented manner. She's never done that in any election until this one. She seemed to be very perturbed, very disturbed, and I think the reason for that is that all her and her people's ploys of one, preventing people from voting, and secondly, scaring them into voting for her political party have not worked this time. The use of CCTV cameras, the number of people of the central forces on ground, the vigilance of journalists, thank you very much, because even you have contributed to free and fair elections, and I'm extremely confident that BJP is going to form government this time. People of West Bengal have been left behind for far too long. There's been zero progress in any vertical in the state. Zero progress. In fact, it's been pulled back.
Yeah, I mean, we always, as the fourth pillar of democracy, make sure that with all the contribution we make to the debate and, broaden the depth of democracy, we do so in this election also. We have done that as in the case of Bengal, so in the case of Assam earlier, and Tamil Nadu and Kerala. And remember, we are building up to exit poll numbers coming in for all the 4 states and the Union Territory of Puducherry. Arnab Goswami joining us just in a bit. Stay with us as we broaden the debate and get in all the guests. I believe we have some joining us already, Rhythm. And
yes.
All right, we have Mr. Salim Dharnidharan joining us, the DMK spokesperson. So we got the flavor of Bengal as Arnab Goswami joins us just in a few seconds. Salim Dharnidharan, if I can get your first comments, what are your expectations? Of course, you would want your party to win, but the TVK factor there, the X factor playing out in your mind?
No, I am very certain they will sweep the election. Of course, TVK is a new party. I do not think they are going to convert into many seats. Maybe they may have a certain significant percentage of votes, but I don't think that's going to convert into seats. If you look historically in Tamil Nadu, the last 3-4 decades, there has always been a third front that has gotten 10 to 15% of the vote share. For example, in the 1990s, we had Vaiko, MDMK, then we had Tamil Manila Congress, then we had Vijaykanth DMDK, and then Seeman. So the third front always existed in Tamil Nadu, and Vijay would occupy that space is what I guess and my assumption is.
Okay, so you are saying you are completely discounting the TVK, but maybe if
I'm not discounting. I'm saying it's going to be a third front, like how Vijaykanth existed or how Vaiko existed. That's what I'm saying. I don't think anywhere in recent history in the country where an actor starts a party and within a year he's been able to get significant number of seats. We've seen it with Chiranjeevi, we've seen it with many others. They all have failed. Kamal Haasan in Tamil Nadu also. So I have not seen anywhere in the country that someone starts a party and is able to make it. And simply because politics is about grassroots. And I don't see TVK having a strong grassroots presence. It's just his fan base that is fighting for him in social media. But I don't think on the ground they are present. Politics is more about being on the ground.
But okay.
Abhishek.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's start the exit poll run-up, because we got only about 20 minutes left right now.
Yes.
Right. I've got about 20 minutes left. Hi, Salam. It's been a long election campaign for you. All you guys, look so battle-hardened, almost feeling tired by the end of this election campaign, But things are only going to get started. We're going to have some sensational exit poll data out, Salam, soon. Viewers, this is going to be a very exciting evening because we have 4 states and Puducherry, of course. And I just want to start by talking about the bigger picture that I see before me. And there are certain questions in the minds of everyone as we go into the exit poll situation. Firstly, to what extent can you take the exit polls at face value? To that, I always say it is your choice. It's not a question of misplaced priorities. The fact of the matter is, whether we like it or not, ladies and gentlemen, exit polls do determine a broad trend.
Yeah.
And to those people who keep telling me that, did you get it right in the exit poll or the polls that you did in the 2024 Lok Sabha elections, I answer to them that in that case, did we get it wrong? No, we didn't get the broad trend wrong. Certain states proved to be surprising. in 2024. And if you look at all the states that have gone to the election since, I would say 9 out of 10 states, we've got the broad trend right.
Yeah.
So exit polls have been able to read the mood. Exit polls are unable to read an exact trend. And wherever the exit polls played safe, that's where the exit polls are proven wrong.
Yeah.
Because in India, in no election in the last 10 years has there been a wishy-washy verdict. Verdicts are becoming increasingly decisive. Yeah. It is the exit pollsters who want to be wishy-washy because they don't know who to upset and how far whom to upset. So when we see these numbers up here, Rhythm, exit polls are like, it's like, what would I say? You go to a cafe, you order something nice, it doesn't turn out as well as you thought it would be, then the waiter comes and asks you, did you like the dish? Yeah, someone as polite as Rhythm would in a typical convent school girl style say, oh, it's sort of okay. Someone like you would be too harsh, right? And I would probably try to appease by saying that, oh, you can do better next time. So it depends on to whom the dish is served. Exit polls are that kind of a dish. But the fact is, you are watching us this evening because you are excited, and as excited as I am. And am I excited, Rhythm? Am I excited? Because when I see the Bengal turnout increasing to 90.34 in this phase, where I think the last time the turnout was about 82%, right? And now we